Chapter 1 Breakup? Don't regret it. My brother drove the car to go on a date with his girlfriend. Chenji, are you angry with me over such a small matter? In the living room, the woman was roaring loudly. On the sofa, Chenji's eyes gradually became clear and he looked at the woman who was speaking. Huh? Isn't this my ex-wife Fong Qingran? Why is she here? I turned my head and looked around, taking in the furnishings in the living room and understood. I am reborn. He was reborn and returned to the day when he had the most intense conflict with Fong Qingran, who was not yet his wife. I only have this one brother. We've been together for more than 3 years. What's wrong with him driving your car to date his girlfriend? Can't you feel sorry for my brother when you feel sorry for the car? He's already 22 years old and hasn't bought a car or a house yet. As his future brother-in-law, you have to help him out. Also, my brother's girlfriend said that in their hometown, the betrothal gift is 188,000 yuan. My betrothal gift, just give me 388,000. After all, my brother is getting married, and in addition to the gift, he also needs to buy a house and a car. Fong Qingran said it as if it was a matter of course, as if Chenji, since he had married into their Fong family, had to work like a slave for them. As the saying goes, a daughter who is married off is like water spilled. It's reasonable to ask for more benefits for your dear brother before you marry Chenji, right? Chenji's just wants to marry me, so I should spend a little more money to help my future brother-in-law. Isn't this what I should do? Besides, it's not easy for my parents to raise me, so I should at least ask for some money for their retirement, right? Listening to Fong Qingran's outrageous remarks that shattered all my worldviews. Chenji, who understood the situation, put on a faint smile and asked, "The betrothal gift is fine. You are going to marry me, so I should give you 388,000 yuan. But how much dowry does your family give?" In his previous life, Chenji thought he had found true love and treated Fong Qingran, a woman with outstanding looks but only a junior high school education, as a treasure. I am really afraid of dropping it if I hold it in my hands, and afraid of it melting if I hold it in my mouth. I pamper it to the sky. Before the marriage, Fong Qingran not only did not think any of his requests were excessive, but rather they seemed natural and she readily agreed to them. Dowry of 388,000? Give. Need hardware? Give. In the previous life, in Chenji's opinion, these vulgar things were given for the sake of love. But on the wedding day, something happened. Pay when you get on the bus, 18,888 yuan. The fee for changing 1S statement is 38,888 yuan. I let my brother-in-law roll around in bed with me during my marriage, and I got 58,888 yuan as hardship fee. Chenji's parents were so angry that their faces turned black on the spot. I've given all the engagement gifts, betrothal gifts, and other things, but now your family has to do this? This is not getting married. This is treating the Chen family as an ATM. But for the sake of their son's happiness, the old couple forced themselves to smile and gave every penny. Chenji felt very uncomfortable at that time. But this is not the end. Before the guests who came to congratulate her left, Fong Qingran openly asked Chenji to give her all the money he had collected as gifts, more than 40,000 yuan. The anger in Chenji's heart suddenly flared up. In order to raise money for the engagement gift, buying a car, decorating a house, etc., the Chen family has already owed more than 200,000 yuan and can't even afford the money for the wedding. Originally, Chenji was going to use the money to pay for the wedding banquet, but Fong Qingran was so greedy that he wanted to pocket every penny of the gift money. Chenji tried to discuss it with her, but was ruthlessly rejected. "Chenji, if you dare not give me the share of money today, I will divorce you now." I was afraid that Fong Qingran would make a scene and make everyone lose face. Chenji had no choice but to grit his teeth and give her more than 40,000 yuan as a gift. In the end, it was his sister who paid for the wedding banquet. After the wedding, Chenji's parents were so angry that they were admitted to the hospital. Chenji's sister even tapped Chenji's forehead and angrily scolded him in the hospital. "I've told you a long time ago that when you're looking for a wife, don't look for one with multiple children. You might end up being a supportive brother-in-law. But you just won't listen. I'm really going to be mad at you." After that day, my sister stopped associating with Chenji. Even more than 5 years later, before Chenji was reborn, his sister never said a single word to him. After getting married, Fong Qingran became a full-time housewife at home. The family clearly still owed a huge sum of 200,000 yuan, but not only did she spend money lavishly, she also often secretly took money from the family to spend on her younger brother. Shenji worked hard for more than 3 years before he finally paid off all his foreign debts and saved about 50,000 yuan. But at the same time, his marriage with Fang Qingran also came to an end. Fang Qingran gave the reason: as a man, you don't even have the ability to guarantee your wife a good life. Why should I live with you? As a result, after getting the marriage certificate and coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chenji learned the truth. It turned out that Fang Qingran had been having an affair with a pot-bellied young boss who ran a small company. As soon as she got divorced, this woman turned around and got a marriage certificate with that bald, greasy guy. Dowry? I am willing to marry you, which is a blessing from your ancestors. You still want a dowry? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. There is no dowry in our family. Fang Qingran's pretty face was gloomy. She crossed her arms and responded in a cold tone. No dowry? Then why are you still asking me for a dowry? Who gave you the courage, Fish Liang? Now that I've been reborn, I know what will happen next. If Chenji were to repeat the same mistake again, he might as well just jump off the building and commit suicide. Chenji, how can you talk like that? You apologize to me right now, otherwise, I will break up with you. Fang Qingran used his trump card. Every time she wanted to buy something, as long as Chenji disagreed, she would use this killer move and Chenji would immediately compromise. However, this time. Separate? Okay, but first you have to ask your useless brother to return my car to me. I've been reborn, there's no need to indulge a gold digger like you anymore. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the security door was banged by someone outside. Fang Qingran was close by and walked over to open the door. For your junky car. Fang Qingran's younger brother Fang Qingyun slammed the car keys on the coffee table. However, we can break up, but you have to give my sister 100,000 yuan. This is the loss of my sister's youth for being with you for more than 3 years. Youth loss compensation? I'm already very generous by not asking your sister for wear and tear fees, but you're asking me for loss of youth fees, ugh. This is my house, you two brothers, get out of here right now. Having said that, Chenji stood up and pushed the siblings out. Chenji, I'm going to fucking kill you. Fang Qingyun was angered by Chenji's attitude and rushed over. Chenji owns a taekwondo gym and also works as a part-time taekwondo coach. How can we spoil him? He twisted his body, grabbed Fang Qingyun's neck, and pushed him to the side. Fang Qingyun fell against the wall, and a big bump appeared on his forehead. Chenji felt so happy. I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time, and finally I've got the chance. Chenji, how dare you hit my brother? Just wait, I'm not done with you. Fang Qingran didn't understand why Chenji suddenly became like a different person. But she understood that even if she and her brother were together, they could not beat Chenji, and if they continued to make trouble, they would only suffer. I didn't bother to argue with him and walked out of the living room, supporting my brother who was seeing stars. Chenji closed the security door with force. However, at this moment, a crisp ding sound suddenly rang in my mind, followed by a soft female voice. The male god charm system has been successfully bound. Do you want to receive the novice gift package immediately? Chapter 2, I'm a bit lucky. Fuck, system? Before his rebirth, Chunjika read a lot of online articles and knew very well what the system meant to the reborn. This thing is a total life cheat. He walked quickly to sit on the sofa, received the newbie gift package immediately. As the words fell, the system gives immediate feedback. Newbie gift packs have been distributed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the charm enhancement qualification. Do you want to enhance it immediately? Note, you can enhance your charm immediately after using it. Ding! Congratulations on getting a built-in filter. Do you want to merge it immediately? Note, after using it, other people's eyes will beautify you with a built-in filter. Ding! Congratulations on getting the permanent blessing of the golden eye. Do you want to use it immediately? Note, using the permanent blessing of the golden eye, you can find bargains at any time, including but not limited to predicting the trend of the stock market and futures market, seeing whether there is a prize in the scratch lottery, and finding antiques. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a vitality potion. Do you want to drink it now? Note, drinking this potion will prolong your life and make you feel energetic. It can be consumed in installments. Warm reminder, this system can earn points by conquering goddesses, and the points can be used to exchange for unlocked items from the system. Note, within 1 year, you must conquer at least one goddess. If you fail to complete the task, this system will disappear permanently. Disappear or not, I can only capture goddesses if I have money. After looking at the content on the virtual display screen in front of you, only you can see it. Shenji couldn't help but talk to himself, and then made a decisive choice. Use golden eyes immediately. This thing is good. There are 2 lottery stations at the gate of the community, so you can go and try them. Ding! The permanent blessing of the golden pupil is in use. Shenji closed his eyes for a while, then suddenly opened them. Savor the moment. This doesn't feel different. Do I need to go to the lottery station to activate it? With this thought in mind, Shenji put on his coat, quickly walked out of the community, and walked into the nearest welfare lottery station. Handsome guy, do you want to buy a scratch ticket or a lottery ticket? The welfare lottery will be drawn tonight. The proprietress greeted us warmly. Let me take a look first. Shenji said perfunctorily and walked to the counter. As soon as my eyes fell on the scratch tickets in the glass cabinet, a string of information popped up in front of me. No prize, no prize. His eyes swept over each stack of scratch tickets. No prize, 10,388,000 yuan, no prize, no prize. Huh? Wait, did I miss something just now? His gaze turned back again. No prize, 10,388,000 yuan. Found it. Shenji was delighted but didn't dare show it. He pointed at the scratch-off lottery ticket below through the glass. Tell the lady boss, take out this pile of lottery tickets so I can pick one. The lady boss came over from the other side, twisting her hips and saying, handsome guy, this is the newly issued diamond scratch lottery ticket, the chance of winning is very high. As he spoke, a stack of scratch-off lottery tickets was placed in front of Shenji. Shenji pretended to choose and found the scratch-off lottery ticket with the grand prize. His heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of his throat. Take a deep breath and suppress your excitement, I want this. As he said this, he tore off the lottery ticket. I scanned the code to pay 10 yuan, and used a 1 yuan coin handed to me by the proprietress to scrape off the coding bit by bit. Although I was mentally prepared. But when he saw the pattern that matched the prize amount, Shenji couldn't help but exclaimed, I won. Damn, I won the first prize. Hearing this, the proprietress's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Isn't this kid too lucky? The diamond scratch lottery ticket was just delivered to the store today, and he won the first prize? Congratulations, handsome guy. The boss lady smiled sincerely and congratulated him. Since the customer won a prize, she would also get a commission. Today is Sunday, and tomorrow is Monday. If you have time, please go to the city's prize redemption center to claim your prize. Shenji smiled brightly, nodded in agreement, turned around and was about to leave. Handsome guy, you are so lucky, why don't you buy a few lottery tickets? If you win the first prize, it will be a huge sum of 5 million. The proprietress beguiled. Let's just forget it. Shenji shook his head and refused. Not to mention the first prize, even the second prize has been decided, so he won't waste his money. I bought a pack of cigarettes for 30 yuan as a reward for myself. Returned home in high spirits. My mother from my hometown called me and said, son, did you have a conflict with Qingran? She called me and said that you bullied her. You're a boy, why don't you give me some leeway? Fang Qingran is quite good at turning the tables. Shenji was dissatisfied and said to his mother, Mom, Fang Qingran said that her family wants 388,000 yuan for the betrothal gift in the future, and hardware is required. In addition, our family has to be responsible for her brother's car, house, and decoration. Her family is a bottomless pit of insatiable desire. If I marry her, our whole family will just have to wait and see. My mother must have turned on the speakerphone. Because when Shenji was speaking, he heard an echo. I couldn't help feeling sad. In order to support my own business, my parents took out most of their savings that they had saved through hard work and thriftiness. In order to get married, he simply emptied his family's savings and took out everything he had. The mobile phones that the 2 old people still use are old-fashioned feature phones. This is it. My sister bought it for me. You little brat, you're already an adult, why are you still quarreling with a little girl? You need to apologize to Qingran right now and be sincere. Do you hear me? My father's stern voice came from the phone. Dad, I have broken up with Fang Qingran. Besides, you and my mother should think about it carefully. If I agree to marry Fang Qingran, our family will definitely owe a large amount of foreign debt. When the time comes, not only me, but you two will also have to save money to pay off the debt. That's not the life I want. I believe it's definitely not the life you two want either. But don't worry, I promise that I will find a better daughter-in-law for you two as soon as possible. After saying this, without giving his parents a chance to speak again, Chenji decisively ended the call. I'm rich now, what kind of woman can I find? What's more, I have a system. Thinking of the system, a meaningful smile appeared on Chenji's lips. System, I want to increase my charm immediately. It comes with its own filter, and it's also integrated. The system gives feedback quickly. Ding. Charm upgrade successful. Ding. The built-in filter has been successfully integrated. Chenji felt a tingling sensation all over his body, but soon returned to normal. He got up and walked to the bedroom, standing in front of the dressing mirror. For a while. Fuck. Is this me? In the mirror, it was still his own face, but at this moment, if one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see that very subtle adjustments had been made. Now, this face is definitely enough to make women of all ages fall completely in love with it at just one glance. Lift up your clothes. 8-pack abs. It's like a walking hormone. Chapter 3. Do you really think I can't afford it? The system is fucking awesome. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chenji's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Suddenly remembered something. As soon as the thought came to mind, the next second, the points explanation appeared before my eyes. Capture a goddess and you will get 10,000 points, and activate the points redemption mall. Chenji used his mind to open the mall that had not yet been unlocked, and many unlocked and gray products immediately appeared. The first few dozen items are things like vitality water, charm enhancement opportunities, golden eye upgrades, etc. The most expensive one is only 50 points. The further he looked, the faster Chenji's heart beat. Grandmaster level Tai Chi skills require 150 points. Note, after successful redemption, the host can immediately become a Tai Chi Grandmaster. Fire Spirit Fruit requires 300 points. Note, can revive the dead, flesh out bones, and forcibly extend lifespan by 20 years. Just as Chenji was checking the points redemption mall for items that had not yet been unlocked. Go back half an hour. Fong Qingran and Fong Qingyun, brother and sister, returned home. Son, what's wrong with your head? Who the hell hit you? The Fong family has 4 daughters and 1 son. In the eyes of his parents, Fong Qingyun is the only child in the family. Seeing her precious son being beaten, Fong's mother was immediately furious, like a completely enraged lioness, with her eyes spewing raging fire as if she was ready to bite someone. Who else? Chen Shibei. Fong Qingyun answered in a muffled voice, sat down on the sofa, and asked his mother to peel an apple for him. This Chenji is so brave. He dares to hit you before you even get married. What will happen if you get married? Mr. Fong's face darkened instantly, and he crossed his arms and thought about how to get revenge. At this time, Fong Qingran suddenly said, Dad, Mom, you don't have to be angry. I have Chenji under my thumb. Maybe he is already worried that I will break up with him. Just wait, as soon as he calls me, I will definitely ask him for a large sum of money. Hearing this, Fong's father and mother's expressions eased a little. Fong Qingyun swallowed a bite of the apple and said expectantly, Dad, Mom, as long as my sister gets the money, can she buy me a car? Why buy a car? Buy a house first. What young girl nowadays doesn't want a house when getting married? Fong's mother glared at her son. I won't buy a house. How old am I to buy a house? I don't want to be saddled with a mortgage at such a young age. Fong Qingyun shook his head and refused. Buying a car has been his dream for many years, but a house is nothing. You have 4 sisters. Even if you need to take out a loan to buy a house, your 4 sisters will cover the mortgage for you. What are you afraid of? Your mother is right, we must buy a house first. Hearing what his father said, Fong Qinran felt as if his heart was stabbed by a needle. However, the 4 sisters were taught from childhood that as older sisters, you must take good care of your younger brothers in the future, and if there is anything delicious or valuable, you must give it to your younger brothers first. So, she felt uncomfortable for a short while, but she quickly adjusted herself. Fong Qingran was certain that this time would be the same as before. Chen Zhouhui was the first to choose to bow his head because he could not withstand the pressure. However, she waited for a whole morning, but Chenji never called her. The anger in Fong Qingran's heart grew stronger and stronger. Why don't you call me to admit your mistake? I just don't believe it. You, Chenji, are really willing to break up with such a beautiful fairy like me? While Fong Qingran was waiting. Read the unlocked product designs and descriptions in the Points Redemption Mall. I put on my clothes and walked out of the house again. Start scanning the store. 3 hours passed quickly without me noticing. He went through almost all the lottery shops in Shibiguan. There are 2 more scratch tickets with winning amounts of more than 300,000 yuan. For amounts over 200,000, only 1 card is needed. The same one for more than 100,000. There are 5 tickets worth more than 10,000 yuan. The total winning amount is nearly 3 million. For a long time, lottery enthusiasts in Shibiguan had no chance of winning the scratch-off lottery jackpot, as all the jackpots had been swept away by Qinji. The time was approaching noon. Even after deducting taxes, I can still get around 2 million. Don't be too greedy. Come here today, collect the prize tomorrow, and continue to sweep the store. Qinji set a small goal for himself. Within a week, I'll go through all the lottery shops in the city first. Today is the weekend and the prize redemption center is closed. I drove back to the community and just walked into my house. Fong Qingran called right after. Qinji, what do you mean? I command you to buy some gifts now, immediately, and immediately, buy me a big bunch of flowers, and then rush to my house to apologize. Otherwise, I'll break up with you. Qinji was so angry that he laughed. How could this gold digger not see the situation clearly? He sneered, apologize? And buy gifts for your parents and a bunch of flowers for you? Fong Qingran, I knew you were stupid, but I never thought you were this stupid. Didn't you tell me this morning that we broke up? Since we've broken up, don't contact each other anymore. After saying that, without giving Fong Qingran a chance to speak again, he hung up and added her phone number to the blacklist. Fong Qingran, who was on the other side of the phone, was stunned. How dare Qinji hang up on me? He never dared to do this before. The rage in her heart almost made her bite her teeth to pieces. Seeing her daughter's behavior, Fong's mother asked with a dark face, Qingran, is it that Qinji doesn't want to come over? I think he deserves a beating. Beside him, Fong Qingyun suddenly slammed the coffee table hard and gritted his teeth. Dad, today is the weekend, let's not go to find him first. Tomorrow, Monday, we will go together to settle accounts with that grandson. Yes. Father Fong fully agreed with his son's opinion. Tomorrow, let's hold him back from going to the taekwondo gym. Dad, let's go to the forest store to look at cars tomorrow morning, shall we? Fong Qingyun suddenly said, you don't know, Qinji scolded me today and laughed at me for not having a car. My sister was so angry that she argued with him, but do you know what the grandson said? He said our family is poor and my sister is not worthy of him, and he wanted to break up with my sister. Asshole. Father Fong was furious. Son, I'll listen to you. Let's go buy a car tomorrow morning. Let's get one worth about 200,000 yuan. After we buy the car, our family will go to settle accounts with Qinji. Let him take a good look and see if our family can afford a car, huh? Listen to what my parents and brothers say. For some reason, the awkward feeling in Fong Qingran's heart reached its peak in an instant. To be honest, she didn't actually want to break up with Qinji. After all, among all ordinary young people, Qinji opened a taekwondo gym on his own and earned 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month, which is definitely considered excellent. After breaking up with Qinji, where can she find another boyfriend who meets her psychological requirements? Chapter 4 Handsome is the noun for brother. Qinji got up very early. I went to the prize redemption center to claim the prize first, then took a large check for $2.25 million and went to the bank to deposit it into my card. Shouldn't the car be replaced as well? The car I drive now was bought more than 4 years ago. It is a compact family car, a joint venture, a fuel-powered vehicle, and the price is just over 70,000 yuan. Thinking back to when he was with Fong Qingran, he gave most of his monthly earnings to her, leaving only 600 yuan for gas, and the cigarettes he smoked were all 10 yuan a pack. Now that you have money, of course you have to reward yourself. If you can't afford a luxury car worth several million, it's still okay to buy a BMW X7 worth a few million. With this in mind, Qinji drove to the BMW 4 Sun store in Shernan district. Hello sir, take a look at it as you like. My name is Zhao Chuanxue, and I'll explain the whole thing to you. A female salesperson who had just joined the company suddenly lit up her eyes when she saw Qinji walk into the store. Although, judging by the way Qinji is dressed, he doesn't look like he can afford a BMW. But he is handsome. He was so handsome. At first glance, Zhao Chuanshua's heart seemed to be hit by something, and she was immediately filled with love. I am able to explain the whole thing to such a handsome boy, but what is the commission? Thanks. I want to buy an X7 luxury top configuration, how much is it? Hearing what Chenji said, Zhao Chuanxue was stunned. Did you hear that right? He wants to buy X7? Or the luxury top version? Can he come up with more than 1.4 million? Zhao Chuanxue didn't want to embarrass the handsome boy, so she was about to speak up to persuade him. However, at this moment, a middle-aged man and woman walked into the store, talking and laughing. Hearing the noise, Chenji turned around. I just happened to meet the eyes of the middle-aged woman. The other party was stunned for a moment, then said sarcastically, "Isn't this Boss Chen? Why are you here? This is not a place for someone like you to come to. Don't humiliate yourself. Leave now." This fat woman with a bloated figure also opened a taekwondo gym, and it is right next to Chen Jikai's taekwondo gym. The two are competitors. But her husband is useless and cannot satisfy her needs in that regard. So she set her sights on Chen Ji, who was handsome and strong. But Chen Ji rejected her decisively, saying that the moment she spoke it was as if she had eaten 100 stinky socks. This made her very angry and she started to hate Chen Ji. I didn't expect to meet you here today. You can come but I can't? Is this your family's business? Wang Xiaohong, you are nosy. When a manure truck passed by you, did you also try Kuai Yisha to see how salty it was? Hearing Chen Ji's words, Zhao Chuanxue quickly turned her back, fearing that if she was a second late, Wang Xiaohong would see her laughing and get angry. How the hell are you talking? Wang Xiaohong was so angry that her face turned red in an instant and she was about to step forward and attack. Suddenly I remembered that Chen Ji is not only the owner of a taekwondo gym, but also a part-time coach in the gym. If we really want to fight, even 10 of her 1T be a match. With a cold snort, he turned around and said to Zhao Chuanxue, "Don't waste your time on people like him. How can a poor bastard who has all his clothes worth less than 1,000 yuan afford a BMW? Thank you for your reminder. However, once you enter the store, I will provide services voluntarily, so please don't bother with it." Zhao Chuanxue retorted with a professional smile. Does it matter to you whether you can afford it or not? I care about handsome guys. You. Wang Xiaohong was so angry that she glared at Zhao Chuanxue. I'm doing this for your own good. Open your eyes and take a good look. He is not someone who can afford a BMW. Wang Xiaohong, does it have anything to do with you whether I can afford a BMW? Shinji immediately retorted without any hesitation, mind your own business. He said nothing, not wanting to even look at Wang Xiaohong again, and asked Zhao Chuanxue to take him to see X7. This is the one. Shinji was very satisfied and patted the car body gently. If I pay now, can I pick up the car immediately? Can he really afford it? Although handsome guys are pleasing to the eye, making money is also important. If Chunji could really afford a car and earn commission, Zhao Chuanxue would of course be very happy. After thinking for a while, he replied, if you pay in full, I can, but you. Then pay in full. Shenji took out his bank card and suddenly remembered something, so he asked, I came here with an old car, can I use it to offset some of the money? Of course. The two men argued for a while, and finally signed the car purchase contract with a discount of 150,000 yuan, with 15,000 yuan offset by the old car. For when the store manager learned about this, he was shocked. He had rarely met such a happy customer in all his years of work. The customer came personally to receive him and helped Shenji complete the complicated matters of signing contracts, making payments, etc. Xiaoxue, this is the first order you signed after you came to work in the store. You will get a commission. I see that Mr. Chen is still unmarried, and you happen to be single too. Such an outstanding young talent cannot be given to other girls. I'll give you 10 minutes to see Mr. Chen off. Nowadays, foreign invested cars are not easy to sell, but the manager was very happy when he sold an X7 unexpectedly. Zhao Chuanxue's cute little oval face, which was the size of a palm, turned red after what she had said, and she nodded slightly. Shenji took the contract and the car keys, and walked out of the reception room one after another with Zhao Chuanxue. Wang Xiaohong saw it and immediately came up to her quickly, little girl, let me tell you. He can't possibly afford a BMW. Do you believe it now? Shenji, if you don't have money, don't pack the big cloves of garlic. I don't know how many pounds you weigh, right? Shenji kept smiling, but his smile was cold. I can't afford it? Then open your dog eyes and take a good look at what this is. As he spoke, Chen Ji shook the car keys in his hand, and the BMW logo jumped into Wang Xiuhong's swollen eyes. Then, Chen Ji showed the contract he had just signed. On it, the two words Chen Ji were written in strong fonts and there was a red fingerprint. The invoice directly hurt Wang Xiuhong's heart. There is a string of zeros after 125. 1.25 million? Or the most luxurious one? Where did you get so much money? Did you rob a bank? I'll grab it, damn it. Hearing Wang Xiuhong's question, Chen Ji directly scolded, in the future, don't do things that look down on others. After saying that, Chen Ji didn't bother to pay any more attention to the other party and strode outside. And at the same time, next to the BMW 4 Sons store, the Fong family of 4 just happened to walk out of the store, talking and laughing. Come outside. Chen Ji followed Zhao Chuanxue to drive. Suddenly, Fong Qingyun's noisy laughter came from the side. Hey, isn't this Chen Ji? Why, you're here to buy a car too. Chapter 5 as a sister, I am not wrong. Is it because I didn't check the almanac before going out today? Why do I only meet annoying people? But Chen Ji remembered that Fong Qingyun had just said also, and his mind became active. They are a family of 4. Are they here to buy a car today? Why, what car did you buy? I didn't expect an answer. After all, Chen Ji was very clear about the Fong family's conditions. Mr. and Mrs. Fong are both ordinary workers in the factory. The old couple have not retired yet, and their combined monthly salary is just over 10,000 yuan. Fong Qingyun has been spoiled since childhood. It has been more than 4 years since he graduated from high school, but he has not worked hard to earn a penny and has been living off his parents at home. Fong Qingren has also been unemployed. Chen Ji suspected that the family came to buy a car today, most likely using the money he had given to Fong Qingren in the past. For more than 7 months, I was given more than 20,000 yuan every month. After half a year, I definitely saved a lot. If my family gives me some more money, I can buy a car worth tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan, which is more than enough. But my money is not that easy to spend. No matter how much you took from me, I will make you pay me back with interest. Chen Ji was thinking when he heard Fong Qingyun, who came over and stood in front of him, say, Amagoten, the top-of-the-line premium version, costs more than 250,000 yuan, and the final price is nearly 300,000 yuan. Can you afford such a nice car? The bump on this grandson's forehead hadn't gone down yet and was still swollen. He looked like an old centenarian, with a sarcastic and naughty look on his face, which made Chen Ji itchy hands again. Why does this guy deserve a beating? Chen Ji, didn't you say yesterday that our family couldn't afford a car? Today, I'm going to let you see clearly whether our Fong family can afford to buy a car, humph. Mr. Fong crossed his arms, looked condescending, and glanced at Chen Ji. You haven't even married our daughter yet, and you're beating our son. Chen Ji, I'm telling you, if you don't give us 100,000 yuan, our family will never forgive you. Fong's mother also came over, raised her hand and tapped Chen Ji's forehead repeatedly, speaking in a domineering tone. The purchase price of 250,000 for the car must be at least half of mine, right? As a result, the family never mentioned it again. Are you still mocking me here? Chen Ji laughed out of anger. However, before he could open his mouth, Fong Qingran on the other side suddenly said, Chen Ji, don't think that you can just let it go after you hit my brother yesterday. Without 100,000 yuan, don't think I will forgive you. Also, I can give you one last chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and yell I was wrong 3 times, I will reconsider moving back into your house. Hear this. Zhao Chuanxue, who was standing behind Chen Ji, felt inexplicably uncomfortable. It turns out that Chen Ji has a girlfriend? It's just that his girlfriend's family seems to be a bit mentally handicapped. Chen Ji can even afford a BMW X7, so how can he not afford a car worth only 200,000 renminbi? Also, his girlfriend just said implicitly that Chen Ji beat her brother, but she did not mention why her brother was beaten. Just like that, you still want Chen Ji to kneel down and kowtow to you and admit his mistake? Are you sick? Zhao Chuanxue used to buy houses. What kind of people has he not seen? From what they just said, Zhao Chuanxue already knew a lot about what kind of people the family of 4 across from him were. However, she really wanted to see how Chen Ji would respond, so she wisely chose to keep her mouth shut. Fong Qingran, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Why did your useless brother get beaten? Others don't know, but you don't know? He was the one who attacked me first, and I had no choice but to fight back. He deserves it. Chen Ji. You. Just shut up. Chen Ji directly interrupted Fong Qingran and continued to fire at full force. Also, the money your family spent on the car must be at least half of mine, right? After all, in the past 6 months, I have transferred most of my earnings to you every month. It's at least 130,000 or 140,000 yuan. Having said that, he raised his hand and pointed at every member of the Fong family present. Fong Qingran, listen to me carefully. The money I gave you was all transferred, not sent as a red envelope, so now, I ask you to return the money to me as soon as possible, including the principal and interest. If you don't give it to me, then we'll see you in court. After saying that, he strode forward. After walking a few steps, I suddenly remembered something. He paused again and turned around. By the way, didn't you ask me at that time, Fong Qingyun, if I came here to buy a car? I can answer you now, I'm here to buy a car. Besides, the crappy car you bought is just enough to buy me a fraction of the car I bought. This time he said it without stopping. Under the guidance of Zhao Chuanxue, he sat directly in the driver's seat of the brand new BMW X7, exchanged contact information with Zhao Chuanxue, started the car, and drove away. Chen Ji was away for quite a while. The Fong family members finally came to their senses and wanted to catch up to ask in detail, but it was too late. Zhao Chuanxue walked into the store with her hips twisted. But Fong Qingyun, with a swollen forehead, raised his hand to stop him. Miss, how much is that X7? The top-of-the-line luxury model is priced at more than 1.3 million yuan after discounts. Mr. Chen used his old car to pay off the 50,000 yuan car payment, so the total price of the car is more than 1.25 million yuan. Zhao Chuanxue did not hide anything and helped Chen Ji teach this weird family a lesson. You think your rich son-in-law is just a piece of trash, but when he shows his true strength, you finally realize that he is a treasure. It's already late, you know. This. How could Chen Ji have so much money? This guy must be doing other business, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out a loan to buy such an expensive car. Hearing what Father Fong said, Zhao Chuanxue immediately corrected him kindly. Uncle, Mr. Chen didn't take out a loan to buy the car, he paid for it directly. Full payment? The family of 4 was so shocked that they were petrified on the spot. Where did that guy get so much money? Robbed a bank? A long time. Hurry up and finish the car business, then we'll go find him and ask him. His father, are we still going to look for Chen Ji? Nonsense. If we don't get to the bottom of this, our family will suffer huge losses. Mom, my dad is right. Chen Ji's grandson must have made a fortune. We must ask him for more money. Listen to what my parents and brothers say. Fong Qingran didn't know why, but he always felt empty inside. It feels like a big piece is missing and it hurts a lot. Qingran, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Come with me quickly. Hearing his father urging him, Fong Qingran nodded woodenly. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead and were extremely heavy. For the first time in her life, she began to doubt herself. Could it be that I really did something wrong this time? But soon, she regained her resolve. No. I am not wrong. Asking for more money for my younger brother is what I should do as an older sister, so I am absolutely not wrong. Chapter 6 Eaton Manor. Chen Ji drove away and turned to look at the rearview mirror. The unbelievably ugly appearance of the Fong family members was all in his sight. You can only dream about money. After experiencing the wasted time in his previous life, Chen Ji knew what this family was thinking even with his eyes closed. In her previous life, she was controlled by Fong Qingran. Whenever she earned a little money, Fong Qingran would give it to her parents and her brother under various excuses. Now he is probably planning how to take away her car and all her savings. I have lived a hard life, but now I can finally hold my head high. Chen Ji was driving fast when suddenly a billboard in front of him caught his attention. Eaton Manor is a brand new experience, a distinguished property that allows you to enjoy a distinguished life. Chen Ji immediately became excited when he saw the billboard. Eaton Manor is the newest luxury real estate and a landmark real estate in the city. The surrounding facilities are the best. Local policy is to move the best primary and secondary schools to the vicinity of Eaton Manor. It can be said to be the most popular community. If Fong Qingran hadn't used the bride price to empty out my family's savings, I would definitely have bought a house here. The price of Eaton Manor was ridiculously high back then, at 20,000 yuan per square meter, and this was only the price of pre-sale housing. As the economy took off in later years, the city's real estate also flourished and the housing prices in Eaton Manor soared to a sky-high price of 100,000 yuan per square meter. The price is very strong. Even after a series of recessions, the price of Eaton Manor is still around 70,000 yuan per square meter. Shenji naturally couldn't let it go, but the money he had was not enough. After deducting the money for buying the car, he only had more than 1 million in his hand, which was obviously not enough. But these are not problems. With the help of the system, making money is a piece of cake. You only need to pay a deposit first and then the full amount. Without any hesitation, Shenji drove directly towards Eaton Manor. A magnificent sales office appeared before his eyes, and Shenji walked in. Inside were all successful people in suits and ties, and Shenji's attire seemed somewhat out of place. The sales office's staff warmly welcomed Shenji. "Hello, Mr. Chen, you are here to see the house, right?" Shenji looked at the model and said, "How much does the most luxurious villa cost?" Everyone was shocked by this sentence, and the staff member spoke haltingly. Mr. Villa was originally priced at 4 million, but now there is a discount and a gift of fine home appliances. Shenji nodded. "I don't have that much money on my card. Can I pay 1 million now and pay it all within a week? If so, I'll swipe the card." Such domineering words attracted the case manager to come over. "Sir, yes, please swipe your card." Without any hesitation, Shenji swiped his card and signed his name on the house purchase contract in front of everyone's shocked gazes. The next second, the staff at the crime scene immediately set off fireworks, and gold powder flew everywhere. The site manager looked at the contract in his hand and immediately stopped Shenji, who was about to leave. Mr. Chen, please don't leave yet. There are still some steps that have not been completed." Shenji turned around and frowned. "I told you to pay the remaining money within a week." The manager immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. There are surprises when buying a house like this. You can smash a golden egg. Inside the golden egg there are million-dollar luxury cars or house purchase vouchers, etc." Shenji finally understood, and was instantly excited the next second. For others, this was random, but for him, it was simply giving money away. "It's just that I already have a million-dollar luxury car, and the other things are pretty good too." A group of people gathered around, and Shenji looked at the golden eggs in front of him with a small wooden hammer in his hand, looking at them one by one. Home appliance coupons, an ordinary car, a Dongmen smart refrigerator, 20% off real estate coupons, and 20% off real estate coupons. Shenji took a quick look and found that they were all good stuff, incredible. The total purchase price for the house was 4 million, and the 20% discount coupon instantly reduced it to 800,000. This was really a huge fortune. The project manager flatteredly said, "Sir, you are the first to buy a villa. This is a special prize. After winning the prize, your portrait will be used for publicity in this city. Mr. Chen, do you agree?" Shenji immediately understood that he was being used as a sales gimmick, so there was no need to be polite. He looked at the 20% off coupon for the property at the edge and walked over. The case manager's face twitched at this moment, but he still forced a smile. Before Shenji dropped the hammer, he looked at the case manager and said, "I'm going to smash it. If I smash a million-dollar luxury car, I'm sure you won't refuse." The company's publicity camera was already in place, and the case manager immediately said, "It all depends on your luck." After hearing this, Shenji no longer hesitated and smashed it down with a hammer, and the 20% discount coupon froze in an instant. Congratulations to Mr. Chen for receiving our company's 20% discount coupon for purchasing a house. He spent 800,000 yuan to purchase a 4 million mansion. The real estate company behind Eaton Manor immediately pushed the news throughout the city, and the Eaton Manor publicity vehicles on the roadside spared no effort to promote it. The Fong family was still looking for Shenji, but they couldn't find him after searching for a while. Father Fong was so angry that he was shaking. "Where is that kid? He is so abominable. He didn't give any betrothal gifts, but came here to buy a car. And he bought such a good one. Xingran must have controlled him and made him transfer the car to your brother. He is your only brother." Fang Qingyun was also very anxious. "I don't know what that kid did behind your back, sister. I don't care. I want the car, and his business is also mine." The family had a very good plan and made clear arrangements for Shenji right from the start. Fang Qingran looked around and was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do, so he made a phone call impatiently. Shenji, who had just bought a luxury house at a 50% discount, was in a good mood. When he saw Fang Qingran's call, he added her number to the blacklist without any hesitation. With the busy tone again and again, no matter how stupid Fong Qingran was, he knew that he must have been blocked. He instantly became furious and threw his phone to the ground. Father Fong immediately said, "Why did you throw your phone?" Fong Qingyun said in a mean way, "Dad, what are you afraid of? If Chen Jizai drops the phone, he can just buy it." The next second Fong Qingyun instantly saw the advertisement on the big screen of the mall, pointed at it and said, "Look at Chen Ji." The Fong family members all looked over and saw that Chen Ji was being treated like a star. He bought a luxury house and even received a 20% discount coupon, allowing him to buy a luxury house worth 4 million yuan for 800,000 yuan. This scene really stimulated Fong Qingyun. He immediately lost his temper and said to Fong's father, "Dad, I also want a mansion. I will use my sister's betrothal gift to buy a mansion. This is a great calculation. It's like buying a mansion worth 4 million without spending a penny." Fong's father immediately put pressure on Fong Qingran. Fong Qingran said angrily, "That bastard Chen Ji has blocked me. He really doesn't want to marry me anymore. We broke up and there's no betrothal gift left. He still wants to buy a mansion. He can only dream about it." The Fong family was all dumbfounded. It seemed that the only method they had to control Chen Ji was no longer effective. Chapter 7: Evil Girlfriend. Chen Ji was in a good mood and drove towards the Taekwondo gym. Soon, we arrived at the Taekwondo gym. There were plenty of parking spaces outside the gym. Chen Ji entered the parking space in a handsome manner and parked directly in the parking space. It is true that times have changed. Compared with this BMW, the broken and old sedan is simply a world of difference. The increase in charm value made Chen Ji more charming, and when he got out of the luxury car, he instantly attracted the attention of women on the roadside. So handsome. Really? He seems to be going to the Taekwondo gym. Let's go check it out. At this moment, a girl came over from the opposite side, took off her sunglasses, and seemed very surprised to see Chen Ji opposite her. Isn't this Chen Ji? Isn't he getting married? How did he get out of this luxury car? This woman was none other than Fong Qingran's good friend Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu works as a receptionist at a company. She has a very sharp eye and can tell who is rich and who is poor at a glance. Before, she looked down on Chen Ji for his cowardly appearance, but today, when she saw Chen Ji, he was in a carefree and unrestrained look. She could tell at a glance that he was driving this luxury car, which was definitely a BMW worth more than 1 million. How could he afford such an expensive car? He must have rented it. He must have rented it for the wedding. He must have rented it. Li Xiaolu couldn't believe it, so she took out her cell phone and called Fong Qingran. "Qingran, what are you doing? Didn't you say something unexpected happened at the wedding? Are you getting married? Chen Ji has already rented a wedding car. I saw a really cool BMW." Fong Qingran picked up the phone and was instantly surprised to hear the voice of her best friend Li Xiaolu. "Li Xiaolu, where did you see Chen Ji? Tell me quickly, I'm going to look for him." The Fong family members around Fong Qingran held their breath at this moment, waiting for their daughter to trap the scapegoat. "Qingran, he's at the Taekwondo gym right now, just down the road. I sent you the location, did you see it? Come over here quickly." After saying that, Li Xiaolu quietly came to the side of Chen Ji's car, ready to stare at Chen Ji. She was just jealous. Her best friend was a Voldemort. Li Xiaolu didn't want to see her in the spotlight and was determined to make her wedding a mess. Inside the Taekwondo gym, Chen Ji walked in. The girl at the front desk was staring at Chen Ji intently. "Brother Chen, why are you so handsome today? It looks like you are getting married. I am almost bewitched by you. You have to be responsible for me." The girl at the front desk is still so naughty. "Naughty boy, how's business today?" The girl at the front desk looked at today's appointments and said, "It's not bad today. Business is pretty good, but there are a few coaches. Boss, please go in and give us some support." Chen Ji was pushed in by the girl at the front desk without any explanation. When he walked in, he saw a huge boxing gym where men and women were training hard. As soon as Chen Ji walked in, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chen Ji is very different now. His charm has increased again and again, and he even has his own filter. Any girl who sees him will see a very handsome guy. His appearance is still the same, but the slight adjustments and changes in temperament make people fall in love with him at first sight. More importantly, his body shape has changed greatly, and his 8-pack abs are faintly visible through his shirt. This immediately attracted teasing from several female guests who were familiar with him. Boss Chen, your figure is getting better and better. Why do you want to be a coach? I just recharged my card. Come on. After saying this, he had a greedy look on his face, as if he wanted to swallow Chenji. Another female company executive in her 30s, wearing sportswear, walked directly in front of Chenji. Boss Chen, when I signed up for the membership card, you said you would personally coach me. You can't go back on your word. Chenji's walking hormone is truly worthy of his reputation. These two were considered relatively bold, while the other slightly timid female students simply flirted with them. Chenji looked at the mirror next to him and found that his face was indeed very handsome. As expected, he has become more handsome. Even his treatment is different. This guy still relies on his looks to survive. How realistic. Chenji complained in a low voice. He had no idea that trouble was about to come. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Let me teach you the basics. Take your time with the first step, stretching the ligaments first, and then proceed step by step. While training, Chenji accidentally saw through the window beside him a woman sneaking around in front of his car. Chenji only took one look at this face and knew who this person was. Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu is not a good person. She is just an ordinary-looking receptionist at a company. She is not as pretty as Feng Qingran, but she can still be a little beauty after dressing up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hired as a receptionist. Li Xiaolu is not someone who is willing to be lonely. She works in an ordinary real estate company. 1 year after her marriage, she successfully seduced the favor of the real estate boss, and even made the boss divorce his wife to marry her. A grand wedding was officially held. The luxury of this wedding caused a sensation among Li Xiaolu's close friends, and it was so dazzling that it was almost blinding. So much so that Feng Qinran felt resentful about it for a long time. This marriage was thought to be a perfect match, but unexpectedly, after only 3 months of marriage, Li Xiaolu used the excuse of divorce and got a large amount of property. After that, Li Xiaolu tasted the sweetness and seduced wealthy men and got married and divorced one after another. Her life was truly exciting. Fang Qingho's later changes were probably instigated by her group of girlfriends with distorted values. These best friends made things difficult for Chenji at the wedding, and just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. But it's okay, now I'm finally free. Coach Li, I'll leave this to you. I have something to go out for. The female executive looked at Chenji sadly. It hasn't even started yet and you're leaving. You must come next time. I'm waiting for you. Chenji looked at the fiery look in the female executive's eyes and immediately got goosebumps all over his body. He then quickly left. As soon as I walked out, I saw the girl at the front desk looking around. Boss, you're finally here. Please help me check. I have to go out for something. My package has the wrong address. I'll go get it. Chenji, who wanted to run away, was caught by the girl at the front desk. He had no choice but to wait here. Which taekwondo gym is the best? Wang Xinxin is holding her mobile phone and looking for a highly rated taekwondo gym. Chapter 8 Killing at the Door. Wang Xinxin looked around, but couldn't tell which one was better. When she walked to the door of Chenji's taekwondo gym, she suddenly caught a glimpse of the extremely handsome Chenji. Just one glance and you're filled with heart-thumping emotion. Without hesitation, he opened the door and walked in, looking at the extremely handsome Chenji and said directly, "My name is Wang Xinxin, and I want to learn taekwondo." Wang Xinxin was so shy that for some reason only these words came out of her mouth. I can't say anything else. He just stared at Chenji with his eyes wide open. So handsome. Wang Xinxin had also seen handsome guys before, but the Chenji in front of her was different from the others. He exuded a temperament that was difficult to describe. One glance at her makes one feel that fate has come, and the heart seems to have been hit by Cupid's arrow. What does a high or low rating mean? It's worth spending a little more money to have such a handsome guy teach me taekwondo. Chenji was very happy to see someone coming to his door. Hello, ma'am. You want to learn taekwondo, right? There is a price list here. Everything is fair and transparent. There is absolutely no under-the-table charges. Our coaches have all received training at well-known taekwondo gyms and are absolutely professional. Wang Xinxin looked at Chenji's explanation, her cheeks turned red unconsciously, and then she said, "Are you a coach too? Can I buy your private lessons?" Of course Chenji would not refuse the business that came to his door, so he said directly and generously, Of course, as long as you book the class, I will teach you later. Wang Xinxin felt that the handsome guy in front of her really touched her heart. She didn't expect that there would be such a handsome guy who would teach her taekwondo. Okay, then swipe your card to sign up. Can you study today? Chen Ji smiled slightly. Of course, come and I'll arrange it for you. After receiving the news, Fang Qingran no longer cared about his playful brother, and rushed directly to the taekwondo gym with his family. Li Xiaolu was secretly waiting, and after a while, Fang Qingran finally arrived. Fang Qingran asked anxiously. Where is Xiaolu Chenji? Is he still in the taekwondo gym? Li Xiaolu pointed to the taekwondo gym and nodded. She's still there, that woman is also inside, I don't know where she came from, she's been chatting with Chenji. Qingran, you have to be careful, you're getting married soon, you have to recognize the true face of the man, don't let him fool you. This statement really has a sinister intention. Fang Qingran ignored him and walked straight forward. The Fang family members behind him were all rushing forward. Fang Qingyun immediately whispered in the ears of his sister and father. Sister and dad, you must talk to your brother-in-law. Look how lucky he is. He bought a 4 million house with 800,000. Don't use the betrothal gift to exchange it. Just give the house to me. I am your only brother or sister. When Mr. Fang heard this, he immediately said. Qingran is his only brother. You have to talk to him and make him give the house to your brother. When the time comes, just ask for a few thousand yuan less in betrothal gift. Anyway, he has a taekwondo gym, so he doesn't care about this little money. Fang Qingran frowned and did not respond immediately. Chenji was carefully talking to Wang Xinxin about many things about taekwondo, but he didn't expect the door to be pushed open. When I looked up, it was the Fang family. The Fang family came rushing forward with great momentum. Chenji was caught off guard. He had a premonition about it, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Li Xiaolu also followed behind the Fang family, looking like she was waiting to see the show. Chenji looked at these people who were rushing towards him with great momentum, and spoke to Fang Qingran with a cold face. What are you still doing here? I don't want to pursue what happened before. I want to break up with you and cancel the wedding. Father Fang went straight forward and wanted to hit Chenji. Chenji was not the same Chenji as before. He just dodged backwards and dodged past directly. Wang Xinxin was confused and didn't say anything. She just stood there and watched what happened. Fang Qingran pursed her lips and looked at the completely different Chenji with a complicated look in her eyes. After a moment, she spoke. Chenji, stop talking nonsense. I can ask for a few thousand less in betrothal gifts, but you must give the house and car to my brother. As long as you agree, I will marry you and I will never regret it. Chenji almost laughed out loud. He really didn't know how Fang Qingran in front of him could have the audacity to say such things. Chenji stared at her coldly and said. You wish. Forget about the house. I won't give you a penny. Fang Qingyun looked at this cowardly future brother-in-law without any respect and spoke directly, imitating Fang Qingran's usual tone. You coward, my sister gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Are you still human? I'm telling you, you don't have many chances left. This is the only time you have to apologize to my sister. I want you to give me an extra 100,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Oh, and you also want me to have this car in your new house, that 4 million yuan mansion, and this BMW worth more than 1 million yuan. Then kowtow 3 times respectfully to my sister and admit your mistake, otherwise you can forget about marrying my sister anymore. Fang Qingyun said this with a smile, but his eyes were always fixed on the BMW outside. Li Xiaolu was stunned at this moment. She looked at the BMW outside, and immediately walked to Fang Qingran without caring about her image and said. Qingran, is what he said true? Shinji really bought a BMW worth more than 1 million yuan and a mansion worth 4 million yuan. Li Xiaolu was really dumbfounded. I never thought that my best friend would be so blessed. She had mocked her before, but she didn't expect that the clown was actually herself. Chenji sneered and said as he looked at the group of lunatics in front of him. I've already said, stop messing around and get out of here. Seeing that he could not gain any benefit, Mr. Fang stepped forward to try to mediate. What are you doing? Chenji quickly apologized to Qingran. We are going to talk about marriage soon. Why are you so angry? Chenji stared at his former father-in-law, and now his heart was filled with resentment. His family were all vampires, and none of them were good people. No matter whether they were old or young, everyone came to him with an excuse to ask for money. He was almost drained of money in his previous life, so he didn't have a good face in this life. I've made it very clear, you guys get out of here, leave now, or I'm going to call the police. Fang Qingyun was really anxious, as he was counting on his sister to get him a luxury house and a luxury car. Seeing that everything was hopeless, he just rushed forward. How dare you bully my sister, and even break up with her? Chapter 9 Youth Loss Compensation. If you don't hand over your luxury house and luxury car to me today as compensation for mental damage, I will beat you to death today, you bastard. What a bunch of ungrateful people. Chenji stared at Fang Qingyun coldly. Whether in his previous life or before, he had always been very good to this family. This family lived in his house and sucked his blood on a daily basis, especially his brother-in-law Fang Qingyun, who often asked him for money on a daily basis. Today, there is no mercy at all. Chenji would not be polite to him at all, and looked at Fang Qingyun, who was rushing towards him without any courtesy at all. He originally practiced Taekwondo. Although the fighting power of Taekwondo was not high, it was more than enough to deal with ordinary people. He used the force of the opponent to dodge and then pushed Fang Qingyun with the help, causing his head to hit the wall next to him. This time the collision was quite heavy. He had collided once before and now he had collided again. At this moment, Fang Qingyun had a bag on the left and a bag on the right, 2 bags in total, which made him look quite funny. If the song about the man with horns on his head were played again at this moment, it would probably make people laugh to death. Seeing Fang Qingyun's look, Chenji just burst into laughter, which really let out all his previous anger. Qingran, look at your boyfriend. He dared to hit your brother today. Go and hit him. Fang Qingran didn't dare to take action. He always felt that the Chenji in front of him was completely different from the previous Chenji. Somehow, the person is the same, but he no longer seems to be as compromising as before. Seeing that they were not able to force their way out, Fang's mother stepped forward and grabbed Fang's father and Fang Qingran. Xiang Qian spoke earnestly. Chenji, you don't make money on weekdays, but our Qingran is with you. Now that you make money, how can you not think of your brother when you have this house and car? How about this, Mom makes the decision. Although you are a bit useless, my Qingran family doesn't despise you. As long as you are willing to transfer the garage, everything will be fine. Looking at the peacemaker in front of him, Chenji didn't even glance at him. He just wanted to see how shameless this family could be. What youth loss compensation? What good life? Isn't everything just to keep him stable and to take his house and car? He just refused to give it to them, and was going to piss these bastards off to death. Wang Xinxin was listening on the side and now finally came to her senses. How could this family be considered victims? They were clearly a bunch of vampires. How can there be such a family who just comes and asks for other people's cars and houses? Judging from the situation, I'm afraid they are going to come and cause trouble. Chenji stared at them and said coldly, I told you, Fang Qingran and I are impossible. We won't get married, and I won't be a sucker for your family. I won't pay a penny. Be smart and go. Seeing that Chenji was unmoved and refused to respond to any persuasion or threats, Fang Qingran became annoyed and started to confront the coward. Chenji, you bastard, we agreed to get married, why are you doing this? You must be having an affair, who is it? I don't care if you want to break up, and you have to pay me for mental damages. I only have one brother, and you have to transfer the garage to my brother, otherwise I will never let you go. Fang Qingran had a determined look on her face, as if she was willing to give everything for her brother. Chen Zhizhi felt sick seeing this. Finally, I stopped pretending and no longer acted like that. Chen Zhi said with a sneer. Your foxtail is exposed, right? Get lost, you gold digger. Fang Qingyun stopped pretending at this moment. He just fell to the ground, covering his head and crying loudly. Murder, murder, Chen Zhi has killed someone, someone come quickly. Mr. Fang did the same. He sat down on the ground and covered his head. He also said the same thing. All of a sudden, the entrance of the museum was surrounded by people, and countless people were watching the excitement. This trick really works. In the past, Chenji would definitely rush to appease the person, but now whoever is shameless is to be disgraced, but he is not to be disgraced. If you don't transfer the garage to Qingyun today, we won't leave today. Fang Qingran also looked hurt and resentful, staring at Chenji as if Chenji had committed some serious mistake. Wang Xinxin couldn't bear it anymore, so she took out her police officer ID from her pocket and said to the Fang family. What do you want to do? You are blackmailing me. This is extortion. I saw all of this. There are surveillance cameras. Mr. Chen didn't move, but you came in and criticized and harassed him in every way. You still want to use this method to blackmail me. I saw it clearly just now. You took the initiative to bump into me. Mr. Chen didn't even do anything. Normally, the Fong family can only act ferociously towards Chen Ji. As soon as he saw the police today, he instantly became intimidated. Fong Qingyun stood up directly, stopped crying, and stopped shouting about transferring the ownership of the RV. This group of people made a very loud noise. The students inside and outside the group were all elites from various industries. One could tell at the first listen that this was a gold digger drama. After this incident, Fong Qingran and his family lost all face. Fong Qingran looked at the completely different Chen Ji, took a deep breath, and said, "How did you become like this? You weren't like this before." Chen Ji said with a sneer. "What was I like before? In the past, I should have obediently transferred my car and house to your brother's name, and then worked like a slave for your family." Fong Qingran, you are dreaming. Chen Ji stared at Fong Qingran with determination. Fong Qingran was so suppressed by Chen Ji's aura that he lowered his head. Seeing the police, the Fong family members did not dare to bother anymore and walked out of the Taekwondo hall supporting each other. This time I have lost all my face and dignity. Fong Qingran looked back at the familiar Taekwondo gym, feeling extremely bitter in his heart. My legs felt extremely heavy. After dealing with the Fong family, Chen Ji finally felt relieved. He turned to look at Wang Xinxin and immediately said, thank you so much. Thanks to your help, we were able to drive away these scoundrels. How about this, you come to learn Taekwondo, the tuition is free, and I will teach you personally, okay? Wang Xinxin is also a kind-hearted person and can't stand such scoundrels the most. Boss Chun, look at what you said. It is my duty to help the people solve their problems. You are also a member of the people. Chunji smiled and asked, when is Officer Wang free? You can come anytime and contact me then. Little stars appeared in Wang Xinxin's eyes. When she thought about being alone with the handsome Taekwondo coach, her heart was filled with sweetness. I'm free this weekend, I'll have to trouble Boss Chen then. After saying that, she blinked her eyes slightly, showing her charm. Chapter 10, Provocation from a Peer. What a kind-hearted policewoman. With just a blink of an eye, she almost captivated Chen Ji. Well, okay, I'll help you register. Chen Ji was unusually nervous, but the policewoman Wang Xinxin was not nervous at all. Oh, that's right, Boss Chen, that's Coach Chen. Please add your contact information and I'll contact you when the time comes. Wang Xinxin asked for the contact information calmly. Chen Ji quickly provided his phone number and WeChat. Only after adding all these contact information did Wang Xinxin feel satisfied. Okay, Coach Chen, wait for me. See you this weekend. After completing the registration, Wang Xinxin left Chen Ji and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After this incident, I believe that no matter how shameless the Fong family is, they will not make trouble again. Finally, I can do business with peace of mind. Chen Ji was still thinking too early. After a while, a woman's figure reappeared outside the Taekwondo gym. Li Xiaolu was just a receptionist in a small company. She lives a tight life on weekdays. Although she hooked up with a real estate boss later, that was at least a few months later. Now she is still an ordinary receptionist. She also wants to live in a mansion worth millions and drive a luxury car worth more than 1 million. Fang Qingran, you don't have any blessing, so I will enjoy this blessing for you. Li Xiaolu always thought that Chen Ji was just a small-time Taekwondo boss who was not very famous, but she didn't expect that he had such a huge fortune. You can afford a dowry of 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, and you can also buy a luxury car and live in a luxury house. Fang Qingran is such a fool, and also a Voldemort gold digger with no bottom line. When faced with such a rich man, you should catch him first and then slowly take away his wealth. People like Fang Qingran are simply completely confused. Li Xiaolu thought she was very knowledgeable, so she walked in twisting her waist and acting coquettishly. Does Chen Ji still recognize me? Chen Ji glanced at Li Xiaolu. He and Fang Qingran were birds of a feather, so he naturally didn't want to pay attention to her. However, Li Xiaolu insisted on talking to him. When did Chen Ji buy the car? Brother Chen, why are you so cold? I won't do anything to you. We are old acquaintances. When you and Fang Qingran were angry before, I spoke up for you. Have you forgotten? Looking at Li Xiaolu's coquettish look, I knew that she had feelings for me. What? I don't want Fong Qingran anymore, you want to come up and replace him? There was a hint of mockery in Chen Ji's tone. However, Li Xiaolu, who was obsessed with changing her fate, did not realize it, and instead took the initiative to move closer, and the two of them formed a strange picture on the small stage. Chen Ji tried his best to shrink back, while Li Xiaolu bent over, twisted her buttocks, and tried her best to put her head inside. This coquettish look was seen by some female trainees who were in training, who cursed at him outright. It's really flirty. Brother Chen, look at what you said. You were Qingran's boyfriend before, but now you two have broken up, right? How about this, we add each other as friends? It's okay, let's talk more, maybe after talking, there will be other connections. After saying that, she blinked and gave a coquettish look. This is really Fong Qingran's good friend. Chen Ji looked at his friend and agreed without hesitation. In his previous life, he suffered a lot because of the sarcasm and ridicule he received. He didn't have the ability to retaliate in his previous life. Now that he finally has the chance, he will naturally not let it go. Brother Chen, don't forget to look for me. After saying that, he walked out reluctantly, looking back every few steps. After walking for a while, he came to Chen Ji's luxury car, walked in front of the car, took out his mobile phone and started taking selfies. The next second, he posted a message on WeChat Moments. There were no words in the message, just a photo of himself in the car. Although there is no accompanying text, the meaning is obvious. As soon as he sent it out, Chen Ji received a message reminder. Without any hesitation, Chen Ji directly clicked the like button. I was secretly happy in my heart, let us fight, Li Xiaolu and Fong Qingran are just biting each other. Chen Ji, get out here. How dare you scold me? I'll make sure you pay for it. Suddenly there was a loud shout from outside the door. There is no doubt that this voice belongs to Wang Xiuhong. Wang Xiuhong was really embarrassed today. She wanted to go out to buy a car, but she didn't expect to run into Chen Ji. Although Chen Ji was handsome, he was very embarrassed to be rejected again and again, and the ridicule when buying a car this time was even more unbearable for her. After he came back, he became angrier and angrier, so he took his taekwondo coach with him and rushed over aggressively. This time it wasn't just humiliation. More importantly, competition among peers. The two taekwondo gyms were actually opposite each other. The woman next to her was about to go to her taekwondo gym, but in the blink of an eye she went straight into Chen Ji's taekwondo gym. After the girl working at the front desk told him the news, Wang Xiuhong could no longer bear the new and old grudges, so she rushed over with her men. Chen Ji was naturally not afraid. He walked out directly and mocked Wang Xiuhong, who was outside. What's wrong? Why are you so angry today? Are you angry? Check if there is enough water in your toilet. Drink more to cool down. The receptionist who rushed back heard Chen Ji's sharp counterattack. She lowered her head, her body twitched, and covered her mouth, fearing that her laughter would be heard by others. Wang Xiuhong's face turned red, and she said she couldn't argue with Chen Ji. But she dared to take action and wanted to move forward the next second. But then he remembered that Chen Ji was not made of clay, so he became cowardly again and took a step back. Why are you so foul-mouthed? You are so shameless, stealing my business. Just now, that woman was about to come in. It was you who dragged her away. Chen Ji touched his nose and sneered. It's their freedom to go wherever they want. I didn't force them. Do you need to come here and make irresponsible remarks? Get out of here now. Behind Wang Xiuhong are a group of taekwondo coaches, looking quite impressive. Chen Ji is not afraid of going it alone and dominating the group. This momentum and aura made all the female students admire him very much. Did you see that, Boss Chen? This is a real man, very hard. Ha 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 ha, right? The female executive's face was full of joy at the moment, and no one knew what she was thinking. Wang Xiuhong saw that she couldn't do anything to Chen Ji, so she just stared at him and cursed. If you steal business, you will die a miserable death and go bankrupt sooner or later. Chen Ji glanced at the coach behind him calmly and said with a sigh. I don't know who will go bankrupt first, and whoever goes bankrupt first will be unlucky. Wang Xiuhong was so angry that her face turned red. She pointed at Chen Ji and said angrily. Chapter 11, Provocation. You're a piece of shit. Robbing students is nothing. If you are strong, you can compete with me. Don't think I am afraid of you. I can tell you that I am not afraid of you at all. Chen Ji frowned. The Wang Xiaohong in front of him was really hateful. It was okay for her to do small things in private on weekdays, but today she actually came to his door. You are the loser, your whole family is loser, your husband is not good enough, who here doesn't know that? You are so flashy all day long. Which of the coaches behind you is your mistress? Don't think I don't know. If I tell you, will you still have the face to do it? Wang Xiaohong is used to being domineering on weekdays, so today when she suddenly met her opponent, she was a little uncomfortable. She instantly lost face and some of the coaches behind her simply lowered their heads. Why did they lower their heads? It's all for money that he has an improper relationship with that fat pig like Wang Xiaohong. They feel ashamed and would definitely not dare to show their heads. Chen Ji was not afraid of Wang Xiaoxiu's direct exposure in front of him. He wanted to see if she still had the face to continue shouting here. Wang Xiaohong is not ashamed of it, but proud of it. I am just liked by someone, so what? I tell you, don't think this trick will work on me, I don't care. You are a useless bastard. Everyone knows that you have a girlfriend who asks you for money every day. You are really useless. You give her money every day. You are such a sucker. Aren't you getting married? Have you collected enough money for the wedding gift? Can a loser like you collect enough money for the wedding gift? Wang Xiaohong also knew everything about Chen Ji, and she used it to hurt Chen Ji. Chen Ji didn't take it to heart. After all, the Feng family was a thing of the past. There was no need for him to regard these as his own pain. He just looked at Wang Xiaohong in front of him and said with a chuckle, "Whether I get married or not has nothing to do with you. But you brought a large group of people to my place to provoke you. What are you doing here? If you don't get out of here, I'm going to call the police." Wang Xiaohong didn't buy it and just stood there and spoke. "Today I am here to have a good fight with you. Our two taekwondo gyms are next to each other and we can't tell who is better on weekdays. Today I want to compete with a new coach I recently hired. This coach is no ordinary one." After saying that, Wang Xiaohong looked back. There was some heat in her eyes at this moment. She saw a man walking out from behind. This man was full of muscles. There is a horrible scar on his face. I really don't know what this person has been doing. This guy looks like someone who is not someone you can easily mess with. Everyone stared at the man in front of them, looking left and right. Where did you find this person? What's going on? What do you want to do? In Wang Xiaohong's eyes, Chen Ji's words meant he had already admitted defeat, so Wang Xiaohong immediately challenged him. Today I want to make a bet with you. I, as a coach, will fight you. If you win, I will acknowledge that you are the local industry benchmark. Then whatever you say will be my final decision. Wang Xiaohong had a cunning smile on her face. If I, the coach, win, then don't blame me. Similarly, I am the benchmark customer student in this area. If I have to choose advertising first, I must be given priority. In short, whoever wins is the boss, and whoever loses is the second in command. If they can't make it anymore, they can just leave. Wang Xiaohong's evil plan was to use the coach she had recruited to make the Chen family's taekwondo gym completely lose face. Chen Ji would naturally not dare to gamble in the past. Such a bet is completely suicidal. What if she really loses? If Wang Xiaohong loses, she will not be in trouble. She is the most dishonest person and a complete scoundrel. Naturally, she would never do such a thing. But once Chen Ji loses, Wang Xiaohong will definitely take advantage of him in every way, and Chen Ji will have no place to seek justice. The students behind him were all watching, not fighting for the money but for their reputation. If this incident affected the business of the dojo, Chen Ji would never allow it. Although the dojo business is not the most important thing to him right now, even if he gives up, Chen Ji simply cannot refuse to resist when someone comes to his door to beat him up. What? Do you still dare to gamble? Wang Xiaohong wanted to give Chen Ji a warning. She wanted to see if Chen Ji had the ability to resist. Chen Ji looked at Wang Xiaohong in front of him and responded directly. What's there to be afraid of? I'm just afraid your people aren't strong enough. Come on. After saying that, he walked in. At this moment, the muscular taekwondo coach also began to speak, his face full of indifference. Master Chen, right? I forgot to introduce myself to you. My name is Park Guochang. I am a 9th degree Dan in the World Taekwondo League. I have won first prize in a domestic first-level competition. I am currently one of the founders of the Korean Taekwondo Association. You have never failed since your debut. It's not too late for you to admit defeat now. He has a lot of titles, but Chen Jika will not be intimidated by him. He can also use his reputation to deceive others. So Chenji looked at him and said, "It's true that you are amazing, but if we don't go on stage to compete, who will know who is really amazing and who is just pretending to be amazing? Let's go." After saying that, he continued to walk inside. Chenji's confidence surprised the taekwondo master. Soon they arrived at the venue and saw two groups of people deploying their troops. The girl at the front desk quickly closed the door. After all, now was not the time to recruit students. Near the competition venue, men and women were watching the game. After all, this was a battle between masters, and they all wanted to see what a battle between masters looked like. Chenji was preparing, and that man was also warming up, and they both stretched first, their muscles looking at each other. There are obviously more cheerleaders here for Chenji, and those women are all bewitched by Chenji's charm at this moment. Wang Xiuhong couldn't help but look at Chenji a few times while standing at the side, and she couldn't help but look at the greed in her eyes. This Chenji is really stupid. Wouldn't it be better if he just fell at my feet? Why did he have to make trouble with me? If that's the case, I'm going to bankrupt you and then have a taste of you. Wang Xiuhong's whisper was heard by a coach nearby. His scalp went numb and he broke out in a cold sweat. Wang Xiuhong looked at Chenji, who was pretending to be so pretentious, and directly led her coaches to start mocking him. "Chenji, stop pretending. Everyone knows that you are not very strong in fighting. You are just pretending to be a taekwondo gym and trying to cheat people out of money." One of Wang Xiuhong's coaches stepped forward and nodded in agreement. "You're right. You dare to compete with Coach Park? Not to mention Coach Park, I'm afraid you're not even my opponent. Ha ha ha. It's better to admit defeat as soon as possible. It's much better to admit defeat and avoid getting bruised and battered." Chapter 12, Discussion. Yeah, just admit defeat as soon as possible. How can they be our opponents? Ever since Chenji has been with Fang Qingran, he is indeed not as attentive to the management of the taekwondo gym as before. To the point that he has been weak ever since. It was for this reason that Wang Xiuhong dared to come to his house so unscrupulously. He even wanted to completely take over the taekwondo gym. A coach came over. Chenji knew him because he used to work for him, but this time it was obvious that he came to show his loyalty to his new master. "Chenji, you still know me, right? You offered me such a low salary before, and I couldn't stand it anymore, so I changed my employer. Look at the coaches under you. How many are left? Close the shop as soon as possible and give your brothers a chance to survive. Chenji's salary here is indeed not high. He has revenue problems, is unable to recruit students, is suppressed by Wang Xiuhong, and the Fang family has been sucking Chenji's blood. This led to internal and external troubles, and he would never repeat the disaster of his previous life in this life." Chenji looked at the man walking over, listened to his words, and took his advice. "I know it was my fault that the taekwondo gym has been in decline, but I promise you that from now on I will focus on running the taekwondo gym and will never let something like this happen again." Chenji's sincerity was so deep that some of those who had changed jobs before had a premonition in their hearts. The Chenji in front of him seemed different from the previous Chenji. Seems more resolute and confident. All the students below were worried about Chenji at this moment. They did not have much feelings for Chenji before, but now that Chenji returned and was so charming, they had already turned to Chenji because of his appearance. The female executive from before even frowned. "This is too overbearing. How can you come here and force someone to do something? This is not okay. This is absolutely not okay. No, this is not fair. Chenji is just the boss. Why should he compete with your coach? We also want to find a coach, and we also want to find a coach to compete with you. That's right, we also want to find a coach to compete with you. Why should we only allow you to bully our boss Chen?" All the female students below were worried about Chenji, but Chenji smiled and said to them, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chenji will naturally be fine, as his taekwondo skills are not weak. What's more, what he practiced before was not taekwondo, but sanda. Taekwondo is just a way of life to make a living. As for the ability to fight, he is really good at it. The coach in front of me, although his name is intimidating, is probably just to show off when a real fight breaks out. After all, taekwondo is not suitable for fighting. All kinds of movements are bold and powerful. They may scare ordinary people, but if they meet professional experts, they will be beaten to death. He can be beaten badly with just a takedown and leg sweep. The same is true for Park Guk-chang in front of him. Chen Ji's confidence naturally comes from this. Many people don't know this secret. It is also an inside story in the industry, a mere fancy move. What's more, Chen Ji has the support of the system. His whole body has been strengthened by the system. He feels unprecedented power. This power alone has surpassed ordinary people. Chen Ji slowly walked to the front of the stage and saw his opponent Park Kwa-chang also walked up. Park Kwa-chang looked at Chen Ji and began to show off his muscles. He directly turned the competition into his own display center in order to make those students fall in love with him at first sight. Although this trick was always successful on weekdays, it failed when he met Chen Ji. Chen Ji's charm is naturally much greater than his. Even if he has terrible muscles all over his body, in the eyes of women, terrible muscles all over his body are nothing. At most, he is just a large bullfrog. Who would fall in love with a large bullfrog? Obviously, it is impossible. The two men faced each other. Chen Ji looked at him and did not underestimate him, but Park Kwa-chang, the opponent, underestimated Chen Ji. "Boss Chen, you are just a restaurant owner, why do you have to fight with me? Just surrender obediently, it's not shameful to surrender anyway." Listening to Park Kwa-chang's ridicule from the opposite side, Chen Ji responded with a chuckle. "It's not about being embarrassed or not, I just don't want to admit defeat, and I don't think you are my opponent, come on." Park Guk-chang in front of them has such strength, which is obviously due to hard training. The two of them are able to fight against Chen Ji, so naturally they also hope to fight with him. After all, it has been a long time since I last fought. It would be a great fortune if I could find a suitable opponent to fight with. Wang Xiaohong looked at her newly hired coach from the audience and spoke directly to encourage him. "Coach Park, keep up the good work. If you win, I'll give you a bonus of 5,000 yuan. The salaries of these coaches are already high, and if they can be increased, their salaries will be very considerable." The extra money was very motivating for Park Guk-chang. He clenched his fist muscles and the muscles in his arms instantly hardened. It looks very intimidating, but Chen Ji can tell at a glance that this is definitely not natural muscle. He is indeed powerful, but now this muscle is probably the result of technology and hard work. If you add technology and powerful stuff, your actions will inevitably be restricted, because technology is really harmful to your body. The confident Park Guk-chang rushed forward and punched Chen Ji. Chen Ji dodged backwards. The next second, Park Guk-chang raised his leg high, trying to hit him. But the next second, Chen Ji swept Park Guk-chang to the ground with a leg sweep. Park Kwa-chang was about to be knocked unconscious, but the next second he jumped up and continued to rush over. Chen Ji continued to retreat, and then used the force of his opponent to hit Kwa-chang, who fell directly to the ground. These two blows made him dizzy. Park Kwa-chang wanted to grab Chen Ji's hand the next second, but now he had no idea what to do and could only fight with his own savagery. But how could Chen Ji let him catch Chen Ji to maintain his sanity and continue to flee backwards? Park Kwa-chang shouted. "Boss Chen, why are you coming to fight me? Don't you dare to fight me? Come up." Chen Ji looked at the competition between Park Kwa-chang and the other man like a fool. Could it be that they were really fighting back and forth like this? That was definitely not the case. What is being compared is body movements and skills. If it relies solely on strength, then just change to wrestling instead of taekwondo. Chen Ji, another sweeping kick the next second. Park Guk-chang was swept to the ground, and this time his head hit the corner directly. A big bump appeared instantly. He had obviously lost his ability to stand, and he could not get up at all. Seeing Park Guk-chang so useless, Wang Xiaohong started shouting angrily. "You piece of shit, I thought you were going to win, you were such a piece of shit." Chapter 13, Defection. Wang Xiaohong was furious at this moment. The person she invited lost so miserably that she started cursing. He thought that Chen Ji was a pretty boy with little fighting power, and since he had found a powerful coach, he wanted to completely destroy Chen Ji's prestige in front of everyone. However, he did not expect that his own prestige was completely destroyed instead. Chen Ji was so powerful that he knocked out the coach he hired at a high price with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Wang Xiaohong stared at Chen Ji with burning anger and cursed Pu Guochang with all her might. "Park Guochang, you are such a loser. You dare to ask me for 20,000 yuan a month. You loser, just go away. Forget about 20,000 yuan. I won't even give you a penny. Go back to your country. You have a lot of titles and a body full of dead muscles. You are such a loser, how dare you come to me to cheat me out of money? You are a piece of trash. I'm telling you, don't even mention salary. I can't pay you anymore. You have to give me back the money you made before. How dare a piece of trash like you come to me to cheat me out of money? I really want to beat you to death. Wang Xiuhong's dirty words came out of her mouth one after another. They were so ugly. Park Guk-chang is also a well-known coach in the industry. When he heard these words, he became furious and started swearing at Wang Xiuhong. You stinky bitch, if you hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have come to you. You think 20,000 a month is too expensive? Why would you open a taekwondo gym with someone like you? Just open a beggar's gym. Brothers, what do you think? Why would you want to live with a boss like this? What future can there be for following him? There is no future at all. Park Guk-chang cursed out all the grievances he had suffered in the past few days. He had been enduring these days for the sake of the 20,000 yuan salary, but he didn't expect that Wang Xiuhong would dare to fire him and even want to embezzle his money. Relying on his fame, he attracted many students, who all signed up for his classes because of him. He made Wang Xiuhong earn a lot of money. Wang Xiuhong humiliated her in such a short time, which Pu Guochang could not tolerate. Wang Xiuhong didn't care about that. When she heard that Park Guochang dared to resist, she scolded him even more excitedly. You are a piece of trash. You can't even beat Qinji. How can you still have such muscles? I don't even look down on you, old lady. Get out of here. The farther the better. When Qinji saw this scene, he smiled happily. Although Park Guochang was not good at fighting, his muscles could indeed attract students. Especially his series of honors, which could be placed directly in front of the entrance of the taekwondo gym, would make students more aware of the professionalism of the gym. Since Wang Xiuhong is unwilling, then Qinji is naturally willing to do so. 20,000 yuan to hire a top coach like this is not expensive for a taekwondo gym. The premise is that this taekwondo coach must be worth the price, even though it is a brief contact. Qinji immediately understood that although Park Guk-chang in front of him was not good at fighting, he had no problem with taekwondo techniques, and there was no problem with teaching either. He was much better and more professional than those second-rate coaches he had before, so he stepped forward without any hesitation. Coach Park, since Boss Wang doesn't want you anymore, I'm willing to hire you. The price is negotiable. 20,000 a month. At the same time, there are performance commissions and performance commissions. Everything is done in accordance with the highest standards in the industry. I sincerely invite you to join my team. Qinji's expression didn't seem fake and was so sincere that Park Guk-chang was indeed moved. Taekwondo gyms in China are not very popular. In this small place, there are already 2 taekwondo gyms. He also considered it last time. Qinjia, taekwondo gym is just not his ambition, plus he heard some rumors. For example, Wang Xiuhong often spreads news that is unfavorable to Qinji, such as the bankruptcy of the bride price, and other serious news. This also caused many coaches affiliated with Qinji's taekwondo club to defect. This is what Qinji regrets the most. In his previous life, because Fang Qingran kept asking for a dowry, he kept overdrawing the taekwondo gym's resources. In the end, the taekwondo gym could hardly be maintained. Everything Qinji had worked so hard for was wiped out. He would never repeat the mistakes of his previous life in this life, so Qinji took a deep breath, looked at those coaches who once belonged to him, and said sincerely, "It's not just Coach Park. I'm determined to revive the taekwondo gym. If you want to come, I'll accept all the past grudges. They're all in the past. I am determined to run the taekwondo gym well. Anyone who wants to come back can come back now. From now on, the basic salary of my taekwondo gym coaches starts at 10,000 yuan." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar and a thunderclap, leaving all the coaches dumbfounded. Park Guochang had already decided to change sides, so without any hesitation, he walked directly to Qinji and shook hands with him enthusiastically. "Boss Chen, is everything you said true? If everything is true, then I am willing to join your taekwondo gym." Qinji smiled slightly. "Very good, Coach Park. You can come to work tomorrow. I have prepared the contract and am waiting for you." Qinji's extremely courteous behavior moved Piao Guochang to tears. "Okay, thank you, Boss Chen." He had suffered a lot of grievances under Wang Xiuhong. He originally made a living by teaching people and earned commissions. However, Wang Xiuhong first deceived him and offered him a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, but he didn't expect that Wang Xiuhong would cut off his commissions afterwards. In other words, no matter how many students there are, he can only get 20,000. Such an unfair thing has long been unbearable for Park Guochang. Today was just an introduction, and with Chen Ji's invitation, everything just fell into place. In addition, Park Guochang also stared at Wang Xiuhong with a sharp gaze and spoke angrily to other coaches. Why are you still staying with him? This fat pig usually takes advantage of you. I'm afraid you've all been taken advantage of by him? He's ugly, but he still has beautiful dreams. What are you still doing there? Park Guochang's words caused an uproar. At this moment, all the coaches under Chen Ji were pale as death, and they couldn't believe it was true. Then everyone burst into laughter, laughing wildly. Chapter 14 Taekwondo Championship. Wang Xiuhong is ugly and looks like a fat pig. Such a woman married a man who was not so good. So on weekdays, she often wants to find a gigolo for herself. Such things were just rumors before. Many people said it, but no one dared to believe it. After all, Wang Xiuhong's family was happy. How could she do such a thing? Chenji kept silent despite being harassed several times. After all, he didn't want to talk about such a scandal. The other coaches naturally shared the same view. They all felt insulted and refused to speak out. Park Guochang was a man of true character and he said it directly. The coaches under Chenji all laughed and couldn't imagine how awkward it would be to be with a fat pig like Wang Xiuhong. The wild laughter of Coach Chenji actually corresponded to the bitterness of the coaches under Wang Xiuhong. They didn't laugh at these words. To other coaches, they just sounded like a joke, but in their eyes, they were blood and tears. Wang Xiuhong is indeed not a good person and she always wants to do something to her coaches. Some coaches even do it reluctantly for the sake of money. Such things are not very glorious. After being exposed today, those coaches felt as if they had eaten a fly. Don't even think about the disgust in your heart. It's even more painful to have such a scandal exposed. Wang Xiuhong was furious when she saw her coach like this. Does this old lady treat you goodly? What's wrong with all the expressions on your faces? What's wrong with me hitting you? If you think what I did is wrong, get out of here. I tell you, what I don't lack is money. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are many two-legged taekwondo coaches. He thought these domineering words would make his coaches obey him one by one, but he didn't expect that Coach Wang would be the first to quit. He directly threw the sign around his neck to the ground. You stinky bitch, you fat pig, I'm done with this, why should I just put up with your injustice? Are you still showing off here today? Chen Ji, Boss Chen, Lao Wang, will work with you today. If what you said is true, I can start work right now. Coach Wang's early surrender made Chen Ji very happy. Chen Ji smiled. It definitely counts. Any other coaches who want to come? They all count. As long as they want to come, I want them all. Coaches, we are here to make money, not to be bullied. Can you bear to be bullied by this fat pig? There are quite a few of these coaches, and Chen Ji has already planned to expand the Taekwondo gym. Money is not a problem now. What is important is how to make a name for yourself in this city. The Korean wave is about to sweep in. Once those so-called TV dramas from South Korea become popular, many people will want to learn Taekwondo. By that time, the Taekwondo industry will completely flourish. This is an opportunity, and even though Chen Ji has a cheat in hand, he still wants to seize it. As long as we seize this opportunity, we will definitely be able to stand out in the field of Taekwondo gyms and even become a leading enterprise. It seems that the arrival of all these people now will cause pressure, but it will be of great benefit in the future. However, Wang Xiuhong refused to believe it and spoke coldly to her subordinates. Do you want to go too? How dare you listen to this loser? He's getting married soon, and he hasn't even collected enough money for the bride price. Can he afford your salary? You still want to listen to his nonsense? If you lose your job and have no money to earn, don't come crying and beg for help. Chen Ji immediately refuted. Boss Wang is wrong. I don't even plan to get married, so how can I have a high betrothal gift? My girlfriend and I are not suitable for each other and have broken up. Next, I will focus on running the Taekwondo gym. So coaches, I have sufficient cash flow in my hands. Now that you are here, I will add another bonus of 2,000. If you want to compete, you naturally have to do it to the utmost. When the coaches under Wang Xiuhong thought about how little they earned and how they were being molested by the fat pig, they all defected. Boss Chen, I'll work with you too. You just need to take me in. You don't have to offer me 10,000 yuan in salary. Just pay me at a normal level. The other coaches did the same, one after another they all defected to Chen Ji's side. For a moment, Wang Xiuhong seemed a little lonely. Coach Wang saw that there was someone behind Wang Xiuhong and started to mock her. What's the matter? Coach Lu, are you not eating enough fat pork? I think you are really shameless. This statement was almost clear, and Coach Lu could no longer bear it at this moment, so he turned around and joined Chen Ji. Perhaps because he had been oppressed too much, Coach Lu started to curse. Wang Xiuhong, don't expect me to do anything to you anymore. Get lost. I feel sick every time I'm around you. Wang Xiuhong was so furious that she almost exploded. She stared at the group of traitors under her command, stretched out her hands and spoke angrily with slightly trembling hands. A bunch of ungrateful wolves, a bunch of wolves that can never be tamed. Today I finally saw what ungrateful wolves are. Wang Xiuhong no longer mentioned the bet. Chen Jika has not forgotten what Chen Ji said. Didn't we just say that whoever wins and whoever loses will become the industry benchmark? Didn't we just obey orders? Boss Wang, how are you supposed to obey orders now? Wang Xiuhong was naturally an unreasonable person, and she spat on the ground. You want me to be civilized to you, that's wishful thinking. You piece of shit, don't think you're awesome just because you're so proud now. Life is long. Just wait. Sooner or later I will bankrupt you. Just wait. It's useless to be complacent now. Wang Xiuhong was so angry that she had no other choice but to show off her power verbally. However, it was clear who was the winner and who was the loser. Wang Xiuhong lost both face and substance. I had intended to show off my power by going there, but I didn't expect to be slapped in the face like this. Wang Xiuhong stared at Chen Ji and continued to show off her power. Let me tell you, my brother is also a 9th degree Taekwondo master, and he also practices Sanda. Let him come over when the time comes, and I'll show you what I can do. You loser won by chance, how dare you be so arrogant, and you bunch of losers will just wait. Mom, if you all had no food to eat, I would have starved you all to death, so that you dare to humiliate me like this today. She said it was powerful, but she still ran away in disgrace. Chen Ji looked at Wang Xiuhong, who was disgraceful, but did not say anything mocking. But the coaches and students under her were all talking about it. Wang Xiuhong had really made a name for herself this time. Soon she would be famous in the entire Taekwondo world. Chapter 15 Registration. The troublemaker Wang Xiuhong finally left. At this moment, the Taekwondo hall returned to silence, and everyone was looking at Chen Ji with hope in their eyes. Chen Ji is truly radiant now, and those female students are constantly flattering him. Boss Chen is so amazing, he is so generous. I want to top up my account. I want to order a private lesson from Boss Chen. I must order a private lesson from Boss Chen. I want to top up my account too. Ha 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 ha. You guys are all trying to grab Boss Chen. I think Coach Park next door is pretty good. I want to sign up for Coach Park's class. The atmosphere suddenly became joyful. At this moment, Chen Ji finally smiled happily. After leaving Feng Qingran, many things became smoother. Soon, the busy day was over, and the new coaches were seen working hard in the evening, but the venue was not big. Most coaches were still eating free meals. Some coaches saw this predicament and quickly spoke to Chen Ji when they gathered after get-off work. Chen Ji, it seems that you don't need so many coaches here. If it doesn't work, let's go. Anyway, we have these skills and can make a living anywhere. Chen Ji looked at the person who said this and shook his head. Absolutely not. As long as I have food to eat, you will have food to eat. Brothers will follow me. Those who follow me respect me, Chen Ji. You think highly of me, but I can't do things that make people look down on me. As long as you follow me, you will have food to eat. These words directly won the hearts of these coaches, and each of them was determined to follow Chen Ji. Chen Ji couldn't let them go. What were these people now? They were all his treasures. If they left, it would be a huge loss for him to go to other coaches, so he absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. When the coaches heard these words, they were deeply moved. They also didn't know that Chen Ji was so kind and righteous. Such benevolence and righteousness made them all feel ashamed of their previous betrayals. But now, they were all under Chen Ji's command, and they all made up their minds. They must make use of their connections to bring more clients to Chen Ji and make Chen Ji's Taekwondo gym prosperous. Only when Chen Ji's Taekwondo gym is prosperous can they have a better future. There is nothing wrong in following a boss like this. There is nothing wrong in following such a boss. Park Guo-chang was also inspired and moved by Chen Ji. He took a step forward and spoke to Chen Ji. Boss Chen, you are so good at Taekwondo. You can't just waste your time here. You are already able to defeat me and win an award. I know there is an award that will allow you to shine. With your current strength, you will definitely be able to make it into the top 3. As long as you can make it into the top 3, our boxing gym will be famous throughout the country. This tournament is an opportunity. Chen Ji instantly became interested and asked, "You mean the national championships?" Park Guo-chang nodded. He was talking about the national championships. Chen Ji remembered the national championships because the date of the national championships was almost the same as his wedding date. But during those days, he was almost exhausted by the bride price and Fang Qingran's family, so how could he pay attention to this competition? However, he also knew that the final winner was a taekwondo gym owned by Lin. Lin's taekwondo gym was already very powerful, and with the support of this championship, it has completely established its leading position in the industry. It gradually opened branches in major provinces and cities and became a huge entity. In his previous life, the Lin family taekwondo gym was very famous to him. When he thought about this life, he definitely couldn't miss it, so he said directly, "Okay, then I'll go and sign up myself. By the way, are there any of you guys going to sign up?" Chen Ji looked at his coaches. Naturally, all of them were interested, but there were only a few who really met the requirements. Soon, the group of people started discussing. "Boss Chen, the national championship is still a long way off. Let's go sign up first. The registration deadline is almost here, so we have to sign up tomorrow morning." Park Guo-chang was particularly concerned about these things, so he knew it would be too late if he didn't sign up. Chen Ji also lowered his brows and said, "There should be a registration point in this city. Let's go and sign up now." After Chen Ji finished speaking, he drove with Park Guo-chang and several other coaches to the registration point. Park Guo-chang led the way and soon arrived at a large institution in the East District. This large organization is a registration point, and it is very convenient to register here. He regretted missing such an important tournament in his next life, as this life would be the beginning of his legend. Chen Ji walked in confidently and quickly, and soon all the registration procedures were completed. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a 1.8-meter tall man slowly walking towards him. He looked up at Chen Ji and said with disdain and a bit of hostility in his eyes, "You must be Chen Ji, right? You don't seem to be that powerful." What Chen Ji didn't know was that all this was set up for him. When Wang Xiuhong returned to her boxing gym, she was filled with indignation. She went straight to find her younger brother, who was an expert in taekwondo, so she recruited him. Her younger brother was also in the city, so the two met very quickly. Wang Xiuhong's complaints made her younger brother Wang Xiuhu furious. They originally wanted to go directly to the door, but they didn't expect that someone would tip them off. Those coaches actually tipped off Wang Xiuhong about Chen Ji's intention to sign up for the National Taekwondo Championship. Wang Xiuhong immediately came up with an idea and asked her younger brother to sign up as well. "Brother, you have to sign up too. Your ranking will be of great help to our Taekwondo gym. By the way, you have to teach Chen Ji a lesson. If Chen Ji is in the championship, everyone will know that Chen Ji is a waste." Wang Xiuhu nodded, looked at his sister with contempt, and nodded. "Okay, sister, I get it. Don't worry about this little bastard. I can easily make him know what it means to be powerful. But now there is no time. I'll go sign up first." After saying that, he drove away. He knew Chen Ji, but he didn't know how a loser like Chen Ji could have such a big change so quickly and even make his strong sister lose face. This surprised Wang Xiuhu greatly, but also made him somewhat interested, and he was ready to see it for himself. Chapter 16 Conspiracy. Chen Ji ignored this strange man, and he didn't know that the person in front of him was Wang Xiuhong's younger brother Wang Xiuhu. Wang Xiuhu returned to Wang Xiuhong's taekwondo gym and told his sister what he had seen. "Don't worry, sister. That boy is not that powerful. Just wait and see how I beat him up." Wang Xiuhong was eating a piece of fat meat at the moment. Then she put down her chopsticks, wiped her greasy mouth and said, "No, brother. This kid is surprisingly strong. Coach Park Guo-chang was knocked out. If he participates, it will definitely be risky. So call Chairman Li and tell him that I am willing to pay 30,000 yuan to prevent that kid from signing up." "Wang Xiuhong, this plan is really vicious. She gave some money to the taekwondo chairman. As long as Chunji fails to sign up, no matter how powerful Chenji is, he will not have the slightest chance of turning the tables. Wang Xiuhu frowned and said, "It's not like my sister can't beat him, so why bother using such a small trick? Isn't this money wasted?" Wang Xiuhong shook her head. "Don't underestimate him. That guy is surprisingly strong. I saw him defeat Park Kwa-chang in just 2 or 3 moves. Park Kwa-chang is so strong that even our coaches are no match for him." Wang Xiuhu did not think that Park Kwa-chang was that strong. How strong could a person who had just gained experience be? He was just his show-off. But he was invincible in the real world. So he still said with contempt, "Then you go first. He is no match for me anyway. It doesn't matter if my sister doesn't believe me." Wang Xiuhong has always been a strong person, and Wang Xiuhu knows that. Since he can't persuade her, just let her be. Anyway, he can win. As long as he wins, it will also make his sister's taekwondo gym famous. Wang Xiuhong called without any hesitation. At this moment, the chairman was sorting out the list of participants, and he was not surprised when looking at the lists. This year is much better than previous years. More and more people are signing up, which is great. The next second, I got a call. "Hello, who is this? What's up?" The voice of the former taekwondo chairman instantly reached Wang Xiuhong's ears, and Wang Xiuhong immediately smiled flatteringly. "Is this Chairman Qian? I'm Wang Xiuhong. I have something to discuss with you. Is there anyone on your side? If not, let's discuss it. It's a great thing to send you money." Chairman Qian was stunned, not knowing what good news was. He then looked to both sides, stood up alone, and walked towards the corridor outside. "Okay, now tell me, what's going on?" Wang Xiuhong did not delay at this moment. She also knew that people love money. As long as the money is in place, everything can be discussed, so she went straight to the point. "Chairman, I heard that there is a person named Chenji who signed up. I have some grudges against him. I am willing to pay 30,000 yuan. You just need to erase his name and pretend that he has never signed up. Tomorrow morning is the final deadline anyway. You just need to say it was a mistake, and you can get the 30,000 yuan. How about it? If it's okay, I'll transfer the money to you now. You can still use the old card number." This was not the first time that Wang Xiuhong had done such a dirty thing. All her honorary titles were obtained through bribery. In fact, she knew nothing about taekwondo. Chairman Qian naturally understood and said with a smile, "I thought it was something else. If that's the case, then I understand. It's still the old account. Please call me." After saying that, the chairman went back and directly found Chunji's application form from a pile of names. "Shaoli, the application form you came here on is not clear, so it is invalidated." "What about you?" "Just throw it into the trash can." Shaoli looked at the application form and said, "Then I'll give him a call and let him know and ask him to fill out another application form." The chairman glared at him angrily. "You treat this matter so carelessly, and even asked him to fill in the application form. Just don't ask him to fill it in. He just failed. That's it. Fine, throw it in the trash." What a shady operation. With just a random excuse, they threw the application into the trash. Wang Xiuhong transferred the money directly to this account. Although she spent money, she was in a very good mood. Why are you in such a good mood? Or is it because it's worth the money? Being able to discipline Shenji is extremely important to her. If she can make Shenji go bankrupt, then she will be the only taekwondo gym in this street and this area. So she laughed happily, and Wang Xiuhu next to her couldn't help but said, "Sister, you are just asking for trouble. So what if you can't let him sign up? How great can you be? You are just wasting money." Wang Xiuhong disagrees. This kid is so powerful now that he dares to teach his sister a lesson. "No, I'm telling you that it's easier to get things done if you spend money. It's always like this. If you don't spend money, no one will do anything for you. Why fight him? We can use some tricks to make them unable to lift their heads and walk away. Let's go block the door tomorrow morning and teach that guy a lesson so that he knows how powerful we are. You don't even know how that kid scolded me. When the time comes, you can help me scold him. After all, those outsiders are unreliable. Only my good brother can be trusted." After saying that, he started thinking about how to have a big fight with Chenji. Chen Ji was still unaware of all this at the moment. He was preparing for the championship. There is no problem with his movements or strength, and with the help of the system, there will be absolutely no problem. Now comes the issue of funding. After buying this luxury car, I didn't have much money left. After that, he bought another house. Although this house didn't cost much, the money after the 20% discount still almost drained his savings. But he didn't regret buying this house at all. Why not? Because this house is of great significance. He only spent this little money to buy it now. Soon, this house will be worth more than 10 million. He made a net profit of nearly 10 million after transferring it back and forth. This is the most violent one. Although real estate seems to only offer high prices, it is very difficult to cash out, so Chenji does not plan to buy too many houses. You should still do business and expand your business. This is the right way to go, and this is how you will make money incessantly. The money on the Taekwondo gym's account has now reached a precarious point, and he can only try his best to maintain it. Only by maintaining the Taekwondo gym can it grow further. Chapter 17 Wang Xiuhu. Early the next morning, Chenji came to the Taekwondo gym. He wanted to check everything about the Taekwondo gym and then prepare for the next step of expansion. Chenji's luxury car was parked directly in front of the door, and this luxury car could attract quite a few guests. After all, in this era, 10,000 yuan is extremely difficult to earn. Suddenly, a new $1 million luxury car appears in front of a store. This is also an extremely shocking scene. Chenji said to the front desk and some core coaches at this moment, "Our storefront is too shabby. It won't do. How can we continue our business in the future? Let me invest in renovating the storefront and expanding the space behind it. It would be best if we could merge one of the two and use it as our training ground." Chenji looked around and found that the only problem at the moment was that the venue was too small. There were not enough coaches, and these coaches were not professional enough, so Chenji planned to let them go for further training. First, decorate the storefront, and then the overall quality training of our coaches will be the same. I will pay for it. Coach Lee has been following Chenji for quite some time, and he spoke with some concern. Decorating the storefront and going to training all cost money. Do we have the money? It's hard to do things without money. Chenji, you have to think it through. This is not a matter of pretending to be rich. Let's maintain the status quo for now. With the blessing of the golden eyes, money is not a problem for Chenji. He just doesn't want to be too ostentatious now. After finishing the work at hand, he immediately went on to draw lottery tickets. If all else fails, he will go directly to the casino. He will earn as much money as he can in the casino anyway. His eyes are now natural cheating devices. It is extremely easy to make money with these eyes. Chenji said confidently with a smile. Don't worry about the money. I don't plan to get married anymore. The betrothal money plus other money is enough. I have also made some money and have some opportunities. If you don't believe me, just look at the car outside. It's the one I bought. I also bought a villa in the most luxurious Eaton Manor in this city. So don't worry about the money. Money is not the problem. The problem is how can we make the Chen clan gym flourish. Chenji spoke confidently, and the coaches under him also relaxed their brows at this moment. As long as there is money, then everything will not be a problem. Just as several people were discussing their grand plans, Wang Xiuhong's extremely unpleasant voice suddenly came from outside. Chenji, come out here, ha ha ha, you are so shameless now, you parked your luxury car directly at the door, what's the matter? Do you want to be a gigolo or to pick up customers? These words made Chenji frown. This Wang Xiuhong really came back again, so Chenji didn't hesitate at all and walked out directly. The coaches beside him were also determined to follow Chenji, so they quickly walked to the door and looked at the arrogant Wang Xiuhong. Chenji immediately turned on the sarcasm mode. What are you doing here again? Are you trying to humiliate yourself again? In fact, insulting you is a disgusting thing. Chenji's words really touched Wang Xiuhong's sore spot, and Wang Xiuhong even roared directly. You little bastard, you are so shameless. You make me so angry. Wang Xiuhong was trembling as she was pointed at, and then she fought back with a murderous and heartbreaking blow. Well, you dare to fight me now. Don't think I don't know that you also want to participate in the so-called National Taekwondo Championship. I tell you, a loser like you will not get any ranking. Even someone like you has been beaten by others in the past. Do you see the person next to me? That's my brother Wang Xiuhu. With him here, you can forget about getting a rank, and it's impossible for you to get a rank at all. Just be a good piece of shit and follow your shitty coaches and be a bunch of shitty guys here. Wang Xiuhong's words made Shenji stunned, and then he looked at Wang Xiuhong as if he had sensed something. Wang Xiuhong seemed to be touched upon, and fearing that the other party would find out, she simply lowered her head. The next second, Shenji seemed to sense something and stared at her and said, "It seems that you have done something. It seems that you don't want me to win the award. What did you do?" Wang Xiuhong stopped talking immediately. The next second, she looked to the side and said, "You are slandering people. Who has done anything to you? Do you need me to do anything to a person like you? Are you a match for my brother?" Wang Xiuhu stepped forward, stared at Shenji with contempt, and said, "I knew you before, and I thought you would have closed down by now, but I didn't expect that you have not closed down yet. It's not easy for you to survive until now. It's just that you met me. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to recruit students anymore. Go bankrupt as soon as possible and give everything you have to my sister. Otherwise I will find a way to make you go bankrupt." Wang Xiuhu is quite famous in the industry. Shenji next to him did not realize this, but Coach Li next to him did know it. Coach Li lowered his head and said to Shenji, "Shenji, this guy is not simple. It is said that he used Taekwondo to beat someone to death. At that time, he even signed a life and death agreement. Fortunately, the man was not really beaten to death. However, this guy's strength is also very unusual." Coach Li's words did not make Shenji feel afraid. Shenji looked at Wang Xiuhu in front of him and said, "I look forward to fighting you, but don't deny your defeat when the time comes." Wang Xiuhong is a deadbeat, and Wang Xiuhu in front of her seems to be the same. Wang Xiuhu stared at him and said, "Don't brag. You've got a bad tongue. Sister, let's go. There's nothing to be afraid of with this piece of trash. I can definitely defeat it and beat him." Wang Xiuhong continued to insult Shenji. "Shenji, wait and see how my brother beats your brother. I tell you, when you fight him, you don't have to hold back and cripple him. You have to let him know how powerful you are and beat him into a paraplegic." Wang Xiuhong's hatred for Chen Ji was real. But Chen Ji never regarded her as an opponent. Now she can still talk to Chen Ji face to face. When Chen Ji becomes completely successful, Wang Xiuhong in front of him will be just a ridiculous clown-like figure. Wang Xiuhong left, and Wang Xiuhu also left. They left together. Shenji looked at their backs as they left, and always felt a little uneasy. Shenji immediately said to Coach Li next to him, "Did you hear what Wang Xiuhong said just now?" Coach Li was no fool, and he came to his senses immediately. Chapter 18 Successful Registration. "I see. She must have tampered with our registration, so she could say such things." Shenji nodded. Wang Xiuhong is not a person with a bottom line. She can do anything. At this moment, the coach who jumped from Wang Xiuhong also spoke. "That's probably the case. Wang Xiuhong is a shameless person. She got all the titles in her store by paying bribes. I know who she bribed. She probably bribed the vice chairman of Taekwondo, Chairman Xian. Let's go now. As long as we find Chairman Li, he will definitely handle the matter impartially and will never show favoritism." Shenji spoke immediately without any hesitation or delay. "Coach Li, I'll leave this to you. By the way, Coach Zhou, since you know about this, please go with me. If you successfully register, I will give you a bonus." Coach Zhou had naturally decided to follow Chen Ji wholeheartedly, and naturally understood all of this. He said immediately, "Boss Chen, you are being so distant with me. I am willing to follow you. From today on, our fates are the same. If that guy plotted against you, then aren't you plotting against me? What's the point of talking about bonuses? No bonuses, let's go now. Today at noon is the last time to sign up. If we delay, I'm afraid it will be too late to go later." Without any delay, Shenji drove directly to the Taekwondo institution with Coach Zhou. Along the way, Coach Zhou kept talking. "Boss Chen, you are a kind person. I tell you, it is absolutely right to follow you. That old woman is useless on weekdays. Sooner or later, she will go bankrupt." After hearing this, Shenji nodded, but did not agree. Wang Xiuhong's ending was actually similar to the prediction here, except that she prospered for a while, but when housing prices plummeted, she went bankrupt due to many factors. But at that time, Wang Xiuhong had already made a lot of money. She successfully took advantage of the Korean wave and made a lot of money by relying on dishonest means. Such an ending was absolutely unfair in the previous life. It is unbelievable that someone like Wang Shohong could earn so much money. Soon, they arrived outside the institution. Coach Zhou said to Chen Ji without any hesitation. Come, I'll take you there. Let's go find Chairman Li right now. As long as Chairman Li verifies and your name isn't on it, it's most likely that the shrew did it. The two walked along and soon arrived outside an office. Coach Zhou knocked on the door and spoke. Is this Chairman Li? I'm Shou Shaosun. You still remember me, right? I was your student before. Chen Ji was stunned, but he didn't expect that Coach Zhou next to him was actually Chairman Li's student. Chairman Li seemed to have an impression of him and let them in directly. Come in, it's you. What did Zhou Shaosun do after leaving me? I heard that you became a coach, you must teach your students well. Zhou Shaosun felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Shaosun is only in his 30s now, and Chairman Li is only in his 50s. It is natural for the two to have a teacher-student relationship. What do you want from me? But I'm telling you that you can't do anything by backdoor. You have to be fair and just in order to be successful in the long run. Zhou Shaosun nodded and then agreed. Teacher, you are right, but someone is doing something unfair now. Our boss Chen went to register yesterday, but it seems that someone tampered with his registration. Chen Ji immediately handed in the registration form in his hand. Chairman Li put on his reading glasses, looked at the registration form, and nodded. Yes, there should be no problem with what was signed yesterday. There are 2 copies in total. Wait for me to call someone to check it. After saying that, he called the office director. Xiao Zhou, and hey, boss Chen, right? You don't have to think too much. My subordinates are all fair and just, and will never do those disgusting things. Since you have signed up, then you have signed up for 8 days. Chen Ji echoed from the side. Chairman Li, you are right. It's just that someone came to my house today to provoke me and said that I couldn't sign up. I came here precisely because I was afraid of any accidents. I am really sorry to bother you. Chairman Li said with a smile. It's right for young people to be cautious. It won't take much effort at any time. The next second, a phone call came in. Chairman Li picked up the phone. His face was originally full of smiles, but the next second it turned into a cold expression. He slammed the table angrily. How dare these bastards do such a thing under my command? Well, they even dare to do this. No, this cannot be allowed. Chairman Li said angrily, your name is not on the list. It seems that some bastard took money to cross out your name. I already know who it is. Both Chen Ji and Coach Zhou broke out in cold sweats. If they had not taken this matter seriously, they would probably be regretting it now and would have lost the qualification to participate in the National Taekwondo Championships. Coach Zhou also nodded and then cursed angrily. What an old witch. I didn't expect that she would really do such a dirty trick in prehistoric times. She is so shameless. She dares to do anything. Having lost face in front of his students, Chairman Li stopped talking and spoke directly to Chen Ji. Don't worry, Boss Chen. I'm here to take care of this matter. No one will make things difficult for you. I'll get someone to come over and take care of this matter right away. Chairman Li called Vice Chairman Xian directly. Vice Chairman Xian was trembling with fear at the moment, not knowing what the chairman wanted him to do. However, he did not think it was a big deal. He usually took money to do small things, which would not alarm the chairman. Vice Chairman Xian walked in tremblingly. Chairman, is there anything you want to ask me? Chairman Li said without further ado, well, you are so audacious to take money and tamper with the quota. You don't have to come tomorrow, and you will lose your position. You can go wherever you want in the future. This is not a hotbed for morally corrupt people like you. Vice Chairman Qian was completely dumbfounded. But the next second, he was dragged out by Chairman Li's men. He was so distraught that he completely lost his spirit. Chairman Li said to Chen Ji with some guilt. I'm so sorry. This happened because of my negligence. If it weren't for my negligence, how could this happen? Don't worry, the Taekwondo National Championship is still fair and just. I'm looking forward to seeing you here. Chen Ji nodded and smiled. Chairman Li's impartiality in enforcing the law is truly admirable, so I won't bother you anymore. Chapter 19 Banquet Preparation. Xiao Zhao, by the way, have you contacted them about the company's cocktail party? We must let all the car owners participate in this event. They are a living signboard, and we also need to use this event to promote it. Zhao Chuanxue was in a daze when she was suddenly reminded by the manager. A blush appeared on her face. Somehow, when she heard that she was going to contact those clients, Chen Ji's face suddenly appeared in her mind. Chen Ji's appearance had been engraved in her heart and she could never forget it. Maybe this is what love is. Liking someone does not mean long-term companionship, but love at first sight. It seems that when you think of this thing, you think of that person. Okay, I've basically contacted all the managers. I'll contact the rest later. Zhao Chuanxue naturally knew Chen Ji's contact information. After all, the insurance was purchased in the store. She picked up the phone and called him directly. Chen Ji is processing documents. There are many things in the Taekwondo gym that need his attention and cannot be delayed any longer, especially the general direction. He has already contacted the construction team on how to renovate the facade. However, during this period of time, the business will inevitably be affected, so he plans to directly renovate the back door and temporarily let the back door serve as the front door. The two-line construction allows the site to have two main entrances. In this way, the construction of the back door becomes more important. In short, both must demonstrate the strength of the Taekwondo gym. Coach Wang, these are very important. Come and take a look at them. By the way, find a well-known designer to design them, and then send the final design to me. It has to be luxurious, with Korean style, but also with our own style. We want to build a different Taekwondo gym. Do you understand? Chen Ji's ambition goes far beyond this. He wants to compete with those big companies. Yes, compete. It would be best if he could be on par with Lin's Taekwondo gym one day. It's not just about being on par with him, but about seizing the opportunity to surpass Lin's Taekwondo gym. Just as he was about to contact the construction team, he heard the phone ringing and he turned on the phone. Chen Ji found that this was an unfamiliar number. He subconsciously wanted to hang up, but he chose to answer the call the next second. After all, there are too many people contacting me in the past 2 days. If it's the construction team calling, it would be very rude to hang up directly. When Zhao Chuanxue heard the phone being answered, she was a little flustered the next second. She didn't know what to do. Her heart was pounding, and then she said embarrassedly, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen? I'm from the 4S store. You bought a new car from our store before. Do you remember? It was that luxury car." When Chen Ji heard the gentle voice, he immediately thought of the beautiful female salesperson he had contacted before. Zhao Chuanxue's appearance was naturally beautiful, but too many things had happened during this period of time, leaving him with no time for the moment. He then said, "So it's the beautiful lady from Zayota University. Haha, why are you contacting me today? I'm really sorry. I've been too busy recently, otherwise I would have contacted you a long time ago. But it's not too late now, right?" Ever since Chen Ji obtained the charm system, his speech skills have become very good. Just 2 random sentences can make Zhao Chuanxue feel shy. Somehow, all the initial pressure disappeared without a trace. Zhao Chuanxue overcame the psychological pressure and said to Chen Ji, Boss Chen, do you have time to come over? The 4S store is like this. We have an event tomorrow. We can invite new and old car owners like you to gather at the 4S store for a car club gathering. Next, there will be a private event on the first floor of the Marriott Hotel to reward car owners like you. You can draw a lottery on the spot. The biggest prize is a notebook worth 10,000 yuan and other prizes. Zhao Chuanxue made his purpose clear. Chen Ji was interested. He thought that at a big cocktail party like this he would definitely be able to meet the boss of this city. It was a good thing for expanding his network, but more importantly, he wanted to conquer early spring snow. He might want to exchange the points for something different. Ever since he was reborn and obtained the system, he has not yet conquered even one goddess. In this state, he cannot redeem anything. And early spring snow will be the first target, so Chen Ji agreed immediately. The beautiful lady invited me personally. How can I not go? Okay, I'll go there tomorrow. Let's contact each other tomorrow. By the way, let's add a communication software and contact each other on it. I wonder if the beautiful lady would be willing to show up. Chen Ji's current status is completely different from before, so Zhao Chuanxue naturally looks at him differently. After all, anyone who can spend more than 1 million to buy a car in this city must be wealthy and different from others. Zhao Chuanxue had no doubt about Chen Ji's character, nor did she doubt that Chen Ji was a bad person. She just smiled shyly. Okay, then just add me. It's my number. You must come tomorrow. Chen Ji nodded and then thought about his schedule. Coach Wang, the construction team will come tomorrow. You will be responsible for contacting them and confirm their construction period first. The design drawings can be delayed. These people may not be reliable, so we also need to have multiple plans. These small matters can be handed over to Coach Wang, but he will have to handle other matters himself. The first thing is to change your attire. Since his rebirth, Chen Ji has been busy with miscellaneous matters, and he still wears low-key clothes, although these clothes are not ugly. However, to make friends with those big bosses, it is more important to have financial strength. Economic strength is not like inner strength, which needs to be dug up. The simplest way to look at it is to see what clothes you wear, what car you drive, and what company is behind you. Those big bosses who have returned to simplicity naturally don't have to consider these things, but now Chen Ji only has a pitifully small taekwondo gym. If he wants to impress them, he can only have a heroic appearance. The car is enough to show off, the next thing is the clothes. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. This time he didn't worry about money. With 2 large purchases and the support of the property, he directly applied for a credit card with an overdraft limit of 1.5 million. With this amount, you don't have to worry about buying anything in the short term. Chen Ji directly took out his gold card. I'm going to go out for a while. You guys watch here. If anyone comes to cause trouble, come find me. Chen Ji walked out and then turned his gaze to Wang Xiuhong's taekwondo gym next to him. After that incident, Wang Xiuhong had finally been quiet for a few hours, but she was not sure whether Wang Xiuhong would continue to make trouble. Don't worry about that for now, the most important thing is to buy clothes. Chapter 20 Low-key but luxurious. Holding the gold card, Chen Ji got into the car directly. The roaring sound when he started the accelerator made him very happy. Luxury cars are really different. He stepped on the accelerator and headed straight towards the largest shopping mall in the city. This shopping mall is the Baida shopping mall located in the city center. For Chen Ji in the past, the Baida shopping mall was simply a devilish place, because Fang Jingran used to come here to shop without blinking an eye. He was the one responsible for paying, and he felt painful every time he paid. The consumption here was really beyond the affordability of a small taekwondo boss like him. But Fang Jingran always makes big purchases, and the amount he spends each time is more than 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. Not only buying things, but also a meal here costs at least 2,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Chen Ji felt a sharp pain in his heart. My life in the previous life was so miserable. I was almost dying from being exploited by Fang Jingran and the Fang family. But now everything is fine, and the painful days will finally become a thing of the past. This time, his mentality has changed greatly. He walked in slowly. When he came here, his mentality changed and his steps gradually became lighter. Why is he so calm? Why did he change? Is it because he has a gold card that allows him to overdraw 1.5 million yuan? With this gold card, what else is there to be afraid of? Nothing. Chen Ji walked directly into the first floor, to the clothing factory facing the main entrance. All the clothes in the factory were high-end custom-made clothes, including suits, dresses, and work clothes. They could be customized or purchased at will. The price of each set of clothes is over 10,000 yuan, which is a place Chen Ji once dared not even look at. But now he walked in leisurely. The shopping guide inside immediately saw the customer coming and walked forward respectfully and bowed to greet him. Hi, would you like to buy some clothes? The shopping guide pointed at the clothes inside and said to Chen Ji. These clothes are all new styles, the latest, and discounted. They are all good clothes. Which ones do you want to choose? Chen Ji took a look at these clothes and found them too flashy. He shook his head and said to the shopping guide. Money is not a problem. What I need is to be low-key. Please help me pick out a few sets of clothes. Oh, they have to be low-key and luxurious, and suitable for business. My budget is within 200,000 yuan, you can choose whatever you want. The two shopping guides looked at each other, knowing that big business had come, and provided service more attentively. Sir, no, hello, boss, I'll pair it for you, please wait a moment. A budget of 200,000 is already enough. Even if it is the most luxurious clothing store, it will not cost 200,000 to put together a few sets of clothes. 100,000 is more than enough. Their commission from this 100,000 is also very considerable, so the two of them are so happy. The two shopping guides looked at Chunji quickly without any hesitation, and started matching his clothes the next second. But in just a moment, two people came over with several sets of clothes. Well, sir, hello, here are the clothes for you. This is the fitting room. Please go to the fitting room and try them on. If they don't fit, we will match them for you. These shopping guides usually do this kind of work, so their matching is naturally excellent. Shenji quickly walked in and put on the clothes. It is true that people need clothes to match. When Shenji puts on clothes, his temperament immediately changes. He looks like a low-key rich man, but also shows a bit of luxury. After all, haute couture clothes are different from ordinary clothes. They look three-dimensional and upright when worn on the body. The two shopping guides were both dazzled by his appearance. Shenji was handsome to begin with, and with his charm and figure, especially with the clothes, he looked even more handsome. Not only were their eyes brightened, but they were also deeply attracted to him. A shopping guide flattered directly. Sir, you look really handsome. This suit suits your temperament very well. Look at this mirror. It fits you from all angles. The shopping guide deliberately moved forward and rubbed Shenji's shoulder. His shoulder felt something strange. The shopping guide next to him was indeed very pretty. But it's only the kind after makeup. Shenji took a step back, distanced himself from her and said, Okay, in that case, I'll take this set. Shenji was satisfied with the clothes and put them on directly. Hello, sir. This is the second dress. Please try it on. It has been matched for you. Oh, and I have also given you the choice of clothes inside. Shenji picked up the clothes for the second round of replacement. The second set of clothes is obviously not as elegant as the first one, but both are good, very low-key, and in line with his temperament. Shenji was very happy. He took out the gold card from his wallet and compared it with the two salesmen. Very good, I like both sets of clothes very much, so I will buy them both. You guys go swipe your card and pack up the clothes. The two shopping guides had big smiles on their faces, as they had received the commission. Shenji put on his second set of clothes directly. After packing another piece of clothing, he was about to go out the door when the salesperson quickly came up to Shenji and said, Hello sir, your previous clothes are still there. Look, I'll pack this dress for you and you can take it away. Shenji took one look at the tattered clothes and shook his head. That suit is no longer needed, so why don't you just throw it away? After Shenji finished speaking, he turned around and left the clothing store in a cool manner. After choosing the clothes, the next thing was to choose the accessories. For men, the most important accessory is a watch. A watch is not only a man's face, but also his inner self. Spending money on a luxury car is not really a big deal. Buying a useless luxury watch shows your status and value. This is also the only value of the watch. After all, in today's technologically advanced world, who still looks at the time? A small electronic watch that costs a few dollars can keep accurate time, even better than that electronic watch. But why do those rich guys still buy watches? Just because it is a symbol of status, and status is more important than anything else. Shenji went upstairs to the luxury watch area and was dazzled by the Luchin and other types of luxury watches. These are the latest models of mechanical watches. Shenji took them in his hands and shook them gently. He found that they had started to turn. The salesperson over there said enthusiastically, Hello sir, you look so handsome in this outfit. The female salesperson was completely infatuated with him. Shenji smiled and said helplessly, I want to choose a famous watch. Do you have anything that matches it? Just a normal business watch, one that people can tell at a glance that it's low-key, but the kind that shows that you have money. Chapter 21 Dress Up for the Party. Of course, sir. Look at this famous watch. It comes from Great Britain. It is a top-quality watch. The movement inside is handmade in Switzerland, showing the British gentleman style. The price of this famous watch is also suitable now. You can take it home for only 388,000. The female salesperson directly recommended the most expensive famous watches. A watch worth more than 300,000 yuan is already amazing in this city. I wanted to slap the handsome guy in front of me and make her be more rational, but I didn't expect Shenji to look at the famous watch in front of him and say it directly and generously. This watch looks good, but is there a more expensive one? This famous watch is the famous Ashton. Low-key and luxurious, any boss can see its value at a glance. Although the logo is low-key, it is definitely dazzling. Purely mechanical watches are made for successful people. The saleswoman was stunned and shook her head. Hello, sir. There is nothing more expensive. This watch is the most expensive in this city. Wearing this watch will definitely make you look impressive and stylish. Chenji was a little disappointed after hearing this. His budget for the luxury watch was about 700,000, but he didn't expect to spend less than 400,000. However, this was enough. Chenji nodded, took the watch in his hand and said, "Then help me put it on. By the way, does this watch have a more luxurious strap? Do you want a better strap?" The saleswoman was stunned. She didn't expect to sell such a high-priced luxury watch directly. She immediately stammered. "Yes, here is a luxurious platinum watch for you. The strap is inlaid with top-grade red diamonds." Chenji nodded. "Okay, then I'll pay for this Ashton watch by credit card." The saleswoman's hands trembled. Luckily the famous watch was not in her hands. "I didn't expect it to be sold so smoothly." Chenji put the watch on his hand directly. The platinum strap showed its luxury and was inlaid with rubies. The rubies were not big, but when inlaid on it, they complemented each other no matter how you looked at it. As expected, after paying the money, Chenji directly threw the box to the female salesperson. "Okay, I'll just wear it on my hand and don't want these things anymore." Chenji had just walked out when he saw the female salesperson quickly catching up with him. Looking at the big boss in front of her, she naturally released her charm and spoke with a bit of obsession in her eyes. Sir, hello, it's like this, you bought a famous watch worth more than 300,000 yuan, and you have been upgraded to the top customer of our store. This is a top customer card. With this card, you can come in at any time without an appointment to conduct any consumption activities. You can also come in without an appointment. By the way, can you add your contact information? We have famous watches here and we can contact you. We have many styles of watches here. If you need some special ones, we can also go to Europe to exchange them for you." Chenji directly accepted the customer card. "Okay, I'll come over if you need me, so don't add the contact information." He didn't want to be harassed by these salesmen every day. These salesmen in later generations were very crazy. Even the salesmen from famous stores could not be easily neglected. Chenji had put everything together and got into the car holding his clothes. The boys and girls on both sides looked at him with different eyes, as if they were a little envious and even jealous. They must be envious. Chenji is so young, but he has everything. They are naturally envious. Soon, the next day arrived. Chenji, wearing the first set of clothes he chose yesterday, walked out of his house slowly. Today, all the construction team's affairs were handed over to Coach Wang, so he was naturally relieved. He got into his luxury car and rushed to the 4S store at full speed. "Sister Xiaozhao, don't wait any longer. What time is it? Why are you so attentive?" Zhao Chuanxue didn't know why, but she always wanted to come out and see who was coming. It was already 8 or 9 o'clock, and today's cocktail party was essentially a business activity. Many customers who buy cars do not do so simply for the sake of buying a car, but also for the sake of face. These people also want to take this opportunity to get to know more bosses. Knowing one more person means having more paths to choose from. They know this truth very well, so they choose to come. Since they choose to come, they all have a purpose. The common appearance of these people is that they are old. Yes, they are old. After all, in this difficult era, it is very difficult for young people to earn their first pot of gold. If they want to become a real boss, like a millionaire, they must be at least 30 or even 40 years old. Therefore, there are actually only a handful of people like Chenji who buy luxury cars at such a young age. The saleswoman next to her didn't understand why it was snowing in early spring, but the manager did know and laughed at her. "Your sister is thinking of finding a boss so that she won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of her life. Tell her to stop dreaming. How could she be interested in someone so young and promising?" Zhao Chuanxue naturally also heard these words, and her face was somewhat angry. "Speak directly to the manager." "Manager, you arranged all this. I came out to greet guests, which is also a normal requirement of the company. What's wrong? I just want to marry into a wealthy family. I don't understand what you mean by that. You are insulting my personality. You must apologize to me." The manager got angry instantly. How dare a mere salesperson challenge him? "Zhao Chuanxue, you've only been here for a short time, and you're already challenging me. Don't think you can challenge me just because you sold $1 million luxury car. It's impossible. Just as he finished speaking, Chenji drove his X5 slowly into the 4S store. The manager immediately came up attentively and opened the gate for Chenji. After all, someone who can drive a luxury car at such a young age is definitely not simple and deserves his attentive service. Chenji glanced at the manager and asked directly, "Where is the salesperson who sold me the car?" "Yes, he went there earlier." The manager's face darkened instantly, but he immediately replied with a smile the next second. Yes, I'll call Haruyuki over right away." The next second, he came directly in front of Zhao Chuanxue and spoke humbly. "The client is here, why don't you hurry up and answer the call?" "It's all my fault, auntie, it's all my fault." This manager is quite flexible. Zhao Chuanxue didn't care. After all she was thinking about at the moment was Chenji. She walked over immediately. For some reason, when she stood in front of Chenji, she found it difficult to say anything. Chenji looked at the beautiful Zhao Chuanxue and said, "I came here at the invitation, why are you not welcoming me?" Chenji deliberately pretended to be unhappy. Zhao Chuanxue blushed at this moment and did not dare to look at Chenji. Chenji looks so handsome. Chapter 22 Dating. Zhao Chuanxue raised her head and looked at Chenji carefully. Chenji's clothes were really different from the first time he came. Looking closely, I couldn't even recognize him. He looked even better than he did a few days ago. "Why are you shy? Are you afraid to speak? If you don't speak, I will leave." After Chenji finished speaking, he pretended to go back to the car. Zhao Chuanxue immediately grabbed Chenji's hand. No, don't go." Looking at Zhao Chuanxue's shy appearance, Chenji was very happy. He grabbed her hand and said, "How can I bear to leave? Everyone invited me, so of course I don't want to leave. Can you accompany me today?" Chenji's words were extremely bold. If it were someone else, they would naturally blush. Fortunately, Zhao Chuanxue was a salesperson who came into contact with all kinds of people on a daily basis, so she took it directly and steadily. "You are my guest, so of course I have to accompany you well." Zhao Chuanxue was a little shy at the moment. She carried Chenji in and the first thing she did when she entered was to clock in. The cocktail party was at noon, so taking advantage of this break, Chenji said to her, "By the way, are you busy? If not, why don't you come with me to choose some bedding? I've been worrying about my poor taste these days, so why don't you take me to choose some? Early spring snow is naturally what we want." But the next second, I was a little worried about my work. Chenji then looked at the manager and said, "Manager, I'm a little busy and need your employee to help me. Is that okay?" The manager was dumbfounded. He thought Zhao Chuanxue was just dreaming, but he didn't expect that their relationship would progress so rapidly in the next second. Faced with the words of such a big boss, he naturally did not dare to refuse. After all, such customers are particularly important. Who can refuse a person who can easily spend millions to buy a car in this era? Maybe he will choose his store for his next car. If such performance is achieved every month, his store will sooner or later be promoted to a top store. He would also be promoted again from manager, so he did not hesitate at all and smiled flatteringly. "Boss Chen, depending on what you said, let her go and help. It's her honor to be able to help you." "Xiao Zhao, Boss Chen, what do you want me to do?" "Do your best to handle the company's affairs. You don't have to worry. You will get all the bonuses and everything will be considered. Just think of it as you are on a field trip. Go quickly and follow the boss." He looked like two completely different people, and Zhao Chuanxue was secretly feeling happy at the moment. Looking at Chenji, there was a little more joy in his eyes. For some reason, the throbbing in her heart always made her shy. On weekdays, she looked so smart, but the moment she saw Chenji, she became a fool and a captive of love. Maybe this is love is like this, it is unreasonable. Chenji directly invited Zhao Chuanxue to get in the car, and the two of them started the car and drove away. All the salesmen were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The manager shook his head and then smiled. "It seems like Xiao Zhao is really going to be rich. Go do what you need to do. Maybe you will be able to achieve something like this." However, the most beautiful sale in the store is early spring snow. The other salesmen were also disappointed and lowered their heads, but at the same time they were also hoping that their Prince Charming would come soon. The two got in the car and headed towards the mall. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the mall. Zhao Chuanxue was a little shy and then said to Chen Ji, "My clothes don't seem to fit me. How about this? My home is in this mall, not far away. Can you let me go back and change clothes first?" After Zhao Chuanxue finished speaking, she returned to the car regardless of Chen Jitong's disagreement, as if she wanted to leave a better impression in front of Chen Ji. Chen Ji had no choice but to follow the strategy plan. After all, this was just the beginning. Ding, the strategy success rate is 70%. The sudden notification sound of the charm system made Chen Ji stunned. He hadn't even started the strategy yet, but it was already 70%. It was really puzzling. Chen Ji did not hesitate and took Zhao Chuanxue back to his apartment. Zhao Chuanxue did not hesitate and rushed to the class and went upstairs. Chen Ji was waiting downstairs bored. After 20 minutes, Zhao Chuanxue slowly came down from the stairs. The moment she walked out, Chen Ji's eyes were almost stunned. It was early. Haruyuki had his hair loose, and was wearing an ordinary white t-shirt. She was wearing a short skirt. Zhao Chuanxue's figure is extremely perfect, and the t-shirt shows off her figure perfectly. Looking down, her bright long legs are so attractive that one can't bear to look away. Early Chuanxue's appearance is so beautiful, and when she puts on this dress, there is a world of difference. She looks so sexy, pure, and charming. Zhao Chuanxue looked at Chen Ji's naked body with a shy look in her eyes. She lowered her head and walked over slowly, just like a fairy from the sky. She slowly walked in front of Chen Ji, and Chen Ji could hardly believe it. Zhao Chuanxue lowered her head and said shyly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Does this dress look good?" Zhao Chuanxue shyly pulled her skirt. The pants were pretty but a little too short. She usually didn't dress so boldly and she was a little shy today, but she still wanted to show her best side to Chen Ji. Maybe this is what it means for women to dress up to please themselves. Chen Ji nodded blankly and said, "Beautiful, so beautiful." The two were looking into each other's eyes, and in Zhao Chuanxue's eyes, there was an extremely charming man. In Chen Ji's eyes, she was an extremely beautiful woman, and the two of them looked at each other. In Zhao Chuanxue's eyes, he is a handsome and extremely charming man. But in Chen Ji's eyes, it was like sweeping the spring snow like a big star. The early spring snow looked even more beautiful than those big stars. Zhao Chuanxue saw Chen Ji's dazed look, then became a little naughty, raised her head slightly, opened her eyes wide, pretended to be innocent, and asked Chen Ji, "Do you like me wearing this dress?" As he said that, he started playing with Chen Ji's arm. That look combined with his outfit was really irresistible. Chen Ji really couldn't go against his heart, so he spoke directly. "Beautiful, so beautiful. It is indeed beautiful, and one will be mesmerized by it at first sight." Zhao Chuanxue smiled mischievously, and Chen Ji also reacted, and they both laughed out loud. After laughing, the atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. The next second, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the strategy plan is 80% complete. Chen Ji was delighted, and the next second he grabbed Zhao Chuanxue's hand. Zhao Chuanxue was startled and wanted to take it back, but the next second she felt a pair of gentle and powerful hands. Chapter 23 Lucky Draw. The progress of the strategy seems to be getting faster and faster. Chen Ji was delighted and then turned his gaze to Zhao Chuanxue. Zhao Chuanxue was too shy to look up. Somehow, Chen Ji in front of him was as dazzling as the scorching sun. Chen Ji wanted to continue, preparing to take down the first goddess in the early spring snow strategy and get points in one go, and then the rest would be much smoother. At this moment, he was thinking, what should he redeem these points for? Exchanging for martial arts secrets, exchanging for money, exchanging for luxury houses, it seems that everything is just a taste. These things are not needed now. The most important thing right now is to exchange them for some things that are really needed. The atmosphere became more and more ambiguous, and Zhao Chuanxue couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickly spoke. "Chen Ji, let's go and make our selections quickly. Let's get down to business first. It's getting late. The lunch banquet will start in a little while." Chen Ji nodded. "To catch a big fish, you must not be impatient. This is my house. It's a villa in the city center. There are many rooms inside. There are 5 rooms on each floor. This is the floor plan. Take a look." He even showed the floor plan of the house to Zhao Chuanxue. Although Zhao Chuanxue was a salesperson, her major was interior design. It's just because it's too easy to lose your job in this profession that I have no choice but to go into sales, she said as she looked at the picture. This room is great, let me help you find the right one. However, I only know a little bit about house furnishings. Zhao Chuanxue was very humble, but Chen Jika ignored him and stepped on the accelerator to drive him to the mall. Home improvement malls are deserted at the moment. The economy has been good in the past 2 years, but house sales have been average. The time has not yet come for the real estate industry to truly take off. It will only be in the next 2 years that the real estate industry will usher in a new boom. And now it's just the ice age. Zhao Chuanxue is indeed a professional. She quickly and systematically selected a lot of home furniture for Chen Ji. Some insights on decoration were also mentioned, but Chen Ji's villa had already been fully decorated, so major changes were unnecessary and Chen Ji didn't want to, so he just listened to the opinions. Time passed quickly and it was already noon. Brother Chen, we can't watch anymore. Let's go back first. It's already noon. Chen Ji suddenly realized that going out to buy things was secondary, the main purpose was to attend the cocktail party at the 4S store. Chen Ji nodded and said, Yes, you are right. I was negligent. How could I forget about this matter? Come on, let's go back. After saying that, Chen Ji took Zhao Chuanxue back along the original path. After getting in the car, I stepped on the accelerator and returned to the 4S shop. A big hotel not far from the 4S shop had already put up a banner. Chen Ji's car was also included, and some promotional pictures were pasted on the outside of each car. In short, there were various slogans, and then the manager asked everyone some friendly questions. Dear bosses, thank you for coming. Next, there will be a special event. You are required to follow the lead car to go around the city. This is to show the image of our cars and it is also a time for all the bosses to show off. I hope you won't blame me. Everyone who participates can get a beautiful gift from our company, which is also a compensation for everyone's time spent. Everyone present was chatting with each other, but after looking around, Chen Shi found that these people were either cynical rich second generations or some older small bosses. There is no one I can contact. In my impression, there seem to be more powerful people. Why are the people in the car club like this? Chen Ji was wondering, and Zhao Chuanxue came over. Her heart and eyes were now full of Chen Ji. Chen Ji touched her shoulder and said, There are not enough of you here. At most, it looks like there are only about 30 to 50 people. I'm a little embarrassed to talk about early spring snow. Not everyone will come. We are inviting them by invitation. Some bosses don't want to come at all. Chen Ji understood instantly that some people simply didn't bother to join the real big bosses, nor did they bother to make friends through this event. After all, I thought it was too simple. Chen Ji nodded and said to her, Okay, I understand then. Chen Ji soon followed the lead car in the city, wandering around casually, and soon arrived at the largest shopping mall, the largest office building in the most luxurious residential area. After making a circle, he made full use of the brand effect. After that, we returned to the 4S shop and parked directly at the big restaurant next to it. Outside the restaurant, some people were handing out red scarves and asking people to wrap them around their necks. Chen Shi, who was distributing gifts, only received a seemingly exquisite sterling silver water cup, which seemed to be of no use. After Chen Ji received it, he casually threw it into the car. They walked in quickly. The hall of the restaurant was very spacious, filled with banquets below and various kinds of fruits laid out above. There weren't many people, only 5 or 6 at a table, and the atmosphere was really awkward. Chen Ji didn't want to stay any longer. If it weren't for Zhao Chuanxue, he would have wanted to leave directly. But since he was here, he should give the beauty some face. Besides, he also wanted to make another appointment with early spring snow in the afternoon. Still can't give up, have to make a concerted effort. The cocktail party started soon, and the next moment was the lucky draw. Chen Ji casually took 2 bites of food, and then Zhao Chuanxue came to him with the lottery box and said to Chen Ji, Hello, please come to the lottery. Chen Jika didn't think he would win anything, so he just picked one out at random and saw the number 68 written on it. Then he casually put number 68 aside, took a sip of coconut water, and whispered to the snow sweeper. Morning beauty, are you busy later? If not, please accompany me to go shopping in the mall. I seem to be in need of an administrative bag. If you feel free, help me pick one out. After Chen Ji finished speaking, he gently touched Zhao Chuanxue's arm, and Zhao Chuanxue lowered her head shyly. Okay, got it. The lottery started soon. Shenji took his number, and the next second several numbers appeared on the big screen above, but without exception, his name was not on the list. First prize, second prize. It wasn't until the third prize that names were announced one after another. The third prize is a sterling silver success figurine. This one is pretty good. The others are even more pathetic, just some ordinary water cups. It's a waste of time anyway. After dinner, Chenji put the small ornaments he received directly into his pocket, while Zhao Chuanxue had already asked for leave. She waited at the door shyly. It's a shame that you didn't win the grand prize, but it's okay, I still left some gifts for you, look. Chapter 24 Small Reward. After Zhao Chuanxue finished speaking, she took out a watch from her small bag. This watch is an internal benefit and was not drawn in the lottery. I only spent less than 1,000 yuan to buy it. This is a Tianwei watch with an original price of 3,000 yuan. Hearing this, Chenji hid his Aston watch and said with a smile, I must wear the watch you chose for me. It's not bad, really good, and it's very comfortable to wear. Zhao Chuanxue had already noticed his action of hiding the watch, and said it directly with some embarrassment. Really? I didn't even notice you had a watch, but that was a mechanical watch, and this is a smartwatch, so how can it be great? This smartwatch is really amazing, it's like a miniature mobile phone. Chenji fiddled with it for a while and became interested. Tianwei watch, it's pretty good, I like it very much. I felt relieved when I heard Chenji say that he liked early spring snow. As long as you like it. Chenji directly grabbed her hand and then spoke very casually. You helped me choose things today and gave me a watch. I can't just say nothing. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner and then we'll go to the mall. You can walk around with me and see if there's anything nice so I can buy you a set. Chenji pulled Zhao Chuanxue forward without saying anything. Zhao Chuanxue felt a little embarrassed as people on both sides were watching her. She refused again and again, but Chenji pulled her to the passenger seat without saying anything. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhao Chuanxue's face turned red and she didn't know what to say. Chenji didn't explain at all, but stepped on the accelerator and drove to the most luxurious Parkson department store. The Baida department store is deserted at the moment. A luxurious shopping mall like this is only popular during holidays, and the off-season is not so good either. Come on, a company need to buy an executive bag. An executive bag is very important. It represents the face of a boss. You must choose carefully with me, Chenji said as he walked. Looking at this magnificent shopping mall, I feel extremely relaxed at the moment. I am no longer depressed as before. All the depressed mood is swept away. That is to say, after suffering the grievances with Fang Qingran, today I finally felt the sweetness of love. It was unlike my previous life when I was quarreling all day long, as if there were endless quarrels. Just thinking about those days gives me a headache. Now, good days have finally come and I can finally live a peaceful life. The two walked along and came to the bag selling area. They saw that the entire mall was filled with all kinds of handbags. There are those for travel, those for civil servants, those for men and those for women. In short, there are so many that it is dazzling and overwhelming. Although Zhao Chuanxue didn't know how to choose the administrative package, he had seen pigs run even if he had never eaten pork. According to Chenji's temperament, he quickly chose a small black bag. This bag is held directly in the hand, which makes her look very elegant. You can tell no matter how you look at it that she is definitely not an ordinary person. Hello, sir. This bag costs 30,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or in cash? Zhao Chuanxue was shocked. She didn't expect that a bag she picked up at random would be so expensive. The salesperson continued to explain. Sir, your wife has a good taste. This bag is made of real leather and is made with pure handcrafting technology from Great Britain. It is also a bestseller here. Many bosses like this kind of bag. Do you know the mayor? The mayor's secretary has this bag. It's very luxurious and very low-key. Chenji nodded. He was very satisfied with the bag and then said, Okay, in that case, let's pay by credit card. I want this bag to be paid by credit card. Chenji swiped his card and bought the bag. Then Chenji and Zhao Chuanxue stood face to face. Zhao Chuanxue seemed a little shy. She felt a little embarrassed by the lover the salesperson just mentioned. But for some reason, she neither refused Chenji nor refused to back off. They just looked at each other half-heartedly. Zhao Chuanxue looked at Chen Ji and casually took out tens of thousands of dollars to buy a bag. She also had a better impression of Chen Ji. Chen Ji looked at Zhao Chuanxue and said, "You've helped me a lot again. How can I repay you after helping me so much? How about this? Look around and see if there's anything you like. Just pick whatever you like. If I find it, I'll buy it for you." After finishing, he took Zhao Chuanxue to a luxury store selling women's bags. Zhao Chuanxue was a little bit unbelieving. She lowered her head and said, "No, this is too expensive. Any bag costs more than 10,000 yuan. This won't work. I can't accept such an expensive gift." Chen Ji took her to walk around inside. "I am rich. You see, I can easily spend hundreds of thousands to buy a car. Don't feel bad for me. You really helped me a lot, didn't you? And you also know that you two are very happy together. I want to give you a gift, I hope you won't refuse me." Chen Ji's face was full of sincerity, and Zhao Chuanxue didn't know how to refuse, and could only nod shyly. "Really? Then I'll go pick one now." Zhao Chuanxue was a worldly person after all, and the temptation of money was the same to her. When someone treated her sincerely, she naturally enjoyed this feeling. However, she was still a little cautious when she looked at the items and felt that one was too expensive, and then shook her head. No, this is too expensive. Let's just forget it and buy something else." Chen Ji directly pulled her to continue choosing. The salesperson next to her kept promoting products based on Zhao Chuanxue's temperament. Zhao Chuanxue tried on several bags, and each one was so elegant and dignified, with connotation. Zhao Chuanxue's eyes fell on one of the bags, and Chen Ji naturally knew that she liked it, so he spoke directly to the salesperson. "How much is this bag?" "I'll pay with a credit card." Zhao Chuanxue's little thoughts were directly seen by Chen Ji, and she felt a little shy at the moment. Zhao Chuanxue still felt it was too expensive, so she stopped Chen Ji and said, No, this is too expensive. This bag costs 30,000 yuan. It takes me several months' salary to buy this bag. No, it's too expensive." Zhao Chuanxue's refusal was nothing in Chen Ji's eyes. He swiped his card and the bag was packed and delivered to Chen Ji the next second. Zhao Chuanxue had no reason to refuse, so she could only take the bag and the two of them walked out slowly. "You are such a fool. It's really too expensive. It really cost you a lot of money." Although Zhao Chuanxue said this, he was very happy in his heart. She walked forward excitedly holding the bag, her little face slightly flushed, as if she was excited, but also a little shy. Chapter 25 Villa Decoration. Ding! Currently, the strategy progress is 95%. When Chen Ji heard the system prompt tone that sounded like the sound of nature, his heart trembled with excitement. "I am so happy. Now it's just the finishing touch. How can I make this girl even more devoted to me?" Chen Ji was a little conflicted. It's still early, so we naturally can't miss the early spring snow. The only excuse he had next was the delivery of some furniture, and he said it directly to Zhao Chuanxue. "Come home with me and take a look. Those people are so clumsy. Please don't break my things again. I can't keep up with them all by myself. Can you help me take a look to avoid any problems?" Although this reason was a bit strange, it was still reasonable. Zhao Chuanxue nodded reluctantly. "Okay, I also want to see if these furniture look good in your place. If they are not suitable, we can screen them again." Zhao Chuanxue nodded seriously, with her little fingers slightly curled, seeming a little nervous. Even though it was a legitimate reason to go to his house with a man so soon, she was still a little shy for some reason. "The property at Eaton Hall must be very expensive?" Zhao Chuanxue looked at the luxurious Eaton Manor with a bit of envy in her eyes. She also wants to own a house like this. Every woman has a wish in her heart, which is to own a house of her own somewhere, so that she will have a sense of belonging in a home of her own. Even if it costs a lot, they are willing to do it because they want to have a home. Many women are natural proletarians. They seem to have everything, but in fact they have nothing. The pain is indeed painful, but what is the underlying reason? Is it the concept or the self-restraint? No one knows. Chen Ji took a look and said, "The houses here have great potential, and there are small units right next to it. If you want to buy one, you'd better buy it soon. In a few years, you won't be able to afford it." As Chen Ji said this, Zhao Chuanxue shook her head. "It's too expensive. Any house costs about 700,000 or 800,000 yuan, or even 1 million yuan. How can I afford it? Zhao Chuanxue did think so, but it was because of this that she missed the last chance. In fact, housing prices have not taken off yet, and she can still buy a property here if she grits her teeth. But after 2 years, she will know what is terrible and what is terrifying. Not to mention Eaton Manor, even ordinary houses in other places will rise in price, doubling, tripling, or even trebling. At that time, you will completely lose the opportunity to buy a house. Zhao Chuanxue followed Chen Ji and soon returned to the 4 million mansion, which was in the independent area on the other side. Very different from the residential area, there are 6 luxurious gates here, each of which can be used for entry and exit. The security guards on both sides are wearing handsome foreign military uniforms, standing tall like a proud general. The vehicle drove straight over and Chen Ji parked directly in the parking space of his villa. There were 6 free parking spaces outside the villa. As the name suggests, it also means everything goes smoothly, which is also one of the benefits of buying a villa. There were already many vehicles parked outside, carrying all kinds of furniture in. Chen Ji swept through the place and found quite a few things. Refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, all kinds of workers are working on them, and the villas around here have not been sold yet. The only villa actually under construction is Chen Ji's, so it is very spectacular. The environment here is so good, the space is so large, such a big yard, the lawn is so well maintained, and there is even a swimming pool in the back. Isn't this incredible? In fact, this villa and this small yard come with more things than what is written on the property certificate. Why is this so? The builders of the manor were actually very bold in order to sell their property. They put a lot of thought into the villa area. The reason they were able to build these things was because they hoped to sell them. However, to everyone, this is a sky-high price. Even with these things added, it is still a sky-high price and still difficult to buy. By chance, these things also created Eaton Manor, which was the reason for the subsequent surge in housing prices. This is because there are many hidden benefits that are really great. In addition, it is hard for this location not to skyrocket. The residential area is already very popular, not to mention the villa area. Chen Ji quickly walked around the place from top to bottom. It was indeed beautiful, with a good layout and good feng shui. It was worthy of being a luxury house worth more than 4 million yuan. It is currently worth 4 million, and in a few years it will be worth tens of millions or even more. It's not that there is no demand for the property. In the hottest years, even if the price was increased by 1 million, it could still be sold easily, because all walks of life were making money explosively in those years, and many people made so much money that they had so much to spend that they had no choice but to buy houses. Buy more and more houses and stockpile them. These people are also miserable. They made money by relying on their own strength, but lost all the money by relying on their own strength, especially those who took over at high prices. However, they do not deserve sympathy and they deserve it. Zhao Chuanxue was a decisive woman. She quickly directed others to continue installing the equipment, and also argued about the various hole positions and design patterns. In the eyes of these construction workers, the early spring snow in front of them is like the hostess of this mansion. Chen Ji was smiling when a worker quickly spoke to him. "Boss, your wife is so amazing. You can't fool her at all. You are so lucky to have a good wife who can manage the household." Zhao Chuanxue heard these words nearby and was about to correct them shyly, but the next second, Chen Ji just smiled and said, "Yes, that's right. I just found out about it today." Zhao Chuanxue's pretty face blushed. The workers in charge worked even harder and the air conditioners were installed soon. A total of 20 air conditioners were installed in the entire villa. Almost every room has a lobby on the first floor and a second floor, and is equipped with 2 central air conditioners. Everything else is also the best, and today's expenses alone cost more than 500,000. The gold card has a large credit limit, but you can't spend like this. Chen Jika became a little anxious and had to find a way to get money. Chen Ji was thinking this. Zhao Chuanxue directly arranged for people to install anti-slip mats on the stairs, but when she looked back, she had no idea that she was about to face danger. Chen Ji saw it immediately and rushed forward with quick eyes and hands the next second. Sure enough, as Chen Ji expected, Zhao Chuanxue missed the target. Chapter 26 Earn Points. Chen Ji hurried forward and pulled the petite Zhao Chuanxue directly into his arms. Zhao Chuanxue was a little dazed. When she came to her senses, she saw a handsome face appear in front of her. That face seemed so unreal, but now it appeared so real in front of her. still a little dazed, with blurry vision in both eyes. When the construction workers saw this scene, they wanted to step forward, but were afraid of disturbing them. Fortunately, the foreman saw the scene and directly called his men and said, "You guys really don't understand the scenery. Don't you see that the boss and his wife are flirting over there? Come on, let's drill the hole over there first and install that one first." After saying that, he led everyone away. He spoke loudly just to remind Chenji. Chenji felt a little embarrassed at the moment, and Zhao Chuanxue felt a little embarrassed. The two of them still maintained this posture. Nothing has changed, and it seems as if they all want this time to stay for thousands or even millions of years. The two of them got together early, and Chuanxue didn't struggle at all, just obediently let Chen Jibao hold him in his arms. Chenji looked at Zhao Chuanxue's delicate face and those tempting red lips. He couldn't resist the temptation at all. He simply lowered his head and kissed her gently. Then, there was some exploration. The two of them fought each other fiercely, their eyes were blurred. I don't know how long it took before the two of them reluctantly separated. Chen Jiqing felt that unique and wonderful feeling on her lips. Zhao Chuanxue's eyes were full of confusion. At this moment, it seemed that all her spirit had been drained away by Chenji. Her heart and body softened. She just lay in Chenji's arms so unscrupulously. Neither of them spoke, both were taking in this magical scene. At this moment, Chenji looked at Zhao Chuanxue, who had a shy look on her face and a bit of enjoyment, and spoke in his ear. "I'm sorry, I just can't help myself, you're just too beautiful." These words are so tempting to the woman who was about to be captured. Zhao Chuanxue was about to speak when Chenji continued to kiss her the next second. "I don't know how much time it will take." The two of them then recovered from the early spring snow on Qingming Festival. At this moment, they still retained some rationality, fearing that they would not be able to bear the throbbing in their hearts and directly cross the restricted area. "Brother Chen, I should go back. I should go back. What happened today was like a dream." She did not expect many things, but they happened uncontrollably. Chenji touched her head and spoke in her ear. "What? Are you unhappy? It seems that I was reckless. Then I apologize to you. I'm sorry. I hope you don't blame me." Zhao Chuanxue shook her head repeatedly. No, Brother Chen, it's me. The next second, he didn't know what to say. His heart and eyes were filled with this person. He couldn't say anything at this moment. Only the true feelings in his eyes could not be concealed. Chenji patted her shoulder, then pulled her into his arms. Zhao Chuanxue did not refuse. The two of them acted so naturally, as if they were already lovers. The moment I hugged him, a surprising prompt sound came from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of conquering early spring snow. The progress has reached 100%. You have obtained 1000 points. The points mall has been opened and you can redeem items with points. This sound was like heavenly music to Chenji's ears. These points were very useful. Many of them were what he really needed. It was like the cheating artifact in the game. As long as he got it, he would have everything. Chenji held Zhao Chuanxue in his arms. As long as he wanted, he could make Zhao Chuanxue fall in love with him today. But now he felt that it was not the right time. But somehow, Chenji seemed to be really moved. He couldn't help but kiss her again, and the two continued to kiss passionately. There was a hint of greed in Chenji's eyes. But the next second, his eyes became clear again. Zhao Chuanxue's eyes were also blurred at this moment, and he was probably unable to control himself. Chenji took a step back, took Zhao Chuanxue's hand and said, "I still don't want things to progress too quickly. I've been through a lot and I know that relationships require more sincerity. Zhao Chuanxue, I like you, and I hope to have more contact with you." Chenji made this sincere confession. Zhao Chuanxue was directly moved. She thought he was a reckless and passionate man, but she didn't expect him to be so thoughtful. She cares so much about herself. At this moment, tears welled up in Zhao Chuanxue's eyes. "You touched me so much. You are such a good person." Although Zhao Chuanxue didn't know what Chenji had experienced, she felt an extremely warm sincerity that moved her. Chenji walked up to her, took her hand and said, "So are you willing to give me a chance?" Early spring snow is naturally willing. She also hoped that her Prince Charming would come. Chenji was her Prince Charming. He was so handsome, so young and promising, and at the same time so sensible. Even though Zhao Chuanxue knew that these bosses would not be obsessed with only one person. But if she could have a wonderful relationship or an adventure, she would be willing to accept it. After all, if a woman's life is destined to be dull, then she is willing to try a passionate but fruitless relationship. Zhao Chuanxue calmed down, and the two of them walked out of Heo Hyazai and drove all the way to the restaurant. After all, it has to be done step by step, and Shenji does not intend to get closer to them now. This is also harmful to Zhao Chuanxue. Even though he has a charm strategy system, it does not mean that he can play with women's feelings at will. He still hoped that these women could accept and understand all of this, rather than building it on deception and pain. Things obtained through deception will eventually be lost, and will also bring uncontrollable consequences. Shenji is well aware of this. Order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat today. Shenji walked directly into a seafood restaurant. Although it was called a seafood restaurant, it was actually a restaurant specializing in seafood. The two quickly ordered king crabs, small blue crabs, Persian crabs, and a series of other hard dishes. The two were naturally very happy while eating. The wonderful day finally came to a perfect end. The two strolled on the street. Shenji sent Zhao Chuanxue directly home. When they were downstairs, Shenji said affectionately, "Today has passed so quickly. If possible, I want today to last forever so that the two of us can be together forever and ever." Zhao Chuanxue lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at Shenji's fiery gaze. "If that's the case, I'm willing to give everything." "Okay, don't be silly, we still have a lot of time. As long as I have time, I will go to accompany you, okay?" The two smiled at each other and parted reluctantly. Chapter 27 Publicity Storm. The two of them parted soon, but Shenji was still excited. After all, he successfully obtained 1,000 points, and these 1,000 points could be used to do many things. Just now, Zhao Chuanxue was present and many things could not be done. Now that I am finally alone, I can do many things. Shenji got into the car without any hesitation and opened the system directly in the car. The space soon began to exchange goods. There are many things that can be exchanged for 1,000 points. After looking carefully, he found that there was nothing he really needed at the moment. However, his eyes fell on the fire spirit fruit on it. The fire spirit fruit is indeed a good thing. It takes 300 points to redeem the fire spirit fruit. It can revive the dead and forcibly extend the lifespan by 20 years. This line of introduction directly shocked Shenji. It was not anything else, but the fact that he could extend his lifespan by 20 years was already extremely terrifying. With such a thing, he would no longer be afraid of anything. Just the fact that it can extend one's lifespan by 20 years is a treasure that many people would dream of and want to obtain. I can't use the other things yet. I must exchange for this fire spirit fruit. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. I seem to remember that the president of a certain company is terminally ill and needs this thing to prolong his life. If we can establish a relationship with him, then the business landscape will be smoother and we can go further. Shenji thought so, and then spoke directly without any hesitation. Forget it, let's just exchange it for the fire spirit fruit. This thing is too magical, it has already transcended the existence of this world. No matter what, let's exchange it first and see if it will be useful in the future. Shenji still couldn't resist the temptation. The effect of this thing was too terrible. If he got it, he could almost save a life. In today's society, the importance of a life is beyond words. Exchange successful. After getting the fire spirit fruit, there are still 700 points left, which can be exchanged for more things when necessary. Shenji breathed a sigh of relief, having completed the first one, and there would be more to come. Everything is just a matter of time, coupled with the sweetness of love, it is truly intoxicating. Shenji was very happy, and in the following days, his relationship with Zhao Chuanxue made rapid progress. The two were just one step away from success, but Shenji always had a hurdle in his heart. That is how he should manage this relationship. His charm system makes it impossible for him to have only one woman, but if he has more women, he will inevitably hurt others, which makes him very distressed. While Shenji was still in distress, Coach Wang came over and spoke to Shenji. The day of the competition is coming soon, and the tickets have to be booked. I have booked the tickets here. Give me the information of your ID and I will help you buy it. Since Coach Wang started managing the store, many things have been handled by him. Shenji feels at ease with him handling things. Okay, you're responsible for purchasing it. By the way, when is the ticket? Coach Wang looked at the calendar and said, we will set off tomorrow morning. This time we are going to the tournament in the imperial capital. We must take it seriously. If we don't, it will be difficult to get a place. But boss, you have been busy dating during this period. I have arranged everything here. The training has already started and we have achieved considerable results, especially Coach Park. He's making rapid progress. He's also participating this time. We hope to get a good ranking and boost the strength of our taekwondo gym as much as possible. Chenji nodded and said to Coach Wang. Okay, Coach Wang, I'll be going to the capital to participate in the competition this time. I'll leave the gym's affairs to you. You'll be in charge of the arrangements. I trust you. Coach Wang nodded and said. Okay, leave everything here to me. I will take care of it for you. The flight ticket has been booked. You should rest early today and leave tomorrow morning. I'm already contacting advertisers to build momentum and warm up our campaign. By then, we'll try to let as many taekwondo enthusiasts in the city know about our news. Chenji nodded. This way, there will be no risk of error. Coach Wan was extremely quick and the news and billboards were put up in all major shopping malls that afternoon. Although money was spent, the taekwondo gym is not short of money now, and the advertising business is not well developed now. Although there is overwhelming advertising now, the money spent is not much because it is not the main promotion. Basically, it's just taking advantage of other people's advertising space. People who are interested will naturally pay attention, and people who are not interested will naturally not pay attention. The circle of people who love taekwondo is so small. Too many ads are not good either. Regardless of the little effect of this advertisement in this city, it did make one person angry. This person was none other than Wang Xiaohong. When Wang Xiaohong saw the advertisement sent by Sun, she immediately became angry. Okay, now let's start the publicity. I think he wants to squeeze our taekwondo gym to death. Doing tricks like this face to face will indeed make colleagues jealous. Wang Xiaohong was not someone who would endure it patiently, so she rushed forward directly. Not only did she rush over, she also tore down the billboard in the mall and held it in her hand, ready to use it as evidence to accuse Chenji. Chenji had not left yet. He was just about to sort out some information and leave in the afternoon, but he did not expect to hear a loud noise outside. The noise was caused by Wang Xiaohong's provocation. Wang Xiaohong placed the promotional drawing directly under her feet and then shouted loudly. Chenji, what do you mean? Isn't advertising just about participating in the National Taekwondo Championship? You're advertising so extensively, I think you have bad intentions. I give you today to take down those ads. If you don't, I'm going to smash your taekwondo gym today. Such arrogance is really puzzling. Chenji walked out slowly and spoke sarcastically to the arrogant Wang Xiaohong. I'm doing publicity, it's none of your business. You can do publicity too. I'm not stopping you. Why are you here now? Do you really want to destroy my restaurant? Coach Wang, don't be polite to her. Call the police and let them judge. Who was wrong? Who was wrong? Ever since the last time policewoman Wang Xingxing came, Chenji finally knew where Wang Xiaohong's weakness was. After all, she was just an old woman who loved to throw tantrums and didn't have any real hard power. Whenever the police came to her house, Wang Xiaohong would be scared to death and run away immediately. Wang Xiaohong was really discouraged when she heard this. After all, this was a normal advertisement and did not involve competition. Chapter 28 Heading to the Imperial Capital Arena. Chenji just held Wang Xiaohong in check with a smile on his face. Wang Xiaohong really had no choice at this moment. She backed away while cursing, swearing. You loser, you bastard, just wait for me. Aren't you going to participate in some taekwondo competition? I know you well. I'm telling you, I won't let you go. After saying that, she returned to her taekwondo gym angrily. At the moment, she was really at a loss and could only place all her hopes on her younger brother Wang Xiaohu. Wang Xiaohu happened to arrive at this moment, and he also learned about what happened today from the taekwondo coach and students. As soon as Wang Xiaohu arrived, he spoke to his sister calmly. Sister, why are you arguing with them? When we get to the capital and participate in the Taekwondo National Championship, I will let him know what a truly strong person is and what real strength is. Wang Xiaohu picked his ear at this moment, and then gently flicked his little finger away, as if he was going to kill a small ant. That so-called Chenji is just a small ant. If he provokes you, I will beat him severely on the field and make him miserable. I will make him lose his reputation and let everyone in the country know that he is a waste. Don't be angry. Don't worry. It's okay. Wang Xiuhong was still filled with anger and she said this angrily. Yes, we should beat him so hard that he becomes disabled and can never stand up again. Brother, you have to work hard. If you can win, Chenji, I will personally reward you 300,000 yuan. Wang Xiuhu laughed, and then said sarcastically. Sister, don't even mention 300,000. If you pay me back the 100,000 you borrowed from me last year, I will help you beat him up. Wang Xiuhong smiled uncomfortably. Her brother really didn't give her any face at all. However, Wang Xiuhong really didn't deserve any face. Soon, Wang Xiuhu boarded the departing high-speed train. He originally wanted to take a plane, but his sister was too stingy and thought the air tickets were too expensive, so she directly booked a high-speed rail ticket for him. Wang Xiuhu's departure brought new turmoil. At this moment, Chenji was packing his bags. He will be arriving by plane tomorrow, so there is nothing to worry about. He doesn't need to make advance arrangements like Wang Xiuhu did. Chenji had made all the preparations, and the other coaches also went back to pack their bags. Chenji looked at them and said, Gather at 7 o'clock tomorrow and we'll take a taxi to the airport together. Brother E, have a good rest tonight. We're going to the capital tomorrow, so be alert. Your clothes won't be the same. You guys should wear your own clothes. If anyone wins a prize, they must wear the uniform of our taekwondo gym. Coach Park nodded. Don't worry, Boss Chen, I'll do everything as you say. The others also nodded. Chenji was extremely good to them, and there was no way they would stand him up at this time. Orange nodded, asked everyone to leave, and returned home. Without Fang Qingran's home, it would feel so comfortable no matter how you sleep. However, the mansion is still under renovation. In addition to the renovation, there are still many small problems. The most fatal problem is infrastructure. Eaton Manor has just been handed over and many of the nearby facilities are not that complete. The primary school will not be moved in until a year after the handover. Therefore, the area was very deserted during this period. This was one of the main reasons why Chenji did not choose to move there. As soon as Chenji returned home, he couldn't help but contact Zhao Chuanxue. Zhao Chuanxue talks on the phone with Chenji every day, and their relationship is now truly inseparable. Zhao Chuanxue also knew that Chenji was going to participate in such a dangerous competition. She was a little worried, but for Chenji's future, she still agreed. You must be careful when you go. Winning or not is secondary. You must take care of yourself. I can't live without you, and I don't want you to get hurt. The sound of early spring snow is particularly gentle. She is now so attached to Chenji that it is difficult for her to leave him. Any separation would make her feel painful and sad. She doesn't know why, it's as if Chenji has magic. Chenji said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Wait for me to come back. Wait for me to come back then. The feelings between the two were beyond words. Zhao Chuanxue did not linger too much, after all, Chenji still needed to rest early, so they said goodnight to each other and waited silently in their sleepless nights. Love needs to be guarded, and some love even requires solitude. Chenji slept very well the night before and went directly to the taekwondo gym the next morning. The car had already been booked and several coaches had arrived one after another. There were a total of 6 coaches under Chenji participating in the competition. The other 4 players are not very strong, and it is already very good to get a ranking. The real main force still depends on Chenji and Park Kuo-chang. Park Guk-chang's strength is naturally beyond doubt. Even if he cannot make it into the top 10 in the country, he is still famous among the top 20. Chenji wants to challenge himself and strive to be the number 1 in the country. He has the ability. It's not that he doesn't have the ability. He has always had it. He just lacks an opportunity. He must seize this opportunity in this life. Never be foolish like before and give up everything for a woman, only to end up becoming a laughingstock. In this life, he wants to create his own glory. Are you ready? Once you are ready, we will set off. Everyone was ready, and they didn't bring much luggage. After all, the competition was not long, so they only brought some simple clothes and some toiletries. The others nodded. Everything is ready, let's go. I am confident this time. Even if we can't make it to the top 100, we will at least be among the top 150. This competition is attended by top taekwondo players from all over the country. As long as they can win a place, it will be worth writing about. This time, since they have the opportunity, they will not let it go. After all, the opportunity to become famous is not always available. As long as you get a ranking, you can easily make a living in any taekwondo gym in the country, and the salary is definitely not low. After all, in the future world, fame equals money. The greater the fame, the more money you will make. On the contrary, if your reputation is damaged, you will earn nothing and be like a waste, getting nothing. Several people arrived at the airport. They wandered around like headless flies for a long time before finally finding the terminal hall. Chapter 29 Encounter with Chi Yunyan. After some twists and turns, I finally got on the plane. Chenji was quite excited on the plane, looking left and right. My heart was also full of novelty. He had never been on a plane, and this was his first time. It was funny to say that in all these years, he was busy working and making money every day and really had no time to travel and enjoy himself. This led to his first time flying on an airplane in this life. Chenji was lying there comfortably and soon he noticed a commotion behind him. All I saw was a beautiful woman, followed by two assistants, walking forward hurriedly. This woman has a unique temperament. Although she is wearing a hat and big sunglasses, you can tell from the way she walks that her temperament is definitely extraordinary. He subconsciously used his golden eyes to check, and found that she was indeed a top-notch beauty. This beauty looks familiar. Chenji touched his head and thought about it at this moment, and suddenly thought of this person the next second. This person was none other than Chi Yunyan. Chi Yunyan is the most popular one. The popular young screen star is absolutely famous all over the country and almost everyone knows her. This period was also when she was at her most popular, but it was also during this period that she suddenly retired. It seems like there is something wrong with your health? How popular is Chi Yunyan? Wherever she goes to film, there are crowds of people. People who meet her love her so much that some people even wait at the door of the theater for half a month just to see her. Chenji's brain was working very fast, and he recalled some things from his past life. If what he thought was correct, Chi Yunyan had breast cancer and died of breast cancer 2 years later. This year was the eve of her career reaching a low point. If my guess is correct, Chi Yunyan should be heading to this city to seek medical treatment now. Although Chenji did not pay attention to the news in the entertainment industry in his previous life, he still knew Chi Yunyan's name. Chi Yunyan's death due to illness was also mourned by people across the country. This incident was so popular that Chenji was also quite aware of it. She was indeed a big star, and her departure was indeed regrettable. However, in the previous life, Chi Yunyan sought help from famous doctors, but still couldn't escape the fate of death. However, in this life, there seems to be a turn for the better. When Chenji saw her rushing forward, he immediately stood up and blocked Chi Yunyan's way. Chi Yunyan was very angry at the moment. She came to Shernan district and originally wanted to visit a miracle doctor to cure her illness. But she didn't expect that he was a liar. The medicine had no medicinal value at all. When she took it to the hospital for testing, it was just a placebo and was completely useless. He still wanted 300,000 yuan from her. It was simply wishful thinking. Chi Yunyan was so angry that she called the police directly and then prepared to return to the imperial capital without stopping. Famous doctors were of no use, so she could only receive treatment in the imperial capital. Her breast cancer had reached the late stage, and she didn't have long to live. Even though she has money and fame, at this moment she is just a patient seeking a good doctor, but in this era when medical care is not very developed. Her wish was ultimately wishful thinking. The twists and turns she went through in her search for famous doctors only aggravated her condition and accelerated her death. She could have lived for 3 years, but in the end she only lived for 2 years. Chenji stood up and used his golden eyes to look at Chi Yunyan at this moment. The breast cancer had reached an extremely scary level. Using the golden pupils to look carefully, it was discovered that there were multiple red and dark red nodules on the skin near the tumor. Although they varied in size, there were quite a few of them. Some of them have even reached a dangerous level. The tumor had obviously reached an advanced stage. Chi Yunyan still looked good-tempered at this moment and said to Chenji, "Hello, sir. You are blocking my way. I want to go to the first-class cabin. Please make way." The assistant next to him immediately stepped forward and said while bowing, "Hello, sir. Please make way." Chenji looked at Chi Yunyan with a smile. He did not expose Chi Yunyan's identity. He just looked at her and said, "You look a lot like a friend of mine, except he wasn't lucky enough. But you still have a chance." Shi Yunyan nodded politely. Then your friend is unfortunate. The next second, Chen Ji directly exchanged the fire spirit fruit from the system space. Then, he took it out from his arms. The box was not big, and the dragon fruit inside was actually similar to a small cherry tomato. Even so, this little one is very captivating. The packaging of pitaya is very extraordinary. It is made of a sandalwood box that exudes a subtle fragrance. It is only available in this sandalwood box. Only in this way can the medicinal properties of the fire spirit fruit be prevented from evaporating outwards. Shenji took out the fire spirit fruit and said to Qi Yunyan, I'm giving you this gift. It's a very special fruit. It's said to be able to cure terminal illnesses. I haven't verified its authenticity. If you believe me, just eat it. Shenji was just a stranger, and if he rashly sent something to her, he would probably be treated as a madman and driven away. Shenji changed his rhetoric and instantly became more impressive. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like a bad guy, but rather seems like an unidentified good guy. Shenji's clothes were also very low-key. Shi Yunyan also took a few more glances at him. After all, he was wearing the most famous Ashton watch on his hand. The clothes he wears are all low-key ones worth tens of thousands of dollars. Such a person must be rich or noble. Shi Yunyan therefore politely reached out to take the sandalwood box. As soon as she held the sandalwood box, she felt that the touch was very different. Okay, sir, thank you for your gift. If it is useful, I will do everything I can to repay you. The assistant beside them was confused by what they said. Shi Yunyan casually stuffed the fire spirit fruit into her bag. Shenji then smiled and returned to his seat. Her eyes were fixed on the direction where Qi Yunyan was going. Whether Qi Yunyan could survive depended entirely on her luck. However, Shenji believes that a person with a terminal illness will be willing to try no matter what, even if the hope is very slim, even if it is so slim that it cannot be detected. She would try it, because the human instinct for survival would prompt people to do some foolish things, so even if it was something she met by chance, Shi Yunyan was willing to take a gamble. After Shenji finished all this, he closed his eyes and rested, keeping his achievements and fame to himself. Park Guk-chang next to him looked meaningfully at the first-class cabin over there. It seemed that he had discovered something important, but he did not say it out loud. Instead, he kept it to himself. Chapter 30 Fainting Incident. The plane took off and quickly arrived in the imperial capital. At the imperial capital airport, the three of them came out together. However, there was a lot of commotion ahead. Many people were cheering here, as if they were going to welcome the big star Qi Yunyan. The other coaches were all confused and didn't know what was going on, but Chen Ji already knew it, and Park Guo-chang also knew that he was bragging. You all don't know, right? The boss just ran into that woman. Do you know who she is? The other coaches all shook their heads, not knowing why Chen Ji's eyes didn't say anything and had an unfathomable smile on his face. Park Guk-chang said immediately. That person was none other than the celebrity Qi Yunyan who was picked up at the airport. As soon as she passed by me, I knew her identity. I've seen her concerts and press conferences before, and she always had the same demeanor and appearance. Park Guk-chang has seen countless women in his daily life, so his sensitivity to women is naturally much greater than that of other coaches. Alright, let's go to the hotel. We have to go to the stadium today. Shenji didn't want to dwell on this topic too much, and now was far from the time to dwell on it. The few of them went all the way to the hotel, put their things away, and then headed straight to the Imperial Capital Gymnasium. The competition was held in the Imperial Capital Gymnasium. Shenjika must be fully prepared. He didn't want this brief incident to affect the overall situation. After getting off the plane, Qi Yunyan was very touched when she saw the group of people coming to pick her up, but she still changed into casual clothes and escaped carefully from another place. Didn't Xiaolu say not to arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport? Why did you still send someone to pick you up? Assistant Xiaolu said with some grievance at this moment. This was not arranged by me, but by your agent. You are a celebrity, so when you travel, you must have a grand ceremony. This will also affect your status. After hearing this, Qi Yunyan stopped talking. Qi Yunyan could only obey her agent's arrangements. After all her current achievements were arranged by her agent. Without her agent's careful arrangements, she wouldn't have become famous so quickly. The interests of the agency are above all else, so even though she is so sick at this time, she still has to go to film. Qi Yunyan threw her bag to Assistant Xiaolu. You come and take it. Has the car arrived? Let's go to the set now. We have another shoot today. If we're late, it will be difficult to arrange it. Chi Yunyan's schedule is very full. She has to go for treatment, participate in programs and do filming on weekdays. So many things really make her have no time to think about other things. She regarded the adventure just now as a trivial matter and easily put it behind her mind. Soon, Chi Yunyan arrived at the set. Today we are filming a big-budget Qing Dynasty Palace drama, which is also the most popular drama nowadays. Although the values of these pigtail dramas are disgusting, they still have a lot of fans thanks to the bloody stories. Chi Yunyan also hated these films very much, but these few people were very powerful and kept spending money to invest in such films. However, many people just liked this bloody tone, which forced her to star in them. Chi Yunyan, you're finally here. It's getting late. Do you know how much time it takes to start the machine? Okay, let's get started. The director immediately urged all levels of photography to begin preparations. Zhou Yunyan also spent a full 20 minutes on emergency makeup. Finally, she finished, changed her clothes, and immediately started shooting. Chi Yunyan played a guest role, which didn't have many lines, but it was very eye-catching. Although Chi Yunyan was only a guest star, her performance fee was as high as 4 million. Half a month's play, 4 million. This price is really high. At this moment, in the imperial palace, Chi Yunyan was walking forward with Fu Shi affectionately, and the princes and sons of the nobles were also shrinking and segmenting. In front of the camera, Chi Yunyan looks glorious, but she knows that she is now terminally ill. The dull pain in his chest was a little unbearable for him, and one of the actions in the next scene required him to be suspended by wires. This play is also a thriller. For safety reasons, they originally planned to use a stand-in, but after using the stand-in several times, the state of the stand-in was very bad. Chi Yunyan is an extremely dedicated actor, and her dedicated attitude has also made her famous. So Chi Yunyan chose to perform on her own. Director, I'll do it myself this time. Since the action in this scene is too big, it's not easy for a stand-in to do it, so I'll do it myself. Seeing the poor quality of the film, the director could only nod helplessly. Okay, but be careful and be prepared in all aspects. This time my master will be performing in person, so try to get it right in one take, This shot is relatively dangerous, okay, everyone, get ready. At the director's command, the camera started shooting instantly. Chi Yunyan was hanging on the wire, and the other leading actors fell down instantly. There was a burst of exclamations, and there was also a burst of inexplicable emotion and editing. The scene was completed quickly. Before Chi Yunyan could take off her things, the next second the assistant next to her immediately pointed at her nose and exclaimed, "Why is the blood coming out? It's bad. It's bleeding quickly." The assistant immediately rushed over and wiped the blood from Chi Yunyan's nose with a tissue. Chi Yunyan was still trying hard to speak to the person next to her. It's okay, I'm fine, don't be nervous." Her words were heartwarming, but reality doesn't lie. Her face was getting paler and paler, and her nosebleed couldn't be stopped. The ambulance was rushing in. But Chi Yunyan couldn't hold on any longer, and she fainted on the set. The next second, the set was in chaos. The paparazzi also slipped in, and soon, the big news was exposed. Within 10 minutes, the media immediately went wild, with the largest subtitles appearing on the media headlines. Popular star Chi Yunyan fainted and her pay was suspected to be abuse on the set. There are many different opinions on other titles, but not many people know that Chi Yunyan is actually terminally ill. Chi Yunyan has been sent to the ambulance at this moment. Everyone on the set was frightened for her. No one knew what had happened. The assistant knew it vaguely, but due to the contract with the agency, she couldn't say anything and could only talk to the director. The director's next filming schedule is changing. Is it okay for me to adjust this side? The director was terrified, thinking that it was his negligence that caused the injury to the popular actress, so he nodded and said, Of course. By the way, I want to go and see the teacher in person. This is all my fault. How could I have thought of letting the teacher perform such a dangerous play in person? Chapter 31, Terminal Illness. Everything in the hospital was cold. Chi Yunyan was lying on the bed, feeling the coldness in her heart. The TV beside the bed was currently playing the TV series in which she starred, but compared to the glamorous female stars in those TV series, she now looked much more haggard. How could she not be haggard? Finally, she couldn't hold on any longer. Chi Yunyan lay on the bed. Her agent slowly came over and said to Chi Yunyan, "The doctor will come for a consultation in a while. Your condition is deteriorating faster than you think. You must be mentally prepared." The agent was extremely anxious at the moment, but there was nothing he could do as this type of terminal illness could not be cured. Seeing the agent like this, Chi Yunyan took a breath and said, "I know what my body is like. Tell me where I am now." The agent didn't say anything, but just smiled and comforted him. "You're a big star, you'll be fine. The doctor over there has already arranged for you. It's no big deal. You just need to rest well. Don't worry, you'll be fine." Chi Yunyan would not be fooled by these words and slowly straightened up. "Where's my bag? Bring me my phone." Chi Yunyan saw Bao agent in the corner and quickly took it over. Chi Yunyan took out her mobile phone and accidentally touched the sandalwood box. The fragrance of the sandalwood box kept wafting into her nose, and the smell really made her feel a little indescribable. It smells good with a strange and intoxicating feeling, and it doesn't seem to be an ordinary thing. She didn't know what she was thinking. Maybe she found it funny, or maybe she was afraid of being cheated. She took out her cell phone. There was no important news in the phone. Her relatives ignored her. She felt sad. "It seems I'm afraid I can't make it. By the way, has my mother been here recently?" Chi Yunyan's mother was a notorious vampire who didn't care about her daughter at all. Every time she came to see her daughter, she only had one thing to ask for, which was money, money, and money all the time. She didn't have any feelings for her mother, she just wanted to ask her how she was before she died. The agent smiled and said, "What else can she do? She came to ask for money again. This time she asked for 300,000 yuan. I didn't give it to her. Your mother is too greedy. If I indulge her anymore, I'm afraid she will dare to ask for 1,000,000 yuan. Chi Yunyan's mother is a gambler." Chi Yunyan knew that giving money would not work. Chi Yunyan said to the agent, "I said that I would give my account to the company for custody, and half of the annual interest would be used as custody fees, and the other half of the interest on my money would be used as living expenses for my mother. That way, even if I die, she will have someone to rely on in her old age. Let's do it this way. You draw up a contract and I'll sign it tomorrow. I trust you." This trust left the agent at a loss for words. It's no use. It's no use. She will still ask for money and will still file a lawsuit. You'd better think of a proper solution. The company will not accept such an agreement. I have some relationship with this law firm. If you need anything, you can contact it. Here is the contact information." Chi Yunyan looked at the business card in her hand and threw it into her bag the next second. "Okay, then I know. Chi Yunyan was feeling the pain in her body at this moment. The piercing pain was unbearable for her. Seeing this, her agent quickly pressed the button. The emergency button was pressed and soon someone came in to provide treatment. "What's going on?" "She is still a patient. She must not get emotional. Emotional excitement will have uncontrollable consequences. We cannot let her get emotional again." The nurse kept talking, and the agent didn't know what to say, so he just waited by the side. After waiting for a long time, the person finally came. I saw a nurse walking in slowly, followed by 2 Mediterranean doctors. Both of them had almost no hair, but some stubborn hair was still on their heads. This look is really funny, really funny. Chi Yunyan, however, had no interest in laughing at the 2 doctors who came to her and said to her, "We know that you have a special identity, but your illness is getting worse faster than we thought." After saying that, he pointed at Chi Yunyan's chest. The film has shown that it is already in the advanced stage and there is almost no chance of recovery. Domestic medical technology has reached this point, and there is currently no good medical technology abroad. It has already metastasized. We will try our best to give chemotherapy to save it, but the effect can only be said to be life-saving. Hearing this, Chi Yunyan smiled bitterly. "Doctor, is there really no chance? I'm still young. Didn't the previous treatment say that there is still a chance?" Dr. Mediterranean sighed and said, "My previous thoughts were too optimistic. The latest inspection report shows that the situation is not optimistic anymore." After saying this, he lowered his head. It was really impossible to save her. In the late stage of cancer, there was no cure at all. There was no other choice but death. Chi Yunyan also knew that there was no possibility of curing breast cancer in the late stages. She was desperate, very desperate. But there is nothing they can do in despair but accept the reality, the two doctors said with their heads lowered with some guilt. There is really no other way. We will keep this matter confidential as the company requires us to do. I hope you can accept this reality. It's useless. It's useless. These words made Chi Yunyan completely lose hope, and she stared blankly ahead in despair. Just get out, everyone. I want to be alone and sober so that everyone can get out. Chi Yunyan said this. The others wanted to say something, but in the end they didn't know what to say. After all, death was a foregone conclusion. It was impossible to live. Since it is impossible to live, it is better to live a good and casual life and think calmly about the future path. At this moment, tears kept falling between Chi Yunyan's eyes, and the tears flowed slowly from the corners of her eyes. Those were tears of despair, tears of helplessness, tears of heartache, and tears full of helplessness and difficulty. She wanted to live, and she hadn't done anything wrong, but the trick of fate made her so pitiful. She was on the verge of despair. She looked at the ceiling in despair and threw everything in her bag out in despair. Business cards, cell phones, lipsticks, cosmetics, eyebrow pencils were all thrown away, and even the sandalwood box was thrown away, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 32 Fire Spirit Fruit. The sandalwood box fell directly on the table next to it. The heavy box was bounced open by the impact, revealing a small fruit hidden inside. The fruit was light red in color, but the center was fiery red, just like fire. No wonder it is called fire spirit fruit. It seems that the fire spirit fruit got its name from this. Seeing this fruit, Chi Yunyan finally sobered up a little and regained her sanity. She held the fruit in her hand. The fruit was not big, but she didn't know what kind it was. Chi Yunyan looked at it curiously. A strange fragrance rushed into the nose. The smell was so strange that it made people feel an indescribable feeling. Chi Yunyan put it to the tip of her nose and sniffed the scent carefully. As she sniffed it, her mood seemed to improve a little. This smell was really wonderful. What on earth is this thing? Chi Yunyan was full of doubts. She didn't know what this thing was, let alone whether it could cure her illness. Everything was just a coincidence. Who was that person on the plane? She was puzzled, but she still wanted to try it. After all, the fruit looked sweet and delicious. Swallowing it might feel different, so she held it in her hand and slowly put it into her mouth the next second. The assistant outside was frightened when he saw this scene. He walked forward, opened the door, and said to Chi Yunyan, Sister Xiaoyun, no, what can't you eat? The doctor said that your diet needs to be strictly planned recently and you can't eat anything randomly. Chi Yunyan glanced at her and said with some self-abandonment, My disease is terminal and cannot be cured. I want to eat something, so what? You can go out, don't worry about me. It's okay for me to eat. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility for it myself. The young assistant was still worried, so she walked to Chi Yunyan's side and silently packed up the things on the ground. Chi Yunyan looked at her, feeling annoyed, and said angrily, Why are you collecting them? Why are you collecting them? There is no use for them. I don't need them anymore. If you want them, just take them. I'll give them to you. Chi Yunyan's emotions exploded for no reason. She didn't understand why God was so unfair to her. Why did God let her be punished like this? She tried hard to be a good person and to do everything well, but reality still gave her a huge blow, leaving her unable to extricate herself and unable to save herself. Chi Yunyan sighed and said to the assistant, Go now. My health condition no longer allows me to film, and I no longer need an assistant. Go find a new star to be your assistant. The young assistant's eyes were full of human eyes at this moment. Zhu Yunyan was a good star. She didn't act like a big shot, nor did she get angry easily. She was always so friendly to people and things. She also didn't understand why Chi Yunyan suffered such a misfortune. She is so good and outstanding, but she has such a disease, which makes her miserable, sad, and desperate. The young assistant stood up and said to Chi Yunyan, Sister Xiaoyun, take good care of yourself. There will definitely be a turn for the better and everything will be fine. After saying that, he stood up and walked out slowly, wiping tears from his eyes. He felt extremely aggrieved, but he forced himself to hold back his tears for fear that his emotions would affect Chi Yunyan. Chi Yunyan looked at the fruit and said secretly in her heart, It's just a fruit. Even if it's poisonous, it will only end the pain sooner. Instead of crying and losing your hair during the treatment and being tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, it's better to eat this thing and take a gamble. If he wins the bet, he might be able to delay his death for a while. If he loses the bet, the worst that can happen is death. Shi Yunyan is not afraid of death, but she is afraid of becoming an ugly person before she dies. She made up her mind, and the next second she gently placed the fire spirit fruit to her lips. She hesitated again, then put it in her mouth and chewed it slowly. The taste of the fire spirit fruit is very peculiar, an indescribable sweetness that instantly bursts in the mouth, making Shi Yunyan the happiest person in the world. This thing is strange, really strange. Shi Yunyan swallowed it in the blink of an eye, but the shock made her unable to recover for a long time. She just felt an indescribable energy, an indescribable warmth, flowing continuously in her limbs. Shi Yunyan passed out the next second. The assistant outside was stunned and immediately said to the nurse, someone come quickly, he fainted again. Dr. Mediterranean came in a hurry, and he was also very worried at this moment. The patient fainted twice in one day. It seems that his condition has worsened. He must be taken care of now. By the way, we need to increase the dosage of the medicine and prepare targeted drugs. Oh, by the way, let the patient's family come over to sign. Surgery is likely to be required. If not, the patient may be in danger. The agent shook his head. Shi Yunyan only has one mother left. If her mother comes to sign, she might extort a lot of money. How about this? Her account is currently managed by the company. We can sign for her. Although we cannot bear all the responsibilities, we do have some solutions. The doctor nodded. Don't worry, let's discuss it first. I'll go and rescue him first. The doctor has just arrived at the scene and all the equipment is being readied. Shi Yunyan suddenly woke up slowly. Seeing so many people in such a big scene, she felt confused for a moment. The next second, she spat out a mouthful of black blood on the bed. The quilt on the bed was soaked with the black blood. The black blood was so black, just like ink. It was such a strange thing that the attending doctor was also a little confused. He looked at the scene and said in a daze, "What's going on? Why is there blood spurting out? This is not normal. It seems that the condition has worsened." The agent shook his head inside, and the assistant burst into tears, unable to bear to see what was going to happen next. But Shi Yunyan miraculously regained her spirits at this moment. That's right, she perked up and looked at the doctor. "Doctor, I feel better and it doesn't seem to hurt as much." When Shi Yunyan said this, the doctor was stunned. Dr. Mediterranean shook his head and said decisively, "It's impossible, absolutely impossible. There is no possibility of treatment for advanced breast cancer. The only possibility is to wait for death. You are afraid that this is a relapse of vitality, and that the condition has worsened. Hurry up and use the equipment. Don't delay. If you delay, something terrible will definitely happen." After Dr. Mediterranean finished speaking, he was about to use the equipment to treat Shi Yunyan. Chapter 33 I'm okay. The equipment was ready. Shi Yunyan picked up the tissue on the table and wiped the black blood from her mouth. She looked really good now, with a rosy face. She didn't look like a patient at all, but like a normal person. The young assistant also noticed this at this moment, and she quickly spoke to the doctor. "Doctor, this is not right. She looked so weak just now, but now look at her like a normal person. How could there be a problem? Take another look, take another look. The contrast is too great. He was pale and lifeless just now, but now he is different. His face is rosy and there is a light in his eyes. He doesn't look like he has a terminal illness at all." The doctor was somewhat skeptical at this moment, and the next second Shi Yunyan incredibly lifted the quilt and stood up. That's right, she stood up, and the warm current made her whole body warm. She felt extremely comfortable. She paced repeatedly, walking step by step, feeling a sense of strength that she had not felt for a long time. She looked at the doctors and turned her head away, but felt shy the next second and ran out. Seeing that there was no one in the office next door, she rushed in and locked the door. The doctors were all stunned. They didn't expect that a patient with advanced breast cancer could be so dexterous. They realized something was wrong the next second and said directly, "The patient is trying to escape, catch her quickly, don't let her escape, don't let anything happen to her, catch her quickly." Dr. Mediterranean was very worried, fearing that something might happen to Chi Yunyan. In the past, many people with terminal illnesses did not believe in themselves and would jump off buildings and die after getting a terminal illness or simply being devastated. Such cases are not uncommon. Even if they don't jump off the building, they commit suicide in other ways. This hospital is unbearable. Dr. Zhong Hai was sweating profusely at this moment. It would be fine if it was someone else, but this time it was very different, because the woman in front of him was not someone else, but a famous female star who was popular all over the country. If something really happens, I'm afraid their hospital will not be able to escape the blame, and he will definitely not be able to escape all the troubles. The doctor was extremely confused at the moment, and he led people to chase after the man. However, the door was locked, and Dr. Mediterranean could only keep talking outside. Ma'am, don't be anxious or panic. Although this disease is difficult to treat, it is not completely hopeless. Stay calm and keep a good mood. Maybe there will be a miracle. Medical miracles do happen. You still have to keep a calm mind and never seek death or you will regret it. You really will regret it. Open the door quickly. The door still didn't open, and at this moment Dr. Mediterranean was shouting anxiously. Security, 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 come quickly and get a hammer, open this door, you must open this door and rescue the people inside. If anything happens to the people inside, we're all finished. Dr. Mediterranean doesn't want to take any gamble with his future. The agent was also very anxious and called out from outside. Don't be stupid, Chi Yunyan, don't be stupid, you are still young, there is still a chance, don't be stupid, open the door quickly, let us in, let's do another check, maybe there will be a chance. The young assistant's face was full of tears at this moment. He kept banging on the door and crying. Sister Xiaoyun, don't scare me, come out quickly, everything will be fine, come out quickly, Sister Xiaoyun, come out quickly. These words formed a symphony that kept playing in Chi Yunyan's mind, but Chi Yunyan was in no mood for it. She is now staring at the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she doesn't recognize herself at all. She no longer looks weak. She is a completely healthy person. Yes, a healthy person. She slowly touched her chest, and the lump from that deadly, hateful nightmare had actually disappeared, replaced by a familiar feeling. It's gone, it's really gone. How could it be really gone? Those lumps were her nightmares, and it was those things that made her a captive of the disease, but now they are gone. Chi Yunyan laughed excitedly, she laughed loudly, she laughed triumphantly, she laughed wildly, and the next second, she opened the door directly. The security guards outside were about to break down the door when Chi Yunyan slowly walked out. Her face was flushed and she didn't look like a patient at all. Chi Yunyan's appearance shocked the doctor directly, and he murmured. Crazy, crazy, this guy is crazy. Chi Yunyan looked at him and said angrily. I'm not crazy, take me to get checked again, I feel like I'm completely fine, that person really didn't lie to me, taking this medicine can really cure me. Chi Yunyan was talking confidently at this moment, and the assistant next to her frowned, as if he was aware of the strange box given to me by the man on the plane. Chi Yunyan insisted again and again, and the agent nodded and said as he looked at her expression. Since you still want to try again, it's okay, then give it a try. Don't worry, this is a work-related injury and the company will take care of it. We will provide you with medical treatment no matter how much it costs. At this moment, Chi Yunyan was absolutely convinced that she was well, absolutely well. She now had only one thought in mind, which was to quickly verify whether she was well or not. If it's good, that's great. All the efforts seem like a dream. But the sudden news of recovery made her extremely excited and encouraged. Chi Yunyan stepped onto the familiar examination instrument, and the assistant beside her encouraged her. Sister Xiaoyun, you are a good person. You will definitely be rewarded. A miracle will definitely happen. You will definitely be fine. Chi Yunyan nodded. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Dr. Mediterranean curled his lips at this moment, watched Chi Yunyan enter the testing equipment, then walked out and said to the agent. There is absolutely no need for testing. She is already in the late stage of the disease. She is basically waiting to die. Conservative treatment is the only option. If you want to extend her life, you can only take targeted drug therapy. I'll give you a plan first. The following examinations are just to deal with the patient. Don't hold your hopes too high. I will comfort the patient as much as possible and at the same time put the best critically ill ward in the hospital. The agent nodded. Okay, thank you for your help. You must try to prolong the patient's life. I believe you know her identity. You must also keep it confidential. The agent frowned and the young assistant was still praying to God. Chapter 34 Medical Miracles. Shi Yunyan was full of confidence. She walked out from each instrument and soon returned to her ward to wait for the report. Dr. Mediterranean was also a little excited at this moment, and he said to Chi Yunyan, "The best treatment at the moment is conservative treatment. Your symptoms are the same no matter where you are treated. It's already in the late stage, and there's basically no chance of saving you. I've already applied for a ward for you, and I'll be dispatching you soon." Shi Yunyan didn't care that she was using cosmetics to put on makeup for herself. She put on a beautiful lip gloss and said to the doctor, "No more hospitalization. I feel better now. I have never felt better." The young assistant was standing next to him, and the agent also had a frown on his face. Although he believed in miracles, miracles were not so easy to happen, so he immediately said to Chi Yunyan, "It's useless. Don't be too confident. Don't worry. The company will take care of everything. You don't have to be too optimistic." Chi Yunyan looked at these people who didn't believe in her, her brows instantly drooped, and she spoke to everyone. "Why don't you want to believe me? I said I'm fine now. I'm really fine now. If you don't believe me, just look at me. I can run and jump now. I'm really fine now." The Mediterranean doctor laughed mercilessly. "How can you be cured? You are not cured at all. Do you know what your condition is called? In medicine, it is called terminal lucidity. You are no longer curable. The only option left is conservative treatment to prolong your life. Don't harbor any more illusions." Chi Yunyan looked at them, and somehow the figure of Chenji emerged in her mind. Chenji was not tall, but the words he said made her feel extremely warm. She now believed in Chenji 100%. "Someone told me that if I ate that fruit, I would definitely get better. I ate it now and I feel like I am really getting better. I am willing to believe him." Hearing what Chi Yunyan said, Dr. Mediterranean just laughed and said to Chi Yunyan, "There is no such thing as luck in medicine. Whatever happens is what it is. Don't harbor any illusions. Just accept the treatment honestly. If you really ate a fruit that I don't know where it came from, you will be cured. What do we doctors need to do? We doctors can all quit and do nothing. Why do we still need to open hospitals and make medicines?" The agent also said immediately, Yes, you are right. You are too gullible. Weren't you deceived every time you went out before? This is a terminal illness. It is impossible to cure it." Chi Yunyan looked at them and said angrily at how they didn't believe in her. "Then let's make a bet. If the test report shows that I'm fine, then I'll agree to your treatment, and I'll take out 2 million from my personal account to compensate you and your hospital, okay?" Chi Yunyan had great faith in Chenji at this moment. Every word Chenji said sounded like an imperial decree in her ears. She would not allow anyone to slander Chenji. The same is true even for the doctor who treats you. The agent shook his head and said, "Stop messing around. I've already told you there's no chance. Why are you messing around like this? Apologize to the doctor now." When the doctor saw her like this, he became angry and said angrily, "Okay, then don't regret it. I can tell you that these instruments will not make mistakes, and miracles will not happen. If you are really cured, then even if our hospital misdiagnosed you and there was a medical malpractice, we will compensate you accordingly." The Mediterranean doctor's confidence is absolutely incomparable. The so-called feelings are all false. Countless terminally ill patients feel that they are well, but in fact they are already terminally ill and beyond recovery. Dr. Mediterranean was standing here, and it happened that the report was expedited and was ready very quickly. Several people were waiting for the report to arrive. The Mediterranean doctor was ready to wait for the report to come, so he transferred the patient directly to the intensive care unit. After waiting for a while, he still didn't come, so he directly pulled the agent to discuss it. "You are her agent, right? The patient's mood is very unstable. You'd better let her family and friends accompany her more and keep her in a good mood. This will help alleviate her condition." The agent nodded. Shi Yunyan happily started playing with the little assistant. "I don't have to die. You can still be my agent in the future. Don't worry, I will give you a promotion and a raise. When the assistant saw Sister Xiaoyun was so energetic, his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Sister Xiaoyun is the best. I will always be with Sister Xiaoyun and help her do all kinds of things." Qi Yunyan smiled, and the little assistant also smiled. As the little assistant smiled, crystal tears appeared in his eyes. She was also unwilling to believe Qi Yunyan's reason. It was simply because what Qi Yunyan said was too mysterious. How could it possibly get better? This was a terminal illness and it would never get better. The reason why she was willing to say this was just to deceive her sister Xiaoyun. After all, her sister Xiaoyun was so good to her, she really couldn't bear to hurt her with the truth. Dr. Mediterranean came in slowly. The next second, the nurse from the laboratory had delivered the report. "Director, the report has been delivered. Please take a look." Dr. Mediterranean said this with absolute certainty at this moment. I didn't even need to read the report. I already knew that breast cancer was in the late stage and there was no chance of any change. It had already spread, and it was impossible to get better. Dr. Mediterranean was full of confidence. He was a famous doctor with countless resumes. If there was any miracle, how could he not know about it? Cases like this were basically in the late stage of spread, and there was basically no hope. The agent next to her also began to comfort Qi Yunyan. "Okay, let's change to another ward. There's no rush. There's no rush." When Qi Yunyan heard that her agent didn't believe her, she got angry. "I said, I'm fine now, I don't need to be hospitalized anymore." The agent wanted to persuade him again, but he saw that Mediterranean had already picked up the report and started to look at it. He read page after page, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. He spoke with a trembling voice. "This is impossible. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could such a thing happen?" He picked up the film and the report and kept looking at them under the light. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. The next second he actually looked up with a dull look in his eyes. How is it possible that there are no cancer cells? It's impossible. When Qi Yunyan heard the news, she straightened up and held the assistant tightly with both hands. "Sister Xiaoyun, you hurt me. Chapter 35 must find him." The little assistant's face was full of fear for her sister Xiaoyun, who seemed to have changed today. Sister Xiaoyun seems particularly different today. When Qi Yunyan heard this, tears welled up in her eyes. Maybe this was her acting skills. She cried as soon as she said she would. But this time she was not crying for the sake of acting. She really wanted to cry. Yes, she really wanted to cry. She had waited countless times and received countless treatments. She wanted to hear this news. Now she was finally well. Tears flowed down her cheeks. The assistant wiped her tears and comforted her. "Sister Xiaoyun, it's okay. Don't cry, Sister Xiaoyun." Qi Yunyan smiled, wiped the tears from her face, and said to the assistant, "Sister, I'm not crying. I'm happy. These are tears of joy. I'm fine. I can film properly and work with you in the future." She cried with joy. She was so happy. It was really great, really great. The doctor was completely shocked at this moment, and the agent was also shocked at this moment. What they didn't expect was that he was really healed. This was too magical. How could he get better suddenly? When Dr. Mediterranean thought of the bet just now, his face turned completely pale. If he really misdiagnosed a famous female star, it would be a big deal. This is definitely a medical accident. I'm afraid his future prospects will be ruined. Thinking of this, his face turned pale. He was afraid that the female star in front of him would really cause trouble for her. At this moment, his agent was also very happy and said to him, that's great, you've recovered and can film again. Don't think about the will. As long as you're here, I guarantee that within a year, you'll be a top star, a household name, a top star." As a veteran star, Qi Yunyan's acting skills are very qualified. As long as she is alive, those younger generations will definitely be overwhelmed by her. But her being alive is also a good thing. With her, there won't be so many shady things in the entertainment industry. After all, she is a very responsible senior. Dr. Mediterranean's face turned pale as he looked at Qi Yunyan. At this moment, he spoke to Qi Yunyan cautiously. "I'm so sorry, it might be a misdiagnosis. I don't know the reason, but the previous films all prove that it had spread. I don't know what's going on here." Dr. Mediterranean was terrified. If an adult was misdiagnosed, his medical career would almost be over. He couldn't even imagine what would happen because of the impact and public opinion behind it. Shi Yunyan listened to what Dr. Mediterranean said and nodded. I know you definitely didn't mean it, and I was just angry just now. Don't worry, I won't blame you, it's okay. When Dr. Mediterranean heard these words, he finally felt relieved. Shi Yunyan said to her agent. Please arrange it. I need to be discharged from the hospital. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital is too bad. It's too bad. The agent also nodded and said. Okay, you're fine now. You can fly to the filming tonight. The filming is currently taking place in the mountains. When you go there later, we can arrange a role for you tonight. Shi Yunyan nodded. She comforted her agent, but she had more thoughts in her mind. At this moment, the young assistant was very happy for her. Shi Yunyan looked at the assistant and said, Do you still remember the man I met on the plane that day? Go and help me check. If you can find the man's information, you must find him at all costs. The young assistant was a little confused. She didn't know why her sister asked the man why. The man was just an ordinary man and there was nothing strange about him. Why did she ask him? Seeing the assistant's puzzled look, she explained. That man is not ordinary, he is very powerful. He gave me that thing, and after I took it, my illness was cured, and the spread of cancer cells disappeared. Why do you think this is the case? The young assistant was still confused. She didn't believe that there was someone so powerful that he could give someone some medicine and make them completely healthy. If there really was such a person, then wouldn't doctors be useless? The young assistant had been cheated so many times and always felt that those people were always lying. She said this directly to comfort her sister. Sister Xiaoying, please don't think too much. The hospital must have misdiagnosed you. The medicine is definitely useless. Please don't think too much, okay? Shi Yunyan shook her head. No, it's definitely not the case. I've gone through so many tests and it's been confirmed that I have a terminal illness. But after I ate that fruit, I really felt different. I'm healed. I'm really completely healed. I'm giving you a task now. Find that man at all costs. I want to thank him and ask him what's going on. The assistant was startled, but nodded. Okay, sister, I understand. I'll keep an eye out for you. If there's any news about that man, I'll tell you right away, okay? It's not easy to find someone you just met on a plane. The assistant was a little helpless at the moment, but she still tried her best to find him. However, she couldn't find much flight information for that day, so she could only check with the airline phone number. This is obviously a big project. Without knowing the names, it would be too difficult to find them one by one. Shi Yunyan did not delay and went to film in the evening. She didn't care about all this. The only thing that mattered to her was finding the man who saved her. Have you found it? Have you not found it yet? It's just the information of a man. Please help me find him. He must have appeared at the airport. Please help me offer a reward. If anyone can find that person, I am willing to pay 200,000 for his information. Shi Yunyan was simply crazy, and the assistant also thought she was crazy, and then said, Sister Xiaoyun, are you crazy? You can't spend 200,000 yuan to buy a piece of information. You will push that man to the forefront. You don't want that, do you? Shi Yunyan thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. If a reward was really offered, it would definitely be a disaster for an outsider. So try to find the fans who mobilized me. If anyone has seen him, be sure to find him. By the way, I drew a portrait of him here. I drew it based on my memory. If you can find it, please try to help me find it. The young assistant took over the conversation and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. It seemed as if he had seen this person before somewhere. Chapter 36 Tournament. The competition in the Taekwondo Championship was very intense. Shenji drank a sip of water at this moment and ended a fight. It seems that the masters in this city are not as strong as imagined. Shenji wiped the sweat from his face at this moment. Although he was very powerful, there were also many masters all over the country, but he still had a way. Okay, you guys stay here and watch while I go to the bathroom. Shenji came to the bathroom, rubbed his nose, opened his eyes and said, It seems that I am too confident after all. There are so many talented people. I really can't win without some tricks. Shenji turned on the system the next second, and the system beeped. Ding, welcome host to log into the system. The panel instantly appeared in front of him, and all kinds of things appeared in front of him. Shenji instantly opened his own panel, and all levels of information were revealed in front of him. My own physical strength is pretty good, but my current taekwondo skills are only at level 3. The top level is level 10. It is obviously a problem to upgrade from level 3 to level 10. Shenji said, looking at the value in front of him. System, how many numerical points do I need to upgrade my taekwondo level to the highest level? The system responded immediately. 100 points can increase the points of the first level host, which is just enough to increase the level. Do you want to choose to redeem? If all points are about to be cleared after redemption, please make a quick choice. Shenji had no other way to win the championship at this moment, so he had to resort to extraordinary means, so he said immediately. Choose to exchange. I want to become the strongest and win the championship of this tournament. As the points were reset to 0, Shenji felt an infinite power coming from his body, and all the knowledge and movements about taekwondo in his mind were poured into his mind like a crown of enlightenment. The next second, he walked out of the bathroom with full confidence. Park Kook-chang was fighting on the stage at the moment. His opponent was a master from South Korea. The master from South Korea saw Park Kook-chang's skills and did not choose to fight with him, but kept dodging him outside. This little guy is really nimble. He didn't fight Coach Park directly, but dodged like this. Really, he's so nimble that he's like a fish. I can't even catch him. The movements of the small stick in front of him turned into slow motion in Shenji's eyes. At this moment, Chunji was looking at everything on the stage with his mind extremely clear. Boss Chun, you fought really well just now. That opponent was really strong. I heard that he was a taekwondo master from Japan. You defeated him in just 10 moves. You are really amazing. Shenji nodded and said with a smile. I will definitely give my all to a master of the daily life. If I lose, won't I be embarrassed in front of the audience? The inexplicable patriotic sentiment that erupted at this moment was also the main reason why Shenji won. In fact, the main reason was that the little stick was really exhausted after fighting consecutively before, otherwise it would be quite difficult to beat him. This tournament is full of experts, and without absolute strength, there is no way to win. Park Kook-chang was dodged several times, but he seized the opportunity, threw him to the ground, and then slammed his swona to win. The coaches cheered when they saw this. Coach Park is really awesome. I knew he would win. Those people are definitely no match for Coach Park. Ha 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 ha, he finally won. That's awesome. Coach Park won, and everyone else was very happy too. Shenji also showed a smile on his face. According to Park Kwa-chang's performance, he could at least enter the top 20. If he entered the championship, there would be 2 masters in the same taekwondo gym. In this way, his taekwondo gym would definitely become famous. As long as it becomes famous, it will at least make Wang Xiuhong's taekwondo gym very anxious, and the next branch can also be named after it. Shenji has already thought of the glorious blueprint for the future, and his eyes are full of excitement at this moment. Park Kook-chang defeated his opponent successfully. Then it was Shenji's turn. Shenji was very different from before. Okay, now it's my turn. This time I'll show you what a real master is. Shenji walked forward and slowly stood on the stage. His eyes were extremely sharp at this moment. He could completely analyze the enemy's movements and easily disassemble all of the opponent's movements. This talent and this technique are almost invincible in the field of taekwondo. Shenji is now invincible. It is almost impossible for him to rely on his own skills to improve his taekwondo skills to the top level. Even if some people are lucky enough to reach this level, they are already very old. It is even more impossible for them to be as young as Shenji, who is at the peak of his physical strength, but has so much knowledge and skills and keen observation and reaction abilities. This time the enemy is a taekwondo master from the north. He has defeated 3 opponents in a row, and each opponent was defeated within 2 moves. He is one of the players with great potential to win the championship. This opponent is called Yang Woody. Yang Woody walked forward, looked at Shenji in front of him, a hint of coldness in his eyes, and said to Shenji, "Boy, you are strong, but you don't seem that strong. I can knock you down in 2 moves. Ha 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 ha. You are unlucky to meet me today." The people below were also discussing the explanation at this moment and were also explaining it. Shenji is also a master, but in the previous game, it can still be seen that he still needs 10 moves to defeat his opponent, and many of his moves are also immature. Compared to the northern players, the gap between Yang Wudi and Chen Ji is even bigger, so I think Yang Wudi will definitely be able to defeat Chen Ji within 5 moves, and it won't be a pity for Chen Ji to lose this time. After all, Yang Wudi's strength is beyond his possibility. Another commentator looked at Chen Ji and said, "That's not the case. Chen Ji's overall strength is still very strong, and his reaction ability is also superior. Yang Wudi's reaction ability is indeed a little weaker, but his ability to withstand blows is very strong. Yang Wudi should have practiced Sanda. Judging from his appearance, Chen Ji's ability to withstand blows is also very strong. This will definitely be a tough battle, and it is yet to be determined who will win." The two commentators each favored one person at the moment. Yang Wudi sneered when he heard the commentary above. "The commentators don't have to think about it. I can defeat him within 2 moves. If I can't defeat him within 2 moves, then I lose. The boast has been made that the opponent will be defeated within 2 moves. This is no ordinary boast." Chen Ji stared at him and shook his head. "Don't even mention 2 moves. You can't beat me in 10 moves." Chapter 37 National Live Broadcast. When the young assistant saw the portrait drawn by Qi Yunyan, her mind started working rapidly. She seemed to know this person. She really did know this person. The next second, she grabbed Qi Yunyan and said, "Sister Xiaoyun, do you remember? Isn't this person the one in the advertisement in the corner of the mall that I saw before? He's going to participate in the National Taekwondo Championship." "Yes, Sister Xiaoyun, I remember her. Let's check the live broadcast now. I found out that the competition is today." The young assistant was excited at this moment. She took out her mobile phone and quickly started looking for information. Sure enough, she found the live broadcast link, clicked on it, and saw the live broadcast instantly. It was such a coincidence that the person who watched the live broadcast was not someone else, but the match between Chen Ji and Yang Wudi. The two of them were standing on the stage, testing each other, and were not in a hurry to attack. Qi Yunyan saw the man on the live broadcast, and she covered her mouth tightly. She was so shocked that she took a deep breath and said to the assistant, "Book a plane ticket for me quickly. I want to go back now. I want to go back now." The young assistant was dumbfounded. "I just flew here and now I have to go back again. What a hassle," the young assistant said hesitantly. "Sister Xiaoyun, we still have filming tonight and we have scenes tonight. We can't go back. We absolutely can't go back." Qi Yunyan is not a willful person, but now she wants to be willful, so she spoke directly to the assistant. "Don't worry, the director and I have a relationship. We may not be able to shoot tonight's scenes. Look at the weather now. It will probably rain tonight. If it rains, the daily scenes won't be able to be shot. If we use indoor lighting, it will definitely affect the overall sense of the picture, so there will definitely be no lighting. So I concluded that there will be no filming. Just tell the director, I'm going back first. I don't care. I want to go back." Qi Yunyan had been searching for Chen Ji on the set, but she couldn't find that person's information no matter what she did. Thanks to the assistant's reminder, she finally found Chen Ji. When she saw the live broadcast content above, she said silently in her heart, "Thank you for saving me and giving me hope for life. I will repay you and I will remember you. Don't worry, I will definitely repay you and will not let you down for helping me." Qi Yunyan must repay a favor. She also realized that Chen Ji was a kind person and was willing to give her such a precious thing. She must repay this kindness. If she didn't, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. The young assistant found the director, who was almost furious at this point, and went straight to Qi Yunyan and the other person to confront them face to face. "Qi Yunyan, what's going on? Are you crazy? The scenes for tonight have already been scheduled. I can't leave you like this. I don't agree. It's very difficult for me to handle this." Qi Yunyan said stubbornly. "You must go. I have something very important to tell you. Look at the weather today. It's not suitable for filming. If you force yourself to film, there will definitely be mistakes. You will only waste my day. I will definitely come back. I will come back to film tomorrow. I will make up for this scene tomorrow, okay?" Seeing Qi Yunyan so determined, the director now believed what his assistant said and nodded helplessly. "You're making it very difficult for me, but considering that you just recovered from a serious illness, if you want to relax, go ahead. At worst, we can reshoot the scene. Anyway, you're just a cameo, so there's no rush for the scene. The director has collaborated with Chi Yunyan more than once or twice. He knows that Chi Yunyan is a responsible person. He also knows that Chi Yunyan is ill and was originally planning to replace her with a guest star. However, he did not expect that Chi Yunyan would miraculously recover from the illness. Chi Yunyan looked at the director gratefully and said, "Thank you, director. Don't worry, I will definitely come back to film tomorrow. I'll go first then." The director looked at Chi Yunyan, who looked haggard, and said to him, "If you want to relax, just relax more. It's okay. Don't worry about the details. I can delay it for a while. Anyway, you have to take care of your body first. Your health is the first priority. I feel sad when you get sick. Your health is the first priority. You must take good care of yourself." The director said this earnestly. I don't know if he really wanted to comfort me or just wanted to leave a good impression. Chi Yunyan immediately booked the nearest flight and flew back to the capital without stopping. Chi Yunyan was looking at the familiar airport at the airport. At this moment, she felt a different emotion in her heart. She felt so refreshed and comfortable. She no longer felt the despair she had felt before. This time she came back alone. She didn't bring her assistant or anyone else with her. It was a rare experience for her to walk here alone. It was a long-lost feeling of freedom. However, she still couldn't take off the mask and sunglasses on her face. Following the broadcast's call, Chi Yunyan boarded the plane smoothly. Inside the Imperial Capital Stadium, Shenji was still fighting. He and Yang Wudi were really evenly matched. However, this was just a test, and after 2 attempts, Shenji realized that Yang Wudi in front of him was indeed powerful, but his strength was indeed average. Wang Xiuhong was also watching this live broadcast. When she saw this, she clenched her fists. Shenji is so powerful, but don't get complacent, I still have a backup plan. At this moment, Wang Xiuhong directly called a foreigner. "Hello, is this Lao Zhong? I have already told you the rankings of this domestic taekwondo competition. I have already arranged it. You will be the last to appear soon. I have spent a lot of money this time. I only have one request, which is to defeat that loser Chen Ji and win the championship. If you can win the championship, I will also increase your salary and bonus." After watching the excitement of the first taekwondo championship, Wang Xiuhong quickly realized that this was a big business opportunity and that she had to win the championship, but her brother might not be able to win it either. Wang Xiuhong made use of her connections and personal connections in South Korea to directly invite the taekwondo champion who had held the title for 6 consecutive years. Taekwondo champion Park Pulak is a well-known figure in South Korea and also a legend in China. However, no one expected that this Korean master would go to China to compete. This is unfair, but it is also in line with the regulations. Wang Xiuhong's words were quickly responded to. "Don't worry, everything has been arranged. The 1.5 million for this match cannot be less. You have to transfer the money to the account quickly, otherwise we can't help you." Chapter 38 Defeat Wang Xiuhu. Wang Xiuhong nodded. "The money will come. My house has been sold. This match has great potential. The money will come tonight." Wang Xiuhong is a person with courage and determination. Don't be fooled by her usual appearance. In fact, she is an extremely ambitious and courageous person. Since she has discovered the business opportunity, she must win it at all costs. So in order to win, she sold her house and raised funds to invite a Korean champion to help her reach the top of Taekwondo. As long as the Korean champion Park Polo wins, he can use the title of the National Taekwondo Championship to earn unimaginable money. Wang Xiuhong watched the live broadcast, looked at the table carefully, and said confidently, "Shenji's next opponent is my brother, and the one after that is Park Pulu. As long as Park Pulu plays, he will definitely lose miserably. But my brother has to win as soon as possible. If he beats Shenji now, he can at least enter the top 20. If he can't win, then forget it." Wang Xiuhong had a good plan. If her brother made it into the top 20, that would be great. With 1 Taekwondo gym and 2 Taekwondo championships, a player who made it into the top 20 would also be a remarkable achievement. But all her wishful thinking will be shattered by Chen Ji. Chen Ji will shatter all her dreams, and that so-called Taekwondo champion. The so-called Korean Taekwondo champion, who has won 6 consecutive championships, will not even be able to make it into the top 20 in the entire Korean country, and Taekwondo will become a laughingstock. Of course, this is all later. Yang Wudi is very strong, but Chen Ji is even stronger. After all, he has used plugins to upgrade himself to the top level. That is why Yang Wudi boasted that he was defeated by Chen Ji within 6 moves and scored successfully. This scene shocked everyone present. No one expected this kind of outcome. Even the strong man, Wang Xiuhu, was shocked when he saw this scene. This kid is so powerful. Yang Wudi is as strong as me. Chen Ji had a hard time beating Zhao Ziqing before, but now he can defeat Yang Wudi in just 6 moves. The improvement in strength was so fast that even Wang Xiuhu had to cheer up and face this powerful opponent. It doesn't matter if you win by chance. The next game will be mine. You are bound to lose. The competition is now very intense. We are already hovering in the top 40. As long as we defeat one more opponent, we will be able to advance to the top 20. As a dark horse player, Chen Ji has more opponents to defeat because his goal is not just to be in the top 20 but the top 10, or even the champion of the national championship. After a rest, Chen Ji soon returned to the court. This time his opponent was none other than Wang Xiuhu. Chen Ji stood in front of the stage, watching Wang Xiuhu's movements. Wang Xiuhu's movements were extremely slow, which was so ridiculous in his eyes. The strength of the two was no longer in the same league. Wang Xiuhu was a few points behind Yang Wudi in strength. Wang Xiuhu didn't know this. At the moment, he thought Chen Ji was taking a chance and started to mock Chen Ji. Chen Ji, you are so lucky. Yang Wudi consumed a lot of energy in the last game, so you were able to take advantage of him. Otherwise, how could you have won? You are just too lucky. Chen Ji looked at him and then said, "Did Yang Wudi consume a huge amount of physical energy? You saw it." "I don't think he consumed any, and you think too much." Chen Ji looked at him with a hint of coldness in his eyes, which made Wang Xiuhu feel a little panicked at the moment. The Chen Ji in front of him was much stronger than he had imagined. Wang Xiuhong had just called and told him that he must win. He was confident, but at this moment his confidence was reduced a lot. Then I will win too. You are no match for me. Just admit defeat as soon as possible, or I will beat you to a pulp. Don't think I don't know that you are a waste. Just admit defeat as soon as possible. Wang Xiuhu's words sounded like fart to Chen Ji's ears. Chen Ji stared at him and said sarcastically, "I thought you were very strong, but I didn't expect you were just good at talking. If you are so good at talking, why don't you do crosstalk? What are you doing here? You have to rely on your fists and strength to win here. Can you rely on fancy moves?" What Chen Ji said was extremely harsh, and Wang Xiuhu's face turned red. The commentator saw the scene on the stage and said, "It seems like these two are old acquaintances. It seems like they have known each other for a long time." However, Chen Ji is obviously stronger than Wang Xiuhu. Yang Wudi was defeated in just 6 moves. Since Yang Wudi, the best in the north, is so powerful, it seems that the person in front of me is also so powerful. In that case, within 10 moves, Chen Ji will definitely be able to defeat Wang Xiuhu. Let us wait and see if Chen Ji still has the strength to defeat Wang Xiuhu and successfully reach the top 20. This year's competition is particularly lively and exciting. It is really wonderful for us. Many people have come to share the event. Today we are here to witness the birth of the champion of the China Taekwondo Championship. Hearing this, Wang Xiuhu clenched his fists. A bunch of people will just talk nonsense. I will definitely win. I will definitely win. After Wang Xiuhu finished speaking, he rushed forward, and the two immediately started fighting. As soon as they made a move, they knew the strength of the other party. Naturally, Chen Ji dealt with it easily, and looking at the other party's movements, his eyes were full of ease. Too slow, you are too slow. If this is all your strength, you can't beat me. You need to be faster, understand? Faster. This is simply humiliating. Wang Xiuhu kept punching and kicking as the two men fought. He was soon shocked by Chen Ji's strength. Chen Ji's strength is too strong. From his leg and punch techniques, I can feel that he is much more powerful, and his moves are extremely fast. Every one of my killing moves was blocked by him. This is simply impossible. Wang Xiuhu looked at Chen Ji with some surprise. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could you become so strong in such a short time? No, you cheated. You must have cheated. Wang Xiuhu lost his mind at this moment, and Shenji kicked him directly, and Wang Xiuhu was eliminated. Until the moment he was eliminated, Wang Xiuhu still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. But he just lost like that, just lost like that. Shenji slowly walked in front of him, looked down at him and said, "Wang Xiuhu, you lost. I said you are not my opponent, and you are not my opponent." Chapter 39 Korean Champion. Shenji successfully defeated Wang Xiuhu, who was also a favorite to win the championship and was known for his aggressive style of play. But with Shenji defeating Wang Xiuhu, his reputation as a dark horse was completely confirmed. Awesome, awesome. This is simply amazing. How can one person be so amazing? This is definitely a dark horse. This year's tournament is so amazing. I thought Wang Xiuhu was already amazing, but I didn't expect two masters to appear in the same place. But this Shenji is obviously more amazing. Did you see his speed? Yes, I saw it. It was just in the blink of an eye. The enemy was knocked down in the blink of an eye. Wang Xiuhu barely had time to react. The difference in strength between the two is too big, isn't it? The commentator also gave a very passionate commentary when he saw this scene. Amazing, really amazing. When I think about the difference between his previous strength and now, the gap is really too big. It's really hard to imagine that this is just one person. But this is just one person. Shenji's strength is really too strong. With such a strong strength, he is indeed a master of his generation. He became a master inexplicably, and this is how the hype came about. At this moment, Shenji raised his hand and saluted everyone who was cheering. He is also enjoying his victory. After winning 2 games in a row, Shenji was smiling happily, and the other referees were also smiling. However, Shenji then saw Park Guk-chang with a gloomy face. Shenji was a little confused at this moment, and the coach next to him explained to him. Here comes a master from South Korea. He is the Taekwondo champion for 6 consecutive years. He is very powerful and his fighting style is very tricky. I don't know why he suddenly came here. He is very strong and Coach Park is no match for him. He was defeated by him. Park Guk-chang sighed. Boss Chen, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. My opponent was quite strong. I was no match for him and was defeated by him. That person is the champion of South Korea and has won the championship for several consecutive years. I don't know why he came to Dragon Country, but I can sense that there must be a conspiracy behind this, otherwise he would not have come here out of thin air. Shenji nodded and said, "It's okay, it's just a loss. Even if you lose this game, you have already advanced to the top 20, which is already very good. I defeated Wang Xiuhu and advanced to the top 10, so it's up to me next." Shenji is standing in the audience at this moment. Korean champion Park Polo has already started making full preparations, and his opponent in this game is someone else. He was standing on the stage. His consecutive victories had already made him inflated, so Park Puluel looked at the people below the stage and said with inflated spirit, "In such a huge country like Dragon, there is actually no one who can rival me, ha ha ha. You bunch of losers, Taekwondo originated from Korea, and Koreans are always better than you. You want to learn the strongest Taekwondo, but that's wishful thinking. Your abilities are so insignificant that it's not worth mentioning at all. Submit to the Taekwondo masters from our country, ha 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 ha. I will win the championship today. The championship is mine." Park Puluo spoke shamelessly. His opponent was naturally furious when he heard this declaration. After all, these words were insulting and no one could accept them. He rushed forward and shouted angrily at Park Puluo in front of him. "Asshole, I will beat you to death today. You are so arrogant. I am also the best fighter in the north. I have defeated so many people. You are lucky not to have met me. If you meet me today, I will beat you to death." After saying that, the northern master rushed forward. At this moment, all the dragon people present were outraged. Why were they so outraged? It was because the pupil in front of them was too arrogant. It would be fine if one person took advantage of him, but who could stand such a provocation? Everyone present was furious. One of them stood up and threw a water bottle at Park Puluo's playing field. "That bastard is so arrogant, so presumptuous, someone come and beat him up for me. Who can beat him, who else can win?" Others also threw things onto the stage. The referee immediately ordered people to protect the field. Many things had already been thrown onto the field, but Park Pulu was still arrogant. You dragon people can't beat me, so you play tricks like this, ha ha ha, but I will still defeat your masters. Your masters are all defeated by me. Admit defeat, you asses. He keeps calling me ACI, which gives me a headache. Coach Park was so angry that he slammed the table. Asshole, how could I lose to such a guy? He is such a bastard. I lost. I really regret losing. I should have taken a step back at that time. If I had taken a step back, how could I have lost? This guy in front of me is too arrogant. He is only slightly stronger than me. Shenji was looking at Park Puluo on the stage at this moment. The light in his eyes became much brighter. Don't be afraid, Coach Park. You lost, but I can win. I'll win as much as you lose. This guy is no match for me, don't worry. The other coaches were not so optimistic. Although these coaches were also very capable, they did not gain any advantage in this national competition. The only ones who really gained an advantage were Chen Ji and Park Kook-chang. Park Kook-chang has been eliminated. Currently, Chen Ji is the only one left in the entire Chen Taekwondo gym, and Chen Ji has already made it into the top 10. However, whether these top 10 can be determined remains to be discussed. If he loses the next game, he will only be in the top 10. If he wins, he will be able to win the championship. Chen Ji looked at the arrogant Pu Pule and clenched his fists. According to my current score, I can get a bye in one level, and then I can directly fight against Pu Pulu in the next level. If I lose, I will be second, and if I win, I will be first. Basically, the third place has been decided. This competition was not smooth sailing. Although they had reached the top 10, there were not many who were really capable of fighting. Some chose to give up and maintain their record, while others could not stand it anymore and chose to withdraw directly, leaving the noun. In the real top-level competition, only Chen Ji and Pu Pulu were left. It's just a matter of who wins, and the final battle will be between the two. Coach Lee is analyzing the game comprehensively. We still have a chance. As long as we win, we still have a chance. Don't worry. I hope this guy doesn't lose too badly. If he loses, he will be third and you will be under a lot of pressure. Chapter 40, Shame. Park Pu Lee's opponent was very strong, but Park Pu Lu was even stronger. The two fought for 3 rounds, and Park Pu Lu was directly eliminated by Park Pu Lu. At this moment, Park Pu Lu became even more arrogant. He gave up the halftime break and started to pretend on the stage. I told you, Dragon Country has no masters. All Dragon Country masters must surrender to me. Dragon Country has no masters, let alone strong men. In the field of Taekwondo, our country of Korea absolutely occupies the first place. He laughed arrogantly. Everyone else had been defeated. The people in the audience were also very angry. Those contestants were defeated one by one, but now Pu Pu was indeed the strongest. He is the strongest, so even if he is arrogant now, others can do nothing and can only watch him being so arrogant. When Chen Ji saw his look like this, he immediately became angry and stood up. I must defeat this bastard. He is indeed from a small country. He is so arrogant after winning a few games. The reason why this Taekwondo master Park Puluo is so arrogant is that the Taekwondo industry in China has not been fully developed. Although there are some related ones, most of them are amateurs. There are very few professional masters, and there are very few such restaurants in China. Basically, their purpose is to make money, and they do not consider improving their strength as the first step. Even if there are masters, these masters are unlikely to be opponents of these professionals. This is the most despairing point. Pu Pu Lu is indeed strong. If it weren't for Chen Ji, he would be the undisputed number 1. But now with the appearance of Chen Ji, the ending will be different. Chen Ji looked at the arrogant and domineering Pu Pu Lu on the stage, and at this moment he recalled this game in the future. Although the game in later generations was very exciting, it was far less exciting than it is now. More importantly, the number of players changed a lot. The one who won the Taekwondo championship was not the Park Pu Lu in front of him, but a coach named Lin who belonged to the Lin group. And this Korean Taekwondo champion simply appeared out of nowhere. It seems that his awakening will have a huge impact on future generations, but this is also equivalent to the butterfly effect. Although the impact is great, it is impossible to affect everyone, so he took a deep breath and said to Park Guk-chang, I never thought that the Lin family would be eliminated so quickly. Lin's Taekwondo master was unknown this time and was inexplicably eliminated by Park Guk-chang. From this we can also see that the influence of Chen-ji's rebirth is really great. Because of him, Park Guo-chang was brought in again, which basically changed the outcome of this game. No one knows what the final outcome will be. This is also a drawback of those who are reborn. They want to change the environment less and have to work hard. Once they work hard, they will change the overall environment, and the change in the overall environment will bring uncontrollability. Soon, it was time to go on stage, and Chen-ji slowly came on stage. This game was the ultimate battle. Although there are many people participating in the competition, in many competitions, the elimination rate is actually very fast. In addition, Taekwondo is not suitable for fighting, so when two people fight, the winner can be decided in just a few moves. It is an extremely challenging task, with one's strength, eyesight, and adaptability. If one fails to adapt, it will be the end. Pupulu looked at Chen-ji, who was coming up on the stage, and spoke with arrogance in his eyes. Where did you get this expert from? Don't even bother getting on stage. Just admit defeat. You are no match for me. Just admit defeat. Chen-ji looked at his arrogant appearance, shook his head and said, You are too arrogant. I just don't know you. I want to see how strong you are. Can you really beat me? Park Puluo laughed. Don't you see? Those people all lost, none of them were my match. How dare you go on stage and humiliate yourself? If you go on stage like this, you will only cause trouble for yourself. Get off quickly. I am already number one. Chen-ji stared at him and said, What do you mean you are number one? You didn't even beat me, how dare you say you are number one? You are such a boaster. Are you the all-rounder in Korea, a boaster like you are? Park Kook-chang kept cursing in the audience. Arrogant little Korean, don't be so proud. Our boss Chen is much more capable than you. You just won by luck, you bastard. Why are you so proud? The Taekwondo chairman present at the scene looked extremely unhappy when he saw this scene. It was originally a domestic competition, but foreign players suddenly appeared, and they were from South Korea. If all the masters were defeated and the masters from South Korea won, it would be a very embarrassing thing, extremely embarrassing. How can we play this? If we play this way, won't there be players from other countries in the future? This is not an international event. Chairman Zhong coughed at this moment. Who made such a big mistake? Isn't this an international competition? How can these foreign players be allowed to participate? Is this fair? It's not fair at all. Domestic business has not yet taken off. In this case, how can we still compare with them? What he didn't know was that all of this was done by the local registration organization, which directly registered foreigners as well. This event did not prohibit foreigners from participating, so there was nothing they could do if they really wanted to participate. Coach Zhong was so angry that his teeth itched, but how to hold them accountable was still a problem. Chairman Zhong sighed and said, It's over, it's over. Tomorrow's newspaper will be out, and it will show that in the Dragon Country Taekwondo National Championship, a Korean won. That's really embarrassing, and it's going to be known internationally. This game must be won. Looking at the people on the stage, Chairman Zhong was at a loss at the moment. However, he thought of a solution the next second and said to his subordinates, Go set off the fire alarm and stop the game for a while. Try to find a way to add another match, and try to find another expert. Chairman Zhong said with a stern expression at this moment. No matter what, we cannot let a Korean win the Dragon Country Championship. This is simply too shameful and humiliating. After hearing Chairman Zhong's words, the others looked at each other and finally nodded. Okay, I'll do it right away. Chairman Zhong's hands trembled slightly. He looked at the scene on the stage and sighed. How could this happen? How could this happen? Oh. Pupulu was still shouting arrogantly, waiting for the game to begin, but the next second, he suddenly heard a huge fire alarm. Then he looked around and stared at Chen-ji in front of him. He yelled at Chen-ji angrily. The dragon people are cheating. Chapter 41 The Final Battle. Everyone was in a panic. Chairman Zhong finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Now they just hope to evacuate the people quickly, postpone the game, and have an extra game as much as possible. In short, anyone can win, but the Korean country other than the Dragon Country must not win. This little thought was very blatant and anyone could know it, so Pupulu naturally knew it too. When he heard the fire alarm, he immediately started cursing. How can you dragon people be so practical? I'm about to win, so what? Are you going to do something? No, I want to continue the game and win. This person in front of me, I am the first place, I am the champion of the national championship. The commentator and the referee were both trying to persuade him at this moment. It was such an unfortunate coincidence that a fire broke out. In order to avoid uncontrollable risks, the Taekwondo National Championship has been suspended until the fire hazard is eliminated. Mr. Park, this game was delayed by an accident. We didn't do this on purpose. These accidents are uncontrollable. Please come down quickly. But Park Pule knew that if he came down and gave the other party a chance to react, they would definitely call in experts. He would not let the people of Longwood go so easily. You dragon people are dishonest. You dragon people can't cheat like this. Now that I'm on the field, I have to finish this game. If I defeat the opponent in front of me, I will definitely become the champion of the Dragon Country Championship. Park Pulu also had his own ambitions. He was invited by Wang Xiaohong. As long as he won the last game and won the championship, he would get 1.5 million. At that time, dragon bones were very valuable, and even in South Korea, it was a considerable fortune. What's more, winning the championship will also earn him a bonus of 1 million, and getting this 1 million bonus is his ultimate goal. Wang Xiaohong made another profit. So Park Pulu was determined to win. How could he let go? He would not let go. This time he only wanted to win. When the people present saw this scene, they were stunned. Seeing that Park Pule was so arrogant, they also started to clamor. What are you afraid of? Isn't there the biggest dark horse, Chen Ji, to fight him? Let Chen Ji fight him. Chen Ji will definitely win. Chen Ji will win. Chairman Zhong was stunned when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that Park Pule was not an ordinary person. He was so stubborn that he was really helpless. He could only sigh and say, "There's nothing we can do. It seems there's nothing we can do. Let him fight and win. Anyway, he's already lost face. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't embarrass ourselves internationally again." Chairman Zhong was completely helpless. After all, the battle was already doomed and they would lose. Shunji looked at Pupulu and spoke to him slowly. Are you so sure that you will win? I will beat you, I will make you lose, do you believe it? Pupulu looked at Shinji with contempt and said to Shinji, you are not my opponent. Dragon Country has no masters. Dragon Country's masters have not yet been born. I, Park Polo, will be the strongest master. The audience present here, please worship me, go worship our Korean country. Korean country is the strongest, Korean country is the most powerful, and you lowly guys are only fit to make shoes and clothes for Korean country. After hearing these words, the people in the stadium became angry. One of them took off his shirt and prepared to go on stage to fight with Park Puluo. You little bastard, what are you talking about? If you have the guts, fight me. I'll beat you to death. Seeing the people below being stopped by security guards, Park Puluo became even more arrogant. I told you that you are no match for me, ha ha ha, you are no match for me, you lowly fellows. Everyone present was furious. Chen Ji was the only hope. One person was shouting Chen Ji's name. In an instant, everyone was shouting Chen Ji's name. The entire Imperial Capital Stadium was filled with the sound of Chen Ji's name. Chen Ji, Chen Ji, Chen Ji, you must win Chen Ji and defeat this little stick boy. Let him know how powerful our dragon country is. Seeing the crowd's outrage, Chen Ji smiled and said, I will definitely win. I will show you how vulnerable this little stick is. After saying that, they stood up, and the two of them stood up to fight, ready to start. At this moment, the referee stood in the middle, watching the fight between the two, and came to Chen Ji first, saying, Chen Ji, this match is very different. You must win. If you win, it will be a great thing for Longwa and it will also save its reputation. After saying that, the referee looked at Chairman Zhong on the stage and conveyed Chairman Zhong's meaning to Chen Ji. Now you are the only one in Dragon Country. I hope that the prize money for this competition will be increased by another 200,000 yuan sponsored by Chairman Zhong personally. That means if you can win the competition, an additional 200,000 yuan will be added to the original 1 million yuan, which means the prize money will be 1.2 million yuan. I have no other intention in telling you this, except to ask you to win. You must beat this little stick and let him know how powerful our dragon nation is. Chen Ji looked at the referee and said, Don't worry, I will definitely win. Let's start the game. I can't help but beat up this little stick in front of me. Chenji was really eager to try. The little stick in front of him was only level 7 in Taekwondo. Compared with him, who was level 10, he was no match at all. Chenji could end the fight quickly, but he didn't want to. He wanted to beat up the little stick in front of him. The little Korean was still shouting with full of attack power, as if he was the most powerful person in the world. It must be said that he was really arrogant, and it was rare to see him being so arrogant. As the game started, the little Korean rushed forward and tried to use a sweeping kick on Chenji. Chenji stepped back, dodging left and right. I just want to feel the strength of this little Korean guy in front of me, and at the same time I want to make him look bad, so that the Chinese people can take a good look at this little Korean guy, and he is nothing special. As expected, the little stick man tried and attacked repeatedly, but he couldn't even touch the corner of Chenji's clothes. At this moment, he was a little overwhelmed. He first wiped the sweat off his head with a white cloth, and then began to mock Chenji. You are a cowardly fellow. Why don't you fight me and retreat? Where else can you retreat to? Haha, if you can't beat me, just admit defeat quickly. Admit defeat quickly. When Chenji heard this, he just smiled sarcastically. You can't even touch a corner of me, and you still want me to admit defeat. You are bragging too much. Ha, you are so ridiculous. If you can't beat others, do you want to admit defeat? Chapter 42, Beat Up the Little Stick. This match attracted a lot of attention and everyone was watching this scene. Everyone was cheering for Chenji. If Chenji won, it would be for the dignity of the entire Dragon Country and for the dignity of the entire Taekwondo. This is not the battle of one person, it is the battle of many people, and this scene touched everyone's heart. Everyone was staring nervously at the final outcome of the battle. Pupulu was blocked by Chenji and lost his temper, so he rushed forward again. Chenji grabbed him in the next second and kicked him, kicking the little stick boy in the face with a big move. The little stick man was quite powerful. He jumped up and rushed over again, roaring. Chenji swung his fist and hit him directly on the hand. The two men faced each other. The little stick man couldn't resist at all and was knocked out. He looked at Chenji and rushed over again. The two fought again, but he was no match for Chenji. Chenji seized the opportunity and started punching hard. Soon the little stick couldn't bear it anymore. Its eyes turned into panda eyes, its body became blue and purple, and it was in severe pain all over. Chenji controlled the tempo of the game. He wanted to win, and he wanted to win beautifully. At the same time, he also wanted to let this arrogant Pupul know that Longwa was extremely powerful. It kept hitting Pupuli's unimportant parts. Each one was not so heavy, but when added together it caused an indescribable pain. Park Puluo was punched directly in the back of the chest. The severe pain made him howl involuntarily. Ah, you did this on purpose, you are humiliating me, you bastard. Chenji was staring at him at this moment, his eyes full of mockery and ridicule. We are in a competition. We are evenly matched. Isn't it normal for us to fight for so long? What? Are you going to admit defeat? If you want to admit defeat, of course I won't refuse. Of course the little Korean would not admit defeat. After shouting ACI, he continued to attack. Compared with Chenji's speed, the little stickman's strength was far inferior. He was no match at all and was always fooled by Chenji. Everyone on the field also saw how powerful Chenji was and started cheering. This Chenji is indeed a dark horse. I've always been optimistic about him. Did you see that? That little Korean was no match at all. He was played around by people all over the place, like a dog. Ha ha, Chenji is awesome. Who dares to say that there is no one in Dragon Country? Chenji is the strongest. Chenji must win and defeat the little stick in front of him. He must be defeated. Chenji nodded, and then he started beating him again. The little stick guy was almost unable to bear the beating, but he did not admit defeat. He stared at Chenji with resentment in his heart. Damn you! You are no match for me. I've seen your matches and you are not that strong. You must be doing something fishy. You cheated. You cheated. Everyone on the field had sharp eyes. The referee was right next to them and he spoke immediately. Cheating requires evidence. Do you have any evidence? If you don't have evidence, you are framing someone. Are you sure you want to frame someone? If you are, end the game. The little stick man naturally refused to stop the game, and he stared at Chunji. You are definitely not that strong enough to play tricks. I don't believe I can't win. Come on, Axie. After that, he started another attack. Chunji was as steady as a rock. No matter how he attacked, Chunji could catch it steadily. Instead, he was the one who was beaten to a pulp. After another round of attack, the little stick was knocked to the ground. The next second, he touched his nose and found it was covered in blood. He wiped the blood and looked at Chunji in front of him and clenched his fists. Right now, everyone is filming this scene. This scene is rare in the history of the little country of South Korea, which is usually very arrogant. A so-called champion thought he could sweep the Dragon Country Taekwondo. But I didn't expect that the Korean country, which had won the championship for 6 consecutive worlds, would be beaten so badly in the Dragon Country. This is big news. Once it spreads, Dragon Country's Taekwondo will immediately rise to a higher level. The little Korean obviously knew all this. He had to win. He was in a dilemma at the moment. He thought he could win easily, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. The little stick man flashed forward. Everyone thought that according to normal circumstances, the two would separate, but unexpectedly, the little stick man hugged Chunji directly and started punching him in the eyes. Chunji dodged it with a quick move, and the next second, he swept his leg and knocked down the small stick in front of him. Park Pulyo actually cheated. The referee immediately stepped forward to warn. You can't do this, this is an illegal action, it's not allowed. Pupulu was knocked to the ground by Chunji's sweeping kick, and his previous head attack also failed. He was completely humiliated at this moment. The Korean champion was completely disgraced at this moment, and Korean Taekwondo was also completely finished. After this battle, everyone will know that this is what Korean Taekwondo is like, and this is their Taekwondo spirit. If you can't win by sneak attack, then use a sneak attack. Standing Taekwondo is really contemptible. The referee spoke for a long time, and the little stick was still lying on the ground. The little stick was now in an extremely miserable state. His 2 eyes were beaten into panda eyes, and his nose was bleeding. Half of his face was covered in blood, and his body was covered with bruises. The match was almost over at this point, with the little stick falling to the ground, and the referee stepped forward. If you can't continue to fight, then the outcome of this game is already decided. No one answered, and the referee looked over, only to find that the little stick in front of him had been knocked unconscious. That's right, the sweeping kick just now had hit him hard and made him faint. The referee walked straight up to Chunji without any hesitation and spoke to everyone present. In this battle, Chunji won. The Dragon Country Taekwondo National Championship has now decided the champion. Chunji is the final champion. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was excited. Countless people stood up and cheered, cheering for the birth of the champion. Chairman Zhong on the podium looked at this scene and smiled with relief. Finally, they won, finally they did not lose face, and finally the dragon people won. Chunji stood up, and Park Guo-chang clapped his hands vigorously. Win, win, win. Other coaches who were traveling with us were also cheering. This was a new beginning for Chen's Taekwondo gym. Chunji also smiled, waved his hands, and nodded to the audience. Chapter 43 Champion. Chunji won. He won the championship without any dispute. At the award ceremony, everyone was cheering for Chunji's victory, which was more than just a simple victory. It also allowed Longwei to gain dignity and not lose face. Face is the first priority. If it loses face, it would be really shameful. Especially if a Korean guy gets first place, the Dragon Country's Taekwondo community will lose face in the world. Everyone was cheering, and soon the award ceremony began. The third and second place winners were also given awards, but Chunji was particularly different and attracted special attention. After today, Chunji's name will be remembered by everyone. Everyone will know that Chunji will be the #1 Taekwondo player in Longwa, and the Chen Taekwondo Gymnasium, the strongest existence in Longwa, will also be completely sublimated at this moment. Chairman Zhong came over and presented awards to the people present. The prize was a trophy, which was a giant dragon made of pure gold. It is divided into 3 grades, a small pure gold dragon trophy, a pure silver dragon trophy and a bronze dragon trophy. The 3 trophies were all for the prosperity of Longwa, and Chairman Zhong walked slowly to Chunji with the trophy and certificate and said to Chunji, "Good boy, you didn't let me down. You won honor for the Dragon Kingdom. Those people are so abominable, they are simply rubbing our Dragon Kingdom's face on the ground. But you are different. You are a strong man. You have brought glory to Dragon Country. You are the strongest. This is my business card. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me. I can help you. I have made friends with you. If there is anything in the Taekwondo world in the future, mention my name. Chairman Zhong thought the situation was set and that he was going to be humiliated, but he didn't expect that things would turn out so unexpectedly and there would still be a chance for a reversal. This made him very excited, and he also had a very good impression of Chen Ji. After saying that, Chairman Zhong handed over the trophy, followed by the certificate, and then the check for the $1 million prize. Chairman Zhong said privately, "Don't worry, the 200,000 yuan I personally sponsored will count. Leave your account number and I'll transfer the money to you later." Chen Ji looked at Chairman Zhong in front of him and naturally knew what was more important. 200,000 was dead money. If he could make friends with the Taekwondo chairman. And he is the chairman of the Taekwondo Association of the Imperial Capital, so the convenience he enjoys is enormous, so he said immediately, "Chairman Zhong, it is my duty to win glory for the country. How can I ask for your money again? How about this? I don't want the money. I just hope to be closer to Chairman Zhong in the future. I am willing to win fame for the country, and I hope Chairman Zhong can give me this opportunity in the future." Chairman Zhong looked at Chen Ji with admiration. Chen Ji was really very sensible and knew when to behave and do things. He patted Chen Ji on the shoulder and said, "You are a very good boy, you are very tactful. Don't worry, I will introduce you to the right person. You have won the championship of this Taekwondo championship. You are already a popular figure. Don't worry, I will let you join the association. When there is a chance, I will definitely let you participate more. Don't worry, nothing will happen. This 200,000 is still for you. I keep my word." Chairman Zhong wants to see Dragon Country Taekwondo flourish, so he doesn't have any dirty thoughts. Everything he said was sincere, he didn't want to be flattered, he was an upright man. This surprised Chen Ji, and he smiled. "Thank you, Chairman Zhong." Chairman Zhong patted his shoulder vigorously. "It's me who should thank you." After that, the award ceremony continued, and the scene was very lively. The voices about Chen Ji became more and more enthusiastic, and everyone wanted to see Chen Ji's style. Chen Ji also slowly walked down the stage and waved to everyone. When these people saw Chen Ji, they shouted to him loudly, "Chen Ji, you are a hero. You won glory for us and defeated that shameful little stick. Ha ha ha, you are the best. We all admire you. Yes, you are awesome. That boy is too arrogant. You should teach him a lesson like this. Chen Ji's punching speed is really fast, you are awesome. Hero, is this a hero? It feels really good to be the center of attention." Chen Ji smiled and said to them, "This game is not only about individuals, but also about the dignity of Dragon Country. He actually insulted our great country so much, so I must spare no effort. I believe that if you are in this position like me, you will definitely have such thoughts. For Dragon Country, the prosperity of Dragon Country is more important than anything else." These words set the scene on fire. The award ceremony continued, and Chen Zhuai was interviewed by various people, and began to interview them gradually. Chen Zhuai seized the opportunity to speak to the reporters. "Thank you for the questions from the reporters. In fact, besides loving Taekwondo, I am also the owner of Chen's Taekwondo Gym. This is the Taekwondo I opened. I hope you will have the opportunity to practice in the future. Although I can't say that I am the best in the world, it can also help to strengthen my body." After that, he took out a poster from his pocket and spread it in the media. Soon, this picture was broadcast on major TV stations, and soon, Chen's Taekwondo Gym became popular. Chen Ji finally understood why the Lin's Taekwondo school was able to dominate the entire country in later generations. The reason why he became the undisputed dominant player was because of his fame. As long as he won, everyone would pay attention to him. Everyone would pay attention to him. The world is like this. Everyone only pays attention to the first place, and as for the second and third place, these people will not be noticed by others at all. The changes in this life are really huge. The Lin Taekwondo Gym, which should have won the first place, has now been replaced by Chen Ji's Chen Taekwondo Gym. It can only be said that it is fate, but fate is like this, it is never fair. After a lot of trouble, it's finally over. At this moment, Park Guo-chang spoke to Chunji with admiration in his eyes. You are so amazing. Why didn't I realize how amazing you are when I was with you before? How did you get that combo? It's amazing, your speed. The other coaches nodded in agreement as well. Yes, you are amazing. I will ask you for advice when I go back. Really, I was so blind before that I didn't even notice such a great master like you. Chunji smiled, and suddenly remembered something, so he asked. By the way, how is that little guy from Korea doing now? Park Guo-chang said with disdain. That guy attacked you and was knocked unconscious by you. He is now lying in the hospital. Chapter 44 Tragic Situation. Chunji nodded. What about the boy's sneak attack on me? Has he been notified? Park Guo-chang glanced at Coach Lee and said. There is a rumor that this matter has become well known in the association. Chairman Zhong is very angry about this behavior and has begun to negotiate with the Korean Taekwondo Association. The guy will probably be expelled for life. Poo-Poo Lee's case is really miserable. He was originally very strong, there is no doubt about his strength, but he didn't expect to meet a cheating player like Chunji. In addition, Chunji is also a dirty person, and he uses tricks. Such a person really deserves it. Such a villain deserves such treatment. For a star player, all he can say now is that it is all his own fault. If it wasn't his own fault, how could he have ended up like this? At this moment, Park Pulyu was in despair in the hospital. The little Korean who was traveling with us was also very angry at this moment. Oh my god, how could this happen? How could you lose? How could that person be so strong? How could you lose? Oh my god, damn it, damn it, damn it. We can't get the 1 million or so, and we can't get the woman's money either. What should we do? What should we do? Park Poo-lu was lying on the bed, feeling completely hopeless. He had been reported to the Korean Taekwondo Association, which had also watched the competition. His behavior had brought shame to South Korea, and the people of the entire country had begun to boycott him. Coach Park, the country has already started to boycott you. I'm afraid we won't be able to get more financial support. What should we do? Park Pulyu opened his mobile phone and looked at the comments about himself in the country. He was furious at the moment. He had now become a shameful person and a despised person. He shouted angrily. It's all because of that woman. If she hadn't invited me over, how could I have told him such an embarrassing thing? You have to give me the money. If you don't, I will go to his house and smash his taekwondo gym. The people traveling with him had no choice but to call Wang Xiuhong. Wang Xiuhong was also furious at this moment. Waste is really waste, how come they all lost? My brother also lost, that Korean champion also lost, how come this Chunji is so good? What medicine did he take? How come he is so good? How come he lost? Wang Xiuhong was extremely depressed and angry at the moment. She had a good idea, which was to win through her brother or the Korean champion, use their fame to gradually open a gym, and then continue to reap the benefits and make more money. With this model, if possible, she would definitely be able to achieve a small goal. But he didn't expect that his younger brother lost to Chunji. What he didn't expect was that the Korean champion he invited also lost. The losses of both of them made him extremely angry. She was full of anger, and she first called Wang Xiuhu. Brother, what happened? Why did you lose? How did you lose? You disappointed me so much, did you just lose like that? After hearing these words, Wang Xiuhu felt guilty and said to his sister. There is no other way. Chunji is too strong. He is stronger than I thought. Just admit defeat and stop being his enemy. He has already won the championship. In the future in the Taekwondo world, we will not be his opponents. What Wang Xiuhu said is very true. The era of Taekwondo will be dominated by Chunji. As long as Chunji is alive, he is the undisputed number one. As long as he is still the number one, no one can open a gym within his territory. This is a very normal thing. Everyone will only recognize the first place. If he is the first place, then everyone will remember his name. Others will not be able to surpass him. They are all unknown people. The second and third place are all unknown people. The first place will be the undisputed overlord, the only overlord that exists. These words sounded so ironic to Wang Xiuhong, and she said to her younger brother with great sarcasm. I think you are not a man, you have no courage, you talk big but can't fulfill your promise, you loser, don't come back, I am not your sister, I am not a loser like you, brother, get out of here. Wang Xiuhu was furious, but he didn't expect to be humiliated by his sister just for losing a game. He lost his good face and said angrily, "Okay, then we'll be done with each other. I don't want to follow you anymore. Who do you think you are? Do you think your gym is that good? You're always so stingy. When will someone like you ever accomplish anything great?" The two broke up directly. Wang Xiuhong was still furious after the breakup, but she didn't expect that another call had come. Wang Xiuhong said directly and angrily, "Who is it? Who on earth is it? Why are you calling me if you are so blind? What's the matter? If you have something to say it now. If you have something to say, fart now." The little Korean didn't understand all the words. He was completely confused by the questions. However, Pu Pu Lu was rational. He directly picked up the phone and shouted angrily at Wang Xiuhong. "Ms. Wang, I came here to participate in this competition at your invitation, but I didn't expect my opponent to be so fierce. Now I have been seriously injured and my reputation has been ruined. I have no place to stand in the future. You must give me all the money, otherwise, I will definitely take revenge on you." Listening to the poor Chinese of this little Korean guy, Wang Xiuhong started to argue directly. "You are just a piece of trash, you are just a piece of trash, what use are you? I didn't call you here to let you get beaten up, you got beaten up like this, you didn't fight back, and in the end you still lost, what use are you, a piece of trash? I let you win the game. Now that you've lost, you still dare to ask me for money. Go to hell. I tell you, there's no money. There's nothing at all, you bastard. Just come on. If you come once, I'll beat you up." After Wang Xiuhong finished speaking, she hung up the phone. He was really furious. He didn't expect that the little Korean guy dared to ask him for money after losing the game. He was simply shameless. Yes, he was shameless. The little Koreans were also dumbfounded at this moment and could only go back to their country. After all, they had no roots in Long Country. Although they spoke arrogantly, they did not dare to go to the country at all. "I can only go back to Korea in disgrace and change my career." Pupula shouted angrily at this moment, "Damn dragon country, damn dragon people, damn that woman, don't let me find a chance, let me find a chance, I will definitely not let you go, damn, they are all some hateful people." Chapter 45 Return. Inside the office of the commercial building, Shi Xinyu was looking at the bidding documents. Looking at these documents, he nodded and said with determination, "I have great confidence in this bid, but our opponent, the Li Group, doesn't seem to give up the bid so easily, but they don't have that much capital. So we must be extremely careful and must not give the Li Group any chance. If the Li Group finds an opportunity, it will be a nightmare for us." The supervisor next to him nodded, and the vice president also said, "Don't worry, President, everything is ready. The funds are in place. We have already got the active money in the account. According to our expectations, it is impossible for the Li Group to compete with us. He is currently acquiring Fengtai Building. The Fengtai Building project has not been completed yet. They cannot possibly have enough funds. Besides, a lot of their money is also frozen in deposits. They cannot possibly compete with us." Shi Xinyu nodded, finally feeling relieved. Everything was foolproof. As long as he went to Zhongqing City to complete the bidding contract, everything would be over. But Shi Xinyu would never have thought that business competition is not only about capital, but more importantly, it involves various tricks. Although you are powerful, the other party can also use tricks to disgust you. At this moment, outside the commercial building, a car was parked horizontally, and at this moment, it was staring intently. Suddenly, a phone call came. "Hey, is that a venomous snake? How's it looking for you?" Viper nodded. "Don't worry, I came to see that woman in person. She hasn't come out yet. As long as she comes out, we will send someone to capture her and kidnap her. As long as we kidnap her, then the deal between you and me will be done. So when will the 500,000 be deposited?" The person on the other side said coldly. "Do your job well. If you do it well, the 500,000 yuan will come to you naturally. But what have you not done yet? Don't ask for money so quickly." Viper said disdainfully, then put the phone in his hand on the dashboard, took out a cigarette and started smoking. The person on the other side seemed to sense the sound and immediately reminded him. Be careful, don't alert the enemy. It's better to be safe than sorry. This is a big deal. The Viper laughed and said, Is there anything in this world that I, the Viper, cannot do? It's just a woman. She can easily take down my brother in a few minutes. She is already in place. As long as he dares to go out, he will definitely not be able to escape. The next second, a car came out of the basement of the commercial building. Looking at the license plate number, Viper smiled. Okay, ha 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 ha, the prey has appeared. Okay, I'm hanging up the phone. Don't worry, I will tie him up for you. I will ask for a huge ransom then. I will just imprison him. As long as you pay the money, we will release him immediately and then we will escape. Everything will be done cleanly, and there won't be any negative impact on your Lee group. The person from the Lee group said coldly. Okay, that's it. Viper, don't forget your promise. If you can't do it, you won't get a penny. Remember, you won't get a penny. Viper said nothing, just hung up the phone. Then he appeared on the periphery, took out a pager and spoke to his men. Brothers, do you see the car in front? Yes, the tail number is 066, surround it, surround it. At this moment, Shinyu was sitting in this luxury car with the license plate number 006, heading all the way to the elevated road, preparing to go to the airport and go to Zhongqing City to conduct a bidding contract. Driver, please go as fast as possible and arrive at the airport early. I don't want any accidents to happen. The driver heard the order and drove at full speed. The speed made the Viper behind him a little stunned. Asshole, why are you driving so fast? This crappy car can hardly catch up. The brothers under Viper were all driving some small displacement broken cars. They wanted to escape and make another fortune, so they didn't think about getting a good car. They just wanted to intercept them on the road. However, they didn't expect Sinyu's car to drive so fast at this time. What should they do? Viper said to his brothers. Brothers, intercept him. Slow him down. Stop him on the elevated road and hold him hostage. His brothers rushed forward as fast as they could, but the difference between a junk car and a luxury car was ultimately in rehearsal. The other car easily overtook the other car, and when they found a slow car blocking the road ahead, they easily overtook it and then rode away in a cloud of dust. These people from the Viper gang couldn't even see their shadows. Viper was very helpless at the moment. He looked at the vehicle that had disappeared and said to the people below, Let's go directly to the airport. We can even arrest someone there. The woman's flight is scheduled for an hour and a half later. Catch him, don't let him get away, bastard, he actually ran so fast, drove so fast, he must be in a hurry to reincarnate, it's really abominable. A good kidnapping plan was disrupted by a broken car. It was such a disgrace. The venomous snake was extremely angry, but there was nothing it could do. I could only drive all the way to the airport to catch Shinyu. Shenji's trip was worthwhile, as he won the championship and also got the opportunity to be interviewed. The footage of this match has also been transmitted to many places simultaneously, and his name in Chen's Taekwondo gym had become famous. The next step is to continuously expand financing. Its current goal is to allow the North and South to flourish, and there will be great economic development in the future. The economy is booming, and the prosperity is also accompanied by the prosperity of the Korean culture. As long as these people are fooled, they will go to the Taekwondo gym, and at that time they will definitely choose the Chen-style Taekwondo gym, which ranks first in the Taekwondo championship. Shenji was sitting in a taxi and heading to the airport, and several coaches were also ready to leave. What a shame. We should have come here to play more. But if we win this time, we will definitely have a lot of things to do when we return. Why don't we just stop shopping? Shenji nodded, yes, we will probably be exposed a lot when we go back this time. I plan to open more branches. When the time comes, you all work hard, and each of you will become the main person in charge of the branch. The coaches under Shenji are not fools either. After experiencing this incident, they all know that Shenji is about to take off and he will become the undisputed number one in the domestic Taekwondo gym. If they follow him, they will at least be a management level in the future, so now they are all determined to follow Shenji and work hard for him. We will all follow you and work hard. Chapter 46, A Hero Saves a Beauty. A few of them chatted and laughed, and they didn't feel lonely in the taxi. Shenji is very popular. Just now when he was waiting for the bus, many people were vying for his autograph. You must be Shenji. You are really awesome. Please sign your name for me. Please sign on my body. Thank you very much, thank you very much. After waiting here for a while, in the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 people came to him for his autograph. Chen Ji's appearance is very charming, and his face is very recognizable. The boys and girls can't take their eyes off him when they see him. In just half an hour, Chen Ji signed no less than 30 signatures. This is too scary. Chen Ji couldn't bear it anymore and took out a mask from his pocket. He finally understood why those stars had to wear masks every day. If this is true, no one can resist signing. This crazy scene finally came to an end when we got into a taxi. Coach Park recalled this scene in the car and spoke directly. Boss Chen, I'm completely famous this time. Boss Chen, please sign an autograph for me. I'm sure it will sell for a high price in the future. Seeing that Park Guk Chang was so unruly, Chen Ji started to insult him. You kid, are you still in the mood to make fun of me? Okay, everyone, be quiet for a while. The pressure of being a celebrity, of being a public figure, is really unbearable. Shi Sinyu's car was very fast. Although the car was good, it soon encountered a traffic jam on the elevated road. It was rush hour and it was really difficult to get through in a short time. President, there is a traffic jam now. It is estimated that it will take 10 minutes to pass. Don't worry, it will not delay your trip. Shi Sinyu looked at his watch and said. Try to be quick in a moment. Don't delay. There's still plenty of time to board the plane. Don't delay. The driver took Shi Sinyu's words to heart, but then he was shocked. He saw that the small broken cars on both sides had controlled him. The next second, he saw that car crossing across and blocking him directly in front. He was blocked on both sides. When the driver was about to reverse, he saw that the car from behind was also blocked. The traffic in front has gradually moved forward, and these cars are just stopped here as if they were dead. Chen Ji's taxi happened to be behind him. Chen Ji was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. The taxi driver was watching the excitement. What's going on up ahead? Why is this car blocked? Are they catching a criminal? The driver said this and became terrified the next second. Boss of the Viper gang, it's over. These guys are definitely going to commit a crime. Come on, hold on tight. I'm going to run away. The driver was a local. He knew the members of the Viper gang and was aware that these members of the gang were capable of doing all kinds of evil. He had ridden in his car before, but not only did they not pay him, they also beat him up. So he knew people from the Viper gang. Chen Ji looked at the people in front and asked the driver. Do you know who the people ahead are? What do they want to do? I saw the guy from the Viper gang got out of the car in front, picked up a hammer and hit the taxi driver's car, pointing at his car window and the driver. Be quiet and don't move. If you dare to move, I'll kill you. The driver was immediately frightened like a quail and shrank into his seat. He explained to the passengers in a low voice. The man in front is from the Viper gang. The third person is called Dalong. He does all kinds of evil things on weekdays and is very vicious. Let's wait for a while. If they really come and attack us, we will be finished. The driver was terrified, but Chen Ji was not panicked at all. He just stared at the scene with a sharp gaze. Shi Sinyu also realized something was wrong at this moment. Looking at these cars sandwiching his luxury car, he said in panic. Run, run. These people are definitely coming for me. Shi Sinyu immediately thought that these people were definitely not ordinary people, and they were probably here for him and for this bidding. It must be those bastards from the Li group. They are so despicable. They resort to such tricks when they can't compete in business. Hurry up and hurry up. Shi Sinyu was frowning and worried at the moment. He knew that if he did not participate in the bidding this time, then others would probably not have the courage to decide on such a big project. In this way, the people from the Li group will definitely succeed. They will definitely win the bid and get the project. So, for the Li group, it is naturally a great opportunity, but for their company it will be a huge loss. Shi Sinyu looked outside and saw that the hooligans outside had already started smashing the car windows. He pointed at the glass and said, come out quickly, or I'll kill you if you don't come out, all of you, come out quickly. The driver said to Shi Sinyu helplessly. The president has no other options. We can't escape. What should we do now? Shi Sinyu pondered for a moment and said to the driver. If you can get out after you hit the car in front of you, I'll give you an extra bonus of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. The driver is no desperado. Then he shook his head timidly. Boss, this won't work. Our lives will be in danger. Absolutely not. Let's just go down and surrender. They probably won't do anything to us. Shirsinyu's face was cold. She was not someone who gave up easily. She then said to him, "You are such an incompetent person. Move to the passenger seat and I will drive myself." After saying that, Shirsinyu was about to change his position, but he didn't expect that when Viper saw this scene, he violently smashed the side window, pushed open the door, and smiled cruelly at Shirsinyu. "You are such a resourceful woman, ha ha ha. But you are wishful thinking. Will I let you escape? You are wishful thinking. You have 500,000 yuan. How can I let you get away? Brothers, catch this woman and put her in the car. Let's go." When Shinji saw the scene, he finally understood and said angrily, "What a bunch of bastards, actually attacking a woman. Driver, open the door." After saying that, he pushed open the side door and walked out. The thugs behind him were surprised to see that someone dared to stand up. Only 2 people were left to watch the car, and the rest walked towards Shinji. "Good boy, what's the matter? Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty?" Shinji stared at them coldly, took a step forward, and said to them, "You are so bold that you dare to stop the car in broad daylight. It's really abominable. If you want to catch him, you have to get past me first." He even took a step forward. The other coaches did not step forward when they saw the scene. After all, the driver said that these people were all desperate criminals. Chen Jika was not afraid. At this moment, Shirsinyu in the car also widened his eyes and looked at the man outside. Viper also stared at the man in front of him with interest, and then ordered his subordinates. Chapter 47, Arrogant Feng Qingran. Faced with these useless guys, Shenji naturally solved them all in no time. The female president sitting in the car watched the scene. "What's your name?" "I want to thank you very much." Hearing this, Shenji smiled and said, "We met by chance, and I saw injustice on the road." After saying that, they continued to get in the car. This was just a small episode, and the group soon took a plane back to Chen's Taekwondo gym. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Everyone will get a bonus, especially Coach Park, who will get a bonus of 20,000 yuan. Everyone was smiling happily, and the distribution was very fair. No one would get reward without merit. After doing all this, Shenji planned to go home. Now he is considered a successful man. He bought a luxury car and a house in Eaton Manor. And it was not an ordinary house, but a big villa. The competition he just participated in has made his fixed savings exceed 1 million. From now on, relying on his fame, as long as he opens a Taekwondo gym, the money will continue to pour in like water. Ever since I was connected to the male god charm system, I have become extremely charming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the chance to sign in. Do you want to sign in? Chenji immediately spoke out in surprise. Sign in. The next second, the system responded. Congratulations to the host for having the dream of getting rich. This will provide you with an opportunity to become rich. Please buy Bitcoin in the near future. The price of Bitcoin will drop in the near future and then soar by 100%. Please sell according to the information provided. Shenji was stunned for a moment, and then he showed a look of ecstasy. This was the greatest good news. Shenji had never been involved in this before, but he knew about it when it went crazy later. He knew that this thing would continue to grow wildly in the later period, and when it grew to a terrifying level, it would definitely explode. However, from being worthless to going bankrupt, it has reaped the benefits of many people and made many people realize their dreams of getting rich. Now that they have enough insider information, they must definitely take it. He already has millions of assets now. With this 1 million assets, it can double in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he now has real estate and cars. If he uses these as collateral, he can mortgage at least 5 million. 5 million is transferred, that's 10 million. You become a multi-millionaire in the blink of an eye. That's terrible, it's really terrible. The continuous good news made Shinji step on the accelerator and the car kept moving forward. From now on, he didn't need to study these things anymore. He just needed to buy them according to the schedule. In 10 days, the schedule was quite accurate. Sell within 3 months of holding. All the detailed information about making money was recorded in his mind as if he had memorized it for a long time. He could predict when the stock would rise or fall. Chen Ji returned home quickly and parked his car in the garage. He had already planned to go to the bank in the next few days to start applying for a loan. He already owns a prime property, purchased in full, and his car is also fully paid for, all of which can bring in money, and he also has a taekwondo gym, plus his huge fame, so I think the money he can bring in should be more than you imagine. If he invests all the money in buying bitcoins, holds it for 3 months, and sells it after another 3 months, he can easily make all the money in these 3 months. And you can't just sell after these 3 months. To be precise, 10 days later, less than half a month after buying it, there will be a surge in price. You can sell it at any time during this time because Bitcoin will continue to rise. However, the greater the profits will be as time goes by, and the longer you can hold on, but the final increase will be very small, so there is no need to worry about that money. The point is to go up 100%, and just looking at these is enough. At this moment, Chen Ji was really excited and extremely happy. Chen Ji drove back to his home. The decoration of the villa had not been completed yet. Although it was basically ready, many things had not been moved in, so he chose to go back home first. I took my luggage from traveling and returned home. When I opened the door, I found Fong Qingran lying on her bed, playing with her cell phone. Seeing this scene, Chen Ji was stunned. He didn't understand why Fong Qingran came here, so he immediately put on a cold face. Fong Qingran couldn't contact Chen Ji for several days, even though they had already fallen out with each other. But after all, they were getting married, and Fong Qingran just thought that at worst she wouldn't have to pay so much for the bride price, but she never thought about giving up this marriage. After all, Chen Ji had become very rich recently. Having bought a luxury car and a luxury house, the Fong family's vampires would never let go of such a wealthy son-in-law. In his previous life, Chen Ji was not so prosperous, and this family held on to him tightly and did not give up. In this life, if Chen Ji becomes rich, he will never do that again. Fong Qingran had the key to his house because she was going to get married. Seeing that he couldn't contact Chen Ji, he went straight into the house and waited, but he didn't expect that he didn't see Chen Ji after waiting for several days. She gradually began to blame Chen Ji, and forgot about her previous attitude. She thought she still had the right to be angry with Chen Ji, but she didn't know that Chen Ji and she had already severed all ties and it was impossible for them to be together. She just foolishly thought there was still a chance. She thought she was angry, but when she saw Chen Ji coming back so easily, she became furious. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Do you really not want to marry me? But considering that you bought a mansion and a luxury car, and can let me live in a big house, and can let our whole family live in a big house, then I won't be angry with you. But the next second, Fong Qingran felt that she couldn't forgive Chen Ji so easily, so she became angrier again. Why did you come back just now? Where's the key to the mansion? Yes, where's the key to Eaton Manor? My father and my brother are waiting to move in. What's the matter? Are you rich now? Don't you want to marry me now that you're rich? Don't you want to give me a dowry? I tell you, it's wishful thinking. Fong Qingran still wanted to use this trick to control Chen Ji, but Chen Ji no longer bought it and looked at her coldly, as if he was watching a joke. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? What are you doing in my house? And we have broken up. What are you thinking? How can I let your family live in my house? After saying that, Chen Ji spoke to her directly with a cold face. Hand over the keys to my house right now. I'm not going to live here anymore. I'm going to give up the lease. Chapter 48, Unable to Recognize Reality. Hearing this, Fong Qingran was so angry that she almost exploded. She didn't expect Chen Jizhen to be such a person. Fong Qingran's face immediately turned ugly. What are you talking about? Just because you bought a mansion, do you not want to get married anymore? Or do you just want to piss me off? I'm telling you, if you succeed, don't be angry. I'm telling you, the wedding gift will remain the same, you just need to give 300,000 yuan. Fong Qingran looked at Chen Ji and suppressed his anger. After all, Chen Ji was a millionaire now. How could he not want to get married? If Chen Ji didn't want to get married, how could he buy a big villa? And buy it at Eaton Manor? So he must want to get married, Fong Qingran thought so, and then immediately said arrogantly. Chen Ji, you went to Eaton Manor to buy a villa. Aren't you preparing for marriage? If you are preparing for marriage, then why are you angry with me? You have already bought the house, so let's discuss the wedding arrangements as soon as possible. My dad can forgive you for your previous attitude towards my parents, but my brother will definitely not forgive you for what you did to my brother. He was also beaten by you. You must pay a large sum of money and transfer your car to my brother. Your house needs to be transferred to my name. My parents said that this is a guarantee for me. If you don't transfer it to me, then I can't marry you. The person in front of him was really a lunatic. Chen Ji was simply amused by Fong Qingran. He just shook his head and scolded. Are you crazy? What on earth are you thinking? Do you really think I will still marry you? It's impossible. Besides, I can't ask your family to forgive me. Do I need your family to forgive me? Chen Ji then took out the key to the mansion and fiddled with it in front of Fong Qingran. At this moment, he spoke to Fong Qingran very arrogantly. Let me tell you, I didn't buy the villa for you, and certainly not for our wedding. Don't think too much about it. I bought it for myself. Fong Qingran was furious at this. She stepped forward to snatch the key to the luxury house from Chen Ji's hand. However, there was no way Chen Ji could let her snatch the key to the luxury house. She just dodged and put the key into her pocket. You didn't buy a house for your marriage, but you transferred the house to your name. Are you crazy? I tell you, you can't have such an expensive house. I can't let you have such an expensive house in your name. Then I order you to sell the house to me for $1. Otherwise, I will never forgive you, let alone marry you. Fong Qingran didn't want Chen Ji to have a penny in his hands. In her eyes, Chen Ji belonged to her completely. Chen Ji couldn't have a penny on him. Having a penny was an unbearable existence for her. The thought that Chen Ji now had such an expensive property under his name made her furious. To be precise, it was jealousy. She could spend the money on anyone, on her brother, on her mother, or on herself, but she absolutely could not spend it on buying a house for Chen Ji himself. In her opinion, everything that Chen Ji has belongs to her, and it is a pure waste of money for Chen Ji to spend money on herself. It's just spending her money. Hearing this, Chen Ji laughed. Then he burst into laughter and looked at the ridiculous Fong Qingran and scolded him angrily. What right do you have to say that? Who do you think you are? What fooled me in my previous life to marry a selfish woman like you? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. We're over now. I can't possibly give you a dowry or anything like that to marry you, so don't even think about it. Hand over the key to this house now, and we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. Chen Ji was full of indifference at this moment. The woman in front of him made her feel cold and angry. What the hell? How dare you talk like that? In her previous life, Fong Qingran scolded, played with and exploited her like this. How could she allow herself to be like this again in this life? Hand over the keys now, and get out of here. Don't force me to do anything. I don't want to hit a woman, but don't force me to do anything. Chen Ji's words made Fong Qingran completely angry. What did you say? You told me to get out? Who do you think you are? Why do you want me to get out? I'm telling you, I won't get out. Hurry up and hand over the key to the mansion, or I won't marry you. Stop messing around, okay? Chen Ji. Chen Ji laughed for a while. How could this woman be so confused? She still thought that he would get married again. She still thought that he was angry with her. How stupid. Chen Ji started to urge him in a cold voice. Hand over the keys and get out. Get out now. Seeing Chen Ji's cold look, Fong Qingran was finally afraid of him, but she still didn't want to lose face, so she said coldly. Okay. Now that you have money, you don't want to get married? Well, I tell you, it's impossible, don't dream about it. Don't I know this person? It won't be long before you beg me like a dog, begging me to forgive you. When that time comes, no matter how much you beg me, I will never forgive you, you bastard. Chen Ji said coldly. If I beg you again, I'm a dog. I will never beg you again in my life. Go to hell. I will never beg you again. I won't beg you for even a penny. Having already experienced the suffering of the previous life, Chen Ji could not endure it again for the next life. Fong Qingran was still arrogant at this moment, he said arrogantly. If you ever beg me to get back together, even if you kneel down and beg me in a sedan chair, I will never be with you again. After saying that, he was about to leave, but he didn't expect that when he left, he directly snatched the key to the mansion from Chen Ji's hand, which made Chen Ji speechless. Fong Qingran left quickly, and Chen Ji immediately spoke in a stern voice. Stop right there, stop right there. Fang Qingren thought his plan worked, so he changed his expression and said, Now you come to beg me, but I tell you it's useless. Even if you beg me on your knees, I will never marry you again, and I will never forgive you easily. The woman in front of him was so shameless. She snatched the key and thought that others asked her for it. It was really ridiculous, so Chunji did not indulge her at all and spoke directly. Do you think I'm asking you to do this? You're so shameless. I'm telling you, it's impossible. I called you over just to give me back the keys to our house and my new villa. If you don't give them to me, I'm going to call the police. When she heard the word call the police, she finally got scared and threw the keys down angrily. Chapter 49 Hidden Thunder. Fang Qingren went home angrily. At this moment, everyone in the Fang family was anxious. Why were they so anxious about not being able to live in a big villa? They all want to take over Chenji. No matter how bad Chenji is, he is still the owner of a small taekwondo gym, which is much better than others. The Fang family had already planned to take advantage of Chenji, but they did not expect such a sudden change, which made them extremely anxious. Fang's mother was so anxious that she was getting angry. She spoke while enduring the pain in her mouth. Qingren, what do you think we should do now? If Chenji insists on divorcing you, what about the betrothal gift? Without the betrothal gift, how can your brother buy a car? We don't have the money to buy a car. Your brother's life is over. If he can't find a wife, there will be no way for us to continue the family line. What should we do? Fang Qingran was also full of worry. She didn't expect that Chenji would be so tough. Mom, I didn't want this to happen, but that kid went too far. He's not like this usually, and I don't know how he became like this. When Fang Qingyun heard the news, he became furious. He picked up a wine bottle on the table and smashed it to the ground, saying frantically, It's possible, but it can't be possible. He must give the betrothal gift. Why shouldn't he? My sister has been with him for so long, and he doesn't give her the betrothal gift. You bastard, absolutely not. If he doesn't want to be with my sister anymore, then he has to give us a breakup fee. Let me tell you, sister, you've been with him for so long, and you need to pay him 300,000 or 400,000 yuan for the breakup fee and the loss of your youth. But the mansion he bought is worth 4 million yuan, so you need to ask him for 1 million yuan. We have to find him and then we'll give you the 1 million as compensation. How about we split it in half? Fang Qingyun's thoughts were too beautiful, but her sister was not so optimistic and said angrily, You're dreaming. You said you wanted compensation for the loss of youth. Are they going to give you compensation for the loss of youth? If they don't, what will you do? That's right, what should I do if I don't give it to you? It's not legally recognized. Fang Qingxue was also very helpless about this at the moment. Fang Qingxue said dejectedly when she thought of what had just happened. Just now I wanted the key to his villa, and he wanted to call the police. You said we want to find him, and he wants to call the police again, what should we do? If they call the police, we will really be arrested. They all remembered the warning from the policewoman Wang Xinxin. This constituted extortion, and they would never dare to do such things with such confidence again. Seeing the whole family so cowardly, Fang Qingyun became more courageous instead. What are you afraid of, sister? Let's sue him. He must pay us mental damages. Why don't you pay me? How can I buy a car or a house if he doesn't pay me? Sister, I want to buy a car and a house. Others have them, so I want to have them too. It was useless for Fang Qingyun to throw a tantrum and roll around. The Fang family was in a gloomy mood. Fang Daming sighed and said, Why is this boy different from before? Daughter, do you also think Qinji is different? He has changed so much. At this moment, the Fang family has already noticed the changes in Chen Jiha. He is now completely different. He was a coward before, so how come he has become so confident now? Fang Qingyun said, How can he change? He is just a coward. He was a coward before and he is still a coward now. Whatever my sister says is what it is, but now. At this point, Fang Qingyun closed his mouth. At this moment, all the Fang family members opened their eyes wide, thinking about this question. This is no small matter. Fang Qingyun was stunned. He looked directly at his sister and then spoke in a low voice. Sister, has that matter been exposed? Did you do something to offend Shinji and he found out? That's why he wants to break up with you and not give you the betrothal gift. Fong Daming was stunned. He knew about this, but he didn't expect that they were still connected. He slapped Fong Qingran and said, "What's wrong with you, silly girl? What's wrong with you?" Fong Qingran has a lot of dark history. She started falling in love at a young age, and then had boyfriends one after another. Although those girls didn't date for long, they still had boyfriends. However, their conditions were too poor. Not to mention anything else, they didn't even have a proper career. As for the person she is interested in and who is not bad, mainly someone with a timid temper and willing to pay a high gift, there is only Chenji. The family members completely act according to the person they are dealing with. Just because Chenji is a good person with a good temper, they know what he says. They always want to control Chenji and suck his blood. Everything went smoothly in the last life, but this life is completely different. Chenji had originally agreed to increase the betrothal gift again and again, but he didn't expect so many unexpected changes to happen now. Their family is in urgent need of money. Their son has grown up, and without this money, how can he get married and have children? So the Fong family was very anxious. Fong Daming no longer cared about his face at this moment and asked his daughter directly. "Tell me the truth, are you and that little bastard from school together again? Tell me, have you been discovered by Chenji? Tell me, is it true?" Fong Qinran lowered her head, which had been held high in front of Chenji, and said with her head lowered, "That's impossible. Could it be that he found out that my ex-boyfriend and I checked into a hotel? That's impossible. He definitely couldn't have found out." Fong Qingyun kicked her sister directly. "Sister, you are such a jerk. All the money I earned is gone because of you. It's all because of you. Fong Qingran is such a shameful woman. Her ex-boyfriend was a gangster. He broke up with her because he cheated on her, which made Fong Qingran cry so much. Later, she met Shinji. However, she didn't expect that this time when she was about to get married, she would run into her ex-boyfriend again. The two of them were still in love with each other, so they found a place to rekindle the passion. Fong Qingran thought it was just a small encounter, but she didn't expect that Chenji would find out about it. Fong Daming looked at his daughter and said directly, "You, how could you do such a thing? That little trumpet broke up with you before, have you forgotten? You are really shameless, you dead girl, how could you do such a thing? Now it's all right, right? He won't give the bride price, what do you think your brother should do?" The Fong family was heartbroken at the moment and were all thinking about how to solve this problem. At this moment, Chenji was still completely unaware. If he had known that such a big bomb would explode, he would probably be thankful that he had rejected the marriage proposal so early. Chapter 50: The Fong Family's Plot. Fong Qinran lowered his head. He didn't expect the situation to be like this, but he still spoke stubbornly. What else does Chenji have except making money? He is just a coward, without any charm at all. He is always timid and submissive. I really don't like him. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some money, who would marry him? Besides, he's usually so timid. I thought that even if he found out that I checked into a hotel, he wouldn't say a word. I didn't expect him to do this. Fong's mother was so angry at the moment that she felt a heartache. She covered her chest and spoke to her daughter. "Look, the 400,000 yuan you got is gone just like that, you damn girl. What good things have you done? You've been discovered. You said you would behave yourself, but you're not a good wife and you've caused so much trouble for your brother." Fong Qingyun glared at his sister. It was not like he was looking at his sister, but as if he was looking at an enemy. Fong Qingran is also a disgusting thing. At this moment, he doesn't even think about where he went wrong, but instead blames Chenji. It's all that coward's fault. If he just admits it, won't it be over? It's not a big deal, won't I still marry him? Why is he so stingy? I don't want to marry such a stingy man. His heart is bigger than a needle tip. It's disgusting. Whoever marries a man like this will be unlucky. Fong Qinran opened his mouth wide and said disgusting words. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong at all. He just felt that it was Chenji's fault that he didn't accept all this. Fong Daming lowered his head and picked up the cigarette, smoking one after another, and smoked 5 or 6 cigarettes in total. At this moment, Fong Qingyun kept muttering beside him. "Dad, you can't just let it go. My brother-in-law may be a loser, but he's rich. Let me tell you about his mansion. I went to see the promotional pictures of Eaton Manor. I saw them all. It's so beautiful. When Chenji had no money, my sister wanted to marry him. Now that he is rich, why don't you marry him? No, I must marry him. His son's repeated urging finally made Fong Daming make up his mind. My daughter, I have an idea for you. Ask Chenji to come home tomorrow. This matter is not a small matter, at most we can ask for 50,000 yuan less, and then you can sincerely apologize to him. With the way he usually acts like a coward, he will definitely forgive you, and then you can get married. Hearing this, Fong Qingran immediately became unhappy. Why? Dad, I don't want to apologize to that loser. I'm not married yet, so why can't I sleep with someone else? What's more, he's my ex-boyfriend. I knew him even earlier than I knew Chenji. Why? This look made Fong Daming frown, and he slapped Fong Qingran in the face. You damn woman, now you start talking to me like this, you're going to do whatever I tell you to do? Fong Qingran covered her face with her hands and frowned, unable to believe that her father would treat her like this. At the same time, she couldn't bear the anger. In front of Chenji, she had always been high and mighty, how could she have suffered such grievances? She didn't want to bow her head. Once she bowed her head, would she have to bow her head for the rest of her life? Fong Daming ignored it. Her marriage with Chenji must go on. He was counting on receiving a dowry. His son is uneducated and makes a living by playing some tricks. He would never be able to earn 400,000 yuan in his lifetime. If he didn't have a rich brother-in-law to support him, he would never be able to get married in his lifetime, so he had to tie Chenji down. Fong Qingran lowered her head in grievance, and Fong Daming said to her, You two must get married, and you must get the betrothal gift, understand? Whether you believe it or not is not your business. The key is that if your brother doesn't have this money, how can he get married and buy a house? How can our family live on? After saying that, Fong Daming pulled his daughter's shoulders and began to comfort her directly. Daughter, what are you afraid of? If you feel that it is not working after marriage, you can divorce. Anyway, we will not return the betrothal gift at that time, so you can just divorce. Fong Qingyun, the little bad boy, heard this and immediately said, Sister, you can't divorce easily. When the time comes, find a reason to make him leave the house with nothing. That's right, make him leave the house with nothing. His house must be ours, and his car, I will drive it. Sister, wherever you want to go, I will take you there. Hearing these words, the Fong family members' eyes lit up. Luxury cars and mansions, they were truly immersed in a beautiful dream. What a sacrifice for a happy family. Fong Qingran wiped away her tears and said, Okay, I get it. It's just a marriage. I'll find an excuse to divorce him when the time comes. I'll definitely find a way to get him out of the house. Then the garage and car will all be ours. Is that okay? Fong Daming smiled, patted his daughter's shoulder and said, Yes, this is my good daughter. The family was thinking about this idea, but how to find Chenji was still a problem. Fong's mother said to her, The main thing between men and women is face. If he doesn't come to you, then you go to him. Anyway, as long as you give a man enough face, he can do anything. Chenji is not a cruel person. You see, he is usually very obedient. If you hadn't contacted that man, this wouldn't have happened. How about this, I'll call your cell phone. After saying that, he handed over the phone and Fong Qingran took a deep breath. She didn't want to admit her mistake to Chenji, but now she was in a difficult situation. She could only take a deep breath and dial the phone with a smile on her face. The Fong family members were all staring at her at this moment, staring at her excitedly, waiting for the 400,000 yuan to be deposited into their accounts, but they didn't expect that Fong Qingran's face would become as ugly as a purple eggplant in the next second. Fong Daming quickly asked his daughter and said, What happened to Qingran? Didn't he answer the phone? Or did he hang up on you? Fong Qingran said while gritting his teeth. Dad, you don't know that he has blocked this number as well. He has blocked everyone in our family. He's such a jerk. The Fong family sighed in relief. How could Chenji do this? I tell you, after we get married and get the money, you must not treat her well. You must teach her a lesson. This is simply outrageous. Fong Daming was furious. Since they had no choice but to beg others for help, the family had to find another way to contact Chenji. The calculations of one family, the abacus beads can be seen clearly even across the mountains and seas. The Zhang family really mobilized all members this time. They thought of all kinds of methods and were ready to contact Chenji at all costs. To be precise, the purpose was not to contact Shinji, but to get the betrothal money from him. Chapter 51 New Account. Shinji got up very early the next day and felt refreshed. Buying Bitcoin is very troublesome. Shinji prepared to solve this problem according to the procedure. But everything still needs to be told slowly. Shinji simply went to a hotel next to the community to have breakfast, and then went to a bank in the city. The downtown bank had just opened, so Shinji walked over directly. The staff inside were all packing up their things. Shinji then found someone and said, "I'm opening a new account and I'm also taking out a loan." The man who saw Shinji looked at his clothes, which were very low-key and luxurious, and said without hesitation, "Sir, how much do you want to borrow? Our bank's business is very broad. How much do you want to borrow?" Shinji didn't hesitate and spoke immediately. "It's not much, so let's just borrow 10 million. This sentence instantly shocked the bank clerk. 10 million. 10 million is not a small sum. In this society, 10 million is already a very big sum. A top-notch luxury home only costs a few $1,000,000, while an ordinary house can be purchased for only a few $100,000. All matter is extremely low. Someone wants to borrow 10 million, which is simply a fantasy." The clerk swallowed and said to Shinji, "Hello, sir. Please come over here for an interview." Shinji was quickly pulled over. Shinji made a count of all his assets and then took out his bag, which contained his taekwondo gym's business license and other assets, such as real estate and cars. Shinji mortgaged his house and car to raise money from them. The house has great potential in the future, but the current potential is not that great. Fortunately, the taekwondo gym can bring in a lot of money. He was invited to the VIP room. After waiting for an hour, I finally heard the words I wanted to hear most. Shinji looked at the clerk opposite him and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am the manager of the bank. Please bring your assets here. I have evaluated them for you. At present, 10 million is not enough. We can lend you 8 million. Shinji frowned. 8 million was not a lot, but it was enough. He also had more than 1 million on hand, which added up to more than 9 million. If he scratched some more tickets, he would probably be able to get 10 million. Shinji did not hesitate and started going to various places to draw lots. Shinji came to the lottery sales point and scanned the piles of scratch tickets. Whether these things have prizes or not can be clearly seen under his golden eyes. In just half a day, he collected more than 1 million but less than 2 million yuan from major lottery shops. He cashed in all the prizes and deposited them into his own account. When Shinji went to the bank again and saw the 10 million yuan in his account, he smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, I have collected 10 million. With a 100% profit, that would be 20 million. Shinji doesn't really want to increase leverage, and the money earned by increasing leverage is also risky. More importantly, it will be noticed by others, and he doesn't want to be noticed by others. After all, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. He has been in the spotlight enough, now it's time for him to keep a low profile." In order to open a new account, Shinji went directly to a local institution and spent a full hour to open a US dollar account for himself. A US dollar account has been opened, and all the remaining money has been converted into US dollars. Everything is ready, we just need to wait for the big drop to buy in. Now is not the opportunity yet. The money was very safe in the account, so Shinji was not worried. It's time to consider moving. It's not a good idea for Fong Qingran to keep harassing him. Besides, the decoration of the mansion is almost complete, so Shinji plans to move first. "Let's move today, but those neighbors will be gone for the time being." Shinji drove back to his residence. He had already informed the agency and went through the termination procedures right after moving. But moving is a big deal, and canceling the lease is also a big deal, the agent asked. "What's wrong? What happened to Lao Chen? I heard that something went wrong at your wedding. What happened?" The agent was usually very enthusiastic and had solved many problems for Shinji. At this moment, he was worried that something might have happened to Shinji, so he asked him about it. Shinji smiled and replied, "It's nothing big. It's just that their family wanted a dowry of more than 300,000 yuan, almost 400,000 yuan. I don't have that much money, so I cancelled the wedding. It's not a big deal." Shinji said this lightly. At this moment, the real estate agent was simply shocked. He said in a daze, "Is this true? Isn't this a sky-high price? How can you ask for so much? You are so unlucky. How could you meet such a woman? It's not a big deal if such a woman gets lost. Well, just move to a new house. He won't come to harass you. If he asks for your address, I won't tell him. The agent said this and then looked at Chunji with sympathy. Shenji didn't care. At this moment, neighbor Atli also heard these words, and then came over and spoke loudly. Why is this happening? Why do you want such a large amount of money as a betrothal gift? Shenji looked at the gray-haired Atli coming over and added. Not only does he want a 400,000 yuan betrothal gift, he also wants my house and my new car. What can I do? Atli then curled her lips and said with a look of disgust. Is this a marriage or a confiscation of the family's property? How can this be possible? Where is she from? I think she told me about it. I know the bride price there is always high. Atli said, this is really selling a daughter. I guess her daughter is a rich girl. She wants so much money. I tell you, if you can't afford it, don't accept it. She doesn't really want to support you with so much money, understand? What Atli said makes sense. Shenji nodded. Aunt, you're right. She doesn't really want to live with me, so I don't want to marry her anymore. So the wedding is cancelled. Atli looked at Shenji with sympathy and then said. Shenji, you are a good young man. We have seen you working around here every day, and you are so diligent every day. Aren't there plenty of good girls? Don't worry, where is your aunt? I have a niece now, who is about your age. I have a photo of her here, do you want to take a look? After saying that, he became anxious to find a wife for Shenji, and then he added something else. It's not high here. The bride price over there is not high either. Come and have a look. Chapter 52 Feng Qingyun's Revenge. The Feng family found themselves so embarrassed that they couldn't even contact Shenji, nor could they contact the other party, let alone admit their mistakes and find ways to get a dowry. Feng Qingyun was extremely anxious. His wedding money and car money were all with Shenji. If Shenji didn't give him a gift, what would he do with everything? Thinking of how Shenji treated him later, he touched the scars on his face, and he immediately got angry and ran out. Feng Qingyun looked up at the sky. It seemed particularly gloomy at the moment. When he thought that his great dream had been shattered, he shouted to the heavens. Shenji, you bastard, alright, you didn't even give me the betrothal gift I promised you, you bastard, you don't keep your word, since you're like this, I'm going to find a way to kill you. After saying that, he angrily called a mysterious number. Hello, is this Brother Xiaoma? I'm Feng Qingyun. You know me. I've had drinks with you before. I have a business deal. Do you want to do it? The two met soon, and they met directly in a club. Xiaoma Go was wearing a suit, and next to him was a beautiful woman with cheap makeup on her face. Feng Qingyun swallowed his saliva at this moment, and when he saw the woman next to him, he immediately looked at Xiaoma Gu. Xiaoma pointed at the woman next to him and showed off. How is it? This is my new girlfriend. Tell me what big deal it is. If it is really a big deal, I will let my girlfriend accompany you tonight. Naturally, desire was revealed on Feng Qingyun's face, but the next second he thought of the business again and said to Brother Xiaoma. Brother, let me tell you, I have a big business. I have a sister, do you know that? Xiaoma Go was stunned, then he looked at Feng Qingyun, then he thought of his sister and showed lustful look, and said. What about you? Your sister is pretty. Why did you sell her? But your sister's beauty can't be sold for much money. Feng Qingyun quickly shook his head and said. Boss, that's not the case. My sister has found a boyfriend and is getting married. He wants a dowry of 388,000 yuan. He recently bought $1 million luxury car and a new house. It's a villa in Eaton Manor worth 4 million yuan. Brother Xiaoma instantly became excited, this is a big business. He took a sip of wine and said to Feng Qingyun. Boy, you really brought me a big business. Tell me, what do you want me to do? After saying that, Xiaoma Gu directly poured a glass of wine for Feng Qingyun. Feng Qingyun drank the wine tremblingly and said directly. Help me arrest Shenji and teach him a lesson. Make him marry my sister and give him a betrothal gift. After the matter is settled, I will get the betrothal gift and give you 100,000 yuan. It's not a big deal. Just catch him and teach him a lesson and then give him 100,000. When talking about 100,000, Feng Qingyun's face twitched obviously. Both of them were cleaner than their faces, but now they dared to make such a boast, all because he already regarded the betrothal gift as his own money. But even if it is your own money, it is not money you earned yourself. He felt a little painful after casually promising to spend 100,000 yuan. This was not a small amount of money and he was really reluctant to part with it. At this moment, Xiaomagu seemed to have a bigger plan. He patted his little brother on the shoulder and said, "What you said is true. Your sister is my sister. How dare that boy take advantage of her and not marry her? This is unacceptable. Don't worry. I will take care of this matter. I will take care of it to the end. Isn't it just to deal with him? Well, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Remember to transfer the 100,000 yuan to me when the time comes." Fang Qingyun walked away with a bitter look on his face. Seeing his stingy look, Xiaomagu laughed. This guy is so cowardly. I didn't expect that he would hook up with a rich brother-in-law. Since he has been arrested, it is impossible that he only wants 100,000 yuan. He actually has a mansion worth 4 million yuan. Why ask him for 1 million yuan? Brother Xiaoma is really cruel. Since someone has requested it, then this matter is settled. Xiaomagu spoke directly. Go and call those brothers over. Let's arrest this guy called Chenji today, and then we can arrest Fang Qingyun as well. Remember this, the key point is to extort 1 million yuan from this person named Chenji. Everything else is fake. Fang Qingyun turned back at this moment. Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment. Xiaomagu then looked at him and smiled, and sneered fiercely. 100,000 is also 1 million, and I will ask him for the money instead of you. What are you afraid of? Fang Qingyun was stunned. It seemed to make sense when he thought about it this way. Anyway, the money was ultimately paid by Chenji and had nothing to do with him. By the way, Xiaoma, just do what you want. I'll send you his photo and you can see what he looks like. After saying that, Fang Qingyun ran over like the wind, his heart full of fear. Seeing Fang Qingyun being so cowardly, Xiaomagu burst out laughing. This kid is really a fool, a fool. This is really a big deal. Remember, we will take action tonight. When the time comes, we will give 100,000 to the brothers and keep the remaining 900,000 in the account. Let's go out and hide for a while. If any of our brothers are injured, we can use the remaining money to help them recover. Naturally, those brothers cried out in anger. It was obvious that this was a great opportunity to blackmail these rich people. It was an easy and simple thing to do. Brother Xiaoma is so righteous. Then we brothers will go and each of us will get 20,000 yuan. Xiaomagu nodded. Go ahead and start today. Night fell quickly, and Chenji didn't know that he had been targeted. I was driving a luxury car at night and was about to go to a restaurant to eat something to fill my stomach, but I didn't expect that someone had followed me. 2 cars, one on the left and one on the right, were clearly coming towards him. Chenji immediately became alert. You followed me for 3 meetings. Why did you follow me? Could it be that someone wants to harm me? Chenji is no longer an ordinary person. He has a status and a background, so naturally people are paying attention to him. He is not as naive as before. He is still thinking carefully about who wants to harm him. He hasn't offended anyone so far, and the person he has offended the most is Wang Xiuhong. Could it be Wang Xiuhong's man? If Chenji thinks this way, he is probably Wang Xiuhong's man. But he was not afraid and drove calmly on the road. My mind is already full of thoughts, ready to solve this troublesome matter. Chapter 53: A Group of Assholes. Chenji is now a completely different person. He used to practice Sanda, but now his taekwondo has reached the terrifying level of level 10. His physical fitness has also undergone several rounds of systematic strengthening. With his current strength, it is easy for him to beat a few normal people. Moreover, he didn't want to be followed all the time. If he didn't deal with these enemies this time, Zhao Chuanxue might suffer next time. So Chenji planned to defeat his opponent this time, and he parked his car directly in a hotel parking lot. This hotel is located in a remote area, there are not many people on both sides, and more importantly, there is no surveillance. He was also familiar with this place. The hostages had the confidence to fight against this group of unknown people because these people definitely had no weapons. Guns are banned in Long Country. No one dares to carry a gun in Long Country. And once you carry a gun, the nature of the act changes. At most, you have a weapon. There happened to be some weapons in Chen Ji's car. The weapon is a taekwondo weapon, a small steel pipe. The main reason was that the thing used to fix the equipment was a little damaged, so he just put it in the car for self-defense. He is the owner of a taekwondo gym and owns some taekwondo equipment, so it shouldn't be a big deal. It is only natural. Chen Jigang got out of the car, and soon the two cars surrounded him, and then 5 people got out. 5 people drove 2 cars, and it seemed that they really wanted to block it, but Xiao Ma's men didn't expect it to be so smooth. The person who was in charge of the practice stared at Chen Ji with sharp eyes and said, "You're quite a fast runner, we've been waiting for you for quite some time." The leader was called Wang Defa. Wang Defa looked at Chen Ji with a gloomy face, and Chen Ji stared at him with sharp eyes. Chen Ji's strength is by no means ordinary, and his eyes are extremely fierce. Somehow, when Wang Defa met Yu Yang's gaze, he felt a sense of fear, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He took a step back, and the other brothers also took a step forward. These people gave Wang Defa confidence, and he immediately spoke to Chen Ji. "You are really amazing, you actually dare to come to a place like this. I guess you have discovered us. We are still so confident. It seems that you really don't take us seriously," Wang Defa said softly. The younger brother under his command had already looked around and said, "Brother Wang, we have checked all around. There are no cameras or surveillance cameras. We have plenty of opportunities and time." Wang Defa raised the iron rod in his hand and started attacking Chen Ji. "Give up to me, kid, or I will beat you to death today." Looking at these daring criminals, Chen Ji laughed. "You want to hit me with this broken iron stick, aren't you too crazy?" Chen Ji looked at them, and then fixed his eyes on Wang Defa in front of him. Wang Defa saw that his brothers had arrived, raised his stick and rushed towards Chen Ji quickly. Chen Ji then stepped back, opened the trunk directly, and took out an iron rod from it. But it's not meant to be used, it's just held in hand for self-defense. His strength is too strong, and these criminals are probably no match for him. If they hadn't all been carrying weapons, he wouldn't have bothered to bring any, so he just made a move and kicked them away. Wang Defa instantly felt an extremely strong force rushing towards his chest. It felt like a car hit him. He flew out and landed heavily on the ground, spitting out blood. The 4 younger brothers were stunned, not knowing what was going on. In the blink of an eye, their brother Wang flew out, and they still didn't know what happened. Brother Wang followed brother Xiao Ma and fought from south to north. He was also a famous hero and had been imprisoned twice. However, they didn't expect that the person in front of them would be knocked away with just one move. This scene stunned all the younger brothers. The younger brothers were all stunned, but Chen Ji was not. He took action directly and dealt with the remaining younger brothers with 3 punches and 2 kicks. These little brothers were wailing in pain on the ground. Some of them had broken legs or arms. In short, they were all beaten and could not stand up again. Wang Defa, who was the most seriously injured, finally recovered at this moment. He covered his chest and said to Chen Ji, "How come you're so awesome? You bastard, who the hell are you?" Hearing the curse, Chen Ji walked over, stepped on his chest, and spoke to him. "Some ribs are broken." Chen Ji's golden eyes could tell at a glance that several of his ribs were broken, but fortunately, these ribs were located relatively remotely and would not hurt his internal organs, so it was not a big problem. It's great to have golden eyes. You can see through everything at a glance. These people had lost the ability to resist, so Chen Ji didn't waste any more words and directly pressed Wang Defa hard with his feet. Wang Defa only felt severe pain in his chest, which made him feel like dying. However, as a small gangster, he would not give in easily, and then he spoke angrily to Chen Ji. "Well, I never thought that I, Wang Defa, would fall into your hands today. I never thought that you are such a homebody. I am done for today. If you have the guts, kill me. If you can't kill me, I will beat you to death." Hearing this, Wang Defa's tough voice, he smiled and said, "That's really funny. Are you my opponent? Tell me, who sent you here? If you don't tell me, today will be your death." Wang Defa said nothing, and his younger brother said nothing either. Chen Ji then shouted loudly, "I know who you are. Were you sent by Wang Xiuhong?" When Chen Ji said this, the 5 people who were knocked down all looked confused. Wang Defa's eyes were filled with confusion, he didn't know who this Wang Xiuhong was. Zhang Zhang was confused. He didn't know who sent this group of people. But no matter who sent them, they were his opponents. The next second, he couldn't figure out that Wang Defa in front of him was so tough. Shenji didn't want to waste time talking to him anymore, so he just said something harsh. You losers are no match for me. Get out of here, or I'll kill you all. After saying that, he strode away, leaving behind only a few people who were beaten and crippled. These people climbed into the van with difficulty. The younger brothers said hatefully at this moment. Damn it, this guy is so abominable. Let's tell brother Xiaoma to come and deal with him. For some reason, a trace of fear flashed in Wang Defa's eyes at this moment. He didn't know why, but he felt that Chen Ji in front of him was extraordinary and his strength was beyond his understanding. Chapter 54, Martial Arts Practitioner. This group of people wanted to leave, but their injuries were too severe, so they had no choice but to ask for help. Wang Defa had no choice but to call Xiaoma Gu. Wang Defa took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and then took another deep breath before dialing the number. It's me, Xiaoma. I'm Xiao Wang. Oh no, something's wrong. Come quickly, we are at this location, come and pick us up. I am afraid we are in big trouble this time, please come quickly, if you don't come, it will be the end. Xiaoma was stunned for a moment, but out of trust in Wang Defa, he drove over quickly. When Xiaoma Gu arrived, he was stunned to see his 5 brave generals beaten into such a state. All of them had bruises on their faces and broken bones. Seeing this scene, Xiaoma Gu immediately gritted his teeth and said, What's going on? Did we run into those people from the Qinglong gang? Damn bastards, if it was that gang, I would send people to chop them up right now. Wang Defa shook his head and said to Xiaoma Gu. Brother Xiaoma, no, it's still that guy named Chen Ji. He's so powerful that he picked all of us by himself. How could this be? Could it be that he is a martial artist? Xiaoma Gu then exclaimed that this world is not an ordinary world, and some people are even more powerful, such as martial artists. Martial artists are superior to ordinary people. They are like the heroes in movies and TV shows, able to climb walls and fly over rooftops. They are so powerful that one person can fight more than a dozen people. Xiaoma Gu then said to Wang Defa with a wry smile. Xiao Wang, you are so lucky now. If that guy is really a martial artist, then there is really no need for them to look up to us. In their eyes, we are just like losers. We are lucky to be alive. The gap between the two is too big, so Xiaoma Gu now understands why this person is so cruel but does not wipe out the roots, but dares to let these people live. It is estimated that he is very powerful and is not afraid of anything. They are not afraid of their revenge, because their revenge is so weak and ridiculous in the eyes of the other party, and even has a bit of pathetic meaning. Xiaoma Ji's eyes are now full of fear that the unknown strongman will seek revenge on him. Xiao Wang, I'm afraid we have touched a hornet's nest. He wants to blackmail people. If this guy comes to our door, what should we do? Brother Xiaoma, we are panicking now. This kid is so powerful that even 3 or 5 people may not be his match. Brother, this is what happened. That guy came straight over. It was so fast that I didn't even see how he attacked. Several of us were sent flying. It was incredible. I saw a younger brother who was not so seriously injured explaining to him. Hearing this, the fear in Xiaoma Ji's eyes deepened. How could they afford to offend such a strong man? Xiaoma Gu was stunned for a moment, then said to Wang Defa with a wry smile. So what should we do? We can't beat him, and we don't have any hardware or weapons. What should we do? Nowadays, the society has become very stable and guns have been banned in all major places for decades. At this time, no one dared to play with a gun. Whoever dared to play with a gun would be guilty of a serious crime punishable by death. So although these gangsters were quite powerful, they did not have guns. Xiaoma Gu frowned at this moment and said nothing, but it seemed like he had said everything. Shenji drove back to the mansion, and the house was almost moved. At present, except for some small things that needed to be sorted, everything else had been moved cleanly, so he could already move into the mansion. It seems that Zhao Chuanxue went on a business trip to the headquarters these days and has not come back, so I haven't seen Zhao Chuanxue since he came back. However, the two of them are still in love when they contact each other on the phone, so you don't have to worry about him. Now he was worried about who was trying to deal with him. Could it be Wang Xiuhong? Or was it the so-called champion from the Korean country who had won 6 consecutive championships? Or was it the trouble he got into in the imperial capital? It could be anyone, but it's hard to guess who it is, which is very troublesome. Shenji had no choice but to put the matter behind him for the time being. After all, the strength of these BFM is not strong, so there is no need to be afraid of them. At worst, we can just fight them with our own strength. The villa was really comfortable, but it was too big to clean up. Chenji simply cleaned it up and was almost exhausted. Fortunately, this villa is fully equipped with everything. Chenji plans to buy some sweeping robots and some other things online. There aren't a lot of things in the current room, and only one kitchen is used, so the others just need to be sealed. As for if there are more people living here in the future, I can consider opening this function to save myself the trouble. The next day came quickly, and Chenji looked at some guides about Bitcoin. Today was the time. The US dollars in the account have all been deposited, and the only thing left is the time. However, it is not the right time yet, and he is still waiting for the opportunity. The strategy in front of him seems to be changing, and the date seems to be postponed for another day. Sure enough, this thing is uncontrollable. The risk of investing in cryptocurrency is also quite high. If Chenji didn't have a system plugin, he probably wouldn't dare to touch these things because they are too dangerous. In later generations, many people lost their fortunes because of Bitcoin. It's ridiculous to think about it. Without inside information, who would dare to do this? Isn't that playing with fire? It was a new day again. Chenji planned to go and see the Taekwondo gym to see how it was doing. While he was driving there, he suddenly received a strange call on his cell phone. Looking at the strange phone number on the luxury car's computer, Chenji was confused for a moment. He didn't know who it was. Thinking of what happened yesterday, he became cautious again. However, after being cautious for a moment, he decided to answer the call. After all, being an ostrich won't solve any problems. Instead of failing to solve the problem, it's better to face it head-on. But the next second, a car suddenly changed lanes. Chenji was annoyed and kept honking the horn to urge the next car. In the next second, he directly answered the phone on the car computer. Who is in trouble? Chenji's impatient voice came over, and the person on the other side was none other than Fong Qingran. When Fong Qingran heard the impatient voice, she immediately became furious, but after looking at Fong Daming's fiery gaze, she suppressed her anger. I'm Fong Qingran. I want to put an end to this matter. Come to my house tonight to talk. If you don't come, I will harass you again until you are willing to come. What on earth was this family trying to do? Chenji was so confused that he had no idea what they were up to. At this moment, his brows were frowned. Chapter 55, Feeling Proud. What if he really is a martial artist? When he thought of this, Xiaomago was terrified. If he was really a martial artist, it would not be much more difficult for those noble families to crush him to death than to crush a stink bug, so he was extremely terrified at the moment. Looking at his incompetent subordinates, and thinking of Fong Qingyun's Xiaomago at the moment, he felt annoyed. Damn it! We have caused such trouble for no reason. We can't just brush it off. If he gathers forces to seek revenge on us, it will be troublesome. I'd better go to his house in person. Chenji did not take these little hooligans seriously. These little hooligans were too low class. Going against them was simply an insult to him. Yes, it was an insult. It is an extremely unbearable insult. It would be fine if they didn't come to cause trouble, he would just deal with them every time they came. But if they really didn't know what was good for them and angered Chenji, the worst that could happen was that he would find some people to kill them all. He is no longer the Chenji who was bullied in later generations. He is powerful now. Chenji drove to the place he didn't want to go, Fong Qingran's home. Fong Qingran was a nightmare memory to Chenji. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to come. Chenji is no longer the same as before. He used to drive a small broken car and no one ever paid attention to him. But when he drove in a BMW, he immediately attracted the attention of the neighbors, and even the Fong family noticed them. At this moment, Fong Daming said to his daughter, "You can see that my daughter is now Chenji, and her worth is different. You absolutely cannot get angry with him again. You two have already reached the stage of getting married. You can't break up over such a small matter. You have to do everything you can to get back together with him. You have to get back together with him, understand?" Fong Qingran frowned and wanted to say something to Fong Daming, but after a moment she just nodded impatiently with a bit of disgust in her eyes. Even though Chenji has changed a lot now, she still doesn't like him. She doesn't like this coward. Fong Qingran had a very strange attitude towards Chenji. She looked down on Chenji, but if Chenji was really going to be taken away by someone else, or was really going to leave, she had a strong desire to win and wanted to hold him firmly in her hands. Turn him into an obedient person, as obedient as a dog. Fong Qingyun also saw the luxury car. His eyes were a little evasive at this moment, but after a moment he concealed his thoughts. It shouldn't be found out, it was me who did it. Brother Xiaomai is so powerful, he probably won't tell anyone about me, and he probably hasn't done anything yet. What Fong Qingyun couldn't have expected was that the action had already taken place, but he was so inconspicuous that Chen Ji didn't pay any attention to Fong Qingyun at all. Fong Qingyun's mind was still full of the betrothal gift that Chen Ji was going to give, he said. Sister, you have to hold on to him. As long as he is willing to give the betrothal gift and marry you, let him give it quickly. As long as the betrothal gift is in hand, we can do whatever we want. After saying that, Fong Qingyun clenched his fists excitedly. The whole family had this attitude. Fong Qingran was very annoyed at the moment, but she had to say it perfunctorily. Okay, brother, I'm fine. Dad, I know. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. You don't have to say anything more. Chen Ji had just parked the car when his cell phone rang again. Seeing that it was another unfamiliar number, he knew who it was immediately. He answered the call directly and spoke impatiently. Why are you rushing me? I'm parking my car now. I'll get on in a moment. No need to rush me. Fong Qingran was so angry when she heard this impatient tone. Shenji actually spoke to her like this, but she couldn't get angry and could only speak patiently. Come quickly, my parents have prepared a large table of food, and they are waiting for you. Shenji didn't want to give them a good face and had long wanted to give them a warning. Since they were shameless time and time again, there was no need for him to save face for them. This time, I came here with the intention of causing chaos and confusion. But the one dancing was definitely not me. Shenji slowly went upstairs and soon arrived at his hell, his nightmare, the devil's cave in his memory. Shenji took a deep breath, looked at the familiar scene, clenched his fists, and then loosened them in an instant. At this moment, he was smiling. Looking at the people who brought him nightmares, he felt inexplicably better. The Fong family members were surprisingly reserved today. They felt a little embarrassed when they saw him coming. It was Fong's mother who took the initiative to invite, "Hey, now that you are here, come in and sit down. We are all waiting for you. Look at this chicken. I know you love the chicken I cooked the most. Come on." Looking at the chicken stewed with mushrooms on the table, Chenji smiled and said, "Auntie, you are wrong. I don't like the chicken you cook. You put too much salt in the chicken and added soy sauce. It's too strong and salty. I don't like it." These words were extremely impolite and did not give any face to Fong Qingran. At this moment, Fong Qingran was so furious that he rushed up and cursed at Chen Ji. "Why do you say that? Didn't you say it was your favorite food before? Why did you become like this now?" Chen Ji laughed coldly and looked at Fong Qingran with sarcasm. "Did I dare to tell the truth before? Could I tell the truth before? You're like a vampire. Whenever I tell the truth, you get angry and ask me to give you money to coax you. Just tell me how much money I have transferred to you over the years. Where do I get so much money to coax you? How dare I say your things are not good?" Fong Qingran is so indulgent. Maybe this is not love, maybe this is naked exploitation. Fong Qingran didn't expect that Chen Ji was really at odds with her at this moment. Fong Daming didn't dare to break up with Chen Ji. After all, his son's marriage depended entirely on Chen Ji. He could only say to Chen Ji with an apologetic smile, "Chen Ji, the past is all in the past, let's not talk about the past. By the way, come and eat, this meal is really specially prepared for you. If you like anything, tell me and I'll ask your aunt to make it for you." Chen Ji looked at Fong Daming sarcastically. It was rare to see Fong Daming like this. Then he spoke with interest. "I want to eat Michelin food, can you make it?" Fong's mother looked embarrassed, and Fong Qingyun was unusually calm at this moment and did not say anything out loud. Shenji has seen through the true face of this family, that is, they bully the weak and fear the strong, they only bully good people and are willing to compromise with the bad guys. Chapter 56, Coming for the Money. "Shenji, you are such a joker. I can't cook that. It's just a home-cooked dish. Please try it." Shenji glanced at them, then took out a receipt and said, "I'm at the Yunduo restaurant and have already eaten. Here's the bill, take a look." Fong's mother smiled and said, "Why would you look at the bill?" Okay, I've eaten it." Fong Qingran, who was closest to the bill, looked at it carefully and saw that the bill was full of expensive dishes. The final bill was actually 12,000 yuan. Fang Qingran immediately exploded and started cursing at Chen Ji. You live on silver or gold? You spent 12,000 yuan on a meal. If you have money, you spend it recklessly. Give it all to me. You are not a person who can manage money. After Fang Qingran said this, he immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he covered his mouth and looked at Chen Ji. The identities of the two are no longer the same as before. She still wants to use this heirs to control Chen Ji, but that is completely impossible. Chen Ji smiled and spoke to her directly and coldly. I have money and I want to go out for dinner. What's wrong with that? Is it your business? Does it have anything to do with you? Fang Qingran angrily scolded, how come it has nothing to do with me? How come? He shut his mouth the next second. Strictly speaking, the relationship between the two was not solid. Chen Ji insisted on canceling the engagement, and she, who was originally in a strong position, was now in a weak position. Indeed, Fang Qingran and Chen Ji have no relationship now. If Chen Ji wants to cancel the engagement, then there is really no relationship at all. But the engagement hasn't been cancelled yet, and she feels extremely uncomfortable. It was not her own money that was spent, but the 12,000 yuan meal expense that Chen Ji spent seemed like he was spending her money. Although Fang Qingran didn't like Chen Ji, she had already regarded everything of Chen Ji as hers in her heart. She felt uncomfortable when this loser spent a penny on her. It was so rare to see Fang Qingran being humiliated. Chen Ji really wanted to laugh when he saw her like this. He really wanted to laugh. It was the same in the past. I punished myself for being jealous countless times, and even spending a penny in Fang Qingran's eyes was wrong. However, she was able to unscrupulously suck blood to subsidize her mother's family, and constantly turn everything she had into her mother's family's property. He used to be too scared to even fart, but now he wants to stand up. He wants to release all the grievances he has suffered in the past. I can buy whatever I want and do whatever I want now. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Don't mention that I spent 12,000 yuan on a meal. What does it have to do with you if I spend 1 million yuan to buy a car? Fang Qingran's face turned red, and he wanted to say something for a while before words came out of his mouth. How is it not related? We are engaged, we are going to get married, and I am going to be your wife. Chen Ji stared at her, smiled playfully, and then said, No, I can't afford it. I can't come up with the 388,000, so our engagement is off. I just want to end it today. I hope you won't bother me anymore and let this matter drop. After saying that, he stood up directly, and all the Fang family members were stunned. I didn't know what to say. Chen Ji's aura was particularly strong today, and every word he said carried an irrefutable momentum. These words made the Fang family members hold their breath. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. A wedding gift is a must, and a gift of nearly 400,000 yuan cannot be less than a penny. But the bride price is not small, so how should we discuss this further? Fang Daming saw that the atmosphere had become tense, so he quickly came out to smooth things over. Oh, don't be angry, come and have some tea. You bought this tea for me last year. It cost you a lot of money. Looking at the tea, Chen Ji said coldly. No need for that. It's better not to do this kind of thing. Chen Ji's continuous cold words made Fang Qingran angry. He rushed forward, raised his head, stared at Chen Ji and said, What do you want to do? Don't you want to get married? Are you crazy? Chen Ji took a step back and looked at her with disgust. I'm not crazy, I just don't want to get married. I came here this time to tell you that the wedding is invalid. The wedding is cancelled. I can't marry you. Fang Daming's face changed drastically at this moment. If this wedding is cancelled, won't the betrothal gift be gone? Wang Daming became anxious and rushed forward, slapping Fang Qingshuan in the face. How do you talk to my uncle? You, a woman, have no right to interfere in a man's conversation. If you talk to my uncle like this in the future, I will stop pampering her and slap her in the face. Hearing this, Chen Ji smiled and looked at Fang Daming. Fang Daming is even less of a good guy. He is doing this now because he is afraid that the bride price will be blown. Given his nature, he will be even worse to Chen Ji. Chen Ji. And my girl, there is no fundamental problem between you two. It's just a minor quarrel. As the saying goes, husband and wife quarrel, fight at the head of the bed, and make up at the foot of the bed. How about this, you two talk, and your mother, your brother, and I will leave first. After saying that, he quickly moved to the left, then stretched out his hand and pulled Fong Qingran out. You must have a good talk with him. Anyway, the betrothal gift cannot be cancelled for the engagement. It must be there, otherwise your brother's life will be over. Do you hear me? Chen Shi felt particularly comfortable. For the first time, he saw fear and flattery in the eyes of the Fong family. It turns out that people are mean. The nicer you are to others, the more hurt you will be. Only when you show your fangs will others respect you and know that you are not someone who can be bullied. Chen Ji also knows their nature very well. The so-called condoms are all fake. Their plan is to get their own money, their own luxury house, and their own luxury car. Want to exploit myself and divide my property through marriage. This is what the family is thinking. They are extremely greedy. In their previous life, they added conditions again and again and sucked blood again and again. He had to support Fong Qingran's family by himself, but that family still treated him coldly and looked down on him. Even if I give my heart and soul, it doesn't matter. In their eyes, I deserve nothing and I am like a dog. Keep it when it is useful, and throw it away when it is no longer useful. In the last life, you will be divorced and have nothing. In this life, Chenji wanted to see how far Fong Qingran could go. He said softly with a smile on his face. It seems that you still think you can control me at will, so I will let you know what despair is. Chapter 57, So Embarrassed. Fong Qingran lowered his head and said with some distress. Dad has changed. He is not the same as before. He was not like this before. I don't know how to make him admit his mistakes. Fong Daming looked like an experienced person. He patted her shoulder and said to her. What are you thinking, you silly girl? Why ask him to admit his fault? Just marry him and ask him to give you a gift. Admitting your fault is all fake. The gift is real. Do you understand? I tell you, men are all the same. If he doesn't forgive you, you should just do this. You should tell him, if you can't convince him, just give him some sweet treats and sleep with him. You two have been in love for a long time, and you are not a virgin anymore. What are you afraid of? As long as I can earn some money for your brother's dowry, everything will be worth it. My daughter, our whole family is counting on you. Fong Daming's words were really shameless, but what else could he do besides this method now? So he could only say this. It's shameless, but getting money is the first priority. Fong Qingyun also nodded at this moment, fearing that his money would be gone. Sister, you must be nice to your brother-in-law. You must be nice to him. Now that Chen Ji has resisted, Fong Qingyun has finally called him brother-in-law. One has to say that Fong Qingyun is really shameless. 1 second he wanted to find someone to deal with his brother-in-law, and the next second he saw the benefits and started to let his sister do so. He really thinks he is Fong Qingran's good brother. Fong Qingran took a deep breath, opened the door, and walked in slowly. At this moment, her mentality slowly changed, even though she was filled with hatred in her heart. Now she could only endure it. She looked at Chen Ji and a hint of gentleness appeared on her face. Chen Ji, come and sit down. Let's have a good talk. It's not the first day we've known each other. Many things can be solved by talking it out. We are all family, so there's no need to be angry. Oh, a family? Chen Ji wanted to see what she was up to, so he sat down face to face with her, each of them having their own little thoughts and ideas in mind. Fong Qinran looked at Chen Ji in front of him with great disgust in his heart, but at this moment he said, Chen Ji, we have been together for quite some time and are about to get married. Why are you being so petty? Let's get back together. Don't worry, I won't do that again. Haven't you always wanted me? How about this? I'll make you happy today, okay? After saying this, Fong Qingran looked considerate and then spoke. The reason why I didn't give it to you before was because I was afraid that you wouldn't cherish it after you got it. You also know that we are going to get married, and I don't want you to take this too seriously. If Chen Ji had not experienced his previous life, he would have really been deceived by her. Fong Qingran's mouth was full of lies. The so-called tests were all excuses. This was not her first time and she had several boyfriends before. Chen Ji only found out about this later and realized that it was all a lie. The so-called test was just a test of his money. If he didn't have money, nothing would have happened afterwards. Chen Ji was unmoved by these words, and his eyes were still staring at Fong Qingran coldly. I don't care about you now. Do you think you are a rich and powerful person? I don't care about you. I came here for only one purpose, and that is to cancel the engagement. Fong Qingran was furious. She had already made so much concessions, but Chenji refused to listen. At this moment, Chenji looked at Fong Qingran's rare gentleness. Indeed, Fong Qingran was really good looking. She has a very good weight control, a pretty face, particularly delicate long hair, and a beautiful figure. With this combination and a little makeup, she will attract a lot of attention wherever she goes. In the previous life, I was so obsessed with it that even though I knew there were many things I shouldn't do, I still did them all in order to get the beauty, and ended up making myself look extremely miserable. If it weren't for all that I experienced in my previous life, I would probably still be confused in this life. But since he had already capsized in the gutter, how could he continue to make mistakes? He already knew that Fong Qingran in front of him was a femme fatale, no, a vicious beauty. Such a vicious beauty cannot be touched. Chenji's resolute look made Fong Qingran feel extremely painful. Looking at the coward who was so strong at this moment, he wanted to lose his temper, but when he thought about the fact that he had not received the betrothal gift yet, he could only compromise. Chenji. Husband. We are going to get married, why do you have to be like this? Okay, stop it. Even if we are wrong and shouldn't ask for so much betrothal gifts from you, we don't need anything. As long as you give us the betrothal gifts, everything will be fine. I will definitely live well with you. From now on, you should work hard and run your taekwondo gym well, and I will be responsible for helping you manage the money and accounts, okay? Chenji sneered as he looked at Fong Qingran, whose true face was revealed. Your foxtail is finally exposed. You still want to keep accounts with me. You have to settle your own accounts. Do you understand? You are such a fool. It is impossible for me to ask for a dowry. Don't even think about managing my accounts. I won't let you manage even a single cent. The money I spend on you before is just like feeding the dog. Fong Qingran was stunned by Chenji's impolite look. The Chenji in front of him was completely different from the previous Chenji. Fong Qingran even felt that the person in front of him was not the same person at all. Seeing that verbal attacks were useless, Fong Qingran had no choice but to stand up and accept the consequences. He came directly to Chenji, grabbed Chenji's hand, and wanted to put it on his chest. Chenji naturally knew what he was thinking. In his previous life, he would have been overjoyed and would have agreed to anything, even if it was an additional 100,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, he would have agreed without hesitation. There was nothing he could do, he was just that stupid. But when he thought of the ending of his previous life, Chenji's heart was bleeding. He sneered at the femme fatale in front of him, pushed her away and stood up. I walked out and opened the door, only to see the man's family standing outside the door, listening to everything that was happening inside. It was clear at a glance that this was a complete honey trap. If Chenji had the slightest intention, he would probably be caught by them. Chenji naturally would not let them get their wish, and then he said to Fong Daming's family with a sneer. Okay, stop listening. I'm here today just to break off the engagement. I don't have any other intentions. Come in. It's tiring to lie in the corner and listen here. The true face was exposed. At this moment, the Fong family members felt a little embarrassed, but they had no choice but to file in. Chapter 58: The Fong family who can't get rid of them. Fong Qingran felt deeply insulted by Chenji's ruthlessness. She stood up immediately, her face burning, knowing that she had been greatly embarrassed today. Looking at the appearance of her family, she could not bear it anymore and questioned Chenji. Why have you become like this? Did you have an affair outside, or have another vixen? Otherwise you wouldn't treat me like this. Why have you changed so much? Fong Qingran's question seemed funny in Chenji's eyes, and he just smiled and spoke to Fong Qingran. What does it matter to you what I am like? Fong Daming was afraid that a quarrel would break out, so he came over to smooth things over. Daughter, how do you talk to my son-in-law? Fong Daming, who was trying to compromise, did not get the answer he wanted. Chenji then spoke to Fong Daming unceremoniously. I'm here to cancel the engagement. I won't give you a penny for the betrothal gift. Just give up on this idea. Fong Daming's face turned pale instantly at this moment, and he spoke coldly the next second. You and my daughter have been dating for such a long time, something must have happened between you two. I don't care if you don't give me the bride price, we will sue you for rape. Chenji stared at Fong Daming and said sarcastically. Then do you have any evidence? What evidence do you have? Besides, I have nothing to do with your daughter. It's not enough to just talk nonsense. The law stipulates that anyone who openly insults others, fabricates facts, or slanders others shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of up to 3 years. What? Do you want to go to jail? Ha ha ha, I wonder who dares to sue you. If you dare to sue me, I will sue you too. You are trying to cheat people out of their money and the bride price. Chenji refused to listen to any persuasion, which made Fang Daming, who had been so tough just now, deflated. Chenji still felt that he was not angry enough, so he said, "Not only will I call the police and arrest you, I will also spread the word about how you asked me for the gift. I have kept the chat history, and I will print it out as a big character poster near you. Put it up wherever you want. Anyway, it's all true. If you are not afraid of being embarrassed, then I am not afraid either." As the saying goes, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Chenji knew that although this family was disgusting, they still cared a lot about their face because they had a precious son. They were afraid that their precious son would not be able to get married because of his reputation. This matter hit the sore spot of their family. Fang's mother was so frightened that she jumped up and waved her hands. "It can't be like this, it can't be like this, it absolutely can't be like this." Fang's mother knew that few people in this community were good people. If such a thing were to be spread out, everyone would know about it and it would spread everywhere. By then, her son wouldn't be able to get married, and her whole family would be infamous in this neighborhood. But if no one knows about it, then don't do it. In the previous life, they were also so shameless, but Chenji was too tolerant, allowing them to suck blood smoothly. But it's no longer possible in this life. Chenji straightened up, looked at their frustrated expressions, and then felt happy and wanted to sing a song. "We used to be controlled by them and had our blood sucked by them, but now we are really attacking and defending aliens." The Chen family members still looked grim, but Chenji's cell phone rang. When he opened it, it turned out to be a message. It turned out to be news about Li Xiaolu. Chenji knew that Li Xiaolu was an absolute gold digger who only cared about the person she met. Such a gold digger is extremely purposeful, but now that you already know her true face, it would be a good idea to play some tricks on her. "Brother, why don't you pay attention to me? I miss you. When can we meet? I'll treat you to a meal, okay?" Chenji replied casually. "Okay, I'll treat you when I'm free." After replying, he turned off his phone. At this moment, the Fang family still looked as if they had eaten a fly. Chenji didn't want to waste time with them anymore, so he said, "Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Remember, I've called off this marriage. I won't give you a penny, let alone everything under my name. Just give up on this idea." Fang Qingyun was really angry at this moment. He wanted to get some money from Chenji, but he didn't expect Chenji not to give him a penny. "Okay, Chenji, I thought we were a family, and I kept giving you face, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Let me tell you, I have connections in the underworld, too. Believe it or not, I will find someone to kill you and make you a fool." At this moment, Chenji had a hint of amusement on his face and said to Fang Qingyun, "Are you threatening me? It seems to be quite relevant. Do you want me to call the police?" Fang Daming was startled for a moment and hugged his son tightly in his arms. "That's not true. That's not true. He's still a child. He's just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Fang Qingyun stared at Chenji coldly. He had already made up his mind. "Just wait, when Brother Xiaoma catches you, I will let Brother Xiaoma cut off both of your legs and make you a cripple for the rest of your life." Fang Qingran really had no way to deal with Chen Zhizhen. Chenji saw that the success made all the Fang family members feel frustrated, and then he declared loudly, "I don't want you to bother me about this anymore. It's over now. I have nothing to do with your family. Don't contact me or call me anymore. Our engagement is off." After Chenji finished speaking in a domineering manner, he strode out. He was no longer the Chenji of the past. Now he was free from his shackles. The sky was high and the birds could fly freely, the sea was wide and the fish could jump freely. This big world was waiting for him to explore. Fang Qingran did not give up and said to him, "Chenji, I'm telling you, it's impossible. As long as we are engaged, I will definitely marry you. For sure. If you don't believe me, just try it. It's like a piece of taffy, it's impossible to get rid of it." Fang Daming also added, "Don't be angry, son-in-law. Husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. When you calm down, I will let my daughter come to find you. It's really tough. Chenji felt helpless and didn't know what to say. What a dog skin plaster. The Feng family was in a gloomy mood at this moment. No one spoke, and no one knew what to do. Feng Qingran stared blankly ahead, not knowing how the situation would end. Feng Qingyun's face was filled with hatred, while Feng Daming was in a state of headache. The Feng family finally realized that the person who was easy to control before is not someone they can easily control now. However, they are unable to give up their dream yet and still want to rely on Chenji to suck his blood and eat his flesh. But everything is different. Chapter 59 Another Account. The next morning, Chenji drove directly to the Taekwondo gym. Chenji is now becoming famous. In the past few days, more and more people come to visit him, making the business of the entire Taekwondo gym booming. It also put the entire Taekwondo gym into a state of overload. Boss, this won't work. Our storefront is too small and we have too many members. The renovations have been delayed. We can't go on like this. Chenji nodded. Then he looked at the Taekwondo gym next to him. The big fish eats the small fish, and the small fish eats the shrimp. Now, the small fish has finally become a big fish, and the arrogant Wang Xiuhong is now half dead. Chenji was not in a hurry to force her. After all, if things continued like this, Wang Xiuhong's business would not last long. Wang Xiuhong, business has been really bad these days. Everyone comes here because of our reputation. Some people even come here to ask if this is Chunji Taekwondo Gym. If I get a no, I will leave without hesitation. After all, the gap between the first place and the unknown Taekwondo Gym is too big. These people came here because of its reputation. Wang Xiuhong was also scheming and manipulative. She deliberately lied that she was also a member of Chen's dojo to deceive others. After signing the contract, she was directly complained by others. This happened several times in just a few days, to the point that Wang Xiuhong's Taekwondo gym was almost turned into a scene of street cursing. Chenji had heard about these things, so he was not in a hurry. As long as things continued like this, he would not be the only one who would be anxious. Wang Xiuhong would know how anxious she was then. Chenji had just finished processing his recent accounts when suddenly the girl at the front desk came over and said with some fear, "Boss, someone is here to see you. That person is a bit fierce and doesn't seem to be a good person." Hearing this, Chenji was stunned. "I can't remember who I offended, but it doesn't matter. When the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth." Chenji walked out of the door slowly, and was stopped by a scoundrel-looking man outside. The man looked at Chenji, and his expression instantly changed, and he spoke in a flattering tone. "You are Chenji, right?" Chenji looked at him, thinking non-stop in his mind. No matter how he searched, he was sure that he did not know the person in front of him. Seeing Chenji's confused expression, Xiao Ma Gu immediately explained. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Xiao Ma. People in the industry call me Brother Xiao Ma. I'm here to apologize to you for something. I was blind and offended you. I hope you won't be angry." At this moment, Chenji covered his eyes and didn't understand what the man in front of him was talking about, let alone what his purpose was in coming here. Xiao Ma Gu was feeling uneasy at the moment and explained immediately. "Have you forgotten that I sent people to follow you last time, and you beat up my men? You were really cruel, but I want to thank you for sparing their lives. It was us who were blind and offended you." Chenji suddenly remembered what happened that day in those gangsters, and immediately changed his tone and said coldly. "So those people were sent by you. What exactly did you want to do by sending people to follow me? Who asked you to attack me? Was it Wang Xiuhong from the Taekwondo gym next door?" Chenji didn't offend anyone. After thinking about it, it was only competition among his peers. After all, his peers were his real enemies. Others were far from sharing this hatred, and he had no idea who had such a deep hatred towards him that they would send someone to harm him. Brother Xiao Ma was stunned. He didn't understand who Wang Xiuhong was, and didn't understand why this name popped up. He then shook his head and said, "Mr. Chen, no, I don't know who this Wang Xiuhong is. I was asked by Feng Qingyun to help me. He said his sister is getting married, and her brother-in-law is a rich man. He said that as long as I catch you, I can get the betrothal gift from you. He gave me 100,000 yuan. You know that you are a jerk if you don't make money. So I took on this task without knowing your background. Now I think it's all my fault. I didn't recognize the great man. Xiao Ma Ge was worried. He was afraid that Chen Ji would hold on to this matter and continue to severely punish them. He knew the strength of each of these dancers, and if they really insisted on attacking them, he would be completely helpless. After all, these martial artists are extremely powerful and have powerful backgrounds. In the eyes of martial artists, these people are just like shrimps. They are no match at all. Chen Ji was stunned. He didn't expect that Feng Qingyun was so brave that he dared to do such a thing. It was really unbelievable and very strange. When Chen Ji thought of this, he suddenly laughed. He sneered and understood everything in his heart. I was wondering who it was, it turned out to be that kid, hee hee. I didn't expect that he would become more capable in this life, but he is destined to be no match for me. This is a bad thing, but it can also turn into a good thing. Chen Ji thought in his heart, this kid actually dared to hire someone to kill him. This is a serious crime to harm me. If it gets out, that kid will definitely be in big trouble. The Fong family values that kid very much, as long as they can control that kid. The Fong family will no longer bother me, and I can save myself a lot of trouble. Chen Ji made up his mind to take this opportunity to completely stop the Fong family from harassing him. Brother Xiao Ma was frightened when he saw Chen Ji's gloomy face, and then he said with a trembling voice, I know this is all our fault. We didn't recognize the real talent, but we were also entrusted by others. However, we now know our mistakes. I will compensate you. I am well prepared for this trip. I have several entertainment halls under my control that give me some money, so I have a small savings. Here is 1 million. I hope you can accept it and let this matter go. Chen Ji looked at Xiao Ma Ge and smiled. You are quite sensible, kid. You have some insight. Since you already know my identity, I won't hide it anymore. I am the martial artist you mentioned. Chen Ji didn't know what martial artist meant, but since Xiao Ma Ge was so fearful, he must be a powerful being, and he needed to use his power to gain advantage. I must make Brother Xiao Ma afraid of me, and it would be best if I could use him for my own benefit. It will have miraculous effects at critical moments. Xiao Ma Ge became even more frightened. The other party actually admitted it. He then opened his mouth and said again, Take this money first. I'll go back and raise more money for you. I'll transfer 2 million to you today. Can you just let us go? Chen Ji walked up to him and patted his shoulder gently. Chapter 60 The Terrifying Martial Artist. Xiao Ma Ge was extremely panicked. Thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, how can I impress this man in front of me? But no matter how I thought about it, I didn't know how to solve this troublesome problem. The existence of a martial artist is unimaginable. Unexpectedly, Chen Ji said immediately, I already know that you are here to deal with me. This matter can be big or small. Brother Xiao Ma is not a mediocre person. He immediately understood the meaning of these words and said, What do you want to do? I will do my best to do whatever I can. Seeing that he was a smart man, Chen Ji smiled. Very good, you are a smart person. In that case, I won't hide it. I need someone to help me do something at a critical moment. You can take this money back. Chen Ji then handed the money back to Xiao Ma Ge. Xiao Ma Ge's hand was unsteady as he tried to hold it, so he directly handed the bank card to him. Chen Ji was speechless when he saw Xiao Ma Ge's appearance. Why are you so timid? Well, forget about it, I'll tell you first. From now on, if there is anything that I am not convenient to deal with, I will let you handle it. Of course, it does not mean that it will be beneficial to let you handle it for free. This is my phone number. Wait for my call at any time. Brother Xiao Ma reached out and took Chen Ji's business card and held it in his hand. Then he handed over his own business card as well, and Xiao Ma Ge's business card actually had a gold border. It's so vulgar. Chen Ji took it in his hand and threw it into his pocket. How did you know I was a martial artist, Xiao Ma? I didn't tell your men. Xiao Ma Ge's face was full of surprise at this moment, and he was surprised that he had established a relationship with a martial artist. Martial artists are extremely powerful beings in this world. As long as they can establish connections, they can get conveniences in many cases. Even those high-ranking officials will give martial artists some face. This is because martial artists have transcended the understanding of ordinary people and can even move freely between various places as if they were in an empty space. It's a superhuman. Brother Xiao Ma, after hearing Chen Ji's words, immediately responded. Brother Chen, isn't that easy? All of my men are veterans of hundreds of battles, and their skills are very impressive. Not to mention beating up 10 ordinary people, one of them can easily beat up 3 or 4. But you beat them so badly. From this, we can see that you are definitely not an ordinary person. Chunji nodded, and then he became particularly curious about the martial artists. The reason why he has the strength he has today is not because of real practice, but because of the system. He is very curious whether others who don't have the system also have some real skills. Martial arts practitioners are indeed rare, but you know that their existence is not ordinary. How many martial arts practitioners have you seen? Chunji was eager to know how many martial artists there were here, and how many secrets this world had. Maybe Brother Xiaoma in front of him knew something? Xiaoma shook his head and said, I have only seen one, but I don't know who he is. I just saw a master from the north when I went to Causeway Bay in my early years. He single-handedly fought more than 40 people. Brother Hanan, the leader, took 2 guns and was knocked to the ground by him. After that, I learned about the group of martial artists. Martial artists are very rare, but very powerful. It is said that the imperial capital has the most martial artists, and there are even related sections. But in other places, martial artists are extremely rare, and I just happen to have seen this one. Although I don't know much about him, I know that ordinary people can't beat so many people. Your skills prove that you must be a martial artist. The next second, Xiaomago seemed to be hesitant to speak. Shenji said immediately, just say whatever you want to say, try not to hide it, and don't play any tricks on me. Xiaomago said with some fear in his eyes. There is a rumor in the martial arts world that there is a martial artist in the imperial capital who wiped out an entire family by himself. In addition, it is said that martial artists are particularly terrifying in certain special organizations. I remember one night in the same bay, a martial artist killer from a mysterious organization slaughtered an entire gang by himself. That person seems to be from Kunlun Baidu. Chenji frowned. It seemed that martial artists were indeed very powerful. If he met such an opponent in the future, he would have to be careful. However, this matter is still too far away. What we need to deal with right now is the audacious Fang Qingyun. If it was in the previous life, he would have endured it, but in this life, no matter what, he could not live in such a cowardly way. Since he dared to do something to him, he must obey. The code of Hammurabi said an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Then he said to Brother Xiaoma, you said that Fang Qingyun asked you to deal with me, do you have any evidence? Of course Xiaomago had it, so he opened his mobile phone and pulled out a video. The scene of that day was completely recorded in this video. The evidence is there. Shenji smiled knowingly at this moment and said to Brother Xiaoma, give me a copy of this video. It will be very useful to me. At this moment, Xiaomago was also confused about what the entanglement between Fang Qingyun and his future brother-in-law was, but he still had to follow Chenji's opinion, and then he said to Chenji, Brother Chen, this kid is so bold that he actually asked someone to deal with you. I think this kid is tired of living. How about this? I will go and deal with him and let him know how powerful I am. Chenji didn't care about this and said immediately, no need. This kid is timid. If we scare him to death, we will be in big trouble. Fang Qingran is a real Voldemort. If she really scares his brother, she will definitely act like a mad woman and never give up. Shenji didn't want to continue to tangle with them. These people are just the past. As long as they don't cause him trouble, he naturally doesn't want to have too much interaction with them. The influence of the previous life was too great, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake. I'll take care of this matter. If I really need you, don't worry, I'll call you. Xiaoma then lowered his head. Then, he quickly copied the video footage to Chenji. Xiaomago did not stay and left respectfully. He felt relieved when he left, and the hand holding the bank card was trembling slightly at this moment. Chenji smiled knowingly. Finally I got some evidence, Fang family. Ha 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 ha. Do you dare to bother me again? If you dare to bother me again, I will use this as evidence to send Fang Qingyun to jail. Chapter 61 Li Xiaolu's Thoughts. With this handle, Chenji can really rest assured. The next step is to consider how to expand the business. Just when Chenji was thinking hard, he received another text message from Li Xiaolu. Why haven't you replied to me yet? Have you forgotten so quickly? Chenji slapped his forehead and realized that there was another person here. He almost forgot about it, and then called Li Xiaolu back. No, I'm just busy these past 2 days. Are you free today? I'll pick you up and we can go eat seafood together. The seafood restaurant in Zhengzhou shopping mall is good. Li Xiaolu answered the phone, was overjoyed after listening, and immediately said, "Okay, Brother Chen, I'll wait for you to pick me up. I've sent you the address. I'll ask for leave now." After saying that, he hung up the phone happily. Li Xiaolu went to her boss to ask for leave. Li Xiaolu's boss was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He looked very greasy, and his huge rosacea made him look a little disgusting. It is hard to imagine what kind of mood Li Xiaolu was in her previous life when she approached this boss. With a better first-generation rich, Li Xiaolu was even more rude to her boss. "Li Xiaolu, you suddenly asked for leave, where can I find someone to help you? This is not easy to do. How about this, I'll treat you to a meal at my house tonight and I'll give you a raise." Li Xiaolu rolled her eyes at him. With the better Chen Ji, how could she possibly bother with such a greasy boss in front of her? She didn't want to be misunderstood by Chen Ji, and she still wanted to get close to Chen Ji, so she had to be extra careful now. "All the fish that I raised in the past were released. I couldn't let my rich husband run away just because of those worthless fish." Li Xiaolu snorted coldly at the boss. "What do you want to do? Do you want to take advantage of me again? I'm telling you, if you don't approve my leave today, I'll leave too. I won't care about you." The boss didn't understand why Li Xiaolu was angry, but there was a flattering expression on his face. "How can I not approve it? Don't worry, I'll approve it for you right away. We still have a lot of time together, and you'll know later." After saying that, he smiled lewdly. Li Xiaolu's face was full of disgust towards her, and now that she was no longer of any use to her, she felt even more disgusted. "I had just packed my things when I received a call from Chen Ji. Come on down, my car is already here." After hearing this, Li Xiaolu burst into laughter, then packed her bag and walked away quickly. When her boss saw Li Xiaolu like this, he looked at her with a bit of hatred. Then, he looked at the car downstairs. Then he said angrily, "I was wondering why you treated me like this today, it turns out you found someone else." Li Xiaolu went downstairs quickly and ran into Chen Ji, who had just got off the car. "Brother, you are so quick, let's go eat." After saying that, he sat on the passenger seat. Chen Ji looked at Li Xiaolu in front of him. She did have a good figure and a nice face, but it was a pity that she was a vicious woman. You can have fun with her, but you absolutely cannot marry her. If you do, you will have to wear a big green hat on your head. He looked up at the company. He remembered clearly that he had married the boss of this company in his previous life. But not long after, he married someone else who was more wealthy than him. They divorced soon after and divided a large amount of property. Chen Ji then turned his gaze to Li Xiaolu, with a look of vigilance in his eyes. Li Xiaolu thought she was flirting with her eyes, and then said shyly, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you itching? Ha, stay with me today and I'll stay with you tonight, okay?" After Li Xiaolu said this, she began to complain. "My boss is getting more and more annoying. He always tries to take advantage of me. He's so hateful. You eat so much fat and oil, just like a big fat pig. I don't like it at all. But you have to come close to me. It's so annoying. You are not as good as Brother Chen." Chen Ji secretly complained in his heart. "You say that, but weren't you honestly seducing your boss in your last life? Ha ha." But he said, "Yes, it's really abominable. How about this, quit your job and find another one? I happen to know some bosses from other places, why not introduce them to you?" Li Xiaolu hadn't yet attached herself to Chen Ji. She didn't want to give up her leisurely job, so she started acting coquettishly. "Don't worry, it's so hard to find a job now." The two sped all the way and soon arrived at Zhengzhou Shopping Mall. Zhengzhou Shopping Mall is located in the heart of Shubei District and is the most luxurious shopping mall. The food in particular is exceptionally high-end, and it is also a favorite place for the rich. Li Xiaolu once wanted to eat here, but the price was really daunting. Chen Ji parked the car directly in the basement of Zhengzhou Shopping Mall and got out of the car. Li Xiaolu could not hide her excitement at this moment. "Brother Chen, this is too expensive, isn't it? Everyone knows that a meal here costs tens of thousands of dollars. How can I let you spend so much money? I feel embarrassed." Chen Ji casually showed the famous watch in his hand. Li Xiaolu naturally noticed it, and then rushed over and hugged Chen Ji directly. At this moment, she really had no moral integrity at all, and then she pecked Chen Ji lightly on the face like a dragonfly touching the water. Chen Ji secretly complained in his heart. As expected, you despise the poor and love the rich. Is it necessary to do this for just a meal? Although Li Xiaolu was beautiful, what she did before made Chen Ji very uncomfortable. I don't know why. Perhaps it is because I know some things about future generations and recognize someone's face clearly, which is why I have this feeling. The two entered the mall and soon came to the restaurant on the first floor. The restaurant on the first floor was decorated entirely in the British style. It is extremely luxurious and it feels like entering a palace once you enter. The waiters on both sides were all respectful. His status is so impressive that he seems to be a superior person. Li Xiaolu was very happy at the moment, and she held her head high like a proud white swan. When he walked to the front and was about to choose his seat, he said to Chen Ji, "It really feels like a dream. I never thought I would come here to eat. You don't know that one of my best friends came here to eat before and took a lot of photos. We were really envious. I also want to take a lot of photos today. I want all the pictures in my moments to be pictures of the English restaurant." Chen Ji was not that excited. He had been going to restaurants of this price range frequently recently. Because his current status is different from before, when discussing cooperation, high-end restaurants are the most popular choice. Soon they came inside and the waiter started serving. Chen Ji ordered a few dishes at random and then handed the menu to Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu looked at the luxurious dishes and ordered 5 or 6 in one go. But Chen Ji had no reaction, which made Li Xiaolu even more delighted. Chapter 62 Plastic Girlfriend. Chen Ji is really rich. He eats such expensive dishes without even blinking an eye. I must hold on to him tightly. Li Xiaolu thought so in her heart, and then looked at a mirror next to her. She looked graceful in the mirror. Combined with the style of this high-end restaurant, it is simply beautiful, and she looks like a complete lady. The food is here, eat it quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the dishes came up one after another, and Li Xiaolu stopped Chen Ji with great interest. "Don't move, Brother Chen, please don't move. Please accommodate me. I want to take pictures. I want to take pictures of every dish." After saying that, he picked up his phone and took pictures left and right, wanting to take dozens of photos of each dish. I shot for 10 minutes before I was satisfied. Li Xiaolu's mood immediately became better. Seeing that Chen Ji had some ideas in mind, she moved over and said to Chen Ji, "Brother Chen, let's take a photo together. I really like you. I don't know why, but the more I look at you today, the more I like you. Come on, come on." After saying that, he moved closer and took a photo with Chen Jitong regardless of his objection. Li Xiaolu didn't even have time to eat, she directly posted all these photos and the decoration of the English restaurant on her moments, posting 5 or 6 messages in a row. It's full of show-off meaning. Her girlfriends were all confused at this moment. They didn't understand which rich guy Li Xiaolu knew who could take her to such a luxurious English restaurant. Everyone knows that the food in English restaurants is ridiculously expensive. A meal for one person may cost 7 or 8,000 yuan, and a meal for 2 people will cost at least 15,000 yuan. Soon, a string of questions appeared under the circle of friends. "Sister, which rich boyfriend do you know? That's great. You don't know how to share happiness. You also went to this restaurant, let's go together next time. I'm so envious. I want to go there, too, but my husband is too stingy and doesn't even want to take me." In short, they all contain envy, jealousy, and hatred. This made Li Xiaolu feel extremely vain at the moment. In order to prevent any backlash, Li Xiaolu also blocked all her bootlickers and those wealthy men, and only her sisters can see these messages. Everyone blocked it, but the most important person did not block it, and that was Fang Qingran. Although she and Fang Qingran are sisters, what are sisters? Plastic sisters, since she doesn't care about such an outstanding man like Chen Ji, she naturally has to hold him tightly in her hands. So Li Xiaolu's eyes were full of greed at this moment, and she said to Chen Ji in her heart, "Sooner or later you will be mine, ha ha ha." Chen Ji ate with big mouthfuls. Li Xiaolu continued to fiddle with her cell phone. Seeing her like this, Chen Ji immediately said, "Then let's eat first, and then go shopping in the mall. I saw that there seems to be a bag store on the 3rd floor. I'll buy you a bag. You see, your bag doesn't seem to be that new anymore." In her previous life, Li Xiaolu also loved bags the most. After marrying those greasy men, she bought bags non-stop. By showing off every time, Chen Ji has also learned how to strike at the weakest part of the enemy's heart. He can easily break through the fortress with the enemy's most precious things. At this moment, Li Xiaolu instantly broke free from her mentality of showing off and looked at Chen Ji's face full of surprise. Brother Chen, you are so nice to me. Do you have your ID card with you tonight? After saying that, she leaned over and gave Chen Ji a kiss on the face. Chen Ji smiled and said, okay. It's easy to control the money spent on gold diggers. Li Xiaolu secretly made up her mind to ruin Fang Qingran's wedding. They must not be allowed to get married. The Chen Ji in front of her was obviously a rich husband, and she had to get him, no matter what. As for Fang Qingran, she also knew that Fang Qingran was not a good person either, and was a person who only cared about money and not people. If she didn't take action, Fang Qingran would know that Chen Ji was rich and would definitely get back together with him at all costs. This was a situation she didn't want to see. So Li Xiaolu made up her mind to win Chen Ji first, and it would be best if they could get married as soon as possible. After finishing their meal, the two went shopping in the mall on the third floor. Chen Ji just bought a few sets of clothes, spending 80,000 to 90,000 yuan, and also bought a brand name bag for Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu was so happy that she kept patting her hands while carrying her bag. The whole person is almost a bit possessed. The circle of friends is constantly developing. Soon, everyone knew that Li Xiaolu had met a rich man and that he was taking her on a lavish spending spree. She went to high-end places, which made all her girlfriends extremely envious. Among this group of people was Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran also saw Li Xiaolu's circle of friends shopping in a luxury store, and even scrolled down a few more times. Seeing Li Xiaolu eating and shopping in such a high-end place, her eyes were full of envy. At the same time, I am also confused. Which rich man did Li Xiaolu meet? Who bought her so many luxury goods? Fang Qingran was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, and then thought of his current mess. I felt even more annoyed. The Fang family is in an uproar now. Fang Qingran was sulking and locked the door. Fang Qingyun kept forcing Fang's father and mother because his betrothal gift was going to be wasted. Tell them to find a way to get Chen Ji's betrothal money. In short, it was a complete chaos. After shopping in the mall, Chen Ji and Li Xiaolu got into a luxury car with bags of things. Li Xiaolu was overjoyed in the luxury car. Looking at Chen Ji in front of her, she liked the man in front of her more and more. No matter who he was, she had made up her mind and must win him over. As for Fang Qingran, she had already forgotten about him. What best friends are there? They are just fake best friends. Whoever can catch the richer person will be more successful. Li Xiaolu sat in the passenger seat, then hooked her finger, leaned against Chen Ji, and spoke in a coquettish voice. Brother Chen, where are we going? To your house or to the hotel? I'm fine with either. Today I'm your brother Chen. Are you happy? Chen Ji nodded lightly. Although Chen Ji's attitude was cold, Li Xiaolu, who had been dazzled by the bags and luxurious restaurants, did not think there was anything wrong with it. Chen Ji looked at her with a complicated look in his eyes, but also a lot of hatred. Li Xiaolu and her other close friends, but none of them are good people, especially Li Xiaolu, who had gone through a lot of trouble in her previous life. Especially during their wedding, she kept encouraging Fang Qingran to increase the gift price and add more money, treating him as a sucker. He kept a record of every debt, and he wanted to pay them back one by one. Chapter 63, Strategy for Li Xiaolu. Chen Ji parked the car directly in front of the 5-star hotel. The villa had not been completely cleaned up yet, and it was too ostentatious. He didn't want to take Li Xiaolu back there. After all, Li Xiaolu was a woman with ulterior motives. You can play around, but you absolutely cannot get too involved in it. If you really get too involved in it, this woman will definitely kill herself. The car quickly stopped in the garage. The two looked at each other and their emotions burst out. Li Xiaolu was very happy at the moment. She held the bag in her hand while holding the man in front of her tightly. They couldn't help but look at each other. Their love was deeply rooted at this moment. Chen Ji didn't hesitate and walked up to her and kissed her gently. Li Xiaolu was indeed very proactive in this regard and quickly responded. The two of them kissed openly in the car. At this moment, Li Xiaolu's eyes became blurred and passionate, and she threw herself directly into Chen Ji's arms. The two of them were really attracted to each other at this moment. Chen Ji felt a strange feeling. This Li Xiaolu was obviously very inexperienced and didn't look like a woman who had experienced many battles. He asked curiously. I didn't expect you to be so innocent. You look like this after just one kiss. Li Xiaolu rolled her eyes at him and then spoke coquettishly. I'm not one of those casual women. I'm very loyal. You're still the first man I've kissed, and you'll be my first man. This sentence made Chenji stunned. He didn't expect that this was the first time for Li Xiaolu in front of him. He was a little unconfident. Li Xiaolu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Why? You don't believe it. If you don't believe it, the facts will tell you the answer." After saying that, he kissed her again, and the two kissed for a full 5 minutes. At this moment, they slowly packed up and got out of the car, but the blush on their faces was difficult to dissipate, and they soon walked into the lobby. Chenji took out his card and booked a 5-star room. Li Xiaolu watched from the side. Just one room cost 8,000 yuan a night. The cost is simply horrible. Li Xiaolu and she quickly went up to the VIP suite and went directly to the VIP suite. The VIP suite was very spacious. It was also the first time for Li Xiaolu to come to this kind of VIP suite. She looked around, but she didn't expect that there were cosmetics on the sink. Although they were just samples, they were genuine brand names. Looking at these famous brands, Li Xiaolu was simply amazed. "Oh my god, these are all big brands, they can all be used, this is great." After saying that, she picked up a lipstick and tried the color on her lips. It turned out to be the one she liked. As soon as she finished trying on the lipstick, Chenji hugged her directly, holding her slender waist in his arms, which was really comfortable. After experiencing the kiss just now, Li Xiaolu finally felt no longer unfamiliar with it. She wanted to resist but still accepted it, and the senses of both of them were greatly shocked. The two of them fell in love quickly and the battlefield came to the bed. They continued to kiss passionately, but their hands were not honest. They didn't even try, and they were naked. At this moment, Chenji smelled a strange fragrance, which was almost imperceptible and particularly comfortable in his nose. The two of them quickly reached the last step, but Li Xiaolu was now gasping for breath and begging for mercy. Brother Chen, don't be like this, I still need to take a shower, can I go take a shower first?" Li Xiaolu is a delicate person. She doesn't want any changes in her first time. She wants to wash herself cleanly to welcome the important first time in her life. Chenji waited for more than 20 minutes. He had to admit that this woman was indeed troublesome. Chenji then walked into another bathroom and took a refreshing bath. "I put the bathrobe down too far just now, and when I turned around, I saw Li Xiaolu had already crawled into the bed. Looking at Li Xiaolu on the bed, I couldn't help it and crawled directly into the quilt. This night was naturally wonderful." The unusual feeling brought Chenji to the pinnacle of his life at this moment. Touching Li Xiaolu's delicate skin, Chenji wanted to continue, but time did not allow it at this moment, as the doorbell suddenly rang outside the door. Xiaolu shyly hid under the quilt, while Chenji put on his clothes and went out. Unexpectedly, he came to deliver breakfast, and soon the table was piled with all kinds of delicious food. This is breakfast, but it is indeed a bit richer. Li Xiaolu got up, dragged her tired body, drank milk in small sips, and slowly cut a tender steak next to her. "Brother Chen, I'm so tired." Chenji felt a little embarrassed. Last night was indeed a bit intense. No wonder Li Xiaolu was so tired. At this moment, Chenji heard a hint of dazzling red on the white sheets of the bed. "I really didn't expect that for the first time, Li Xiaolu was different from what I imagined." Just as Chenji was eating his breakfast, the voice of the system suddenly came from his mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the strategy mission. You have successfully captured Goddess Li Xiaolu and obtained 1,000 points. You now have 1,700 points. The next level points mall is unlocked successfully. Do you want to enter the mall to redeem goods?" Chenji didn't expect that he could get points by conquering Li Xiaolu. Chenji listened to it calmly without any response, and soon the system disappeared. After breakfast, Chenji stood up, stretched his muscles, and said to Li Xiaolu, "Okay, we should go now. I'll take you home." Li Xiaolu was a little stunned. He sent her home. What kind of relationship do they have at this moment? Li Xiaolu had a good plan. She wanted to tie Chenji down with her body. She had met Chenji before and thought that Chenji was a very honest and traditional person. "I originally thought that I could tie Chenji down with my body, but I didn't expect Chenji to be like this at this moment." Suddenly got angry. "Why are you sending me home? If you're sending me home, then what are we two anyway?" Li Xiaolu stood up at this moment, staring at Chenji and questioning him. Facing her eyes, Chenji did not feel the slightest bit of guilt and was very calm. Although the two had slept together, Chenji was not a person who would be easily carried away, and he was still very sober at this moment. Of course we are buddies, and my fiancé is Fong Qingran. Aren't you and Fong Qingran best friends? What kind of relationship do you want us to have? Li Xiaolu's mind was confused at this moment. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He didn't know if he was shooting himself in the foot. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. I gave my body to you, and you actually said that we are buddies. Then what are we doing tonight? What are we doing? Chapter 64, One Car to Get It Done. Shenji looked at Li Xiaolu, who was shouting at the top of her lungs, and indeed felt a sense of guilt in his heart. He had originally wanted to play with Li Xiaolu, thinking that Li Xiaolu was a fickle person. But I didn't expect it to go too far. This is very difficult. Shenji immediately came up with a solution. Li Xiaolu just wanted money. Since you want money and have a purpose, it is easy to solve. Shenji stared at Li Xiaolu and said with a cold expression. What do you think we are? I'm not a good person, so how can you be considered a good person? Stealing your best friend's husband doesn't seem like something a good person would do. And what do you think you are to me, but what is your purpose with me? If I don't take you out to eat, don't take you shopping, and don't buy you a bag, will you still like me? Besides, I'm not ugly. I can satisfy everything you want and give you the material life you want. You are willing to follow me not because you love me, but only because you want benefits. In this case, neither of us is a good person, and neither of us is upright. Don't you just want money? If you want money, just say so. I really don't think you are chaste enough. Li Xiaolu originally wanted to take the affectionate route to impress Shenji, but she didn't expect Shenji to speak so bluntly, which made her speechless for a moment. However, she was unwilling to give up her dream of a great life, so she said coldly. Why do you say that? How do you know I am such a person? Why did she say that? Of course, it was based on her past memories. If she hadn't known what Li Xiaolu had done in her previous life, how could she have dared to believe that a woman like Li Xiaolu would be willing to commit herself to a greasy boss for money? It's really unbelievable. Li Xiaolu's heart was beating like a drum at this moment. She didn't expect that Shenji would be so ruthless to tear off her face. This made her very embarrassed and very angry. She really wanted to say something, but Li Xiaolu had to admit that everything Shenji said was right. She really thought so, and everything was right. But he was right about everything, which made her even more embarrassed. Li Xiaolu would not let Shenji get away with it for nothing. However, seeing his cold look, Li Xiaolu was stunned and immediately began to question him. You don't just want to play with me and then abandon me, do you? I tell you, if you dare to do this, just wait, I will tell Fong Qingran about your matter, tell him everything. Shenji's eyes remained unchanged and were still very cold, as if he had already known that this was Li Xiaolu's true face. Li Xiaolu changed her look again, then hugged Shenji and started crying. How could you do this to me? I even gave my body to you, you can't do this to me, I really like you, I really didn't lie to you, I didn't lie to you. After saying this, she burst into tears again. She looked so pitiful with tears in her eyes. Shenji patted her shoulder and then said, Why are you crying? Come on, I'll buy you a car. Li Xiaolu was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this sentence meant. Shenji did not explain. Li Xiaolu was full of suspense at the moment. She put on her clothes and got into the luxury car. Shenji did not hesitate at all and took her into a luxury 4S shop. The vehicles inside are all worth around 1 million. Li Xiaolu was stunned at this moment. Shenji looked at Li Xiaolu and said to her, Which car do you like? Go and try it. In her previous life, Li Xiaolu owned her own car about a year later. That car was just a BMW, and it was said to be second-hand. Even so, Li Xiaolu was extremely happy. In this life, he also wants to impress Li Xiaolu with a car. Now that you have earned the points, you need to find a way to use them to do something more meaningful. At the same time, we should not treat Li Xiaolu, the winner of these points, unfairly. Although she is not a good person, those 1,000 points are real. Li Xiaolu instantly forgot everything that had just happened and started picking up the car. She quickly picked a BMW. It turns out that whatever I liked in my previous life, I like in this life as well. If you like it, take a test drive. If you think it's okay, then swipe the card. After saying that, he got into the car directly. This car was available for test drives, and soon under the guidance of the salesperson, he tried it several laps on the road outside. Li Xiaolu could not hide her excitement at this moment. Brother Chen, I like this car so much. I really like it. Since you like it, that's fine. Chenji said without any hesitation, picking up his card. How much is the car worth? The salesman immediately quoted a number, and I didn't expect that the car would cost 1.1 million. Li Xiaolu was a little shocked for a moment. 1.1 million was not a small amount of money at that time. Chenji nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back, swipe the card for this car, and we'll drive away today." Li Xiaolu was completely shocked at this moment. She didn't know what to say. Looking at Chenji in the back seat, she didn't care that she was the driver. She stepped on the accelerator and stopped on the road. She stepped on the brakes and came to the back in front of the salesperson and kissed Chenji passionately. It was so passionate that the salesman couldn't help looking at the rearview mirror, again and again, for a full 10 minutes. At this moment, Li Xiaolu was lying coquettishly in Chenji's arms. "Brother Chen, you are so mean. You just wanted to scare me, but you gave me such a surprise. I am so happy." Oh, the salesperson smiled and quickly drove back to the 4S store. Chenji swiped his card and the car arrived quickly. Under Li Xiaolu's name, Li Xiaolu excitedly took photos of the car left and right and posted them all on her moments, posting more than 100 photos of the car she had taken out. Today, Li Xiaolu has monopolized the moments of all her friends, and her circle of close friends is in an uproar. "Li Xiaolu, you actually bought a car. This car of mine costs a lot of money. Get rich, is there any good way? Come and tell me, I want to get rich too, take me with you, let's get rich together. Sister, you've bought a car, where are we going to go? I really want to go for a self-driving trip. How about this, I'll pay for the postage, and we can go for a self-driving trip. Sisters, can you drive so I can take some pictures?" The circle of friends exploded all of a sudden. Looking at the series of red dots and comments from everyone, Li Xiaolu's vanity was maxed out at this moment. She smiled sweetly at this moment, hugged Chenji, held her arms, and couldn't help smiling on her face. She was so happy, so happy. Chapter 65, Keeping. The car was brought out quickly. Although it was Li Xiaolu's first time driving, she drove slowly but steadily. Li Xiaolu's circle of close friends was in an uproar at this moment. Fang Qingran didn't expect that not long after that, she would see the scene of Li Xiaolu picking up a car again. At this moment, several close friends were making phone calls in a group chat where Li Xiaolu was not included. The topic is not about anyone else, but naturally Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu was simply enjoying the most glorious moment. First, she ate at a luxurious restaurant, then bought brand name bags and luxury cars. These scenes made her girlfriends very anxious. They are all curious about which rich man Li Xiaolu was hanging out with to be so successful and so generous. Everyone was guessing, but no one could have imagined that the person Li Xiaolu was with was not someone else, but Fang Qingran's boyfriend. An ex-boyfriend, of course. Fang Qingran complained at this moment, Li Xiaolu was so lucky that she got married with a rich man. Look how great she is. It seems that I have found a partner, but it is so troublesome to ask for a betrothal gift. It is so annoying. Others also echoed and cursed Chenji. Yeah, how can you be so stingy? You should give the car and the house to your brother, ha ha ha. Then you and Chenji will be left starving. These girlfriends didn't object to Fang Qingran making money, but they couldn't stand the fact that Fang Qingran was Voldemort. That brother is really a hopeless case and his girlfriends looked down on him. Fang Qingran also knew that this was a mockery, and then said, "Don't I only have one brother? I'm nothing like you guys." But he is indeed stingy. The wedding is coming soon. What's wrong with being patient? He is just a small boss. It seems that he is just a useless show-off. Sisters are getting married with their eyes wide open. We can't let ourselves be deceived by such a person. This group of people are still complaining about Chenji, but they don't know that the mysterious boss behind Li Xiaolu is Chenji, whom they all look down upon. The two drove one after the other to the luxurious restaurant. Getting out of her BMW, Li Xiaolu was full of confidence and her awareness of her identity had greatly improved. Chenji looked up and directly chose a private room. After ordering a few signature dishes, the two began to talk face to face in the private room. At this moment, Li Xiaolu was still struggling with her identity, and spoke to Chenji in a coquettish tone. "Brother Chen, tell me, what is the relationship between us? I've been in bed with you, you can't abandon me." Li Xiaolu just thought that Chenji was a scumbag who wanted to take advantage of her, but she didn't expect that he bought her a car worth more than 1 million yuan in the blink of an eye. Such a contrast made Li Xiaolu unsure what Chenji was thinking at the moment. However, she knew very well that men were attracted by weak women, so she pretended to be very pitiful in an attempt to impress Chenji. She wanted much more than just a car, she wanted it all, she wanted to be Mrs. Chen. I just don't know if I can use this opportunity to completely turn things around and reverse my life. Chenji stared at her and then spoke. If I'm with you, what will Fang Qingran do? She's your good sister. If she makes a scene, what will you do? Chen Shiqing asked this question because he wanted to see how Li Xiaolu would solve this difficult problem, and he also wanted to see how shameless Li Xiaolu was. Li Xiaolu felt no guilt at the moment. She held her chin with her hand, her eyes a little empty, but with a bit more cuteness. Brother Chen, you don't know this, right? Men, of course, are first come first served. You and I are together, so what else can she do? No matter what, she will definitely bless us, right? Anyway, I don't care about Brother Chen. You are mine. If she wants to snatch you from me, then I will definitely catch you and not let anyone take you away from me. It was the same as if he hadn't said anything. Looking at Li Xiaolu, who still wanted to maintain her dignity, Chenji said it bluntly. Just tell me you just want money and want to live a rich life, right? Li Xiaolu shook her head repeatedly at this moment. No, Brother Chen, I really like you. I really like you. If I didn't really like you, how could I be willing to have sex with you? As for whether it's money or not, it doesn't matter. If you are willing to give it to me, then I will pay for it. If you are not willing to give it to me, then I will still stay with you and wait for you. These words really make people feel comfortable, but if you hadn't seen Li Xiaolu's true face in her previous life, you would never have thought that she had this side of her. Chenji didn't bother to be polite with her. He turned sideways and pinched Li Xiaolu's chin with one hand. Li Xiaolu stared at Chenji. Pretending to be cute, it really makes people reluctant to hurt her. Chenji looked at her, then took out a bank card and said, It's impossible to live the life of a rich wife. I've seen through women. Your best friend has been tormenting me a lot. If that's the case, I don't want to get married. So I give you two choices. The first choice is to give you 200,000 yuan. From now on, we have no relationship. This car is also a gift to you. I absolutely don't want to come back. Li Xiaolu was stunned, and at this moment her mind was rapidly thinking about how much money 200,000 was. In today's era, 100,000 yuan is already a lot of money. 100,000 yuan can buy a house. 200,000 is definitely a sky-high price. In addition, there is another car. This car is newly bought. Even taking into account the depreciation, at the very least it can be sold for 700,000 yuan. This account directly stunned Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu never expected to gain so much. Li Xiaolu only got this money after she sacrificed her chastity and got married. This time, Li Xiaolu could no longer control her emotions after getting it so easily. The next second, she raised her head, hugged Chenji and kissed him madly. Class crossing, this is really a class crossing. Chenji quickly pulled her away and then continued. If you don't want to, then we can do this. This car is also a gift from me. Just as compensation, I can give you another 50,000 yuan every month. As for our relationship, do you understand now? These words have been said very bluntly. The relationship between the two is exactly what others think it is. Li Xiaolu lowered her head and calculated at this moment, that is 50,000 yuan a month, 600,000 yuan a year, and 6 million yuan in 10 years. And her monthly salary was not enough, less than 1,000 yuan. The gap is so huge, just like a child suddenly possessing a great treasure. Chapter 66, Chance Encounter. 6,200,000, everyone knows which one to choose. Li Xiaolu loves money like her life, so she naturally knows which one to choose, and then she hugged Chenji tightly. Brother Chen, I love you so much. Then he carefully defended himself. Brother Chen's family is not after money. I really like you. I am willing to be with you because I like you. Chenji was not surprised by this and said immediately. Very good, you made the right choice. Let's go to the mall and pick whatever we want. Chenji waved his hand, and this generosity made Li Xiaolu love him even more. Li Xiaolu hugged Chenji, secretly calculating in her heart. If I could really get so much money, my current status and position would not be unacceptable. After all, it's all about money. Chenji had already seen through her, and all he did was to get her to join the game willingly. I shared the humiliation, but I didn't expect to receive an unexpected gain. In this case, there is no need to be so harsh. Anyway, Li Xiaolu is not only a scheming woman, money-loving and calculating, but she is also a good-looking woman with a perfect figure. Perhaps it is because she wants to find a rich husband and live a better life that she does everything so well. After finishing their meal, people went to another large shopping mall to shop. Li Xiaolu naturally went on a shopping spree, which made people envious. The bag seller was even more envious at this moment. While introducing the items, she couldn't help but look at Chunji frequently. Although Chunji was dressed luxuriously and low-key, he looked like a wealthy man no matter how he looked at him, and he had no scruples when it came to swiping his credit card. So much so that she, a salesperson, would frequently flirt with Chunji. Li Xiaolu is an extremely sensitive person. She noticed it immediately and then calmly stood in front of the salesperson and spoke coquettishly to Chunji. "Brother Chen, you went out with me to buy a bag today. Does your wife know? If she knew, would she be angry?" Hearing this, Chunji's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. It must be said that Li Xiaolu was indeed an interesting and lively person. Chunji was no longer a conservative person. He gently touched her head, gave her a light kiss, and said, "So what if she finds out about my company? I only want you anyway." The salesman's 3 views were completely destroyed by these sweet words. He blinked his eyes and stared at Chunji, then looked at Li Xiaolu. The desire to seduce her just now became even stronger, so she came directly in front of Chunji and spoke in a coquettish voice. "Boss, this bag is really good and really suitable. I'll give it to you. Did you buy it for your girlfriend?" Seeing the bag recommended by the salesperson, Li Xiaolu sneered. "The color of this bag is too tacky. I don't like it. Brother, please pick one for me." At that time, she was walking and twisting her waist, looking very charming. When she saw Li Xiaolu picking things, she threw a coquettish glance at Chunji and then handed him her business card. "Hello, sir. You are here to shop in our store. This is my business card. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. I can help you with anything." After saying that, he followed Li Xiaolu and recommended the bag to prevent her from finding out about it. Li Xiaolu glanced sideways and naturally saw the business card in Chunji's hand, and immediately spoke like a proud peacock. "Pack those 2 bags for me. I don't want any of the others. Brother, this store is not a good choice. Let's go to the next one." After saying that, she twisted her waist and walked forward step by step. Seeing Li Xiaolu being so coquettish, the woman cursed her. There was still a hint of emptiness in his eyes, and I wonder what he was thinking. Li Xiaolu came out and immediately asked in a stern voice, "Brother, where is the business card that little bitch gave you? Give it to me." After saying that, he reached out for it, and when he saw the business card, he immediately tore it into pieces. "Brother, there are too many little vixens, and they want to snatch me away. I am yours alone, and no one can take me away." After saying this, Li Xiaolu suddenly looked to the side nervously. That direction was exactly the direction of Feng Qingran's home. This shopping mall is no more than 3 kilometers away from Feng Qingran's home. So she was still a little worried. Song Song bought another bag. For some reason, Feng Qingran felt uneasy and started to act coquettishly towards Chunji. "Brother, let's go quickly. This place is too close to Feng Qingran's house. It would be bad if Qingran found us. She's a tigress who only bullies her brother, unlike me who only feels sorry for him." Li Xiaolu kept talking about tea. Why didn't Ti realize that Li Xiaolu was such a person before? She really has to brag about it all her life. Money is really a good thing. If you have money, you can enjoy many things that you cannot see in front of you, and those who once hated you will also throw themselves into your arms. Maybe this is the charm of money, or maybe this is human nature. People despise the poor and love the rich, and love money as their life. This time, the car driven was Li Xiaolu's new car. Li Xiaolu naturally didn't want to drive, so the responsibility of driving was directly given to Chunji, who drove the car all the way on the road. Li Xiaolu kept taking photos along the way, wishing she could take thousands of photos of the car and the bag she bought and post them all on her moments. The news of Li Xiaolu's success has spread among her close friends. At this moment, Feng Qingran was out to relax and wanted to go to the mall, but unexpectedly, while waiting for the traffic light on the road, he saw Li Xiaolu in a BMW. Li Xiaolu was showing off her bag at the moment and inadvertently saw Feng Qingran waving at her. Seeing that Feng Qingran wanted to come over, Li Xiaolu instantly became nervous and stretched out a hand to grab Chunji's thigh. "Brother, this is bad. Your ex-wife is not doing well. What should I do if your ex-girlfriend comes? What should I do? Chenji ignored it, and when he saw the green light ahead, he stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Fang Qingran was very annoyed when she was ignored by her best friend. Isn't it just hooking up with a rich second-generation guy? Why are you so proud? Just wait. The angry Fang Qingran had no idea that the so-called rich second generation was the loser Chenji whom she looked down upon. Li Xiaolu was indeed relieved. Brother, you scared me to death just now. Thank you, brother, you are the best. Green tea Li Xiaolu. Although she is full of scheming, the emotional value she provides is enough. Chenji looked at her and thought to himself, if one day Fang Qingran knew that her best friend had stolen her boyfriend, he wondered what the situation would be like. Thinking of this, Chenji smiled, and Li Xiaolu also smiled. They kissed passionately, not knowing whether it was real or a dream. There was always a hint of intoxication in this gentle kiss. Chapter 67, Winning the Big Prize. After bidding farewell to Li Xiaolu, Chenji could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although that little devil was very scheming, she was extremely smart and clingy. In my previous life, I didn't realize that Li Xiaolu actually had this side of her. I thought she was a mean beauty, but I didn't expect her to be so lively and smart when it comes to money and interests. Thinking back to Li Xiaolu's performance today, Chenji still couldn't help but savor it. The villa is extremely spacious. It's just a bit troublesome to clean up, but Chenji has already hired a cleaning company, who will come 3 times a week to clean and tidy up the villa. Therefore, the whole villa is very tidy even if it is not taken care of. After finishing reminiscing, Chenji suddenly thought that it was time to pay attention to Bitcoin. He opened the guide and found that the best time to buy Bitcoin was the day after tomorrow. I have to find a way to get more money tomorrow. It's just that this is all the money I have on hand right now. How can I get more money? This is a big problem, and Chenji has no solution, but now he has 1,700 points, which is enough to do many things. When he opened the system, he saw that the special offer on the system homepage was something he had never expected. The lottery jackpot worth billions can be redeemed with 1,000 points. After redemption, please go to a random lottery store and leave your image. Then a lottery ticket worth billions will appear in your backpack. The billion-dollar grand prize only requires 1,000 points. Although this is a special offer, it is obviously intended to cater to novices. However, this is also very scary if you can earn this much. Then he won't have to worry about money anymore, which is simply great. Chenji didn't even look at what was connected, and decisively chose to redeem it. Although the 1,000 points were painful, when he thought about the many goddesses waiting for him to conquer, he instantly felt less painful. The prize drawing deadline for successfully redeeming this lottery ticket is tomorrow, so I must go to the lottery shop today. Chenji did not delay and immediately drove to the largest lottery shop in the city center to leave his image there. Chenji stopped the car and walked straight into the lottery shop. The staff in the lottery shop were playing with their mobile phones. Chenji came over and casually chatted with the staff. Then, fearing that the show was not enough, he spoke to the lottery shop staff. "Give me some lottery tickets." The man printed out the lottery ticket without any delay and then said to Chenji, "The lottery will be drawn at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The current lottery jackpot has exceeded 4 billion. This is a huge prize. You look unfamiliar, little brother. This is your first time playing the lottery. Let me tell you that the lottery is all about your mindset. As long as you have a good attitude, you will definitely make money in the future. If you make money once, you will have everything in your life. Others play randomly, but Chenji plays for investment." Chenji said with a smile. "That's right. If you win once, you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Have you bought it?" The man then held up a stack of lottery tickets and said, "These are all the numbers I picked myself, and they're all good numbers, ha ha ha. I'm definitely going to win. Then I'll quit my job and travel around the world. This dream is not bad." Chenji immediately encouraged him, "This is a good dream. Keep going. Okay, thank you very much. I wish you win the first prize." After returning to the villa, Chenji Gang lay on the bed and found a large lottery ticket in the system space. This lottery ticket was a sure win. He exchanged it in his hand and felt a little excited. In later lives, I also bought lottery tickets when I was desperate. At that time, I was thinking about winning the jackpot, but I never won once. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to win the prize now. This feeling is very wonderful. Perhaps those who win the lottery in the future also have a system, and they rely on the system or even on behind the scenes operations to win the lottery. As for ordinary people who want to reverse their lives by relying on lottery, it is almost impossible. The next morning, Chen Ji slept until he woke up naturally. He looked at the time and it was only 8 o'clock. The sun was shining brightly outside. Chen Ji simply ate 2 bites of bread from the refrigerator and planned to go to the taekwondo gym. The taekwondo gym was becoming more and more popular, with more and more people coming. Coach Wang couldn't help but complain. "Boss, this won't work. There are more and more people here. If it continues to be this size, we won't be able to enroll students later. We have to add more venues." Under normal circumstances, Chen Ji would naturally encourage himself. After all his money was invested in Bitcoin. But now he was about to win 11 grand prizes, and after deducting taxes, the 11 grand prizes would be very considerable. "So you can use the money on hand as you like." Chen Ji then took out his bank card and said, "Go ahead, look for a venue nearby and buy another one. There should be 2 million in this card. We should be thrifty with the money and buy the venue as quickly as possible and make it our branch. We will open at least 20 branches in the city this year." Hearing this, Coach Wang was stunned, and then said, "Chen Ji, you've made a fortune, right? Where did you get all that money? You know that to open 20 restaurants, the capital would have to be more than 10 million. Do you have that much money?" The bonus was indeed enough, and Coach Wang also knew that the 2 million must come from the bonus and his own savings. But he really didn't believe that he could open 20 taekwondo gyms. Chen Ji patted his shoulder and said, "What are you afraid of? I bought a lottery ticket and won the jackpot. I won the first prize, which is worth hundreds of millions. You must watch the lottery draw tonight." Coach Wang thought he was crazy, so he put the 2 million card in his pocket and prepared to find a venue quickly. Coach Wang didn't understand, and Chen Ji didn't force him. After all, how could other people know about such things? In fact, he himself couldn't quite believe that a mere 1,000 points could be exchanged for a billion-dollar prize. It was simply too dreamy. Time passed quickly and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The prize draw was held at 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen Ji went straight to a lottery shop and read out the numbers along with everyone else, packaging his own numbers one by one until finally all the numbers were won. But none of the numbers I bought matched, they were all complete rubbish. Chen Ji casually threw the lottery tickets into the trash can. I suppressed my excitement and slept well all night. The next morning I drove directly to the city sports lottery center. People were coming and going in the sports lottery center, while Chen Ji was holding his lottery ticket, ready to collect his billion-dollar grand prize. Although the first prize was 1 billion, after tax deduction only 800 million was left. Chapter 68 Financial Darling. This time when Chen Ji won the prize, he did not choose to wear a hood, but appeared blatantly in front of everyone. Since he won the prize, he had to show it openly. Chen Ji was not unkind. After winning the prize, he donated 5 million to charity. The remaining money is still considerable. Adding my own funds, the current total assets are still 800 million yuan. After receiving the prize today, he immediately went to his own financial account in the afternoon and transferred the remaining 800 million into it. Chen Ji looked at the 800 million in the account and couldn't hide the fact that the time specified in the strategy would soon arrive. The information provided by the guide is already very accurate. Bitcoin will experience a sharp drop between 12 and 5 o'clock today, and will remain stable for the rest of the time. Everyone was in mourning, and many people were busy selling their meat. This situation will continue until 10 o'clock in the evening. After 11 o'clock in the evening, Bitcoin will rise rapidly and then maintain a stable state. After that, you can sell all the Bitcoins in your hand at any time, and you can get huge profits even if you sell them. 12 o'clock arrived quickly, and as expected, Bitcoin was in mourning. In just 5 minutes, it was reduced to nothing. Everyone was busy selling their shares, but the time they spent selling their shares was not as long as the time it took to plummet. This is how the cryptocurrency world is. If you say it's heaven, it's heaven. If you say it's hell, it's hell. As the saying goes, one thought is heaven, one thought is hell. Soon, it had fallen to the bottom. Chen Ji bought all the money he had without any hesitation. A large amount of Bitcoin was acquired by Chen Ji. The acquisition of so much Bitcoin stabilized the market to a certain extent. This is a deviation from the previous life. Chen Ji was not very rigorous this time. He should have been patient for a while and waited until it completely fell to the bottom. However, Chenji was busy buying at a point before the bottom. The influx of 1 billion funds seemed not much, but it stabilized the downward trend of the currency circle. But there are still many people who are rushing to sell, some are buying, some are selling, some are crazy, and some are angry. The various ecosystems under the sharp drop in the currency circle can be said to be fully demonstrated. Chenji was also extremely excited at this moment. He blocked all the news here and only focused on looking at the information of Bitcoin on the computer in the villa. Time passes by every second. At present, the 800 million funds are still very stable. Although there is a small loss, it is already late at night and the stretch is just around the corner. The time was about to reach 11 o'clock, at 10:59. Chenji couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was money. If he failed, he would cry to death. He had worked so hard to redeem the huge lottery jackpot. If I lose everything in this all-in bet, I will really cry. The time came to 11 o'clock, and just when everyone was taking a break, a rare moment suddenly appeared. The falling Bitcoin price suddenly began to rise rapidly. 2 dots, 3 dots, 2 dots, 3 dots. It rose helplessly, and in just 30 seconds it rose by 10 points. That's right, it's 10 points. It's terrible. It's really terrible. Chenji continued to hold steady, and it would rise sharply. Just 10 minutes later, it doubled. Looking at the value of the Bitcoin in his hand, Chenji was not panicked. The speed at which Bitcoin makes money is even more terrifying than he imagined. In just a short while, his 800 million yuan in funds turned into 2.4 billion yuan. Looking at the string of zeros in the account, Chenji could hardly hide his excitement. I'm rich, this is what it means to be rich. At this moment, many people in the currency circle began to rush in again. These people are really stupid. When the price plummets, they sell at a loss. When the price rises, they want to buy again. Such people are doomed to die. Whether it is the cryptocurrency circle, the stock market, or even the fund, what is actually tested is sensitivity and insider information. The more you know about insider information, the more you can earn. The money earned by luck will also be lost by luck. Chenji is a cautious person. If he doesn't have a system, he won't buy these things with great fluctuations. Once rich, then heaven. Once in hell, once in despair, who knows what will happen to you? The rapid rise in Bitcoin prices has caused some people to suffer liquidation and others to short sell. This was a sleepless night for many people. The increase in the price of Bitcoin is extremely terrifying. Only half an hour has passed, but Chenji's wealth has increased rapidly in this half hour. In just half an hour, 800 million yuan of funds increased several times. The time came to 12 o'clock, 12 o'clock is the end, and the funds will stabilize next. After calculating the funds in Chenji's account, he found that it was stable at 4 billion. A full 4 billion yuan, you can actually cut your losses and exit now. After experiencing a sharp drop at noon and a surge in the evening, the price of Bitcoin has now returned to stability. There are no longer large fluctuations, and buying and selling are now stable. I thought this would be a troublesome thing, but I didn't expect that this cryptocurrency circle is easier than I imagined. It turns out that internal strategies are much more useful. Chenji did not hesitate at all. Seeing that the values at the back of the guide remained stable and even showed a slight downward trend, he transferred all the funds to his own account without any hesitation. Chenji turned on his computer and checked his account. There were 4 billion yuan firmly deposited in the account. What does 4 billion yuan mean? In this era, owning 50,000 yuan or 100,000 yuan is considered a well-off family. Having 1 million is already a very wealthy person. Having 10 million people means you are at the top of a city. In this era, Chenji has a total of 4.4 billion in cash, which is simply terrifying. Chenji is simply the hidden richest man. As I sold my shares, the Bitcoin market experienced another huge change. I saw that within 10 minutes of selling my shares, the price started to drop again, dropping by 10 points. This scene is not shown in the guide. It seems that his own butterfly effect has also affected the cryptocurrency circle. Perhaps this is how it should be, and he, the butterfly, has merely fluttered his wings. After withdrawing all the money in his account, Chenji decided not to play with Bitcoin again. This thing is too crazy. It can make money, but those who lose money are also in dire straits. Some Bitcoin group chat forums are in an uproar at this moment. Some are happy, some are laughing, some are making wealth that they could not earn in a lifetime, and some are losing all their houses, cars, and savings. Seeing these people like Shinji, he became even more determined. In the future, without the inside information of the system, he would never engage in such risky investment. The current funds are enough for him to relax, and the next step is to develop the charming male god system. Chapter 69 Expansion. After all this was over, Shenji felt like it was just a dream. Looking at the 5 billion cash in the account, Shenji felt both pain and happiness. This amount of money was something that an ordinary person would never see in their lifetime, but now it was lying quietly in his account. What should I do with this money? Shenji was a little confused. He thought that he could make a lot of money by using his memory, but he didn't expect to make so much money. Making so much money was beyond his imagination. He originally wanted to dominate the world with his own taekwondo gym, but he didn't expect that fate would play a big joke on him. So easily, he earned 4 billion. With these 4 billion, he could easily become the richest man in the city. No, you can even become the richest man in the country. In this era, although the economy has recovered, the super rich do not yet exist, and those well-known people in later generations have not yet appeared at this moment. The economy has not yet boomed. With 4 billion in cash, he has defeated all the bosses and rich people. Shenji did nothing, but just having so much money in his hands had already defeated many people. He did not need to open a factory or make any products. He could easily earn an annual interest rate of 4% just by depositing the money in banks in various countries. In other words, Shenji only needs to deposit the money in the bank and he can get a net profit of 160 million yuan every year. Even in later times, this profit is still very impressive. It is impossible for 80% or even more than 98% of companies to obtain a stable profit of 160 million yuan every year. With money, it is natural to spend it. Shenji took a day off and soon thought of the purpose of the money. I have to spend all the money I earn in this life well, so that my parents can live a good life and never have to suffer the same fate as before because of me. Without any hesitation, he called the bank directly. Shenji is now a top customer of the bank. All the funds flowing into the account were normal and legal income, so the bank had no suspicions. It was very easy and he transferred 10 million to his father. His father helped him a lot. Even when his taekwondo gym was in crisis, it was his father who borrowed money to keep it running. So he thought of his parents first. The influx of such large amounts of funds has also attracted constant monitoring by banks. Chen Kangmei immediately found out about such a large amount of money transferred into her bank account. She then learned from the bank that it was transferred by her son. Chen Kangmei was terrified, fearing that her son might do something illegal, so she called her son without delay. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly lose your mind? Give me 10 million. Where did you get 10 million? Where did you get this 10 million? Tell me quickly, are you doing anything illegal? His father was just like that, straight to the point. Hearing what he said, Shenji couldn't help but cry and said to him with a smile, Dad, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do something illegal? Don't worry, the money is all clean. I, your son, have learned how to invest and have made a lot of money. Didn't you transfer a sum of money to me last year? I know you borrowed the money from your uncles and aunts, and you must pay it back. So when my son made money, he immediately transferred all the profits to me, and we paid the money back. Shenji knew that in order to raise the money, his father not only borrowed money, but also mortgaged the family's old house. Although the old house was not valuable, it was mortgaged for tens of thousands of dollars. All in all, he had a total of 200,000 yuan for Shenji. The 200,000 yuan did solve the urgent problem. Originally, the money was used to pay off debts, but because Fang Qingran pressed her too hard, she had to use the money for the bride price. In the previous life, this series of events caused many things that made Shenji feel angry, and the root of everything was Fang Qingran. The previous life could not make up for this life, so he had to make up for it with all his strength. Although Chen Kangmei knew that his son was a good boy, he was still worried that Shenji would do something illegal for money, so he repeatedly warned him against it. Child, I'm telling you, our family is not at the end of its rope yet, so don't go down that evil path. Dad, I have money. If you're short of money, I'll help you find some. Your uncle made a lot of money this year. Hearing my father's teachings. Why did my nose ache? I don't know what to say. I was such a coward in my last life. I really treated my family badly. I will never do that again in this life. Shenji resisted the urge to cry, but his sobbing voice was still heard by Chen Kongmei, who then asked with concern. Kid, what's wrong with you? Chenji quickly changed the subject and said, Dad, please keep this money first. I'm going to get rich, so you can keep it for me. You know I love to spend money, and I'll ask you for it when I need it again. Chen Kongmei nodded, Good boy, you have finally grown up. The phone was hung up. After finishing this matter, Chenji breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to prepare for another thing, which was how to expand the Taekwondo gym. When I arrived at the Taekwondo gym, Coach Wang had been promoted to Deputy Director Wang. This title is naturally self-proclaimed. When Chenji saw the business card, he was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that this person was Coach Wang. Coach Wang then said to Chenji, Chenji, I don't have a reputation. No, I printed it privately. Otherwise, if I go to talk to the landlords, they won't see me. After all, who would believe a small coach? Chenji naturally knew that if he wanted to get people to do things, he had to delegate power, so he said to him, Okay, from today on you are manager Wang in the store. From now on, business cards will be printed directly according to the manager's name. By the way, how is the thing I asked you to arrange going? Coach Wang then marked out several positions that he was interested in. These locations are all good. They were gyms before, and the interior decoration is ready. We can use them with a simple renovation. Chenji nodded in satisfaction and said, Oh, go ahead and do it. Money is not a problem. If the 2 million I gave you before is not enough, I will find another way. In short, we need to open a Taekwondo gym in every district of the city as much as possible. By the way, send the personnel analysis over and start recruiting now. Coach Wang was confused at the moment. What on earth did Chenji want to do? Chenji then waved his hand and said to him, We want to become the largest leading Taekwondo gym enterprise in the city, so now we have to expand, at any cost. Chapter 70 Quality Life. Chenji is directing Coach Wang to continue purchasing Taekwondo gyms in each district as planned and renovating them into Chen's Taekwondo gyms. Today, Chen's Taekwondo gym is truly flourishing. He is well known throughout the country, especially the title of National Championship Champion. Chenji is the champion. Once the promotional picture is released, anyone who wants to learn Taekwondo will be given priority. After all, if there is a first place, no one will think of choosing a second place. More importantly, the name Chenji really has value, and this value is extremely terrifying. Chenji soon received a call from the bank. The inflow of 4 billion yuan is a very large amount of deposit for any bank. For banks, these are already top-level customers, and such customers must be retained by all means possible. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? I'm the vice president of the bank. I'd like to invite you to the bank or your home. When would you be free? When Chenji received a call from the bank, he was a little stunned, but then he thought of his capital inflow. It was indeed too abrupt to deposit 4 billion yuan directly into the account. I should have a good talk with the bank about the interest. So Chenji immediately said, So it's the bank. It seems that you should have noticed the inflow of my large amount of funds. Then let's make an appointment sometime. I just want to talk to you about this matter. I'll come over whenever you're free. The vice president was very polite. Mr. Chen, you are so polite. You can come anytime you want. I will be waiting for you at your own time. Okay, then 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chenji then assigned all subsequent matters to Coach Wang. Coach Wang was capable and had been with him the longest, so Chenji was naturally very relieved to have Coach Wang supervising him. As for other people, he didn't take them that seriously. Coach Wang followed him unwaveringly even when he was in the most difficult times, and was willing to help him even until the very last moment. Chenji always remembered this kindness. In his previous life, Chenji was deeply moved by Coach Wang's loyalty and he must repay him in this life. Chenji arranged everything and then drove to the bank. There was already someone waiting for him in the bank. The beautiful receptionist saw him coming and smiled sweetly. Hello, Mr. Chen. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in and I will show you the way. A group of people were waiting outside the bank, but Chenji got the green light all the way to the vice president's office, where he saw a huge tea tray. There are leather seats on both sides. The vice president then stood up respectfully, welcomed Chenji to the side, and said, Mr. Chen, you have a large amount of capital inflow. We also know that this amount of capital is very huge. Your choice of our bank also shows your trust in us. Our bank has decided to provide you with a comprehensive guarantee. We will absolutely guarantee the safety of your funds. These words are all false. Then this is considered a large denomination certificate of deposit, so how is the interest calculated? I want an annual interest rate of 4%. If I can't reach that, then I will transfer to another bank. It seems that this sentence directly hit the soft spot of the bank's vice president. Now money is the most important thing, and everything else is empty. The words of transferring the money made the vice president anxious. Mr. Chen, you are too anxious. This is natural. This is natural. You don't have to keep this money for a long time. We will give you a preferential short-term activity. I also know that businessmen need funds to turn over. All you need to do is deposit the interest for 1 month, at an annual interest rate of 4%. If you need to withdraw money, it only takes 10 days to withdraw 1 billion, and the rest can be withdrawn every 10 days. As long as you don't transfer all of them, it will definitely not affect your normal use. Shenji didn't quite understand the bank's rules, but this was obviously beneficial, so he took out a recorder and said, "Okay, let's do it this way. I'll leave this fund to you to manage." The deputy president said with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Chen. The large amount of funds you have here is from our bank. We have arranged a position for you and you can become the honorary vice president of our bank. If you can, we can arrange it here. You will also have many preferential activities in our bank, such as food, clothing, housing, and transportation. We will provide you with comprehensive protection. I found out that you bought a villa and a luxury car before. In this case, all expenses for your luxury car will be covered by our bank. Your house repair and maintenance are also entrusted to our bank. We will invite the best security and maintenance services for you. This bank is really humble. In fact, it is not that the bank was counterfeited, but because the large denomination certificates of deposit of 4 billion were really too large. The bank where Chenji has his bank account is just a small bank, and this kind of business is already considered top-level business. Now that you have finally got one, it would be foolish not to grab it with all your strength. Now Chenji is the god of wealth of the bank. As long as his funds are in the bank for 1 day, they can earn huge profits for the bank and guarantee Chenji how much money he can spend on food, clothing, housing, and transportation. At most, no more than 10 million a year. But the benefits are huge, and they are long-term benefits. Chenji returned quickly after finishing his business, and the bank specialist he was supposed to meet appeared immediately. This person specifically serves Chenji. He went directly to Chenji's villa to conduct a comprehensive measurement, and then invited the security team and service team. This service team is much more professional than the one Chenji had found before, and they are top-notch in all aspects of placement and pruning. As soon as you enter, you feel a sense of closeness to nature. Chenji's dinner was also booked by these people. He could choose from 8 major cuisines, and there were more than a dozen people choosing the chef. If there is no prior arrangement, just continue as last time. If there is a special arrangement, a special chef can be arranged to cook. Chenji is now truly living the life of a noble young master. In the villa, he can get underwear and food at will. He also has a special bodyguard when he travels, and he only needs to make an appointment 10 minutes in advance. It will be arranged nearby. Today's banks are simply Chenji's personal butlers. With just one word, the bank will help him solve his problems. Every time, the bank will arrange the best services to protect the billionaire. It turns out that life can be lived like this. I have lived in vain before. Chapter 71 Returning Home and Wealth. After a few days of management, everything was finally sorted out. At present, the Taekwondo business only needs to be handed over to Coach Wang. Coach Wang has now been completely upgraded to General Manager Wang. In addition, Chenji also gave him a direct salary increase, which is an additional bonus of 200,000 yuan. General Manager Wang was completely confused by this. He didn't quite understand why Chenji treated him like this, but Chenji knew that the old Wang in front of him was the most loyal person to him. He was so loyal to him in the previous life, which was also a sign of his ability, and he must repay him infinitely. More importantly, he now has enough money. Money is no longer a problem, the next step is to enjoy life. When he returned to the villa, he found a BMW parked outside. The person driving the BMW was none other than Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu was very charming at the moment. She got out of the car and walked towards Chenji. Looking at Chenji's face, she was so in love with him that she gave him a deep kiss. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You haven't contacted me in the past few days. How come you take advantage of me? Don't you want to take responsibility? This won't do. Li Xiaolu was so delicate that Chunji couldn't control himself for a moment, and then he pinched her little face and said, "What's up? Did you miss me? I haven't seen you for a few days, so I need to be cleaned up." After saying that, he patted Li Xiaolu's but gently, and Li Xiaolu immediately responded coquettishly. "Yes, I miss you, but some people just don't miss others." The two flirted for a while and soon moved from outside the villa to inside. After a long time, Chunji sat up gently, and once he got on the bed, he picked up a bottle of water next to him and drank it in big gulps. Li Xiaolu also put on an outer veil. "My brother is really amazing." Chunji wiped the sweat off his face and then spoke. "Sister is really attractive. Have you missed me these days?" Li Xiaolu smiled charmingly. Chunji looked at Li Xiaolu and then thought of an important thing. "The next step is to go home, and it's time for me to go home. I haven't seen my parents since I was reborn. Thinking back on my experiences in my previous life, it's really sad. This life is good, everything is over, everything is there, and it is a new beginning." He decided to go back to his hometown to visit his parents, but every time he went back he had a difficult problem: how to explain the current problem to them. More importantly, a woman is needed to accompany him. "Every time I go back, my parents would complain about how they hadn't gotten married and how they hadn't been able to carry on the family line." In his previous life, his parents had worried him a lot about this issue, but to no avail, leaving his parents disappointed. When he thinks about that disappointed look in their eyes, he still feels very uncomfortable. So Chenji turned his attention to Li Xiaolu. Although Li Xiaolu was not smart enough and loved money and was a gold digger, she had one thing in common: she had a good appearance. More importantly, obedient and smart. The reason why Li Xiaolu was able to climb up continuously in her previous life was, firstly, that she could endure nausea, and secondly, that she had high emotional intelligence and could make anyone happy, and she was also able to grasp the minds of those bosses. Some people who like to be pure pretend to be pure, some people who like to be gentle pretend to be gentle, and some people who want children try their best to give birth to children for others. This is also one of the secrets of Li Xiaolu's success. Chenji looked at her like this, then poured some tea, handed it to Li Xiaolu and said, "I'm going home. You can come with me. I don't have any requirements for you. It's enough for you to make my parents happy." As soon as these words came out, Li Xiaolu was stunned for a moment, then showed a shy expression, and then spoke more firmly. "Don't worry about that. I will definitely appease your parents and do whatever they say, okay?" Li Xiaolu obviously did not experience the beatings she experienced in her previous life. Although she still has a gold-worshipping nature, she still has fantasies about Chunji. After all, if you can get hold of such a rich boss, you can reach the top in one step. After only following Chunji for a few days, she had already made a fortune. This car was the most popular among her friends. "I even got fired from my fat boss." When she thought about how she resigned that day, she couldn't help but want to laugh, and then she recalled the scene of that day. On the day of her resignation, her boss wanted to keep her and even wanted to make some sexual advances towards her, so she slammed the BMW keys on the table and angrily yelled at her boss. "You fat pig, you still want to take advantage of me? Try it again. If you dare to touch me again, I will call the police. I don't want the money anymore. You can keep it for your own grave." After saying that, Li Xiaolu left angrily, looking both beautiful and cool. This is the life she wants to live, this is the life she must live. Seeing that Li Xiaolu agreed, Chenji nodded immediately. "Okay, let's go." Chenji is a man of swift and decisive actions. He suffered too much injustice in his previous life, so naturally he has to act according to his will in this life. I drove directly to my hometown, which is a village on the edge of a remote county town. It is less than 50 kilometers away from the city. A distance of 50 kilometers is already very far. Thinking back to his neglect of his parents in his previous life, Chunji couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Li Xiaolu saw her like this and seemed to be meeting this man for the first time, and said, "Brother, what's wrong? Why are you like this when you come home? Have you been away from home for too long? Can I go home with you every day from now on?" After saying that, he began to grope Chenji's body dishonestly. What a complete little hooligan. Chenji, stop the car for a moment. There is a big shopping mall in front. Buy something for Auntie. After saying that, he urged the grandfather to stop the car, and they soon arrived at the mall, where the things were quite expensive. But for Chen Ji today, it is nothing. Remembering that his father likes to drink, Chen Ji directly packed 2 boxes of top-grade Gujing Gongzhou. At this time, the price of wine is still quite stable, and the price of 2 boxes of wine is only 4,000 yuan. However, this is already a ceiling-level wine in the eyes of ordinary people, and I also bought a few pieces of clothes for my parents. Li Xiaolu's taste is impeccable. She even pulled an old man next to her to be a model for trying on clothes. Chen Ji, who was reluctant at first, stuffed 2 bills into his pocket and immediately acted as a model with a smile on his face. I picked out 7 or 8 sets of clothes and bought 9, and also bought a few packs of good cigarettes. In addition, I bought a lot of health products, filling the entire trunk and back seat. Chapter 72, Many Trouble. He had already informed Chen Kongmei of the news that Chen Ji was coming back. When Mr. Chen knew his son was coming back, he was very happy, and he went out early in the morning to buy spare ribs, fresh meat, and all kinds of braised dishes. The table was full of his son's favorite meat dishes. Chen Ji didn't have any major hobbies when he was young. He only had one hobby, which was eating meat. Chen Kongmei knew that her son had a deep love for meat and naturally had to satisfy his taste buds. By the way, cook the spare ribs lightly. These stewed vegetables and meat dishes are all spicy. Don't let your son get too spicy later. After saying that, he looked at the time excitedly. Time passed by minute, and he just waited and waited. Chen Ji quickly arrived at his destination and parked the car downstairs of his home. In the small place where Chen Ji lives, there are usually no good cars. Most of them are trucks used to transport goods. After all, there are only a handful of people who can afford luxury cars at this time. Although they cannot afford luxury cars, many young people know what cars are. After asking around, they knew that Chen Ji's car was worth a lot of money. The smaller the place, the faster the information spreads. However, within 20 minutes, everyone knew about it. Chen Kongmei's son came back, driving a nice car. Some people simply asked the young man and found out that the car was not cheap and was worth millions. In today's era, a family with an annual income of 10,000 yuan is already very wealthy. Although the number of families with an annual income of 10,000 yuan today cannot be compared with that in the past, a family that can afford 10,000 yuan is already considered wealthy. Just one car costs 1 million, which is incredible. Chen Kongmei went downstairs to pick him up, and when she saw her son coming back, she said, "I'm back, and I'm back alone again. It's the same every year. You said you made money, but why don't you find yourself a wife? You keep telling me this every day." Just as Chen Kongmei finished saying this, a beautiful woman appeared in the passenger seat. This beautiful woman was none other than Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu did not wear heavy makeup today, but light makeup, which made her look like she was wearing no makeup at all. The clothes she wore were also quite conservative. She looked like a pure beauty no matter how you looked at her. This look is completely different from her usual look. It is obvious that Li Xiaolu has some thoughts on this. Chen Kongmei was very happy, and Chen Ji's mother Zhouing was also very happy. He happily welcomed the future daughter-in-law upstairs. "Mom and Dad, I'm back. Here are the gifts I brought for you. They're all in the back and in the trunk. I'll help you get them out. When you open the trunk, you will see all kinds of supplements, alcoholic beverages, and clothes. Dad, by the way, the clothes and supplements in here were all chosen by my girlfriend for you. Please don't complain if they're not good choices, or she will be angry. No matter what the future daughter-in-law chooses, they will definitely say it is good. Can you talk, kid? My future daughter-in-law is the best one. Dad likes everything about her. Old woman, take all these things into the house." After saying this, he took the wine in his arms and carried it into the house. The old man next to him was extremely envious when he saw this scene. He looked at his own child who was relying on his parents for support every day and was uneducated. Then he sighed again, thinking that it is true that if you compare yourself to others, you will die, and if you compare goods, you will throw them away. In the past, if Zhouing saw this scene, he would definitely complain about his sons wasting money every day and spending money recklessly, and would say that they didn't need it. But this time he didn't say anything, just stared at Li Xiaolu with a smile on his face, showing how much he liked her. He even grabbed Li Xiaolu's hand and then held her hand and spoke. "How come you are so pretty? You are really pretty. How did you fall for my Chen Ji? He looks like this and is usually dumb and can't speak. He must have cultivated for several lifetimes to be blessed." Hearing this, Li Xiaolu almost laughed out loud, but the Chen Ji described by Chen Ji's parents and the real Chen Ji are completely different. Li Xiaolu has a very high emotional intelligence, so she naturally knew what to say, and then she spoke to Chen's mother obediently. Auntie, don't say that. My brother is also a very good brother. He is the brother I like. The family was greeting each other happily, and the next second a voice called Zhou out. Mother of Chenji, come out here. I have something for you. Come out quickly. As soon as Zhou heard the voice of the famous matchmaker in the village, she went out immediately. Before leaving, he gave instructions to Chen Kongmei. Today is a happy day, don't say anything nonsense to the child. Oh, that girl is really nice, don't mess around. After saying that, he went back, and Chen Kongmei curled his lips. My son finally brought his daughter-in-law back home. Why am I being so stupid? Half of my body is already buried in the ground, and you're still saying this to me. Li Xiaolu looked at Chenji's parents and they were so funny, then she smiled. Chenji was very embarrassed. But I feel this scene is very heartwarming. However, there is still a bomb hidden in this warmth. Li Xiaolu is a stranger, and Fang Qingran, who was going to get married before, is now completely silent. Chenji has been thinking about how to explain this matter. Fortunately, his parents did not ask about it, otherwise he would not know how to explain it. Matchmaker Antli had been waiting for Zhou Ying for a long time. The news that Zhou Ying's son came back in a luxury car had spread everywhere, and soon some people became interested. After all, people from the same place know each other well. If you can have this fate and marry a rich man, it is also a rare and beautiful thing. Your child came back with a nice car. It seems he has been doing well out there in the past few years. Zhou Ying waved his hand modestly and said, What are you talking about? He just opened a martial arts school outside. A martial arts school can't make much money. Antli, Zhou Ying's best friend, said, Don't be so modest. The car your son brought back is worth more than 1 million yuan. The matchmaker became even happier after hearing this, and then coughed and said, I have a family here. Their daughter just got admitted to graduate school this year. She is only a few years older than your Chenji. She's good in every way, and she's pretty, but she has high standards. She wants to find a good person who understands her feelings. I see your son is doing well, why don't you get to know him? If it were in the past, Zhou Ying would have rushed to give money to the matchmaker, but this time, she was not in a hurry at all. Then he shook his head and said, No, my son came back with his girlfriend this time, how can I introduce him to another one? Let's forget it, okay? The matchmaker was stunned, then her face turned cold. Chapter 73 Dad's Concerns. It seems that you have become rich. Your son drives a nice car, but he doesn't care about his neighbors anymore when he comes back. Forget it, I will never propose marriage to your family again. After saying that, he left angrily. Zhou Ying had no choice but to let her go. The most important thing now is to go home quickly and make arrangements for my son. As for other things, they are not important now. Chen Kongmei waited and finally Zhou Ying came back. When he saw Zhou Ying coming back, he whispered something to Zhou Ying. He didn't immediately understand what she meant and pulled Li Xiaolu aside to talk. Xiao Lu is right. How about this, Auntie wants to go shopping, you go with Auntie. It just so happens that old Chen also wants to talk to his son, let's go out first and let them talk. Li Xiaolu has a very high emotional intelligence. She nodded and then winked at Chenji. Chenji naturally understood and nodded immediately. Li Xiaolu followed Zhou Ying out slowly. It was now Chen Kongmei's turn to come out. Chen Kongmei looked outside and then closed the doors and windows. He knew his son very well. Come, sit inside with me. I have something to tell you. Chenji rubbed his head. He knew that his father did this because he was afraid that his money came from illegal sources and that he would be cheated or make money that he shouldn't have. He could only rack his brains to explain, and sure enough, Chen Kongmei directly expressed his concerns. Son, tell me, where did you get all this money? You gave me so much money in one go. What do you do? How can you make so much money? Your taekwondo gym doesn't seem to be making that much money. Are you stealing or robbing now? Or doing something illegal or criminal? But I'm telling you, if you dare to do something like this, I'll break your legs. Chenji was stunned. Although he didn't understand why his father said that, he could only explain it to him. Dad, please don't worry so much, okay? Son, you know that I have been an honest man since I was a child. Every penny I earn is clean and hard-earned. Clean money, Chen Kongmei is not someone who can be fooled easily, he said directly. What clean money? Can you make so much with clean money? Don't tell me it's clean money. Your taekwondo gym only makes a few $100,000 a year with hard work. Where did you get the hundreds of thousands to give me? Shinji could only say, Dad, let me tell you something, son. I'm lucky. I won the jackpot when I scratched the lottery ticket. Shinji didn't want to tell Chen Kanmei about the lottery. After all, he knew what kind of person his father was. If he really knew, with so much money, he was afraid that he would be unable to make it all in one breath. Later on, he made $4 billion directly from Bitcoin. If his father knew about this $4 billion, he would probably have a heart attack. Making more money nowadays is not a good thing, especially when the elderly know about it. They will definitely be worried. Instead of making them worried, it is better to let them say that they have made a little money. Anyway, I had been drawing lots one after another before, and I showed those things to my dad, and then he was no longer worried. Then, Shinji took out his mobile phone, on which he had saved the winning photos, and showed them to Chen Kanmei. Dad, if you don't believe me, you see, I just went to scratch the lottery with my friends before, but I didn't expect to win tens of thousands of dollars. After that, I scratched a few more tickets and won again. I didn't expect my luck to be so good that I won 5 million yuan. Look, this is the first prize. Just this one ticket is worth 500,000. I don't know how I got so lucky. There were several tickets in that draw. If you don't believe me, you can check. Here's the phone number of the owner of the lottery shop. If you don't believe me, go ask me. This is all clean. The money is clean, Dad. You also know when I have fooled you. Chen Kanmei also went to school for a few days and understood everything. She saw that her son did not do anything illegal, he just won a large amount of money in the lottery. He finally let go of his worry. He didn't want his son to do anything illegal for money. As long as he got it through legitimate means, he would no longer worry, and a wave of praise followed. You are so lucky, you won so much money. But you can't squander it. Look at the cars outside, they are probably worth a lot. Shinji looked at the car outside, afraid that his father would worry, and then coaxed him. Dad, that car is not worth much. It's my friend's second-hand car. He only spent 100,000 yuan to buy it. 100,000 yuan is not expensive. Just spend the money I give you well. What about you? Don't say I won the lottery. Just say that someone invested in my taekwondo, so I made some money, so that no one will come to borrow money from me. Chen Kanmei nodded. Okay, let's put it this way. Don't worry, no one is going to lend us money. Your second uncle and your third uncle are both living well now, so why would they ask us to borrow money? Shenji smiled. His father attached great importance to family affection. His second uncle and third uncle were not good people. They borrowed money from him again and again, but only after he had paid the betrothal gift. They knew that their family had given hundreds of thousands of dollars in betrothal gifts and thought that their family was rich. They also watched Shinji open a taekwondo gym. He kept trying to suck blood, but he really had no money. Chen Kanmei said it again and again, but no one believed him. In short, the family relationship became extremely ugly. Chen Kanmei also suffered a heart disease because of this incident. Because of this incident, Shinji was extremely disliked by those relatives. What you did was really too much. So Shinji sneered at it. Chen Kanmei then thought of Li Xiaolu in front of her, who seemed not to be the same Fang Qingran as before. By the way, wasn't the previous partner called Fang Qingran? Didn't they all have to give a gift? Why did they change to someone else? This girl is indeed pretty, like a fairy, but you can't make money and then abandon her. Are you saying that you don't want her anymore after making money? You found another one. Is this girl your mistress? It's all because of May that she has seen some melodramatic TV dramas, and this relationship is really laughable. Shenji waved his hands quickly. Dad, how can you think like this? I am not the kind of person who will abandon someone after having an affair. It's just that the Fong family made a request that I couldn't accept, so I broke off the engagement and didn't give the betrothal gift. Chen Kanmei was confused. He didn't even know about such a big thing. Shenji actually hid it from him. Seeing that his father was about to get angry, Shenji explained to him. It's not my fault. They asked for a dowry of 388,000. Chapter 74 Buying a house in the county. When Chen Kanmei heard the number 388,000, he was stunned. Such a large amount of money is not something that farmers can easily collect. Chen Kanmei asked immediately. How can they ask for so much money? Why do they ask for so much money? Are they selling their daughter? How can their son ask for so much money? This is impossible. When he thought about how his father had to raise and borrow money constantly for his wedding in his previous life, he couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. In my previous life, my father never had a good life. He raised me in the first half of his life, and then when it was time for him to enjoy his life, he borrowed a lot of foreign debt because of my dowry. Later, my second and third uncles knew that I had given a dowry. Thinking that the betrothal gift would be brought back, she kept forcing her father to borrow money from her own father to buy a car and a house. But Fang Qingran's family are complete vampires. Once the money comes to them, there is no way they will spit it out. So their family really has no money. Chen Kangmei's life was really hard and she hardly ever had a good day. In this life, Chenji has decided to let them live a good life, and at the same time get away from those hateful relatives whose actions are extremely disgusting. Chenji had long hated this, and there was no way to deal with it in the past, but this time, now that he had the ability, he would definitely get his parents to leave here and never let them be sucked dry by those relatives again. Chenji then belittled Fang Qingran and his family. My father's family didn't really want to marry me. They just wanted a high price for the bride price. Maybe it was a marriage scam. Anyway, I didn't do what they wanted. I didn't give a penny of the money. Chen Shi then explained everything vividly. Chen Kangmei nodded, then picked up the cigarette and took a deep puff. It seems that the girl wants to control our family. If that's the case, we absolutely cannot marry her home. Son, you did the right thing. Dad supports you and that's what you should do. But she's a girl, so you have to forgive her when you can. Chen Kangmei is such a kind person. He still says this even when others are bullying him at his doorstep. Chen Kangmei immediately thought of Li Xiaolu. Although Li Xiaolu was a gold digger, her appearance was impeccable and the old couple really liked her. Chen Kangmei hesitated and asked about Li Xiaolu's news. Boy, you follow Li Xiaolu, how is your relationship? Can you let me have a grandson this year? Since Chun Ji has the charming male god system, it is naturally impossible for him to hang himself on a rope. Li Xiaolu is indeed a good candidate and can also be used to give birth to children, but as for what happens next, it depends on Li Xiaolu's luck. If he can change his nature in his previous life, then naturally we can give him something. If he still can't change anything, then we will just give him a house, a car, and some financial compensation. He doesn't want to be played around by Li Xiaolu and end up with nothing. Li Xiaolu was a ruthless person in her previous life. In short, she treats all men she can use as springboards, and continues to use this scheming, which is beyond the reach of others. The two chatted for half an hour, and Zhou came back with her friends. Seeing her old man smiling so happily, Zhou knew that everything was fine, so she greeted Li Xiaolu warmly. Xiaolu, thanks to you accompanying your auntie, she bought these things and came to eat. Your uncle went out early in the morning to buy these. Look at this sauced chicken and duck, they taste delicious. And these ribs. These ribs in clear soup are Chenji's favorite. Girl, you should try some too. They are delicious. After dinner, Chenji started taking out clothes, and some fur coats were directly put on Zhou. Mom, this fur coat is so beautiful. I remember the style very clearly. Look, it looks like it was prepared for you. How wonderful. Zhou turned around wearing the fur coat and found it was indeed nice. Although she liked the coat very much, she immediately said to Chenji, you are always good at complimenting people, but this dress is too expensive. You should not spend money so recklessly in the future. You can only buy this one. The old couple both received gifts. They were both very fond of things, so after putting them on, they put them all in the deepest part of the closet, fearing that they would be damaged. Seeing the old couple like this, Chenji immediately expressed his thoughts. My parents saw that the economic situation was developing well and house prices were about to rise. I just happened to have some money in my hands, and the money would depreciate if I kept it in my hands. I plan to buy a house in the county town, and you two old people can live here. Just treat it as your old house. If you want to come back, you can come and take a look, but we have to have a new house as well. As soon as Chen Jigang opened his mouth, Chen Kanmei immediately shook his head and said, houses are so expensive. One house costs 80,000 or 90,000 yuan. Houses in the county are not cheap. It's better to live here. It's also good here. And you can't be so arrogant. You just want to spend the money you just made. Although this money is earned by luck, you have to keep it well. Just put it in the bank. Chenji said firmly, you must buy a house. The development in the county town is so good. If you don't buy it, what should you do if the price goes up in the future? You don't know that a former colleague of mine bought a house in the county town for 50,000 yuan and sold it for 100,000 yuan. If you don't want your son to make money, just say so. The old couple were both money-conscious people, so when they heard that they could make money by buying a house, they immediately accepted the offer. However, Zhou was still a little worried. Son, houses are expensive. If you buy several houses, what will you do if you have no money? We don't have to live in the county town. Seeing this, Chunji could only speak indirectly. I plan to buy a few more and rent them out in the county town. There are also many people renting houses in the county town. By then, these houses can continue to make money for our family. Chen Kongmei nodded. That's right. It costs 200 yuan a month for outsiders to rent a house here. A house in the county town costs at least 500 or 600 yuan. Besides, this house will belong to us after we buy it. So go ahead and buy it, son. Dad supports you. Are you short of money? I'll transfer the money back to you. I have so much money in my card. I feel really uncomfortable. Chenji smiled secretly in his heart and then said, you can keep this money. My son still has money. Don't worry. This house will definitely make money for our family. Chenji and later generations knew that even the houses in the county town were rising in price rapidly. A house that originally cost 100,000 yuan had risen to 500,000 yuan. It's simply unbelievable. Chapter 75 Parkview Community. Chenji and Li Xiaolu had a good day's rest. The next day, Zhou came back with a gloomy look on his face. Zhou went out to buy groceries early in the morning. She wanted to chat with her relatives and neighbors while buying groceries, but she didn't expect that all of them were full of ridicule towards her. They all said that her son made money. Everyone was so sour, which made Zhou unbearable. What's worse, some people even spread nonsense outside, saying that her son had done something illegal, which made her even more unbearable. But there were so many people talking and Zhou couldn't win the argument, so he could only go home and sulk. Chen Kongmei saw his wife coming back and immediately said, what's going on? Who messed with you? Why are you like this? Zhou put the bought dishes directly on the table, sighed and said, these gossipers can't see the good in other people's families. They gossip about this and that, and even say that our son's money didn't come from a legitimate source. It really makes me so angry. These words are really painful to hear. Chenji then spoke to smooth things over. Mom, in that case, let's go look for houses quickly. Let's go to the county town to buy a house. The people in the county town are much better than the people here. People there have houses, and they don't have the bad habit of gossiping about other people. You can go and try square dancing there. You don't know how popular square dancing is in this city. Mom, you really have to go and see it. Chenji has long wanted to let the old couple live a good life in the city. In his previous life, he blamed himself for not being capable, but in this life, he actually has the ability, and he must not treat the old couple badly. Zhou was a little hesitant at first, but now he nodded. Since you have money, just buy it. Buying a house is not a bad thing anyway. Son, I will listen to you. With his parents fully supporting him, Chenji has also made up his mind, Li Xiaolu said, clapping her hands. That's great. Uncle and aunt are moving into a new house too. This is a very good thing. Chenji did not hesitate and immediately drove his luxury car to take the old couple and Li Xiaolu to the county town. The county seat is less than 30 kilometers away from here, and it takes more than an hour to get there. Although Chenji didn't know much about it, he still knew about several real estate projects in the county that were about to increase in price, such as Huaxin Mansion and Baihui Community on the east side. These two communities have the best locations, and schools will be moved nearby in the future. Other places have seen crazy price increases and will drop in price later, but these two places have remained strong. This is a good place and should not be missed. So Chenji went directly to Baihui Community. The current housing prices in Baihui Community are acceptable. A house costs 200,000 yuan. If it is a large apartment, it will probably exceed the budget. However, Chenji didn't care much about it. Brother, the price of housing in Baihui Community is 2,500 yuan per square meter, and Huaxin Mansion is 2,100 yuan per square meter. Where should we go? Chenji pondered for a moment and said, let's go if we want to. We can go to the Parkview Residential District for the most expensive one. Baihui Community is a ready-to-move-in residential area. Huaxin Mansion is a pre-sale property and is not expected to be delivered until the year after next, so for now it is still better to give priority to Baihui Community, as the location of Baihui Community is indeed better. The two elders had no objections, especially Chen Kongmei, who knew nothing about houses and did not have such high requirements. After all, a house, as long as it could be lived in, was fine. The sales office of Baihui Community is built in a very grand style, with two stone lions placed directly outside and red cloth covered with all kinds of discounts. A salesperson in a suit was sitting outside greeting guests, and there weren't many people coming and going. Houses are considered luxury items in any period and are not easy to buy, so even now the housing prices in Parkview Community are very cheap. That is not something that ordinary people can achieve. The reception desk outside. When he saw someone coming, he immediately went to greet them. When he saw that it was a family of 4 who came to buy a house, he smiled with joy in his heart. Buying a house is generally a basic need. From the looks of it, it should be for his son's marriage. Buying a wedding house with such a transaction is 80% likely to be successful. So the salesperson at the site was very excited and greeted a few people to come in and said, "Come in, everyone. This is the best tea. Come, have some first." Seeing such an attentive salesperson, Chen Kongmei nodded after checking the results. Okay, thank you, young man." Chunji picked up the promotional poster and started looking at it. The on-site salesperson brought a few people to introduce the product on the sand table in the center of the sales hall. "You guys are here to buy a house, right? It's a really good time to buy a house now. Although we are in a small county, the Baihui Community has just been built. At present, many floors have not been purchased. Now there are too many to choose from. The east and west sides are close to the city center, and there are schools on both sides. What's more important is that the exits are convenient. The underground parking facilities are also very complete. Compared to other places, we have huge advantages here. You can see that our apartment layout is also very good, very suitable for a family of 3 and a newlywed couple to live in. More importantly, it is convenient for travel. The government here plans to build an expressway, and our community happens to pass by this expressway. There are 2 entrances here, and it is flat and straight when you drive there. By the way, sir, hello. I see you came here in a BMW. Car owners like you must consider the houses here. The house prices here are a little higher, about 2,600 per square meter. The price is certainly acceptable. This community has huge potential and is very suitable for the elderly couple. The same Huaxin Community is just a little worse. Huaxin Community was built later and is not as good as Baihui Community. But it is very close to the new district. Of course, the distance between the expressway of Baihui Community and the new district is only less than 8 minutes longer. So Chenji spoke directly without any hesitation. Okay, I'm quite satisfied with these houses. I plan to buy a few for my parents to live in, and the others for investment. The salesperson at the site was a very smart person. Upon hearing this demand, he immediately spoke with a smile on his face. Sir, you have a good eye. It's a very good place to invest. Look at the location. This place is so good. I tell you, you will miss it if you miss it. I tell you, the value of houses in this area will definitely increase significantly in the future. Chenji looked up in astonishment, looking at the salesperson, who was still smiling. Although Chenji didn't know where the determination came from, he knew that the price of this house would definitely increase. And the price will increase greatly. Now a house only costs 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, but in the future it will cost at least 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. Crazy growth is just crazy growth. Chapter 76, Childhood Reunion. Chenji looked around again in the afternoon and found no problems at all, so he waved his hand and directly took out 2 million to sell 10 houses here. Originally, it was not possible to buy so many houses, but Chenji was a big spender, and this amount of money was very important to the Parkview sales department, so they also made additional discounts, so the 10 houses were so cheap. It turns out that buying a house individually is never as cheap as buying a house in a big package. Chenji chose all 10 apartments in locations close to schools. These 2 locations close to schools not only have elementary schools, middle schools, but also high schools. This location is extremely advantageous, and people from surrounding counties, cities and villages want to come here to study. You must rent a house here, and placing it back in the community is exactly the most convenient place to rent a house. Renting a house is secondary, and it still depends on the appreciation. Although it takes 2 million to buy a house now, the house prices here will at least double in less than 10 years. It will quadruple in a few years. Even if the house prices drop, the houses here are still very strong. There is no way around it because the demand here is strong. Downtown location close to schools and close to freeways. With complete supporting facilities, it is truly a dream house. After finishing this series of things, Shenji immediately began to discuss the decoration matters. He knew the old couple's decoration style. They decorated the house in the old style of the 1980s and 1990s. It was as tacky as it could be. So he took charge of the decoration work. Of course, Shenji didn't want to do it all, but he couldn't bear to look at the decoration style of the old couple in his house. Many of the decorations in later generations are hard to describe in a few words, so Shenji plans to remove all the dross. In short, he does not ask for the best appearance, but the most stable. The houses here are basically for the normal life and retirement use of the two elders. He had no plans to return to the old county town. He also knew that his parents were old and reluctant to eat and drink. If they had a few houses to collect rent, they could live a more comfortable life every day. Otherwise, if he gave them money, they would only save it and would not dare to spend it at all. Shenji went straight to the building materials market in the county town. The building materials market was a mixed bag. Shenji walked forward and suddenly saw a strong door and window in front of him. Xiangzi, this name was not unfamiliar to him, he was his childhood friend, he hadn't seen his friend for many years. He walked over and saw a dark-skinned man clearing the accounts there. Seeing this dark-skinned man, Shenji walked up to him, slapped the table and said to him, "I have a big business, and I have 10 houses to renovate. Can you arrange it for me?" The boss was sorting out the accounts with peace of mind and immediately agreed. Sure, that's great. Boss, when are you going? As long as you want to renovate this place, I'll arrange someone for you. By the way, boss, have you got the real estate certificate? We need a real estate certificate to renovate here. Xiangzi suffered a great loss. A few days ago, someone asked him to renovate the house, but he didn't expect that the house he was renovating was the landlord's. After the renovation, the tenant found a lot of faults and only paid half of the money. He didn't give the remaining half and just disappeared, leaving Xiangzi speechless. The tenant couldn't contact the landlord, and the landlord was unwilling to pay, which made Xiangzi very anxious. Xiangzi looked at Xiangzi, who was still the same as before, and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Xiangzi, do you still remember me?" Xiangzi looked up, his face full of surprise. "Hey, Brother Chen, you're back." Xiangzi then said, "It's been a while since we last met. Let's get together, at the same place as before." Xiangzi nodded. "Okay, Brother Chen, you haven't been back for several years. We should get together." Seeing Xiangzi looking so weathered, Xiangzi felt a little sad. Time is a butcher's knife. It is really sad to see the brothers who used to play together end up like this today. Soon, they found a barbecue restaurant and ate skewers directly. Seeing Qianji like this, everyone was envious, especially Qianji, who was accompanied by a beautiful woman, Li Xiaolu. "Brother Chen is amazing, he has made a fortune. This is my sister-in-law, come here, I will toast you." Li Xiaolu drank the glass of wine neatly, then poured it directly on Qianji, pretending to be drunk. "Brother Chen, I'm tired." She showed a shy look, and Xiangzi's eyes popped out. Qianji also knew about Xiangzi's affairs. "Xiangzi, you've had a hard time these past few years. Aren't you doing business? Why are you still like this?" Xiangzi lowered his head and said nothing. Xiangzi's real name is Lu Chang. Lu Chang was also a poor student. He started working early, but he did not choose a big city. Instead, he chose to learn a craft and do decoration in this small city. He earned a lot of money through hard work, and later married a wife here. However, that wife was really not a human being. It was said that she came back from a big city. Although she gave birth to a child for Xiangzi, Xiangzi later discovered that the woman was not a good girl at all. She is a prostitute in the big city. These two children are not Lu Chang's at all. I don't know which man this woman had an affair with, and the two children are bastards. So Xiangzi was basically a scapegoat, and that woman was very shrewd. She used all kinds of means to take all of Xiangzi's money into her own hands, making Xiangzi miserable. He couldn't even continue the decoration business because he owed money. In the end, Xiangzi lost both his money and his life. The child was not his own, and all the money he had earned over the years was taken away by that prostitute. Compared to himself, Xiangzi is obviously in a worse situation. In this life, Shenji is determined to change all this. I just don't know whether Xiangzi has met that prostitute now, so Shenji asked directly. Is Xiangzi married? Xiangzi touched the back of his head shyly and said. Brother Chen, what are you talking about? You're not married yet? But my second uncle introduced me to a girlfriend. I heard she's from a big city and she's so pretty. Hearing this, Chunji was stunned for a moment, followed by a burst of ecstasy. Great, great, there is still a chance. Shenji then patted Xiangzi on the shoulder. Brother Xiangzi has made a fortune, so follow him and don't stay in this small city anymore. And I'm telling you, you must never marry a woman who comes back from a big city. Lu Chang was completely confused. What did Shenji mean by saying this? Li Xiaolu tried to smooth things over by saying, your brother Chen has become rich. Haven't you heard the saying? Don't forget your friends when you become rich. Lu Chang was a little hesitant. Chapter 77 The Coming Cuckold. Chen Ji and Lu Chang drank several bottles of beer without realizing it. Seeing this, Li Xiaolu didn't know how long he would continue drinking, so she just shook her head helplessly and said, Two brothers, you guys drink first, I'm going to go to the mall next door to take a look. After hearing this, Chen Ji nodded. Then go ahead, let's catch up with each other, here's the card. After Chen Ji finished speaking, he directly gave his card to Li Xiaolu, who was naturally very happy. She threw a wink and swaggered towards the nearby shopping mall, ready to spend some good money. Seeing this, Lu Chang was drooling with envy and said to Chen Ji, Brother Chen, you've made a fortune. I'm so envious. When are you going to marry my sister-in-law? By the way, didn't you say you were going to get married? I've been planning to attend your wedding, but why am I waiting so long? I haven't heard from you. Are you already married? Hearing this, Chen Ji was stunned and then shook his head. No weddings have been cancelled. Lu Chang was shocked and put down the wineglass, saying in confusion. That's not right. Brother Chen and his wife look good. They are pretty and young, with a good figure and a nice personality. Why don't they get married? Chen Ji picked up the wineglass and drank it bitterly. He didn't want to talk about these sad things, but he didn't want to hide anything when he met his childhood friend again. It's nothing, actually. The wedding was cancelled because my partner Fong Qing raised the betrothal gift to 400,000 yuan, and also wanted my house and car. Hearing this, Lu Chang was stunned. Then he cursed. This is selling your daughter, right? When has the betrothal gift here ever exceeded 100,000? Even in the city, I heard it's only around 100,000. This woman is really bold to ask for 400,000. Brother Chen, this family is definitely vampires, we absolutely cannot accept them. By the way, what do people often say on the internet? Yes, it's Voldemort. Does she have a brother? Lu Chang said this, but suddenly remembered that Voldemort must have a younger brother. Chen Ji smiled bitterly. Your guess is correct, she really has a younger brother. She wants so much money as a betrothal gift to her younger brother. She wants my house as a wedding house for her younger brother, and she wants my car, but she wants it for her younger brother. Lu Chang opened his mouth so wide that the wineglass trembled. Brother Chen, you are so unlucky that you actually met this. Fortunately, the wedding was cancelled. If you really agreed to this, wouldn't your whole life be ruined? Chen Ji smiled, nodded, and said, You're right. I'm really lucky. If I had been entangled by his family, it would have been really troublesome. But fortunately, I'm free now. After Lu Chang finished speaking, he immediately gave an instruction. Brother Chen, I'm telling you, you can't keep a family like Voldemort's, no matter how beautiful they are. Even if they look like fairies, you can't keep them. You have to stick to your heart. Lu Chang's serious look made Chen Ji laugh to death, and then he kicked him. You keep talking, kid. What's past is past. Don't think too much about it. The matter with Chen Ji is over. No matter how much Fong Qingran begs, this relationship is already a thing of the past. But Lu Chang in front of him is still struggling in the sea of suffering. Chen Ji said to the boss. The boss is grilling 10 skewers of lamb and 20 skewers of beef. Oh, and 2 more cans of draft beer. Lu Chang was extremely happy. Although the barbecue was not expensive, he was really unlucky recently and hadn't had such a big meal for a long time. In addition, there is another problem. He is still in talks with his girlfriend from the city. Even if it has not been successful, the money spent is not small. Xianzi, you are very tight on money during this period. Chenji looked at him and then asked about the news about his partner. By the way, how is your girlfriend doing now? Speaking of this, Lu Chang smiled innocently. It's pretty good. I've been in contact with him for a while. I bought him a lot of things, and he didn't refuse. It looks like he's going to be Brother Chen. Man, I'm going to start a family. Hearing these words, Chen Zhika's heart trembled. If this kid really knew the future ending, he would probably cry to death now. Chen Zhika would never allow his good brother to be treated like this, so he patted him on the shoulder. Brother, listen to me, marriage is a big deal. Don't rush into it. Your girlfriend is from the city. She's not someone you can handle. And don't you ever doubt whether that woman is sincere to you? Lu Chang's face looked a little ugly. If someone else said that to him, he would probably get angry right now, but Chen Ji and he have been friends for many years. That person is my childhood friend. We have shared happiness and hardships since childhood. So he shook his head. Brother Chen, I feel like he's fine, should he be okay? Chenji looked at the newly arrived lamb skewers and picked up one. You can only know a person's face but not his heart. If you don't know what kind of person she is and just go ahead and marry her, you won't regret it later. Lu Chang patted his chest and said. Brother Chen, don't worry. I think she's a good girl. Besides, if we work hard, we can buy a house in this city in a few years. It will be great to live happily together then. Lu Chang in his previous life was also so naive, but unfortunately, he met a loose girl from the city. All his money was scammed away, his children were no longer his own, and he was often cuckolded. In his previous life, Lu Chang was almost angered to death. Later, he suddenly fell ill and had to stay in the hospital for more than half a year. Shenji also went to see it in his previous life, and seeing his miserable appearance, he was helpless. He was also in a quagmire in his previous life, so how could he help his good brother? Things are different now than they were before. Shenji looked at Lu Chang's innocent appearance and the many things he fantasized about for the future, and then he was a little stunned. I don't know how to tell Lu Chang all these things. I can't just confess to him directly. He said that he was reborn from the future, and that his girlfriend was a loose woman from a big city, and that she was already pregnant before she married him. Shenji knew Lu Chang well. If he really said that, Lu Chang would explode immediately, and by then they would probably not even be able to be friends anymore. Thinking of this, Shenji felt a little distressed. After a moment, he coughed and began to persuade in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Brother, this is a long story. How about this? Invite your girlfriend out someday and have dinner together? I'm your good brother. I'll be your wingman and help you take her down, okay? Lu Chang touched his head stupidly. Chapter 78 Pursuer. Brother Chen, this is not good, but seeing that Brother Chen can even win such a beautiful sister-in-law, you have to pay more attention to your brother's affairs. Seeing Lu Chang like this, you know that Lu Chang must be moved. Since he is moved, then it will be easy to deal with. Chenji drank the beer in the glass in one gulp. Brother, how can I cheat you? Don't worry, I will make sure that I can help you handle this matter clearly when the time comes. But in my heart I was secretly saying, you big fool, just wait and see how my buddy saves you. Soon you will know the true face of that woman, and then you should give up and follow your brother to the big city. At this moment, Lu Chang suddenly stood up, looked outside, and was relieved to see that Li Shelu was not there. Then he stared at the room with a sly look, and then sat down next to Chenji quietly. Brother Chen, do you still remember Li Huihui? Chenji was stunned, and then he thought of Li Huihui. Li Huihui was a classmate in school. At that time, Chenji was also quite popular in school. Chenji's appearance has always been very good in school, and when he was young he loved table tennis, basketball, and football. In fact, Chenji is in good health and always shines in the annual sports meet. Such a dazzling Chenji naturally attracted the attention of many girls, and even caused many girls to send him secret glances and love letters. And Li Huihui is one of these many people. Back then, Li Huihui was the one pursuing Chenji the most passionately. She folded thousands of paper cranes, sent him little stars and food, and liked to watch Chenji play basketball when she had nothing to do. I also often send love letters. But Chenji was not interested in this at the time, and his parents were very strict, so what should have been a sweet relationship ended before it even began. However, as they got to know each other more during that period, Chenji got to know this person better. It's just limited to acquaintance. I don't quite understand what Lu Chang wants to say when he mentioned this person. What's wrong? Aren't these all things from the past? Why bring him up? Lu Chang clapped his hands excitedly and said, You don't know Li Hui Hui. Class monitor Li has grown into a very pretty lady. Last time we ran into her in the mall, she treated me to a meal and even asked about you. At the time, I felt that you and her had a chance. She even asked me to ask if you were doing well recently. It seemed that she still had you in her heart. After Lu Chang finished speaking, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate, so he said, Brother Chen, I don't mean anything else. It's just that a classmate met with me and told me about this matter. I told you about it. I don't mean to make things difficult for my sister-in-law. Shenji picked up a glass of beer and drank it in one gulp, and then the memory came back to his mind. Li Hui Hui was not a stranger to me. She had indeed pursued me in the past. Li Hui Hui had very good grades, but because of my rejection, she never recovered and only got into a second-tier university. It was a relatively far university, so the two never met again in the days that followed. However, in the years before my rebirth, I often heard news about her. Li Hui Hui studied acting and successfully acted in several plays after graduation, but only because she was from a small city, had no background, and was unwilling to be exploited. It has always been lukewarm and has achieved almost no results. Even so, he was still a big star among his classmates, but what happened afterwards was really sad. Li Hui Hui was exhausted by all the things happening in the entertainment industry, and finally chose to go home and open a shop. The shops that are opened are naturally those that are easy to be stepped on, such as the so-called milk tea shops, cat cafes. Two failed investments almost drained all of Li Hui Hui's funds. After that, it was like adding insult to injury. The less money you had, the more troubles you would get into. Li Hui Hui's mother was diagnosed with uremia at that time. He needs to go for dialysis every month, and a kidney transplant also costs a huge amount of money. After a while, she had no choice but to return to the entertainment industry. Later, in order to pay for her mother's medical treatment, she chose to marry a coal boss. But the coal boss was also a shrewd man. Although uremia was not a serious disease, in that conservative era, the risk factor of kidney transplant was extremely high, and matching kidneys were extremely rare. The coal boss's repeated delays led to Li Hui Hui's mother's death from illness, and it was a pity that she missed 3 opportunities to get a kidney. After her mother died, Li Hui Hui no longer had any attachment to the world and chose to commit suicide by taking medicine. When hearing the news in the previous life, all the classmates were sighing, only Chenji was in pain. What would the situation be like if Li Hui Hui had not been distracted from her studies? Li Hui Hui is a smart person, but it makes him very sad that such a smart person has such an ending. In the previous life, Li Hui Hui's miserable and desolate ending made Chenji sigh. In this life, he actually had a chance and he would never let it happen again. So Chenji frowned and slammed the table. Lu Chang was startled, then he shrank his head and said to Chenji, Brother Chen, don't be angry. That's what I said. I said you already have a sister-in-law. It seems that I was too nosy. I was too nosy. Don't be angry. Chenji sighed and looked at him and said, Xianzi, I'm not angry. Li Hui Hui, where is he working now? Has he opened a store now? Lu Chang shook his head, looking confused. He naturally didn't understand any of this, and then he said, I didn't leave my contact information, but I know he often goes to parks and mall. Chenji felt like his heart was about to jump out. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. I bought a house in Parkview Community. On the other side of Parkview Community is Parkview Shopping Mall, which has all kinds of supporting facilities. It seems that Li Hui Hui should live nearby. Chenji took out his cell phone and said to Xiangzi, Xiangzi, let's add each other's contact information. Remember to get together. You must get together. By the way, if you have any news about Li Hui Hui, tell me immediately and call me. Lu Chang nodded. Don't worry, Brother Chen. But Brother Chen, you already have a sister-in-law, but you're still thinking about Li Hui Hui. You're not trying to have 2 girlfriends at the same time, are you? This is not right. Chenji glared at him directly, then said unhappily. Your brain is a mess, isn't it? He and I were classmates. At the beginning, his studies were hindered because of me, and he was admitted to a second-tier university. Now that I'm rich, we want to get together. Can't you help him? Lu Chang smiled innocently. So that's how it is. Brother Chen, I understand. I'll keep an eye out for it in the next 2 days. I just happen to have a job installing glass for that shopping mall. Chapter 79 Lucky Lu Chang. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, but Chenji didn't want to say too much. After all, it wouldn't be good to say too much. He didn't want to tell the truth under the influence of alcohol. If that happened, they wouldn't even be able to be friends anymore. Lu Chang was very happy, and even sang a few songs while knocking on the wine bottle, as if to vent his dissatisfaction over the years, but so what? Time has passed, and many regrets cannot be redeemed. The night passed quickly and Li Xiaolu came back. Chenji called a taxi for Lu Chang, paid the extra fare and instructed the driver. "Driver, my friend is drunk, please take him back. The address is correct, it's the building materials city, please help me." After everything was settled, Lu Chang got into his car. Li Xiaolu had already filled the trunk with things she bought, and she showed off to Chenji. "Look at my newly done nails. I also bought a lot of clothes. Oh, there's a suit from AKA that's really nice. It only costs 10,000 yuan. I bought you one without hesitation. How about it? You don't know that clothes like this cost at least 30,000 yuan in the city. You are really lucky. Consumption in small cities is indeed lower than that in big cities, especially when it comes to luxury goods." Chenji nodded and then said to him, "Okay, let's go back quickly. If we go any later, my parents will be worried." The two elders looked around and had already taken a taxi back, and Chenji also went back late at night. At this moment, Zhouing couldn't help complaining. "What a kid you are. You went to the county town for a stroll, but you didn't expect to come back so late. You didn't even call me. Your father and I were so worried." Chenji said a few perfunctory words and went back to rest. The next day, Chenji went to the county town early and rented a luxury car for Li Xiaolu directly from the car rental company. There are many fun places near Li Xiaolu, you can go and have a look. By the way, I'll give you the card, you can spend as you like. When Li Xiaolu heard this, she was so happy that she rushed up and gave Chenji a kiss without caring about the people in the car rental company. At this moment, the owner and staff of the car rental company had envy on their faces, real envy. Chenji directly rented a Mercedes-Benz for her. The car was indeed very impressive and it drove just right for Li Xiaolu through the signal. Li Xiaolu happily drove away from Chenji and drove to the building materials city by herself. Chenji walked in without any hesitation. His low-key and sophisticated appearance attracted many people to look at him with attention. "Boss, what do you want to do? Come to my place and I'll give you a discount. I'm a long-established shop here and I can do anything. Do you want to decorate or purchase something?" Chenji did not answer that these people are all old hands, and you will get involved with them. Then they will make you greedy to death, greedy to death. His goal is very clear, and he will walk all the way to Qianzi's store. Lu Chang was still drunk at this moment. He slept directly in the store and didn't go home at all. He didn't expect that such a huge business would come to him. It's not his fault. It was just because he drank too much. Yesterday I drank I don't know how many bottles of beer in one go with the skewers. Anyway, in the end I finished all the beer I bought and bought some more. Chenji walked over and found that the doors and windows were closed. Qianzi was lying on a chair inside, slumped over the table and chair, and fell asleep right on the chair. Chenji walked over slowly and kicked Qianzi directly. "Qianzi, what's going on? Didn't I tell you that I have a big deal and I wanted to call you? Why are you still sleeping? Get up quickly." Qianzi rubbed his eyes sleepily and said to Chenji embarrassedly, "We are closed today. Come back tomorrow." Chenji was so angry that he almost laughed. Qianzi was really a hopeless case. "Qianzi, look at who I am. Why don't you open the door? Didn't we agree yesterday that you would decorate my 10 houses? Qianzi finally came to his senses at this moment. He raised his head and looked at Chenji in front of him as if he couldn't believe it, and then said, Brother Chen, didn't you go to a big city to develop? Why are you back now?" Chenji was stunned, and then he realized that Qianzi was simply blacking out from drinking too much. He had no choice but to explain to him. "I'm back. We were drinking together yesterday. Did you forget? I bought a few new houses. I've brought the money for you to decorate 10 houses for me. How much does it cost for you to decorate one house for me?" As soon as Qianzi heard the sound, he woke up instantly, rubbed his eyes, and recalled everything that happened yesterday. He immediately spoke to Chen Ji. Brother Chen, what you said is true. Yesterday I thought you were joking with me, but I didn't expect you really had 10 houses. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, he followed Chen Ji out. When the bosses outside the building materials city saw that it was Lu Chang, their faces instantly turned black and they cursed a few words. Lu Chang is so lucky to have a big business. He looks like a big boss. Maybe he has a top-notch decoration. I estimate he can make tens of thousands of dollars from this set. After all, these bosses still underestimated Chen Ji. He had more than just one set of houses. After decorating a house, Chen Ji could easily make hundreds of thousands of dollars. In today's era, hundreds of thousands of dollars is already a huge amount of money, and the money earned is enough to buy a house. Lu Chang walked out quickly and saw the luxury car parked in the parking space. His own clothes looked a bit shabby. He wanted to resist, but then he took a step back. Chen Ji walked up to him and pulled him into the passenger seat's handbag. What are you standing there for? Get in the passenger seat. Lu Chang listened to Brother Chen's words without any hesitation and got into the car. Chen Ji took him directly to Baihui Community. Baihui Community connects the world. Lu Chang looked at it excitedly and then said to Chen Ji, Brother Chen, you have a very good eye. These houses will have great development in the future. Look at how good the location is. Look at the decoration. I wanted to buy them at the beginning, but the house price was too expensive. Chen Ji stared at him and then patted his shoulder. If you want to buy a house, tell me earlier. I will help you buy a house here. You won't suffer any loss or be cheated when buying a house in this era. Buy it boldly. Lu Chang smiled innocently, thinking that Chen Ji was just joking. With a simple strategy, Xianzi quickly figured out all the houses. The house types were excellent and they were all similar, all 130 square meters. We only need to determine the cost of one, and the other costs will be easy to settle. Xianzi immediately spoke. 50,000 is enough. Chapter 80 Lu Chang's Encounter. Lu Chang smiled, fearing that Chen Ji would worry about the money, and then he spoke cautiously. Brother Chen, is it too expensive? If it is too expensive, I can save you some cost, but even so, the decoration of a house will cost at least 40,000 yuan. Chen Ji stared at him and then shook his head. Xianzi, you look down on your brother Chen too much, don't you? If your brother Chen wants to renovate, how can he renovate the cheap ones? I tell you, if you want to renovate, my house will be expensive. I want the best of everything. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan per house. The total cost of these 10 houses is 1 million. Give me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you this afternoon. After saying that, he took Xianzi directly to the bank. Xianzi still couldn't believe that this was true. But when he arrived at the bank, it was not until Chen Ji transferred 1 million yuan into his account that Lu Chang finally reacted. Everything is true, a full 1 million, a full 1 million. If he decorated the house like this, even with the best materials, he could make at least 20,000 yuan per house. 10 houses cost a total of 200,000 yuan. Lu Chang is a simple and honest man, so he immediately said to Chen Ji, Brother Chen, you are kidding, right? To renovate 10 houses with the best materials would only cost 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Even if you include labor, it's still about this price. You're paying too much. Chen Ji clapped his hands. You are my brother, how can I let you not make any money? You make a little money. It's good for me to decorate it, I believe you will decorate it well for me. Lu Chang said hesitantly, Don't worry, Brother Chen, everything is for the best. I'll cover everything. I'll also buy you the necessary electrical appliances, okay? I'll arrange everything for you, and you can just move in with your luggage. He is indeed a simple and honest man. Lu Chang is indeed a simple and honest man. He makes money but thinks about these things. Chen Ji stared at him, then walked into the bank and transferred another 500,000 yuan to Lu Chang. Okay, this is 1.5 million. I'm just waiting to move in with my luggage. Don't let me down. Lu Chang was simply overwhelmed by excitement. So much money, he was more than just excited, he was extremely excited. Lu Chang immediately made a promise. Don't worry, Brother Chen. I promise that the renovation will be completed within half a month. If my brothers knew that there was so much money, they would be so happy. After saying that, he went to busy himself with the decoration. Chenji promised to leave all matters to Lu Chang, and he finally felt relieved. Lu Chang is no longer a simple decorator. The moment he received the money, he had already figured out which decoration teams to go to renovate these 10 houses. After Chenji arranged all these things, he prepared to go home and spend more time with his parents. He won't be here for long, he has more things to do and can't stay here. Lu Chang started the renovation without stopping, but before the renovation, Lu Chang went to Parks and Mall to finish what he was supposed to do. In Parks and Mall, just as he was settling down, Glass soon saw a person he had never expected. This person was none other than Li Huihui. Li Huihui bought many things in large and small bags, and she walked with difficulty carrying all these things by herself. When Lu Chang saw this, he rushed forward to lend a hand and put all these things in his hands. Li Huihui, why are you alone? Come, I'll help you carry it. Where are you going? Li Huihui is indeed a beauty. Although she looks haggard now, her face still reveals a bit of youthful charm. It seems that time has left no trace on her face. Li Huihui said to Lu Chang somewhat embarrassedly. I'm going to the hospital to see my mother, and I wanted to buy her some more gifts, but there are too many things, and it's a bit difficult for me to carry them. Thank you. The honest Lu Chang waved his hand. What's the matter? I'll go with you. Li Huihui, I'm a little embarrassed. Lu Chang had already started walking forward with his things. Li Huihui had no choice but to follow him. Soon, they came directly to the first hospital. Lu Chang walked in with a bunch of things and shouted when he saw the aunt on the hospital bed. Hello, Auntie. Do you remember me? I'm Lu Chang. You've seen me before. I'm the one who was beaten by my father. At the parent-teacher meeting that year, Lu Chang made a big fool of himself. Because of his poor grades, he was beaten by his father. Many people saw how embarrassing he was back then and have now gotten over it. Aunt Lin saw Lu Chang and said with a smile, Oh, I see. You are Xiao Qiangzi. Why are you here? Lu Chang put the things away in a simple and honest manner and said to Aunt Lin, I was working in a shopping mall, and I saw that the monitor was tired from carrying things, so I helped her carry them. The reason was explained in one sentence. Li Huihui felt sorry for her mother who had uremia, so she held back her bitterness and said, Mom, don't worry, I will definitely ask the best medical team to save you, and you will be fine. Although uremia is not a serious disease, Aunt Lin is old, and the pain from the disease caused her to lose almost all her weight in just a few days. Li Huihui said, I couldn't help but burst into tears. Aunt Lin saw her daughter's look and said comfortingly, Okay, Huihui Mom, it's okay, it's just a minor illness. I hope you're fine. As long as you're fine, Mom will be relieved. As she spoke, Auntie Lin also started to cry. She knew the family's conditions. Although Huihui could make money, what would that mean? A kidney transplant was a bottomless pit and would cost a lot of money. When Lu Chang saw this scene, he felt very sad and immediately pulled Li Huihui out. Squad leader, are you short of money? I happen to have some money here. I'll give you the 20,000 yuan I saved. You don't have to rush to pay it back to Auntie. Treating the disease is the most important thing. Li Huihui looked at the dusty Lu Chang and refused directly. Xiangzi, thank you, but my mother's illness still requires me to raise money myself, so I won't bother you. After saying this, he smiled faintly. This smile seemed relaxed, but in fact it was full of bitterness. Such a bitter smile made Lu Chang's heart wrenched, but he didn't know what to say. After Li Huihui went back, she directly closed the door of the ward, and her intention to expel him was obvious. When Lu Chang approached the bed, he heard crying. Both mother and daughter were crying at the moment. They were both in despair. Hearing the crying, Lu Chang felt very uncomfortable. He immediately looked up, wrote down the location of the department, wrote down the ward number, and then turned and left. And behind them was still the crying of the mother and daughter, despair followed by despair. Chapter 81, Adding Insult to Injury. After leaving the hospital, Lu Chang picked up his mobile phone and called Chenji without any hesitation. Chenji didn't know what was going on. I saw Lu Chang's call and picked up the phone immediately. What's wrong? Xiangzi, is there something wrong? Chenji was eating at home at the moment. Zhouing had prepared a lot of delicious food for him, including fish and meat these days. 70-year-old Chenji's family earns a considerable amount of money, but because the two elders are thinking about buying a house for their son's marriage, they live a tight life. But since Chun Ji made money, Chen Kongmei also had 1 million in her account, and her life became more comfortable after that. I am willing to spend the money I earn on a daily basis. According to Chen Ji, he doesn't want his parents to go to work anymore, but they can't sit idle. Besides, although their salaries are not high, they have free time. So both of them are people who can't sit still. These few days, I have taken a rare leave to accompany Chen Ji, and Chen Ji also enjoys such warm moments very much. Xianzi took a deep breath and told everything that happened here as quickly as possible. Brother Chen, I met Li Huihui. She is now in the First People's Hospital. Her mother is sick and seems to be in need of money. After hearing these words, Chenji stood up immediately, his eyes looking a little stern, and then gave orders to Changzi. Okay, I get it. Xianzi, are you still in the hospital? Wait for me at the hospital entrance. I'll be there soon. After Chenji said these words, he picked up his coat and walked out. Chen Kongmei said quickly. Where are you going? You haven't finished your meal yet. Finish your meal first. Chenji waved his hand and explained. Dad, I can't. I have to go out for something urgent. You guys can eat first. You don't have to wait for me. I'll buy some food when I come back in the evening. You guys can eat first. After saying that, he hurried out, got in the car, and headed for the county town without stopping. The county town is quite far from here. Chenji sped all the way, but he was thinking in his heart. I should have bought an existing house earlier. It's too troublesome to rush there now. Fortunately, the county town is not too far away from there. There was no one around at this time, so Chenji almost drove at high speed. Soon, they arrived at the county town and went directly to the First People's Hospital. When Chenji drove to the door, he saw Lu Chang looking at him and immediately honked the horn to summon Lu Chang over. Lu Chang got in the car and parked it directly in the parking lot. Xiangzi, come with me. Chenji walked out in a hurry. Xiangzi was totally confused and said to Chenji. What's wrong, brother Chen? Why are you walking out? He is in the hospital. Chenji looked at his pig brain and explained to him. Li Huihui's mother is sick. Do you think it's appropriate for us to go there empty-handed? That's definitely not appropriate. So let's go buy some fruit and food and go visit her. Xiangzi woke up as if from a dream and nodded. Chenji came to the fruit shop next to the hospital. The prices in this fruit shop were really high, so Changzi quickly grabbed Chenji. Brother Chen, this price is too expensive. Come with me and walk a few hundred meters forward. There is an alley over there. The fruit there is cheaper. Chenji glanced at him, then took out a fruit basket and ordered some more fruits. I want all these by credit card. Lu Chang was stunned for a moment, then said nothing and followed Chenji all the way to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital door, Chenji took a deep breath. Lu Chang took his things, while Chenji took nothing and strode forward. Soon, they arrived at the ward. Lu Chang pointed the way quickly, and when they arrived at the door, they heard a voice coming from the ward. Chenji did not go in, but he could hear the voice. The slightly haggard and hoarse voice was either from someone else or Li Huihui. Li Huihui was a smart girl at first, very lovely, always cheerful and happy, always bringing her joy. But this girl who could bring joy like this has now become like this. Chenji's heart aches. He knew everything in his previous life and he is very painful inside, but there is nothing he can do. He is just an ordinary person who cannot be more ordinary. He cannot protect the people he loves, nor can he protect the people who love him. All the helplessness of his previous life has passed. Perhaps if he had been so insightful in his previous life, he would have resolutely given up everything to love the people he loves and protect the people who love him. The regrets of the previous life have become the past. Since God has given him a chance to start over, he should keep it all. The sounds from inside continued to come. A relative of Li Huihui came, and this person was none other than her second aunt. At this moment, the second aunt was trying to persuade Li Huihui earnestly. Huihui, you are not a child anymore. You have been working for so long but have not made any great achievements. Now your mother is sick again. You asked us to borrow money and we gave it to you, but your mother's illness is a bottomless pit. If you want money, you have to think of another way. Li Huihui closed her eyes in pain. Second aunt, don't worry. When my mother's condition stabilizes, I will go out to work and will definitely pay back your family's money. I will also earn enough money to treat my mother's illness. Li Huihui's second aunt curled her lips. How come you don't understand what's going on? Well, I'll explain it to you. The second aunt came to propose marriage. Although Li Huihui was not successful in her career, she was indeed pretty, and more importantly, she had acted on TV and was considered a well-known little star locally. Such a little star naturally attracts the envy of many people, especially those bosses who have made some money, all of whom want to show off their wealth and find a star wife. There was a boss who happened to know all this and asked Li Huihui's second aunt to tell the story. Li Huihui, who was born with natural beauty, had not yet realized that her relatives had already plotted against her. Her beautiful appearance had become her misfortune. Second aunt coughed and said to her, "The boss of the factory where I work, Mr. Li, is a big boss and very rich. His wife just died of illness and he is planning to find another one." After hearing this, Li Huihui's face turned pale. "Second aunt, isn't the boss Li you're talking about the one who beat his wife in your previous story?" Second aunt's face looked extremely ugly at the moment. What she had said before had actually been used against her secretly. She then shook her head. "Girl, you remember it very clearly, but it was all a joke. Boss Li doesn't beat his wife anymore." After a brief explanation, he said, "It just so happens that you need a lot of money to treat your mother's illness. Why don't I act as a matchmaker for you?" Chapter 82 Anger. Li Huihui didn't say anything. She lowered her head with empty eyes, and no one knew what she was looking at. Li Huihui's second aunt continued to advise her. "Let me tell you, Boss Li is not an ordinary boss. He is a famous coal boss who owns a coal mine in the West, and he also runs a factory here. You will have endless good times following him. Second aunt told you about this good match because she loves you." Although second aunt said this, she was calculating in her heart. It was true that Boss Li was a coal boss, but Boss Li was almost 50 years old this year. Boss Li also knew the relationship between Li Huihui and her second aunt, so he told her second aunt. At the same time, the bargaining chips were raised. As long as they could prove to be relatives, their family would be promoted and they would also be given enough benefits. There is no goodwill at all, they are just doing it for their own benefit. Li Huihui didn't want to talk about this, so she immediately brought the conversation back to the point. Second aunt's current illness may require hundreds of thousands of dollars for hospitalization. Can you raise some more money? Don't worry, our house is already being sold. Once it's sold, I'll return the money to you immediately. Li Huihui said sincerely that she had sold everything she could, and now she could only hope that these relatives could lend her some money. Li Huihui's second aunt immediately said angrily, "How much can you get from selling the house? I tell you, Boss Li is really rich. Any money he takes out is enough to treat your mother's illness. A hair of his is thicker than our waist. Why is this girl so disobedient? Let me tell you, I'm matchmaking for you. Go and see her in a couple of days. If she's pretty good, you can meet her and get married right away. Then you'll have money for your mother's medical treatment, and you'll have a good life, too." Li Huihui is an idealistic and hard-working person. How could she be willing to live her life like this? She had been trying to avoid this question, but her second aunt was now pressing her. Li Huihui felt a little embarrassed. She wanted to refute, but since she needed to borrow money, she could only swallow all the grievances. "Huihui, I'm your aunt, how could I harm you? Look at you, aunt. I married your worthless uncle and suffered all my life. But you are different. You are beautiful and smart. If you marry into a good family, you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. You may look down on her now, but you will never get the chance again. Boss Li makes millions a year." Li Huihui's face became increasingly darker. She really wanted to get angry, but how could she do it? She has already contacted her friends in the entertainment industry, but almost no one is willing to lend her money. She has lent all the money she could to those relatives and friends she has a good relationship with. Her second aunt is one of them who has money, but she is unwilling to lend. For the sake of her mother's illness, she can only swallow her anger. At this moment, Li's mother finally woke up. She looked at her second aunt, then patted the bed and cursed angrily. Her second aunt, get out of here. Even if I die of illness, I will never let my daughter marry an old man. Get out, Huihui, get her out of here. If you don't get her out, I will hit my head against a wall and die. Li Huihui's second aunt looked disgusted at the moment. I said my sister-in-law has come to this point, and she is still here pretending to be cool. I don't think you can last for dozens of Huihuis. When you think it through, remember to come to me. This is really a good opportunity. When the second aunt left, she was still chattering to Li Huihui. Li Huihui's face was full of sadness at this moment. She looked at her mother who had just woken up and clenched her hand, crying secretly. Tears slowly fell from her white skin. The second aunt came out and saw the two people outside, thinking they were from other wards, so she strode away. Lu Chang's face was full of anger at this moment. Where did this crazy woman come from? She's so abominable. After Lu Chang finished speaking, he pushed the door open and walked in, and Chenji followed him in. Do you see someone coming? He stood up and saw that the people coming were Lu Chang and Chenji. His originally dim eyes suddenly brightened up. Of course, they brightened up after seeing Chenji. Seeing the two people coming, Li Huihui didn't know what to say. She just turned her back quickly and wiped the tears from her face. However, her red eyes could not hide the fact that she had cried. Lu Chang cursed angrily at this moment. What a crazy woman! How dare she let the monitor marry an old man? Bah! Chenji said slowly. I heard from Qiangzi that Auntie was sick, so we bought some fruits to visit her and show our concern. Lu Chang smiled naively and put all these things on the table. The atmosphere was really awkward and the two of them were speechless. Chenji had 1,000 words to say, but at the moment he didn't know how to say them. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Lu Chang spoke to the two of them. Class monitor and Brother Chen, you two can go out and chat for a while. I'll stay here to look after Auntie. I see Auntie has fallen asleep, so I'll peel some fruit for her. Lu Chang was a sensible man. Seeing that the two of them wanted to talk, he immediately took over the task. Li Huihui also had this idea and nodded. Okay, thank you for your help, Jianzi. Chenji did not speak, but stared at Li Huihui with his eyes. Li Huihui was really haggard now, with red eyes and tear marks on her face, but her appearance was still beautiful, with fair skin, like a ray of light, which made people unable to look away. It still looks the same as before, but compared to its original immaturity, it now has a hint of maturity. This maturity makes it even more beautiful, and makes people feel that it is very beautiful at first glance. Although a lot of time has passed, Chenji still feels the same as before. At this moment, Li Huihui was also looking at Chenji and Chenji. They had not seen each other for a long time. The school days were long gone and their identities were completely different. She also often paid attention to Chenji's messages, but after knowing that she was going to get married, she stopped paying attention to their past relationship. Perhaps it was the best choice for each of them to forget about it. She thought she had let it go, but now Li Huihui suddenly felt her heartbeat speeding up. Chenji is still as handsome as before, and his temperament is even more extraordinary. His voice is deeper and more magnetic than before, full of mature masculine charm. The appearance of Chenji was exactly the perfect partner in her mind, but that was all in the past, and everything that had passed would never come back. Thinking of her past pursuit and that the other party was about to get married, her mood sank and an inexplicable sadness filled her heart. Let's go, we haven't seen each other for a long time, let's go for a walk. Li Huihui lowered her head and followed silently. Chapter 83 Bitter Reunion. The two of them walked out quickly. No one spoke first. They just walked silently on the road, and no one knew what they were thinking. The two of them walked directly outside the hospital. At this moment, cars were coming and going. Seeing the endless flow of cars, Chenji spoke. Huihui, you've become a star. I often see your performances on TV. It's great. There's a milk tea shop up ahead. I'll treat you to whatever you want to drink. Milk tea shops have already become popular at this time, but they are still relatively niche. However, most shopping malls are equipped with them. It just so happens that there is a huge shopping mall, Baida Shopping Mall, next to the First People's Hospital. Li Huihui did not refuse, nor did she say anything. The two of them walked in silently, and Chenji directly ordered a cup of milk tea. Huihui, what do you want to drink? Order it yourself. Li Huihui was silent for a moment and ordered a cup of pearl milk tea. The two of them were a little awkward as they drank milk tea, but soon, Li Huihui seemed to get rid of her inner distress. Long time no see, Chenji. Chenji nodded, looked into the distance, and then spoke. Yeah, it's been a while. We haven't seen each other since graduation. But you must have never seen me, but I often see you on TV. Li Huihui smiled and said, okay, stop teasing me. I just played a small role and it was never very popular. Chenji smiled and then asked. I heard from Lu Chang that. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Huihui interrupted him. Chenji, what kind of work have you been doing these years? Chenji originally wanted to ask directly, but now he had to change the subject. I went to a big city and saw that opening a taekwondo gym was profitable, so I opened one. Li Huihui looked at him in surprise. Really? I didn't expect you to open a taekwondo gym. That's awesome. But you don't look like a martial artist at all. You still look as delicate and handsome as before. Chenji was originally quite strong, but after being blessed with the charming male god system, his appearance became more and more like a delicate and handsome guy. This look is indeed good looking, but it certainly doesn't look like a taekwondo coach. So what do you think a taekwondo coach should be like? Should he be big and strong? Full of muscles, right? Li Huihui nodded. Yes, this is what a coach is like. You are so delicate and tender, you don't look like a coach at all, you look more like a star. The topic came back again, Chenji said. You are the star. Your career is developing very well. Speaking of this, Li Huihui felt a little bitter. She was silent for a while and then continued. In the entertainment industry, although I have tried my best, I only played small roles. As you can see, I only had a few lines. Li Huihui's appearance is very outstanding. There are also many fans who like the fact that the biggest shortcoming of the previous life is that he did not have enough experience in this industry. If he had, he would have become famous as long as he had a good drama. He has the foundation for this. Li Huihui is so beautiful. This appearance alone has attracted countless fans to her, not to mention her seriousness, her hard work, and her dedication. You will become a big star sooner or later. I believe in your class monitor. You are not only beautiful, but also smart. You are not one of those celebrity vases. You are the best class monitor. Chenji was humorous and spoke very appropriately. At this moment, Li Huihui's thoughts went back to the past, back to her school days. Growing up is really unhappy. It would be nice if I could go back to the past so that I could keep telling you about the interesting things in life. Chenji immediately followed up on Li Huihui's sigh. Squad leader, what's wrong with you? You're still the same as before. You can say whatever you want to say. As they walked, they came to a street corner. There was no one around the corner of the street at this time, so Chenji walked up to the stone bench where people were playing chess, took out paper and wiped it clean carefully. Then, he waved his hand and said to Li Huihui. Squad leader, come and sit down, let's talk slowly. Li Huihui looked at his silly look and couldn't help but burst out laughing. But when I really sat down, I couldn't laugh anymore. Looking at this familiar face, I felt so much pain in my heart that I wanted to pour out all of it. Being an artist is not that easy. I worked so hard, but it still didn't work out. The entertainment industry is too shady and people are too impetuous. It's completely different from what I thought. Li Huihui talked about everything from her career to her family, pouring out all her current troubles. As she spoke, Li Huihui couldn't help but her eyes turned red, but fortunately she held it back and didn't cry. Li Huihui glanced at Chenji, then sighed again. Life is not always smooth. I'm not doing well, but some people are. I heard you're getting married. Congratulations. But I'm afraid I don't have the energy to help you in my current state. This memory is a pain in Chenji's heart. Chenji did not want to explain too much and then said to her. I heard from Xiangzi that you were in trouble, so I came here to help you. Li Huihui looked at him and then shook her head. You are getting married soon, and you have to give a dowry. I won't bother you with my affairs. Just live your life well, okay? Li Huihui is still as considerate and thoughtful of others as before. Especially when facing the person she likes, she can tell him her sufferings, but she doesn't want to embarrass him. I know about your aunt's illness. Uremia is not a serious disease. As long as you do dialysis well, you will definitely be able to get a kidney. I can lend you the remaining medical expenses. There is no rush to pay it back at any time. I am not in a hurry to use the money. Li Huihui didn't say anything, but her little hands were clenched stubbornly. She said in a persuasive manner. Huihui, we have known each other for such a long time, and we are all friends. I am not saying this to brag. I really want to help you, and I did make a small fortune recently. You know about our relationship. Besides, isn't life like this? Nothing is smooth sailing. You make a little today and lose a little tomorrow. When everything is going smoothly, you can help others, but when you lose money, you crave help from others. Life is like this. I help you today and you help me tomorrow. Chenji said this and then took out a bank card. Chenji didn't give her a chance to refuse and just stood up. The password of this card is your birthday. There is 500,000 yuan in the card. I think it should be enough for Auntie's initial treatment. If it's not enough, I'll give you some more. I'm leaving now. Chapter 84, Strategy for Li Huihui. Chenji pretended to leave, but he didn't really want to leave. He just wanted to stimulate something, some special feelings. Li Huihui's marriage was not happy, and the ending was even more miserable. Her life is unhappy, and such a miserable life is not worth lingering on. Instead of continuing to follow the established course in such a miserable life, she should just stay there. It would be better to choose a better future with him. Li Huihui felt unhappy. She sat on the stone bench and looked at the bank card. She didn't know how to express her feelings at the moment, but a warm feeling rose in her heart. She is no longer the silly girl she used to be. She now understands the fickleness of human nature and knows that Chenji is truly kind to her without any pretense. Thinking of Chenji and others, Li Huihui let out a bitter smile. When the critical moment came, none of her former friends in the entertainment industry came to her aid. They even ignored her phone calls and avoided her. And his so-called relatives and friends were constantly plotting against her. But Chenji in front of her was really kind to her. She didn't know what to say, but a surge of emotion prompted her to stand up and reach out to hug Chenji, who was about to leave. A smile appeared on Chenji's lips, and his heart was filled with sweetness. As expected, giving roses to others leaves a lingering fragrance on your hands. Helping others is also helping yourself. Well, it is a bit shameless to say this, and Chenji did take advantage of someone's misfortune. But sooner or later someone will take advantage of others' misfortune, so there's nothing wrong with him. The relationship between the two of them became more lively and less unfamiliar at this moment, and it seemed as if they had returned to their carefree student days. Class monitor. No, it's Xiao Huihui. I really want to help you. You don't have to feel embarrassed. Let's just be the same as before, okay? Li Huihui lowered her head and said. Same as before, yes, same as before. Li Huihui lost her reserve anymore. She slowly let go of her hand and said to Chenji, who turned around. You are right, I am indeed in trouble. I really need a lot of money. I need to save my mother. Thank you for your help. After saying that, he returned to the table, picked up the card and returned it directly to Chenji. It's just that, Chenji, you remembered my birthday wrong. You've always remembered it wrong. My birthday isn't that day, I lied to you. Chenji touched his nose and felt extremely embarrassed. Okay, you little girl, you actually dared to lie to me. In this case, I will transfer the money directly to you. By the way, what is your account number? Chenji looked at Li Huihui and simply pulled her into a bank next to the shopping mall. Hurry up and give me your card. I will transfer it to you directly. Li Huihui did not refuse and handed over her card obediently. He also took the cards and handed them over to the counter staff, who looked at the two and joked. Young couple, what's going on? Do you want to transfer money? Or did you find some private money? Li Huihui's cheeks immediately turned red with embarrassment. Is 500,000 enough? How about this, I'll transfer 2 million to you directly. Li Huihui was a little surprised, but seeing Chenji speaking so calmly, she immediately spoke in a low voice. 2 million is too much. How about this? You transfer 800,000 to me. I think this amount should be enough for the follow-up treatment. Chenji nodded without any hesitation. Transfer 1 million to this account. Chenji is a top user and does not need to make any appointments. He easily transferred the money directly to Li Huihui's account. The bank teller then said to Li Huihui about the 1 million transfer. Ma'am, you have a large transfer here, so this card has been upgraded for free. Now there is no limit on the amount, and you can spend it any time. Li Huihui woke up as if from a dream. Until the moment she came out, holding the bank card in her hand and looking at the transfer text message in her hand, she still couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that there was 1 million in her card. Li Huihui was so moved that tears flowed down her face. You lent me so much money. Aren't you afraid that my mother's illness will cost me a lot of money and I won't be able to pay it back? Chenji took a step forward at this moment, then turned back and looked Li Huihui up and down with greed in his eyes. Then he smiled wickedly and said to Li Huihui, if you can't pay it back, the landlord doesn't have any surplus food. Since you can't pay it back, Xiao Huihui, you are so beautiful, why don't you pay it back with your body? Anyway, you are so beautiful, I won't suffer any loss. Seeing Chenji's pretentious look, Li Huihui laughed heartily and replied, I don't mind. Let's see if my sister-in-law will peel off your skin. Li Huihui still thought that Chenji was already married, and Chenji didn't want to explain. It was useless to explain now, so it would be better to solve the current problem first and then explain slowly. Chenji felt much happier when he saw Li Huihui's happy expression. The huge stone that was weighing on Li Huihui's heart was finally removed. The best thing to solve problems in this world is money. With money, everything can be solved. If I had known you were so rich, I should have taken you down right away. Li Huihui pretended to feel regretful and remorseful. He was just joking with Chenji, but he said it seriously. So that's what you were thinking. You can try to chase me now. Li Huihui then looked at a small wildflower next to her and bent down to pick it. Okay, then I'll pursue you now, do you agree? Chenji didn't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune, and didn't want the relationship to progress so quickly, so he said arrogantly. So you're here for my money, I definitely won't agree. But it's okay for a night of spring, ha ha ha. Li Huihui then threw Xiao Hua to the ground and pretended to be angry. Okay, so you're this kind of person, so hateful, I must have been blind to like you in the first place. The two of them were laughing and joking again, as if they were back to the old days. Chenji looked at the happy Li Huihui and said to her. Okay, now that we have the money, let's go and pay for the treatment. After that, he accompanied Li Huihui to pay the fees. The two of them worked for an entire afternoon before paying all the fees. This disease was a sudden onset, and coupled with some previous problems, the total cost was 80,000 yuan. Li Huihui felt a sinking feeling in her heart when she saw the speed at which money was being spent. What should I do if I really can't pay back Chenji's money? Seeing her distressed look, Chenji teased her. That's not easy. You're so beautiful, just be my mistress. I'll buy you a big house and a big car, and you don't have to pay me back. I'll also give you pocket money every month, okay? Li Huihui glared at him, then curled her lips and said. You're not serious. I'm telling the truth. Chapter 85 Special Feelings. Chenji also spoke to Li Huihui very seriously. What I said is true. Li Huihui was a little stunned. She didn't know whether Chenji was joking or not. She didn't say anything, but just lowered her head. Li Huihui was indeed facing a dilemma, and this dilemma had reached a point where it was difficult to overcome. If it weren't for Chenji's help, she would really have to sell herself to that damn boss Li. If Li Huihui really sold herself to that boss Li, then the rest of his life would be ruined. Fortunately, I met Chenji. With Chenji in this life, everything is different. Li Huihui looked at him and didn't say anything at this moment, but the gratitude in her eyes was real. Chenji rubbed her head. Okay, you take good care of your mother. I will come to this Parkview community frequently in the next few days. If you are free, you can come to find me and we can play here together. If you like, I can also give you a house and money to spend. As Chenji spoke, he smiled at her in a frivolous manner. At this moment, Li Huihui pushed him directly. Chenji, you are getting worse and worse. You are really not serious. After saying that, she pushed him away. The next second, she suddenly seemed to have a bad idea. She moved closer to Chenji and kept getting closer to him. Looking at his cheek getting closer and closer, she couldn't help but take a step back. Although Chenji did have this idea, he did not want to take advantage of others. He only hoped that through his own strength and charm, Li Huihui would be willing to do this. Getting married doesn't necessarily have benefits, and not getting married can give you everything. Li Huihui can have the money to enjoy everything she wants, and she doesn't have to worry about the constraints of her family. Rich people don't actually care about marriage. That's why many of them remain single for life, because they have enough resources to avoid marriage. Chenji has already reached such a position, and now Chenji is definitely the first to become rich. He will become richer and richer in the future because his mind is filled with many things, such as which companies will soar, which companies will plummet, when will be the bull market, and when will there be turmoil. With these things, it's hard not to get rich. Chenji felt a little embarrassed, but Li Huihui laughed, patted Chenji on the shoulder, and then said proudly. I knew you were just joking. You're still as shy as ever. You can't stand me getting close to you. You're so cute. After saying that, she smiled triumphantly again. She had finally won back a game. She was always teased by Chenji today, and that feeling was really uncomfortable. Chenji seemed to have changed a lot. He was no longer as dull as before, and now he had become much more interesting. When Chenji saw her like this, he immediately said to her, "Okay, let's go back, you clever little devil." The two of them quickly arrived at the door of the ward. Chenji no longer wanted to come in. The relationship between the two was obviously much warmer now, and Chenji didn't want to show up in front of Li Huihui's mother so quickly. She didn't want the other party to look at her differently because of her money. Women need to be conquered, not with money. Women bought with money are ultimately superficial. At this moment, Li Huihui was obviously reluctant to leave. She looked at Chenji and had something to say, but she didn't know how to say it. She also wanted to see her like this, so she moved closer and spoke to her softly. "Xiao Huihui, you are not in love with me, are you? Don't fall in love with me, I am just a legend. If you fall in love with me, it will not end well." Huihui got angry instantly and said directly, "Go away, go away. You are becoming more and more annoying now." Anger only lasted for a blink of an eye, and the next second you were smiling again. The friendship they once had returned at this moment, and the two of them seemed to be back to the way they were before, so happy. After Chenji solved the problem of glasses, he turned around and left. He was in a good mood. It was true that having money was good. In the past, he had no money and could not solve anything, but now he had money and could solve everything. Being sick is not a big deal. As long as money can cure it, just give the money. Money is really a good thing. Chenji made up his mind to make more money. 4 billion is definitely not enough. Apple's stock price is still okay now. Chenji decided to use part of the funds to buy Apple. Then he will be Apple's major shareholder. Apple's valuation will continue to soar. Wealth will continue to double. Chenji turned and left. His back looked so cool and unrestrained. Li Huihui was not in a hurry to go in. Instead, she stood outside and watched Chenji leave, with no one knowing what she was thinking. It seems like he is wondering why he didn't grab such a good person at the beginning. It seems like he is wondering what the relationship between the two of them is. Maybe it really is a reunion of old friends. But their feelings are really as simple as the reunion of old friends. After a while, she shook her head and threw away all these unrealistic ideas. She took a deep breath and said to herself, "Li Huihui, you have to know that Chenji is married. She no longer belongs to you. You have to remember that she helped you. You can't destroy her family. Do you understand?" I would repeat it to myself over and over again, as if this could confuse myself. Soon, the attending physician came over, looked at Li Huihui, and then talked to her about the treatment. Auntie's illness is recovering very quickly. At present, as long as she is on dialysis, there will be no problem. As for the kidney source, you don't have to worry too much. You can always wait. In 1 to 2 years, it will definitely be replaced. At present, as long as you have regular dialysis, there won't be any problems. Li Huihui nodded. "Thank you, doctor. I am sorry to bother you. If there is nephritis, please give priority to my mother. If you need anything, you can contact me." After saying that, Li Huihui took out some money from her pocket and stuffed it all over. The doctor waved his hand and took a step back. "What is this for? I know your family's financial situation. You don't have that much money. Don't worry, I will reduce the surgery fee to a certain extent. I will help you with everything I can." Li Huihui was so touched. I didn't know how to thank her with so many words, so I just kept it in my heart. Aunt Li opened her eyes, looked at the doctor tiredly, and then spoke to her daughter. "What's wrong with my daughter? Don't you have no money? Why do you want to treat Mom? Mom is leaving now." After saying this, he tried to drag his sick body up. The doctor now knew that this was not the place for him to stay. He turned and left, while Li Huihui carefully comforted her mother. "Mom, don't worry." Chapter 86 Mother Li's Questions. Hearing this, Li's mother became instantly excited. She threw the things on the table next to her to the ground and said to her daughter, "Have you agreed to your aunt's recommendation? I'm telling you, you can't agree to anything your aunt introduces to you. They are all ugly and ugly. She just wants to make money. I'm telling you, even if I die of illness, I will never let you marry that so-called boss Li. Don't believe it." Mother Li doesn't want her daughter to jump into the fire pit. She relies entirely on her daughter. If her daughter really jumps into the fire pit, she will have no hope at all for the rest of her life. Li's mother is a strong person and has been strong all her life. Zhao Hongxia has never bowed her head to beg anyone in her life, and she would never want her daughter to do that because of her illness. She had heard about the bad things that Boss Li had done. If her daughter really married that Boss Li, she would definitely kill herself. Zhao Hongxia got so excited that she started coughing. Seeing that her mother was coughing, Li Huihui quickly went forward, lay on her back, and spoke to her slowly. "Mom, why are you so excited?" It's okay, I tell you, it's okay. I didn't agree, and my aunt didn't say she wanted to marry that Boss Li. This time, a noble person helped us." After hearing this, Zhao Hongxia's emotions stabilized and she raised her head and asked her daughter, "Tell me, who helped our family? I tell you, if you dare to lie to me, I will never forgive you." Li Huihui sighed lightly and then explained the whole cause and effect. "Mom, do you still remember Chen Ji?" Hearing the name Chen Ji, Zhao Hongxia seemed to have some memories. She thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "I know he's not your classmate, right? You used to like him a lot, and you kept talking about Chen Ji. What happened to him?" At this moment, Li Huihui no longer cared to hide it and told it all. "Chen Ji went to a big city and opened a taekwondo gym, and he made a lot of money. He heard that you were suffering from uremia, so he took the initiative to come here with Xiangzi. You see, these fruits were brought by him. He wanted to help me. He just transferred 1 million yuan to my card at the bank. Now the treatment fee has been paid. This money is enough for follow-up treatment." After all these were explained, Zhao Hongxia was not so excited anymore. She just owed others so much money out of thin air, and Zhao Hongxia said with some impatience, "He lent you so much money. Did he have any conditions? Classmate, are your classmates really so reliable?" Of course Li Huihui knew what her mother was worried about, but Chen Ji was indeed a good man, and they knew each other very well since they were in school. If Chen Ji was really an uneducated bad guy, she wouldn't have liked him for so long. Chen Ji is a good person, a very good person. He is the light in her heart, the radiance in her heart. She had always thought that he would be like a hero and save her from danger. Unexpectedly, her wish came true. Chen Ji really appeared and really helped her and her mother, which made her extremely grateful and moved to tears. "Mom, what are you thinking? We are classmates and grew up together. He really wants to help me. He has the ability to help me. Isn't this normal? There are no weird conditions." Zhao Hongxia is much more sensitive now, just because she was stimulated by her second aunt. Her second aunt actually wanted her daughter to marry a domestic violence man. This is simply unbearable. Her daughter was indeed beautiful, and even a little star. Zhao Hongxia felt extremely regretful at the moment. If she hadn't been a burden to her, her daughter would have already become successful. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongxia became a little alert, and then said with a somewhat grim expression, "Huihui, don't lie to me. Does she think you are a little star? Does she want to do something illegal?" The more Zhao Hongxia thought about it, the more she felt that this was true. Chen Ji must have taken a fancy to Li Huihui and wanted to use money to force her to submit, and then take advantage of her. Li Huihui looked at her mother, who was lost in thought and was speechless for a while. She had to explain. "Mom, what are you thinking about? Didn't I tell you? She's married, and she's such a nice person, and even if I like him, he may not like me." Li Huihui said this in a depressed tone, which made Zhao Hongxia somewhat disagree. "Huihui, you are just too young. Look how beautiful you are. How many people are staring at someone like you?" Li Huihui looked at her mother and was really speechless. Of course, she was considered beautiful here, but once she entered the entertainment industry, she would find that there were many ordinary and beautiful people like her. There was no other way. At this moment, Li Huihui could only explain everything to her mother. "Mom, don't let your imagination run wild. He's really just my classmate. He's very handsome. You saw it just now. He's very handsome. I liked him before and chased him, but he didn't agree. How could he like me now? Besides, he is very rich now, and he is a really nice person. When he learned that you were sick, he didn't ask to borrow money directly, but only mentioned it very tactfully and then transferred the money to me very cleverly, and he didn't even ask me to write an IOU. And he really doesn't need this little money. His car is worth $1 million, and the clothes and watch he wears are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. As Li Huihui spoke, she felt more and more unsure. Perhaps she really was that bad. Compared to Chen Ji, she really has nothing and is nothing. She is not worthy of Chen Ji. She now really felt that Chen Ji might have taken the initiative to help her because of their former friendship. There is no bad intention. After hearing this, Zhao Hongxia nodded. Your classmate is such a good person, but it's a pity that he doesn't like Huihui. If you two had become mothers, I would support you wholeheartedly. Zhao Hongxia felt regretful at this moment, regretting how she had stopped her daughter from dating. If she had helped the attacker, things wouldn't be like this today. What she is most worried about now is her daughter's marriage. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that her daughter would be left alone after her death. Li Huihui was very happy at this moment, and she said to comfort her mother. Mom, don't think about it. We have money now. Just do dialysis and you can live like a normal person as long as you get a kidney. Zhao Hongxia nodded with relief at this moment. If she had a choice, she didn't want to die. The best chance is to have a chance to live. Chapter 87 Grand Lottery. Chenji left the hospital, got into his car, drove slowly, and prepared to go home. Xiangzi has already settled down. He will decorate the house himself. So he should go home as soon as possible. He didn't know at this moment that Li Huihui was discussing him intensely with her mother in the ward. At this moment, Li Huihui really admired Chenji's goodness. Everyone avoided him except Chenji, who reached out to help him. And the amount of money he gave was so huge. With so much money, when would he be able to pay it back? Li Huihui, even if she works her hardest, it may take her 3 to 5 years to pay off the debt. Chenji didn't even write an IOU. This trust made Li Huihui feel ashamed and extremely moved. This feeling of being touched directly boosted the strategy value. However, this strategy value is too lagging. Chenji was driving when he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host and Li Huihui for raising their strategy value to 60%. They are getting closer and closer to success. Master Su, keep up the good work. In view of the host's efforts, the strategy system rewards the host with a chance to draw a lottery. Chenji was startled. This was too dangerous while driving, and he muttered in annoyance. Can't you keep your voice down? You're scaring me to death. After finishing, I parked the car in a parking space on the side of the road, ready to study carefully what went wrong with the system. Why is there a lottery this time, but not before? Chen Jika was full of doubts. Why didn't he draw a lottery when he was trying to conquer Li Xiaolu? When I thought about the fact that I didn't win the lottery twice after completing the 2 strategy tests, I felt like I had lost tens of billions. The system did not expect that Chen Ji would be so stable, so it had to explain quickly. Host, your previous strategies were all new strategy targets, but Li Huihui is an old strategy target. She is a returning veteran, and returning veterans are rewarded, so you will be given a special reward and a chance to draw a lottery. Host, don't worry about these. We are already doing our utmost to protect your rights and interests and providing you with good protection. You are so cruel to the system. You really have no conscience. This system is getting more and more ridiculous. Okay, stop talking nonsense. How many chances do I have to win the lottery? The system then responded coldly. Given the host's current charm and level, there will only be one draw. Chen Ji was a little dissatisfied, but he thought it was just this once. Okay, once in a while, I'll draw the prize now. What are the prizes? I want to win the grand prize. The system randomly starts the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Doctor skill. The Divine Doctor skill can save all living beings and heal the world. At the same time, it can also obtain the special ability of Divine Mind, which can see through the various conditions in the patient's body. Chenji suddenly felt as if there were thousands of things constantly turning in his mind. The next second, he felt countless medical knowledge rushing into his mind. His eyes were also exceptionally sharp. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be able to sense the magical structure of the car. It was amazing. The system automatically collects all these rewards. Chenji spent half an hour here, and the world he was in was completely new and different from before, like a different world. That is great, that is really great. Chenji stepped on the engine lightly. The operation and all the structures in the engine were all constructed in his mind. Everything was under control. It felt so good. Chenji was very happy and explored the interior of the car. After 2 minutes, Chenji just felt tired. The next second, his eyes went dark and he fainted. The system shook its head at this moment and said helplessly, "What a useless guy. Don't you know that special skills will become tired after using them for a long time?" Chenji didn't know how long he had slept. He only woke up slowly when it was evening. He looked around and luckily he was parked in the parking space. Others thought he was sleeping and no one was curious about what he was doing. When Chenji woke up, he felt extremely tired, as if his brain had been hit hard. What's wrong with the system? Why am I so tired now? Could it be because of my additional skill as a miracle doctor? The system responded immediately. Yes. That skill is very powerful and can detect everything, but it also has disadvantages. If the host forcibly uses it when his own ability is not strong, he will fall into a period of fatigue. In serious cases, he will fall into a sleep directly like now. Chenji just felt like cursing for a while. What's the use of this? Doesn't that mean he will faint after using it for a while? Why didn't you tell me such an important thing? Do you want to kill me? The system blinked innocently at this moment. Host, you didn't ask me. If you don't ask me, how can I tell you? It was like a punch hitting cotton. After a moment of silence, Chenji said to him, "From now on, you have to explain to me all the skills I have acquired. Got it? You can't just tell me half of it." The system disappears immediately. Chenji rested for a while and drank 2 bottles of water in the car. Then he felt much better and fell into ecstasy again. The skill of a miracle doctor means that he can heal anyone, including himself, so he doesn't have to worry about illness anymore. Do you have countless treatment methods in your mind? This is definitely a plug-in level, and I have spiritual awareness. This is simply a plug-in. If the other person has any physical illness, I only need a few seconds. You can know all the situations of the other party. In this way, wouldn't you be familiar with all the situations of the other party? This not only has achievements in curing diseases and saving lives, but also applies to life as well. If you encounter an enemy, his injured points, his weak points, whether he is strong or weak, you just need to use the skill of divine mind to observe. Then you will be able to know all the enemy's weaknesses, and they will have nowhere to hide in front of you. This is absolutely an incredible skill. It is like cheating. This skill is absolutely beyond people's imagination. Chenji also felt a sense of surprise. Will the surprise skill be stronger? I have only conquered 2 targets, and I have already acquired such skills. If I conquer more targets in the future, what kind of existence will I be? Will I really be like in martial arts novels, a deity on land, in heaven, and on earth, and able to go anywhere? Thinking of this, Chenji felt excited, too excited. This is definitely a plug-in level existence. It seems that I really have to change my fate. After a while of excitement, Chenji regained his composure and drove home. At this moment, it was already late. Chapter 88, Showing Off His Wealth. When we got home, the 2 elders had already started busying themselves, preparing a delicious meal. Li Xiaolu also rushed back. The Chen family is now extremely wealthy. The luxury cars they drive are all worth millions, which has attracted the envy and discussion of countless people. Chenji entered the room and saw Chen Kongmei, so he immediately dodged and returned to his room. At this moment, Li Xiaolu was dressing up in a gorgeous way. Seeing Chenji randomly presenting a treasure, she took out her bag and said to Chenji, "What do you think of my bag? Is it pretty? Ha, I also bought you a set of clothes. Come and try this suit. It's very handsome, I think it will suit you." After saying that, he took out a set of Chenji's clothes from a pile of clothes. Chenji said unhappily when he saw the pile of clothes, "I see you bought so many clothes, this suit is a gift, right?" Li Xiaolu smiled proudly, and then said in a coquettish voice, "Brother, how did you guess so accurately?" "That's right, I bought a lot of things, and he gave me points. I think the points are just enough for a suit, so I bought it for you right now." Chenji was speechless for a while. He didn't expect it to be like this. It was really embarrassing. At this moment, Li Xiaolu was taking pictures all over and posting them on her moments. She was a person who loved to show off. After all, she had bought so many good things. If she didn't show off, wouldn't it be a waste? She didn't want to waste it like that. When Li Xiaolu starts to show off, there is no limit to her. She also posted all her previous photos of luxury cars. In short, she looked like a nouveau riche. Now Li Xiaolu was no longer afraid of Fong Qingran. After all, she already knew that Fong Qingran and Chen Ji were really finished. No matter how much she protested, it would have nothing to do with Fong Qingran anymore. Fong Qingran couldn't control such a good man, but Li Xiaolu could. So what's the point of Fong Qingran blaming her? Naturally, I posted all these pictures, and instantly, all my girlfriends praised me. I've made a fortune. Li Xiaolu, please take me with you. I want to do any project that can make me rich. You've really made a fortune. I really like this dress. It's worth $10,000. Why did you buy it? There are so many comments like this. Most of these were out of envy, which made her feel very comfortable. Fong Qingran naturally also learned the news that Li Xiaolu had become rich. Although she could not see Li Xiaolu's circle of friends, she soon found out through other people's forwarding and discussions in the group. At this moment, Fong Qingran found that she could no longer see Li Xiaolu's circle of friends. Li Xiaolu actually blocked her. She stood up angrily and slammed her. Why did Li Xiaolu block me? Why is it that we have such a good relationship? Why did she block me? Aren't we good friends? Fong Qingran always thought that Li Xiaolu and she were good friends. They could talk about anything and they were the closest of best friends. But now her best friend actually blocked her. What does this mean? Could it be that Li Xiaolu has always looked down on her? Fong Qingran had this thought in her mind. She was afraid that Li Xiaolu really looked down on her. Li Xiaolu was rich now and had hooked up with a rich second-generation man. She no longer looked down on her girlfriends, especially her, the Voldemort girlfriend. When she thought of this, Fong Qingran felt as if her brain had exploded. She couldn't believe it and was furious. She always felt as if she had been betrayed by the person closest to her. At this moment, Fong Qingyun also saw Li Xiaolu's circle of friends, and then excitedly spoke to her sister. Sister, your best friend has made a fortune. Look at the photos she shared. The clothes and the car are not cheap. They are worth millions. I think of this moment when I see that my younger brother can see Li Xiaolu's circle of friends, but I can't. The young man just felt as if he had swallowed a fly. It was so disgusting. She then got angry at Fong Qingyun. Who told you to come into my room? Get out? After saying that, he picked up the phone and quickly found Li Xiaolu's number. Li Xiaolu is rich now, but she wants to cut off ties with me. Don't you just have a rich boyfriend? Isn't it just that your boyfriend is willing to buy things for you? What's so great about that? After saying that, he answered the phone directly. When Li Xiaolu saw that it was Fong Qingran calling, she was a little timid at the moment. After all, Chen Ji was Fong Qingran's fiancé. Although they broke up later, it was still immoral. Li Xiaolu was a little embarrassed at the moment. Chen Ji was standing next to her and saw the number. He immediately realized that it was Fong Qingran's call. After all, he received calls from this number countless times in his later lives, but each time he received a call asking for money. Li Xiaolu was a little embarrassed and didn't dare to answer the call, so she hung up. Why don't you answer? Isn't she your best friend? Why do you forget about your best friend now? You forget about your best friend when you get rich. Chenji smiled teasingly at the side. What are you talking about? It's not like you don't know what's going on. Just as she finished speaking, the phone rang again. It was Fong Qingran. At this moment, Li Xiaolu had no choice but to answer the call carefully. Fong Qingran, who was furious, saw the call being hung up and then called again. She really wanted to ask what was going on. What did she do to Li Xiaolu, and why did Li Xiaolu block her? Li Xiaolu, what's wrong with you? Didn't you just hook up with a rich boyfriend? But why did you block me? Why did you block me? Did I do something wrong? After a moment of embarrassment, Li Xiaolu had no choice but to explain haltingly. Qingran, it's not like that. It's not like that. I didn't mean to do that. You know I just got a boyfriend who's quite rich, but you just broke up with your fiancé, right? I'm afraid you'll be unhappy, so I blocked you. What Li Xiaolu said was really perfect, but Fong Qingran didn't appreciate it. What are you talking about? Did I break up with you? Are you going to stop being my best friend? Is this really the reason you blocked me? I don't believe it. After hearing what Fong Qingran said, Li Xiaolu had no choice but to explain for a while. It's nothing, don't worry about it. We are still good friends. Let me explain this to you when I get back. Haven't you always liked that LV bag? I'll buy it for you when we get back, okay? Okay, don't be angry. After some coaxing, Li Xiaolu hung up the phone feeling relieved. Chapter 89 Second Aunt's Plan. Chen Ji has been particularly patient these days and has not chosen to meet Li Huihui. He knows that many things need to be handled by Li Huihui right now, and if he goes now, Li Huihui will definitely treat him specially because of her kindness. He didn't want to embarrass Li Huihui, he just wanted Li Huihui to solve her own problems before talking about the romance in the future. These few days were particularly peaceful. Apart from accompanying Li Xiaolu to go shopping, Chen Ji just accompanied Xiangzi with the decoration work. Xiangzi is really capable. He quickly set up 2 construction teams and worked day and night. The money was in place and the workers were very motivated. In short, Chen Ji didn't have to worry about the decoration at all. Xiangzi worked very hard for the sake of his old classmate and money. Don't worry, brother Chen. I can tell you that this decoration will last for 10 or 20 years without any problems. The quality is absolutely fine. There is indeed no problem with the quality. Chen Ji also checked it out. They are all good materials. It's just that the pattern is too simple. However, simple patterns have one advantage, which is that they don't look tacky. Everything will become outdated, but only the simplest things will never become outdated, like white walls. Many people's decoration is not fancy and they still use the simplest white walls. Although white walls are easy to get dirty, they are indeed beautiful. So Chen Ji said to Xiangzi with satisfaction. Xiangzi, work hard. If you succeed, come with me to a big city. I have a lot of decoration work there. When the time comes, you can open a store there and become a big boss. Xiangzi smiled innocently. He had never thought about it this way. After all, he didn't dare to really have such an idea. Chen Ji was very calm, but Li Huihui's second aunt was about to make trouble. After all, what Boss Li promised her was very generous, and there was money to be made. It can also appreciate in value, which is a good deal that is sure to make a profit. In her previous life, Li Huihui's second aunt, Li Dahong, did obtain this wealth, and her family was doing very well. On the contrary, Li Huihui's life was much more miserable. Her mother died of uremia, and she was abused by Boss Li, which made her lose all hope and commit suicide. Perhaps this is the sadness of human beings, bad guys always get good things while good guys are bullied instead. It is both gratifying and lamentable, and makes people sigh and feel embarrassed. Li Dahong is now thinking about how to make money for his family and is bent on pushing his niece into the fire pit. Just a few days later, he went to the hospital on purpose. When he saw Li Huihui in the hospital, he stepped forward, grabbed her hand and said to her, Huihui, what have you thought about? This is not a trivial matter. You should take good care of your mother. You have no money now. How are you going to take care of your mother? Boss Li, if you really have money, are you willing to meet with Boss Li now? As long as you meet with Boss Li, I can guarantee that Boss Li will give you money to save your mother. Li Dahong was impatient. The opportunity was right in front of her. If she missed it, everything would be ruined. She didn't want to miss this opportunity, so she wanted to quickly persuade Li Huihui to marry Boss Li. Li Huihui looked at her and then sneered. Li Dahong continued to persuade. Huihui, your boss's family is very rich. You won't be wronged if you marry him. You will have a good life. Why are you resisting so much? Don't worry, where is your mother? I'll tell her that she will definitely agree. You are doing this to save your mother, don't worry, no one will gossip about you. Who dares to gossip about you? I will tear your aunt's mouth apart. Li Huihui remained unmoved. Seeing Li Huihui's look, Li Dahong simply stopped pretending and spoke angrily to her. How can you be so irrational as a woman? As long as your marriage to Boss Li goes through, will you still have to worry about the medical expenses for your mother's uremia? You can't borrow so much money by borrowing from here and there. If you just marry Boss Li, you will have so much money immediately. It's not easy to find a rich man. Go ask around and see how many people in the area are as rich as Boss Li. Li Huihui looked at her second aunt, and then she stopped pretending and took a step back, keeping a distance from her second aunt. Second aunt, you don't have to worry about my marriage. Second aunt Li Dahong was a little stunned and then said, don't worry about it. What about your mother's medical expenses? Where are you going to raise money for her medical expenses? I tell you, I won't lend you a penny. When Li Huihui saw her face, she felt extremely disgusted and said to her, "Don't worry about second aunt. I have already collected enough money for my mother's medical expenses." Li Dahong was stunned. She couldn't believe it. How could she believe that so much money could be collected just like that? She confirmed it again in disbelief. "Huihui, I am your dear aunt. Tell me, how could you possibly gather so much money? This amount of money is not a small sum." Li Huihui didn't want to pay any attention to her at all. To put it bluntly, her second aunt was just adding insult to injury. Li Huihui didn't explain, just turned around and left. Li Dahong was full of regret at this moment. At this moment, Li Dahong's son called. "Mom, how are you discussing this? I can tell you that if Boss Li pushes this matter, it will be gone forever." Li Dahong also knew that the matter was urgent, but there was nothing she could do now, so she had to explain the matter to her son. "My son Huihui said she has collected enough money for medical expenses." Li Dahong understood at this moment and found nothing unbelievable. After all, Li Huihui was a famous person on TV. Maybe she knew some big bosses who were willing to lend her money. Thinking of this, Li Dahong immediately became angry. "Girl, you must be in a relationship with one of the bosses. You're in a relationship with another boss for nothing, but you don't want to be with Boss Li. This girl is simply too much." "No, absolutely not." At this moment, Li Dahong's eyes were gleaming with fire. She looked at Li Huihui not as if she were her own nephew, but rather as if she were her prey. The prey escaped his control and brought no benefit to him. Angry, he was furious. But the matter is done and there is nothing that can be done. However, Li Dahong will not give up easily what she said to her son. "Don't worry, son. I don't believe she can really collect so much money. I'm staying in a hotel next to the hospital today. I want to see how she can collect so much medical expenses." After Li Dahong finished speaking, she hung up the phone, took her things and left angrily. Chapter 90 Secretary Li. Chenji was worried about Li Huihui, so even though it was not a suitable time to come, he still came to the first hospital, which was still busy with people coming and going. When Chenji Gang went up, he saw Li Huihui busy in various departments, apparently paying fees. Seeing this, Chenji wanted to retreat, but he didn't expect a business car to suddenly come by. I saw a business car honking its horn and rushing in quickly. People outside were hurrying forward in a hurry. Suddenly, a young man appeared and spoke to the medical staff. "Come quickly, someone. Secretary Li has an emergency. Come quickly." Hearing this, Chenji was stunned, but then he started to think about it. If he wants to get along in this city, he must deal with officials. Now he has inherited the medical skills. Now he is truly a miracle doctor. It can be said that he can cure any disease as long as he wants. Chenji used his divine sense the next second. After examining Secretary Li from head to toe, we quickly diagnosed his condition, which was not a serious illness. It was just an acute attack. It seemed that Secretary Li had been a soldier before. The onset of hidden illness caused by previous hidden illness. This illness could not be cured by conventional medical treatment, but Chenji immediately came up with a treatment plan in his mind. This kind of disease is not difficult to treat. Chenji only needs acupuncture to completely eradicate it. Various acupuncture symptoms and the medicines to be prescribed instantly appeared in Chenji's mind. With these preparations, Chenji followed the medical staff's bed and walked forward. He saw Director Li go directly into the intensive observation ward and then walked out. Chenji didn't hesitate and went straight to the big pharmacy. The doctor in the big pharmacy saw Chenji, a young boy, and said something unhappily. "Young man, say whatever you want to say." Chenji looked at him and said to him, "I want silver needles." "Oh, and I'll prescribe medicine according to this list." The doctor took a look, took out a small scale, prescribed medicine according to the list, then took out a silver needle and said to Chenji, "This silver needle is not a toy, don't mess with it. I don't want just one, I want the whole set." The doctor was stunned for a moment, and now he saw that there was no contempt in Chenji's eyes. Chenji randomly took a full set of silver needles, put them on his body, and then walked out. Everything was ready, and Chenji went straight to a restaurant and walked in. "Master, excuse me, I need to use your clay pot to boil some medicine. I have something urgent to do." Boiling medicine in a restaurant was indeed big news, but Chenji quickly used his superpowers to solve the matter. He directly took out 5 large bills, and the owner of the restaurant immediately smiled happily. Shenji boiled the medicine smoothly, and after it cooled down a bit, he directly filled the bags of Chinese medicine he had just taken from the pharmacy with it, a total of 3 bags. Boss, bring me some ice packs. I need some cold food. After saying that, he took out a thermos bag and put the Chinese medicine liquid in it. Give him acupuncture and then use this Chinese medicine. I think he will probably be cured. Shenji looked at the time and knew he had to speed up. Secretary Li looks to be in his 60s. He looked like he was barely breathing just now. If I don't speed up, I'm afraid Secretary Li will have a hard time making it. After doing all this, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shenji returned to the first hospital without stopping. There was a group of people gathered outside the key ward of the first hospital. Without exception, all of these people were wearing various leadership uniforms. Everyone looks like a leader. But now everyone is extremely anxious, and there is nothing that can be done, because Secretary Li is the top leader, and if Secretary Li suddenly falls ill, it would be a terrible blow to everyone present. A new emperor appoints new ministers. They have become accustomed to working under Secretary Li. If there is a new leader, they will be excluded and suppressed without exception. This is also the normal state in the early stages. Shenji's sudden entry made a small leader unhappy, and he stopped Shenji and said something. I don't know if this is a critical observation ward. Ordinary people can't come in. Get out quickly. Shenji stared at him. I'm here to help you. The person inside is Secretary Li, right? I am 100% sure that I can cure Secretary Li with acupuncture. Shenji's words were not very meaningful, but everyone present heard them. They saw a burly man in the front rushing over. What did you say? You said you could save the secretary quickly. Go in and save the secretary. The person who rushed over was the security director. He looks big and strong, and is very intimidating, just like a strong man. Shenji stared at him, then said, I am 100% sure that I can save Secretary Li, and Secretary Li's condition is very critical now. The doctor came over and saw Shenji, a young boy, and started scolding him. Where did you come from, you bragging? Secretary Li's condition is very serious and he needs emergency treatment. We will arrange surgery right away and give Secretary Li life support equipment. Hearing this, Secretary Li's son turned pale and then said to the doctor. Doctor, what do you mean by this? Are we going to have surgery now? My father said that he wanted to die with dignity and didn't want to die in a hospital. The doctor shook his head. Although the medical level of the first hospital was very high, there was nothing they could do in the face of this chronic disease. They could only temporarily use life-sustaining equipment to maintain the old secretary's life. There is simply no other way. After the operation, there is a 50% chance that Secretary Li will get better. A mayor asked the doctor, but he didn't say anything, and his face looked extremely ugly. The chief of public security then stepped forward and said, Then what are you going to say? Can you save the old secretary? Will you tell me now? I will arrest you now. Huzi, what are you doing? I'm telling you, the old secretary said you are not allowed to do anything reckless. The doctor didn't say anything for a full minute before speaking. The old secretary is seriously ill and there is absolutely no hope for his recovery. When Shenji heard this, he already had a plan in his mind. As long as he rescued Secretary Li, he would definitely receive special treatment in this small town. Since you doctors can't do anything, I'm sure I can save Secretary Li. Are you willing to take a chance? Secretary Li's son Li Qingshan wiped his tears and said, You are still so young. Don't get involved in this matter. It has nothing to do with you. Shenji smiled confidently and said to Li Qingshan. Chapter 91 The Secretary's Benefactor. I said I'm sure, so I'm sure. It's up to you whether you're willing to take the gamble or not. The old secretary's life is in the hands of you, his son. This sentence is finished. Li Qingshan then gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, then I'll trouble you. If you can save my father, I'll give you whatever you want. If you can't save him, can you bear this responsibility? Shenji smiled. This kind of thing was still within his control. After all, he was a cheat player. If he couldn't even save the person, he could just find a piece of tofu and kill himself. I am willing to take on this responsibility. If anything happens, all the blame will be on me, okay? Having said that, Li Qingshan simply stepped aside. The attending doctor frowned, looked at Shenji and questioned him. You are just a young boy. You don't even have the qualification to practice medicine. How dare you go in? Chenji looked at the doctor in front of him, who kept trying to stop him, and then said unhappily. Since you can't save the patient, then naturally I have to take action. Get out of the way. Can you bear the responsibility of delaying the patient's treatment? The attending doctor looked at him and then said angrily. Okay, I'm going to see if you can cure the patient. If you can't, you'll have to wait and see. You'll be held responsible. After saying that, he took a step back and prepared to watch the fun. Secretary Li's illness, which had been hidden for many years, suddenly broke out and is almost the end of his life. It is hard to tell what is wrong with him now, but in short, he is very weak. The current medical treatment method is to directly cut Secretary Li open and then put him on various life-sustaining equipment. Although this is very painful, it can keep him alive for a short time. However, looking at Li Qingshan's appearance, it is estimated that this plan will not be implemented. Chen Ji slowly walked into the intensive observation ward. Secretary Li was lying there at the moment. Chen Ji slowly took off Secretary Li's shirt, then took out the silver needle to disinfect it first, and then began to perform acupuncture like flowing water. This was the first time for acupuncture, but Chen Ji's mind seemed to have entered it thousands of times. Each needle was very steady, and Chen Ji inserted it very quickly. Secretary Li's body was covered with silver needles. At this moment, the painful expression on Secretary Li's face had obviously weakened, but he was still lying on the bed, very weak. Seeing this, Chen Ji immediately handed the thermal bag he was carrying to Li Qingshan, who was beside him. This is medicine. Pour it into a bowl and feed it to the patient later. Li Qingshan was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He had never expected that the young man in front of him was so amazing. He could easily master the art of acupuncture to perfection. Li Qingshan didn't have much hope at first. He knew his father's health condition and he had to take medicine almost every day, but even the medicine couldn't change his increasingly weak body. This outbreak can be said to be inevitable, or it can be said to have been a long-standing hidden problem. But no matter what, it is difficult to cure, but the young man in front of me is so skilled in acupuncture therapy. If the fire of hope in Li Qingshan's heart were to be rekindled. Chen Ji quickly took back all the silver needles, and Secretary Li on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes. The security director Zhou Lao, who outside, rushed in directly. Old secretary, you finally woke up. I was so scared. Secretary, please don't get hurt. If you get hurt, how should I explain to the old leader? Secretary Li had participated in the war, and several of his subordinates were former veterans. The relationship is naturally extraordinary. Secretary Li was very open-minded and said this to Zhou Lao, who. Huzi, why are you so anxious? Look, I'm fine, aren't I? I just woke up. I didn't expect it. I just felt dizzy and I was about to meet the king of hell. Secretary Li was quite ashamed, so Li Qingshan hurried over and slowly fed the medicine to Secretary Li. Secretary Li still felt uncomfortable at the moment, but after swallowing the medicine, he suddenly felt a warm current bursting in his stomach. Although the liquid medicine was kept cold, its medicinal effect was extremely refreshing. Secretary Li not only did not feel bitter, but instead felt a warm current flowing through his limbs. Later, he simply felt that Li Qingshan was feeding him too slowly, so he directly snatched the medicine bowl, drank it all in one gulp, and then handed the bowl over out of habit. Tiger, can you see if I drank it all in one breath? Zhou Lao, who was smiling foolishly at this moment. The old secretary is still as majestic as ever. When we went to the battlefield, you drank a bottle of wine in one breath. It's still as generous as ever. Secretary Li smiled and said to Zhou Lao, who invited this doctor? This is great. I felt a little uncomfortable when I woke up. But it's much better than before. After drinking this medicine, I feel full of strength. After saying this, he was about to get out of bed. Seeing this, Chen Ji hurriedly stopped him. Secretary Li, you can't get out of bed yet. I just did acupuncture for you and stimulated several acupuncture points. It's normal that you feel energetic now, but you still need to rest well for a week and you will be fine. Secretary Li was stunned when he looked at the young man in front of him. He was in a coma just now and had no idea who saved him. Secretary Li thought it was a doctor from the first hospital. At this moment, the doctor from the first hospital was stunned, looking at Chen Ji with shock in his eyes. Li Qingshan quickly explained. No, Dad. It was this young man who saved you. He gave you acupuncture and brought you medicine, and then you got better. Secretary Li then turned his gaze to Chenji, to this young man. Young man, is it really you who saved me? Chenji looked at him and then smiled. Secretary Li, I saved you. I saw you being rushed in by car when I was at the door. Your face turned blue. I happened to know how to treat you, so I went to the pharmacy to buy silver needles and medicine. Secretary Li looked at Chenji and praised him. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Well, since you saved me, you are my great benefactor. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Secretary Li is not a person who would not repay a favor, so he said to his son. Qingshan, repay this young man well. Li Qingshan gave Chenji one of his business cards without any hesitation. If you have any problem, just come to me. By the way, what's your phone number, benefactor? I'll write it down too. If you don't come to me, then I can go to you. Chenji wanted to refuse, but Li Qingshan was very enthusiastic, so Chenji had no choice but to give him the phone number. The other leaders naturally knew that Chenji was going to become successful, so they came to win him over. Chapter 92, Old Classmates. After Chenji returned, he was thinking about how to make money. At this moment, a promotional slogan came from the TV, which was promoting a health product. However, Chenji knew very well that this health product was complete nonsense. There is not even a trace of turtle in it. It is a complete scam. But it was a scam, and it made a lot of money. Chenji immediately had many maintenance prescriptions in his mind. These prescriptions were really made. They could not be said to be able to beautify the skin, but at least they were much more useful than this thing. These junks can make money, even worse than sugar water. If I just use herbs to make a health-preserving medicine, wouldn't I be rich? Chenji was excited at this moment, and since he had already established a relationship with Secretary Li, he received a call from Li Qingshan in the evening. No matter what, we had to persuade him to go to the county guesthouse and prepare a good banquet for him. After Secretary Li drank the second-generation medicine, he felt that his body had recovered, so he went home that night. It must be said that Chenji's level was really top-notch. Secretary Li recovered at an astonishing speed, and this move also alarmed local officials at all levels. These officials are busy with all kinds of affairs and cherish their lives. Who is not afraid of death? Everyone is afraid of death? Secretary Li suddenly fell ill and was about to die, but suddenly an expert came and saved him. So Chenji became a popular figure in the eyes of these officials and they all wanted to make friends with Chenji. Chenji packed up and drove to the county. He had never been to the county guesthouse before, but this time he found that the county guesthouse was indeed magnificent. The people who drove in didn't feel anything was wrong. All the cars inside were luxury cars, but Chenji's car still stood out from the crowd. After all, in this era, anyone who can spend 1 million to buy a car is either rich or noble. Chenji arrived at the guesthouse and quickly followed the instructions to the private room. There were already people in the room. The person closest to the end was a young man. The young man wore glasses and had a calm expression on his face. However, the moment he saw Chenji, the calm expression instantly turned into a harsh one. The young man looked very familiar and Chenji recognized him at a glance. This person was none other than Sun Yongkang. Sun Yongkang was also a classmate, but he was much worse and had been a bad guy since childhood. His father is an official in the town, so he has been unscrupulous since he was a child. Because of this relationship, he bullied others a lot. Many people can't afford to offend him, so they can only hide and endure it, but Chenji won't tolerate him. They always make sarcastic remarks to each other. But fortunately, although this guy is a little bit of a bully, he is really a bully who only fears the strong and bullies the weak. At that time, Chenji had a very good relationship with many classmates in the class, and he would have many of them in the future. Apart from holding a grudge against Chenji, this kid really didn't dare to do anything. They both recognized each other. Isn't that Chenji? I heard that you went to a big city to make a living. It seems that you are doing well. This suit is quite nice. But no matter how well you do, you are still just a businessman after all. Although his words were sarcastic, Chenji did not get angry with him and immediately found a place to sit down. Sun Yongkang looked at him and then cursed angrily. You kid, this is where you should be. Let me tell you, our secretary is entertaining a distinguished guest. I'm here to keep you company. Don't cause any trouble, and leave now. Chenji didn't say anything. When other officials wanted to say something, Chenji stopped them with his eyes. Sun Yongkang is so proud of Chenji, he should give him some praise. Yongkang is doing well, what position does he hold now? Sun Yongkang was particularly unhappy with Chenji, and immediately revealed the information he had obtained. Where are you, kid? I heard you're getting married. Who are you marrying? You're such a lady from a rich family, why don't you let us old classmates see you? By the way, you said you were going to get married, why haven't you held the wedding yet? Did someone kick you out? Chenji raised his eyebrows. Sun Yongkang was indeed right. Chenji had nothing to hide, so he nodded and said, You're right, the wedding is cancelled. Old classmate, you don't mind coming here to eat for free, right? Chenji sat down immediately. Sun Yongkang looked at the leaders around him and then spoke to save face. It's up to you. Anyway, I have your respect, so no one will kick you out. After saying that, Sun Yongkang sat down reluctantly, but the other officials seemed to look at him with something wrong in their eyes today. He also realized that something was wrong, but he didn't know what. At this moment, Secretary Li walked over slowly. When he saw Chenji, he sat down next to him and said to him, Little comrade, you are here. At this moment, Sun Yongkang's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. The secretary actually sat next to Chenji. The secretary was the top leader in the county. He was stunned for a moment. I originally wanted to use the official Weibo account, but I didn't expect that Taiyuan's connections were so strong that they actually pulled the secretary over directly. This is simply terrifying. Thank you for saving me this time. Come have a meal. If you need anything, you can tell me. I will definitely help you with all my strength, of course, as long as I don't do anything bad. Chenji nodded. Then he turned his gaze to Sun Yongkang. Secretary Li, I really have something to discuss with you, but it's a big deal, so outsiders are not allowed to stay here. Secretary Li has been an official for many years and is naturally a shrewd person. As soon as I came in, I saw Sun Yongkang and Chenji. They seemed to be not getting along. Sun Yongkang was just a small clerk now. Secretary Li spoke directly to Sun Yongkang without any hesitation. Did your father force you to come here? I've already told you that a junior clerk like you shouldn't come to a drinking party like this. Why don't you listen to my advice? Let's go now. Mr. Chan and I have something to discuss. Don't delay our discussion. Sun Yongkang was stunned at this moment. He felt his head buzzing and seemed to hear nothing, but he still forced himself to stand up. Understood, Secretary. Then he lifted his stiff legs, walked out slowly, walked out of the private room, and closed the door respectfully. At this moment, Sun Yongkang's mind was full of unbelievable thoughts. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? How could Chenji become Secretary Li's guest of honor? He racked his brains at this moment, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. All the outsiders had left, and Secretary Li became more lively at this moment. Little comrade, hurry up and make it. Today's meal is specially to thank you. Tell me what you want to eat and I will ask the chef here to make it for you. Tell me what projects you have. As long as it does not violate the law, I will do my best to help you. Chapter 93: Starting a business and building a factory. When Chenji saw that all the outsiders had disappeared and only these big guys were left, he immediately spoke out his proposal. Secretary Li, when I came back this time, I saw that my hometown is still poorly developed, and I have an idea. Secretary Li stared at Chenji with wide eyes, curious about what he was thinking. At this moment, Chenji also gave his own name. I studied Chinese medicine and learned some medical skills myself. Then I opened a taekwondo gym. Then I was lucky enough to win the national championship in the taekwondo gym in the imperial capital. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. They didn't expect that Chenji, who was so low-key, could achieve such great success. Secretary Li's secretary quickly verified the news and informed Secretary Li directly. Secretary Li looked at Chenji and nodded. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. So what do you want to do? If you tell me what I can help you with, I will do my best. At this moment, the development of the county needs those people to invest in Chenji. He is so capable and has opened so many taekwondo gyms. He seems to be an entrepreneur. Nowadays, all places need to develop their economy. If an enterprise settles in, it will naturally be beneficial to the economic development of the county. Secretary Li, I bought a few houses for my parents when I came back this time. I also saw the poverty in the county. I want to build a factory in the county and be a doer who serves the people. Hearing this, Secretary Li looked at Chunji very happily and said, Comrade, you are right to think this way. Economic development is indeed the top priority. I heard that the South has developed, but we are still limited by the bureaucratic system and cannot extricate ourselves. Secretary Li is a wise man and knows what the county needs for development. Now that there is an opportunity, he will naturally listen attentively and try to seize it as much as possible. Old comrade, tell me what you want to produce. If the county can help, I will do my best to help. Shenji didn't waste any more words and said, Secretary Li, I plan to build a factory in this county to produce a kind of liquid medicine. This liquid medicine is completely harmless to the body and can strengthen the body and enhance resistance. This thing is very good for the body. Secretary Li, you also know my medical skills. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with my medical skills. All procedures are definitely legal and compliant. I will not harm the people. Secretary Li was a little confused and didn't quite understand what Shenji was talking about, so he asked, Is this a medicine? Or something else? Shenji did not hide anything and told the truth directly. This thing is not a medicine, it's just a health supplement. You know that health supplements are popular all over the country nowadays. Those health supplements are all scams and make people waste money in vain. But this health product of mine can definitely cure diseases and save lives, and it will definitely be a bestseller in the future. The current reputation of health products is not very good. The lessons of the past are still there. It is estimated that not many people will invest in health products at present, so Secretary Li shook his head and said, Xiao Chun, it's a good thing that you want to start a business, but health products are now so popular that they are no longer popular. You will definitely lose money if you start this business now. Shenji looked at Secretary Li and shook his head. Secretary Li, other people's health products are used to defraud money, but mine are definitely not. And as long as you can let me build a factory, I can invest 500 million yuan locally. 500 million in this era is definitely much more valuable than 1 billion or 2 billion in the future. When Secretary Li heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. I was still worried, but now I am no longer worried. Although the healthcare product business is not easy to do, it is not completely difficult to do. Moreover, Shenji is not an ordinary person. If he were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to save him from the brink of life. Just for this reason, he should trust Shenji. Moreover, he can bring back funds to drive the development of the county, which is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. As for whether he can make a profit or not, it all depends on Shenji's business acumen. However, since he can open a taekwondo gym in a big city, I believe he will not have to worry about this. No one's money comes from the wind, and no one would joke about their own money. Especially Shenji in front of him, who seemed like a smart person, it was even more impossible for him to do such a stupid thing. Secretary Li continued, Okay, then you can come to build a factory here. As for the land and other things you want, I will try my best to give you preferential treatment, but you must obtain legal and compliant qualifications, otherwise I will not bend the law for personal gain. Although Chunju was not familiar with these things, he believed that money could make the world go round, and as long as there were good products, sales would surely be opened up. Don't worry, Secretary Li. My healthcare product is not like those deceptive turtle essences. My healthcare product can really cure diseases and is beneficial for many diseases. I will obtain all the qualifications before building the factory, and then we can start production directly. Secretary Li saw that Chunji was so reliable and immediately said, Okay, this county happens to be a big producer of medicinal materials. As long as you are willing to build a factory, I will try my best to negotiate for you in the local medicinal materials market. This is what Shenji saw clearly. Wozhou County is rich in medicinal materials. There are all kinds of medicinal materials, all from all over the country, and they are also distributed here. There are the most pharmaceutical factories here, but this will only happen in the next few years. Now he wants to be a pioneer and focus on the most profitable health products. Shenji has already chosen a location. Since we want to build a factory, we must buy land, which is also a huge source of income. Wozhou County will develop towards the south in the future, and there are still a lot of wasteland in the south. Those wastelands are relics of a previous era. More importantly, once development begins in the south, these wastelands will be in great demand. In other words, within 10 years, the value of these lands will increase several times. Even if the money earned from traditional Chinese medicine is not enough, these lands can make up for it. So Chunji was generous as soon as he opened his mouth. Secretary Lee, I plan to purchase 5,000 acres of land to build a factory. Secretary Lee was shocked when he heard this. 5,000 acres of land is too much. I can only grant you 1,000 acres at most. 1,000 acres of land was enough, and Chunji did not have such big ambitions, so he immediately discussed more specific matters with Secretary Lee. Okay, Secretary, then this matter is settled. However, there should be corresponding preferential policies for me to invest here. What kind of preferential policies can the county give me? Secretary Lee said after a moment's silence. Duty-free. Chapter 94, A Big Fight. There is a certain degree of tax exemption, and there is also financial support. As for electricity and water, we try to get the best discount here. Secretary Lee's sincerity was recognized by Chunji, who nodded. He did not understand many details, but he was in control of the product. As for the promotion technology, he is also confident. After all, it comes from later generations, and those promotion technologies of later generations seem to be completely magical now. Chunji was also anxious at this moment, and he looked at Secretary Lee and said, Secretary Lee, how about this? Let's go check out the factory site first. I plan to handle this matter as soon as possible. In addition, I still need to build a factory, and the road over there needs your attention. Secretary Lee looked at Chunji and said, You don't have to worry about the routine. The city has already issued a document. Bojo County will vigorously develop the southern part. We are already promoting the construction of roads here. By then, there will definitely be supporting roads. Chunji nodded. Secretary Lee is also a decisive person. Both of them stood up and prepared to go out. At this moment, Sun Yongkong was still watching outside. His face was full of doubt and disbelief. It was disbelief that the classmate who had no background before had now become Secretary Lee's guest of honor. Who is Secretary Lee? He is the top leader of the entire Bojo County. It can be said that when Secretary Lee coughs, the entire Bojo County trembles. Moreover, Secretary Lee is not an ordinary person. He came from the battlefield and has a very rich background. Such a person is his father, who greets him again and again and reminds him to make friends with good people. But I didn't expect that before I even became familiar with the guests, my classmates became the guests of honor. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Sun Yongkong was still in a daze. Sun Yongkong's father had already come over happily and said to Secretary Lee, Secretary Lee, I'd like to say hello to you since you're here. By the way, I've already done what you asked me to do last time. You should go and inspect it. Director Sun was being attentive at the moment, and seeing his son being so stupid, he patted him on the head. What's going on in Yongkong? Didn't you see Secretary Lee coming? Hurry up and meet Secretary Lee. He's the top leader in our county. Secretary Lee didn't even raise his eyelids, and even look down on these flatterers. He walked forward with Chunji. Soon, they arrived at the factory. Chunji had his eyes on a piece of land that was no more than 10 kilometers away from the Baihui community, and this expressway would also be extended. According to my memory, this expressway would be connected to that road in the future. So Chunji stood beside the car and pointed to the land in front and said, Secretary Lee, I want this piece of land, a piece nearby, and I plan to build it into my factory. Secretary Lee waved his hand and spoke directly. Okay, but the price of this land is a bit expensive at the moment. Although Chunji said that he would invest 500 million yuan, how many people have hundreds of millions of funds now? Secretary Lee just acquiesced to Chunji, who was just a multi-millionaire boss, so he immediately opened his own idea. It would cost at least 20 to 30 million to buy the entire piece of land of Chunji, which is not a small amount. Otherwise, you can choose to rent the land. We will rent it to you for 50 years, and it only costs 3 million for 50 years. 3 million for 50 years, these lands are like being given away for free. Chunji was determined to get this piece of land. The value of this land in the future would be considerable. Once it was expropriated, his wealth would skyrocket. Moreover, he does not have to build a factory for himself on this land. 1,000 acres of land can be used to build several factories. If these factories are built higher, they can be rented out to other people in the future. However, if the production and sales volume of health products can reach the level of all factories used for production, it will be sufficient. All this is determined by the great development in the future. Chenji looked at the land and never thought that he would lose money, so he immediately said to Secretary Li. Secretary Li, it's okay. There is no problem with the funds. I have several hundred million in my account. Just follow the normal process. I have bought the land. After the purchase, I will form a construction team. I want to build a modern factory building within half a year. Money talks. It is estimated that the factory can be built without spending 50 million. Shenji's requirement is to keep everything simple. Except for the main factory building, all other buildings are made of channel steel and spliced together. There are no mountains or water near Boizhou County. There will be no earthquakes or typhoons here, so there is no need to consider anything else. It is enough to take all of them into consideration. In this way, the construction period is greatly shortened. You only need to purchase the design and you can find the corresponding manufacturer to do it as quickly as possible. A factory building should not be too high, as it is not a residential building. Probably only 4 or 5 floors will be enough. This low-demand construction is absolutely no problem. Soon, County Magistrate Li left Chenji's phone number and asked him to submit a list of application questions for these majors. Chenji naturally didn't know how to do it, but money talks, and he has considered finding a local company to conduct qualification certification. After returning from the south, he went straight to the county, only to see Sun Yongkang driving a car and waiting for Chenji. This was the only way back, but seeing Sun Yongkang blocking the way here made Secretary Li puzzled. Who is this guy and what is he doing hiding here? At this moment, Chenji ignored Secretary Li and drove the car and ordered people to drive forward, and soon arrived at the guest house. Chenji came out of the guest house and was about to get in the car, and the next second, Sun Yongkang came over. At this moment, Sun Yongkang looked at Chenji in a servile manner, with flattery all over his face. Sun Yongkang still remembered everything that happened in the past, and he was afraid that Chenji would take revenge on him. After all, Chenji was Secretary Li's guest of honor. Who was Secretary Li? As the top leader of Boizhou County, if he wanted to discipline him, it would be a simple matter of raising his hand. I'm your old classmate. I'm Sun Yongkang. The past is the past. I see that you and Secretary Li are quite familiar with each other. How about this? Let's write off the past. You introduce me to Secretary Li. If I get promoted, I will definitely repay you. I will give you whatever you want. Sun Yongkang's despicable appearance really made Chenji speechless. However, such people are indeed suitable for being officials and can bend and stretch. Chenji looked at him and said with a displeased look on his face. After all these years, you are still obsessed with officials. The past is wiped out. I don't want to recognize you as my old classmate anymore. Get out of my sight now, or you know what will happen. Sun Yongkang's face turned pale. Chapter 95 Dawn Ye. Sun Yongkang's mind was full of fear at the moment, fearing how Chenji would retaliate against him. After all, he had often tripped Chenji up when they were in school. Thinking of this, he felt extremely painful. It is a good thing if a former classmate becomes successful, but it is not such a wonderful thing if a former enemy becomes successful. The current Chenji is completely not on the same level as him, but his relationship with Secretary Li. I'm afraid that any random word can send me from heaven to hell. Chenji ignored Sun Yongkang. They did have some grudges, but Sun Yongkang had become much more honest since he started his career. Chenji didn't want to go against him. Instead of wasting time with him, he might as well do what he should do. Chenji wanted to build a factory and needed help from someone. This person was none other than Dong Ye from later generations. Dong Ye was not born in a poor family. She was originally a worker in a textile factory in Huanglianshu town. Dong Ye opened a factory with the help of someone unknown, and with her own skills, she turned the textile factory into a nationally renowned enterprise. In her future development, she repeatedly used new terms to create new concepts and lead the fashion trends. After that, Dong Ye continued to enter other industries, including making mobile phones, cars, pharmaceuticals, and transportation. Dong Ye's success was due to someone noticing her and making her a manager, which is how she rose to prominence step by step. Chenji was not the bull in the previous life, but Chenji knew that if he didn't catch a good horse like this, someone else would probably catch it, so he went to Huanglianshu village without any hesitation. Dong Ye from the Huanglianshu village textile factory had become famous at this moment. Chenji followed the instructions and quickly arrived at the Huanglianshu textile factory. A capable woman outside the Huanglianshu textile factory caught Chenji's attention, and he immediately stepped forward to ask. Hello, I'm here to see Dong Yaya. The short-haired, capable woman, who seemed to be in her early 20s, looked at Chen Ji with a wary expression and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to talk to Dong Yaya about?" Chen Ji looked at her and then said, "I'm looking for Dong Yaya to discuss business." Chen Ji said this seriously, but the girl opposite him couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You are talking to Dong Yaya about business? Aren't you kidding me? Dong Yaya is just a worker in a small textile factory." Chen Ji nodded and looked at the woman in front of him. The woman had short hair and a look of unyielding determination in her eyes. She was not pretty, but had a special charm. One could tell at a glance that she was a career-oriented woman. Although he is only 1.6 meters tall, his sharp eyes give people a sense of oppression. "Who are you?" "I am Dong Yaya. Why are you looking for me?" Chen Ji was not surprised when he looked at her. The woman in front of him had the temperament of a strong woman. The rumors are exactly the same as Dong Yaya in later generations. Chen Ji then looked at his car and said to Dong Yaya, "This is not a place to talk. Let's find a restaurant, get a private room, and talk while we eat." Dong Yaya was a little wary. Chen Ji looked at her and then took out his ID. "Okay, don't be afraid. I'm also from Bozhou County. I came here to open a factory and look for some workers. I heard about you from a friend, so I wanted to invite you to help me manage the factory. If I don't say this, it will be full of loopholes and at least no one will believe it." But Dong Yaya was a carefree person. She got into the car and said to Chen Ji, "I want to eat Sichuan food these 2 days, let's go to the Sichuan restaurant in town." Looking at Dong Yaya, who was so confident and calm, Chen Ji sighed that he had found the right person. Soon, they arrived at a Sichuan restaurant. Chen Ji ordered a few dishes casually, and Dong Yaya also ordered a few dishes. Given the consumption in a small town, it was really pitifully low. The cost of a table of food was less than 500 yuan. Dong Yaya was eating and drinking without any scruples at this moment. Chen Ji was watching her from the side. Dong Yaya ate for a full 10 minutes. After she was full, she lay on the chair and looked at Chen Ji and said, "What do you want to talk to me about? Just tell me straight away, don't beat around the bush." Chen Ji looked at her eating like this, then took a bottle of Coke and handed it to her. "Just calm down first, and I'll explain it to you slowly. I opened a healthcare product factory and am currently negotiating with Secretary Li. I plan to directly purchase 1,000 acres of land and build a factory there. I need a manager. I like you. I hope you can manage the factory for me. I will give you all the rights of the factory. I will tell you the formula and secrets of the health products, and you are responsible for helping me manage the factory and help me make money." Dong Yaya looked at Chen Ji in front of her with a hint of disbelief in her eyes, then stepped forward and touched Chen Ji's forehead. The feeling of Dong Yaya's delicate little hand brushing across Chen Ji's forehead really made people feel itchy. Dong Yaya then said exaggeratedly, "Boss, are you okay? I am a worker at the Huangliansha textile factory. You want me to help you manage a large factory with more than 1,000 acres of land. Are you stupid? Or crazy?" Chen Ji smiled. If others saw him, they would definitely think he was stupid, or maybe even crazy. After all, who would be crazy enough to let a worker manage a large factory? That is not just an ordinary factory. It covers an area of more than 1,000 acres and is expected to employ thousands of workers. Everyone will think that Chen Ji is crazy, but time will tell them that Chen Ji is not crazy, they are the ones who are crazy. Soon, everyone will know what kind of manager Dong Yaya is, a person with extraordinary skills, courage to innovate, tenacious and never giving up. Such a talented manager is truly attractive, but without a talent scout who can recognize a talent, how can one develop such a talented horse that can run 1,000 miles? Chen Ji was not joking and said it very seriously. "That's right. I plan to promote you to be the manager of my factory. To be more precise, you are my executive general manager." Chen Ji didn't waste any more time talking to her and immediately raised her monthly salary to 100,000. "If you are willing to work with me for a monthly salary of 100,000, how much is your bank account? I will call the bank right now and transfer 1.5 million directly to you, which will be used as your salary this year and your year-end bonus." Dong Yaya couldn't believe it, but her account number was revealed the next second. Chen Ji immediately called the bank and transferred the money directly. Dong Yaya received the bank transfer quickly. 1.5 million exactly, no more, no less. Dong Ye opened her mouth wide at this moment. Her mouth was in disbelief, and she couldn't believe it was actually true. Chapter 96, Tears of Gratitude. In this era, a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is equivalent to an annual salary of 1.5 million yuan. Such a salary is already terrible. It is enough to buy 5 or 6 houses in the county in a year. Even if you go to a big city, you can buy a house. 1 house a year, how high is that salary? Dong Ye, who had seen many ups and downs in her life, was frightened by the 1.5 million at this moment. She glanced at Chen Ji, then took a step back vigilantly. What do you want to do? You don't have any improper thoughts about me, do you? I tell you, I am an ambitious person. Dong Ye looked so adorable, Chen Ji said to her while trying not to smile. Who wants to do anything to you? If no one does anything to you, just manage the factory well for me. Chen Ji didn't waste time talking to her and showed Dong Ye the documents he got from Secretary Li. Dong Ye was indeed a qualified manager after seeing these documents. I immediately sensed a big problem. If we want to change the nature of these lands, it will probably take at least half a year. If we want to open a factory, it will take at least a year. We also need to coordinate with all parties to recruit workers and purchase equipment, so 2 years will have passed. Chen Ji nodded and showed an admiring expression to Dong Ye. Don't worry too much. I have a relationship with Secretary Li. I will change the nature of the land as soon as possible, and then we can start construction. Chen Ji also didn't plan to let Dong Ye return to Huanling town. After all, Huanliansha town was a full hour and a half drive from the county. Pack your things and come with me to the county. I happen to have a house there that has been renovated. You can move in first. Chen Ji's house has been renovated, and he plans to give one of the several houses directly to Dong Ye, who is his great treasure. As long as Dong Ye can be won over and provided with a steady stream of funds, she will be able to open factories for herself and have them run smoothly and make money. Few people could be as dedicated as Dong Ye in their previous life. If she hadn't had the first mover advantage, she probably wouldn't have been able to get Dong Ye to be her executive general manager. Dong Ye was sure that Chen Ji was not a human trafficker, but she was still very happy holding her card and talking excitedly. Boss, what kind of business are you in? You're too rich, aren't you? You call me whenever you say so. Chen Jiyun said calmly. Work hard, and your salary will be raised. By the way, I want to set up a company specializing in health products. Can you help me with this matter? Dong Ye nodded and said. Boss, that's no problem. I studied similar business management in technical secondary school, and I still remember all that knowledge. Chen Shi confidently handed all of this over to Dong Ye. Chen Shi solved all of Dong Ye's worries, so Dong Ye naturally worked very hard. In addition, with the relationship with Secretary Li, a company was registered in just 1 day. Chen's Pharmaceutical and Health Products Company. Then came the issue of the factory. What Chen Ji didn't expect was that at that time there were already factories assembled from containers. The cost is also 2-3 less than normal house construction. Boss, I think this is possible. If everything goes well, the factory building can be built in a week, and then we can do the finishing work slowly. Let's build the factory first. Chen Ji nodded, okay, the rest is up to you. Immediately, Chen Ji also found Secretary Li and quickly settled the land property issue. The land property instantly became tradable. Fortunately, the value of the factory building was not too low, and Chen Ji spent 25 million to successfully buy 1,000 acres of land. Of these 1,000 acres of land, 800 acres are all key construction areas for the future Southern New District. By then, they would only need to transfer the lands and collect the taxes, and they would be able to make a lot of money. Now they have only spent less than 25 million, and in the future these lands could even drop to hundreds of millions. Chen Ji estimated that at least 500 million would be needed. Chen Ji focused on building the factory on the remaining 200 acres of land, and these 200 acres of land will not change in the future. Soon, everything was under construction in full swing. Dong Ye's execution ability was truly amazing. She quickly took the sufficient funds given by Chen Ji and started working in a hurry. Chen Ji's move really boosted the surrounding economy. All kinds of work needed human assistance, so much so that many vendors appeared in the wilderness near the factory built by Chen Ji. The place suddenly became lively. Boss, according to your secret recipe, I have already started to stock up. Now is the off-season for medicinal materials. We have enough goods in stock. I believe we can start production in less than a month. Dong Yeye has gone through a lot of study during this period and learned a lot of relevant knowledge. Now you can see that she looks a little haggard with her eyes. Being exhausted can also make people excited and excited. At this moment, Dong Yeye's eyes were full of excitement. As the saying goes, God has endowed me with talents for a purpose. In the past, she was just wasting her life, but now she seems to have found the true meaning of life. We were full of energy in everything we did, and soon people from the assembly factory came to our door with large trucks carrying all kinds of things for assembly. The facility is progressing so fast that it is almost visible to the naked eye. A factory is being built from wasteland. As for the land foundations, Chenji directly lured the nearby workers and all the nearby construction companies. We strive to convert these 100 acres of land into factories as quickly as possible. The road promised by Secretary Li was nowhere in sight, so Chenji directly invested in connecting the expressway and built a road directly to Chen's Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. And all this happened in just 1 week, and this week was truly a rapid progress. Sure enough, money is a good thing. Chenji looked at the road that was about to be completed, and then said to Dong Yeye, "Okay, Yeye, don't be too anxious. We are already very fast. By the way, have you bought the equipment?" Dong Yeye nodded. The equipment has been shipped from the Sinatruck company in the south. In addition, the equipment from the northeast is also slowly being shipped in. It will probably all arrive next Tuesday. Chenji nodded. Everything was moving in a good direction. If we continue to shoot this lens at this rate, I'm afraid it will be ready for production next month. The health-preserving treasure developed by Chenji will become an emerging product, and soon the slogan "Health-preserving treasure is a must-have gift for the new year" will become popular all over the country. This health product is not one of those fictitious health products, but a health product that is truly effective. What is worth lasting is only real therapeutic effect. Chapter 97, Go Fugue. Mom, I won't be back for lunch. I'm going to go see how the decoration is going. Chenji got into his BMW and left in a hurry. He had been busy running back and forth between the county and here these days, which was really troublesome. He also had to check on the construction of the factory in the south. Li Xiaolu has already left. After all, she will not stay here for just 1 or 2 days. Li Xiaolu's parents still need her company, although Chenji is reluctant to let her go. But I have to go back, otherwise I won't be able to report back. Chenji naturally understands very well. I have been very busy these days and have not been able to take care of Li Xiaolu. Chenji drove to Boizhou County very quickly. Boizhou County was very busy at the moment. In the past few days, many workers were hired for the construction of the southern factory. Many migrant workers heard that there were job opportunities at home and rushed back. In addition, Secretary Li also helped a lot and sent people to negotiate with the local recruitment market. As for Dong Yeye, she is a good hand and takes care of everything very well. Chenji looked at the place and everything was going smoothly. It would probably not be long before all the industries here could be handed over to Dong Yeye to manage. Then he could go directly to the city. There are still some issues to be resolved before leaving. When Chenji came to Boizhou County, he did not go to look for Dong Yeye, but went to Baihui community, where the renovation was nearing completion. Xianzi led the construction team and worked day and night on the revisions. Because the money was in place, his workers also worked hard. They did not just get paid by the day, all the work, materials and quality were included in the package. The faster you work, the faster you get paid. These rural workers just want to make more money. As long as they can make more money, they are willing to risk their lives to do it. If it were someone else, they could fool him a little, but Xiangzi is a veteran in the construction industry. Although he is young, he has been in this industry for quite some time. So the quality is impeccable, and the speed is even more impeccable. Xiangzi was also very busy. Chenji went directly to the workers to ask where Xiangzi was, and then went directly to the elevator and found Xiangzi. Xiangzi was directing the workers to clean the house which was about to be renovated. Please clean up the place. I'm telling you, this job is great. I'm telling you, you won't get such a good job even if you wait for a year or two. The money is paid promptly, and the amount of work and materials is based on the amount of work. By the way, you can't be careless. If you dare not do it, I will immediately replace a group of people. Let me tell you, there are plenty of workers in the past 2 years. Xiangzi, you really look like a qualified manager now. Chenji walked over, coughed, and said to Xiangzi. So what am I going to do? Lu Chang was directing his eyes to look inside, not looking at Chenji, and just spoke casually. There are some packaging bags outside. Pack them up and throw them down. Oh, and throw them outside. Don't throw them into the community property management. I've told you several times. It took him a moment to realize that this voice was not a worker's. He turned his head and looked directly at Chen Ji, then said in surprise, "Brother Chen, why are you here? You see, the decoration is almost done. What do you think of the style? This style is quite simple and elegant, all white marble and some hard decoration. By the way, I have also purchased home appliances for you. They are all the most popular brands now, and the quality is guaranteed. They are also first-class energy consumption, which is very energy-saving." Shenji nodded, looking at the decoration, which was indeed simple and unpretentious. The hard decoration in all aspects is very good, and the wiring is also open. Okay, let's renovate it like this. I plan to rent out this house. I will only keep one set for my parents and the other for my employees. The employee was talking about none other than someone who understands Cantonese. He understands Cantonese, but it is definitely not something that ordinary people can deal with. Such a wise person and great manager must be treated well. Lu Chang then patted his chest and said, "Brother Chen, just rest assured and live here. I tell you, it will be no problem to live in a house like this for 10 or 20 years. Chen Ji looked at Xianzi's appearance. After these days of supervision and working day and night, Xianzi was obviously thinner. Chen Ji pulled Lu Chang out and said to Xianzi, "Xianzi, let's go to the big restaurant next door. I'll treat you to a meal." After saying that, he drove to the restaurant and ordered more than 10 dishes in one go. Lu Chang felt a little embarrassed. Shenji had made so much money for him by passing the prequel, but still treated him like this. He felt really embarrassed and then picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "Brother Chen, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had this opportunity to make a fortune, so I've made up my mind. I'll treat you to this meal. In addition, I'll give you half of the remaining money. Otherwise, I'd feel uneasy about making so much money." Shenji just felt funny when looking at Lu Chang. Xianzi is still a very honest person. "Xianzi, I won't be here for long. You should pack up and get ready to follow me to the big city. I promise you will have the opportunity to make a fortune." Lu Chang smiled innocently and said timidly, "Brother Chen, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in that big city." Shenji stared at him and then said, "What are you afraid of? You don't have to be afraid as long as I'm here. You can open a construction company or a decoration company. I have a lot of troublesome things to deal with. When the time comes, just send someone to do it for me. I will quote you the highest amount in the industry. Don't save money. Just install the most luxurious one for me. You still need to learn. By the way, I will enroll you in a class. You can go to some decoration training classes and receive good training." Lu Chang was still thinking at this moment. Shenji didn't say anything, but just asked him to think carefully. Think about it, this is a good opportunity. Lu Chang was a little conflicted. He hesitated for more than 10 minutes before he made up his mind and said to Chen Ji, "Brother Chen, since you think highly of me, I will follow you. No matter whether the outcome is good or bad, I will follow you for the rest of my life. You are my big brother." At this moment, the friendship between classmates seemed to have returned, and the innocence of the past returned. Shenji stood up and said to Lu Chang, "Xianzi, work hard. A new chapter in your life has begun. We didn't live well and felt frustrated in the past, but our lives will be wonderful in the future." Lu Chang didn't quite understand what these meant. He just picked up the wine glass and drank it all. When Shenji saw him like this, he cursed at him. "Xianzi, drink slowly. If you get drunk, I will have to take you home. Don't vomit in my car." After 3 rounds of drinks, we finally solved this troublesome matter. Chapter 98 Kidney Source. The decoration issue has been almost resolved. Shenji plans to move in as soon as possible. There have been more and more scenes of gossip in recent days. Zhouing also kept complaining to Chenji. "Son, these neighbors are so outrageous. They actually made up a story about you, saying that you were doing some illegal business. Tell me what business you were doing?" Shenji looked at Zhouing and was about to evade the question, but the next second he suddenly thought of a good idea. He went straight online and pulled out the video of the national championships through his computer and said to Zhouing, Mom, I won first prize in the National Taekwondo Championship in the capital, so I'm a celebrity now. Celebrities can make a lot of money. I also opened a Taekwondo gym, and now I'm opening branches. The number of students has increased dramatically, so I can make more money. Look, this is the official website. There is not a single bit of false information. Don't worry, I haven't done anything illegal. When Joing saw this scene, he felt sorry for his son but also proud at the same time, and he directly called the child Dad. Dad, come quickly, come and see your son's success. He won the national championship. The next second, Joing touched Shinji's head with some heartache and said with heartache, Son, it doesn't matter how much you earn. It's so dangerous. If you get hurt, what do you want me to do? Don't participate in such dangerous events in the future. Shinji knew his mother was worried. Mom, don't worry, I won't participate in it again. I'm rich now, who would want to do that kind of work? I'll just teach the students, and I won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. Shinji did not intend to tell his parents about opening a factory. The second elder was originally an ordinary person. This was a big deal, and he was currently using Dong Ye to manage the factory, so he didn't want to cause any other trouble. Especially Joing. There are many useless people in Joing's family. If they knew that Shinji opened a factory in the local area, I'm afraid that all the aunts and uncles will come and stuff their children in. At that time, the management of the company will have problems. The health products made by Shinji are real health products. The production process of Yangshanbao must be carried out very carefully. If there is any mistake, it may be a matter of life and death. All of those relatives were lazy and indolent. If they worked for others, they would probably be serious about it. But if it was their own business, they would really have no scruples. Many companies are like this, blindly recruiting their own relatives and nephews, and most of them act recklessly. A good company will fall into internal friction. It's actually not difficult to keep them, but you can only keep them for a day, not a lifetime. Shinji doesn't want a bunch of vampires crawling on him. You can't be a pushover. Therefore, good intention concealment is very necessary. Night came quickly, and Shinji was preparing to rest. He had just finished washing up when he heard the urgent ringing of his cell phone. Shinji wiped his cheeks and picked up the phone to answer it. There was a nice-sounding girl on the other end. He looked at the number and it was Li Huihui. Li Huihui's voice was filled with panic and haste. Shinji, are you there? Where are you? When Shinji heard this, he realized that something was wrong, but he still spoke calmly. I'm at home now, what's wrong? Li Huihui explained the whole cause and effect without any hesitation. Shinji, my mother insisted on being discharged from the hospital and going home. I couldn't persuade her, so I had to take her home. But I didn't expect that the doctor in the hospital just informed me that there is a suitable kidney source and we need to go to the hospital now. But it's hard to get a taxi at night, so I'd like to ask you to come over and take my mother to the county. Shinji's home is only 3 or 4 kilometers away from Li Huihui's home, which is indeed not far. But it might not be possible to grab a lot if you go there now. After all, it is more than half an hour away from the county. At this moment, Shinji could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. He put on his clothes immediately. Joing was boiling water for Chinkanmei to wash his feet. Seeing his son put on his clothes and hurried out, he asked him about it. What's wrong, son? Where are you going in the middle of the night? Shinji explained to him. Mom, the mother of one of my classmates has uremia and is now waiting for a kidney source for matching. There are no cars nearby now, so I'm going to drive her to the county. After saying that, he drove away quickly and soon arrived in front of Li Huihui following the navigation. The mother and daughter were anxiously waiting on the roadside for Shinji to open the car door. Huihui, hurry up, let's go to the county now. Zhao Hongxia and Li Huihui sat directly in the back seat. At this moment, Li Huihui was expressing her gratitude profusely. Thank you so much for bothering you so late at night. Shinji smiled indifferently. It's okay. This matter is very serious and can't be delayed. Shinji was speeding along, concentrating all the way. Li Huihui in the back seat kept praying. Zhao Hongxia also clenched her hands tightly at this moment, and the atmosphere in the car was quite depressing. Shinji drove all the way. The journey was supposed to take 30 minutes, but there were fewer cars and people at night, so he reached the destination in just 20 minutes. He parked the car directly in the parking space closest to the building of the first hospital. Take Auntie upstairs quickly. Zhao Hongxia was nervous, with fear in her eyes. After all, this was not a trivial matter. Zhao Hongxia quickly began to check, and Li Huihui waited outside. Li Huihui was in a very low mood at the moment. Shenji wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. Li Huihui looked at Shenji, looked at the sky outside, and then said apologetically, "Shenji, I'm really sorry to bother you. How about this, you go back first? Thank you very much for this time. When my mother gets better, I will treat you to a meal." Shenji wanted to comfort her, but Li Huihui wouldn't hear anything at the moment. Shenji had no choice but to comfort him. "Huihui, don't worry, everything will be fine. By the way, if the money is not enough, please contact me again. You must not let the money affect Auntie's condition." After Shenji finished speaking, he turned and left. There's no point in staying here now, so I might as well think about how to solve the problem. If there is no suitable kidney source, Shenji plans to use Chinese medicine directly for conditioning. He is now a miracle doctor, but Zhao Hongxia's condition is quite serious and it will take a long time to treat her. The fastest way is naturally to get a kidney transplant. However, if there is really no chance of a kidney transplant, then Shenji would not mind solving this problem with his miraculous healing skills. Having made up his mind, Shenji drove back home. Chapter 99 Visiting Motherly. The next day, Shenji got up early and drove directly to the county. Shenji did not go to the hospital, but went directly to the factory. Dong Yeye was doing the preliminary work with great enthusiasm at this moment. Shenji did not disturb her, nor did he go to see Dong Yeye. After all, Dong Yeye had made good arrangements in all aspects. I am quite redundant and most of the time I just cause trouble for him. Shenji had just left the factory when he received a call. The person on the phone was not someone else, but Li Huihui. At this moment, Li Huihui was obviously much more excited than last night. He was in a better mood, and even his tone was filled with joy. Shenji answered the phone and said playfully, "Class monitor, you seem much happier now. Why are you here to treat me to a meal now?" Shenji also remembered what he said yesterday. Li Huihui was in a very good mood and immediately followed the conversation. "You are really smart. You are right. I just want to treat you to a meal. You can choose whatever you want to eat. I will treat you to whatever you want to eat." Li Huihui's generous appearance really made Shenji happy. It seemed that Li's mother was really fine. Shenji then congratulated him. "It seems your mother is fine. Congratulations. That's great." Li Huihui said, "Yes, I was scared to death last night, but everything went well. The kidney source was matched and the surgery was arranged last night. The operation was very successful and there was no danger. I really want to thank you this time. Otherwise, you would have lent me the money in time. You even brought my daughter and me to the hospital last night. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up with such a good thing. We really want to thank you." Shenji also breathed a sigh of relief. The next thing was to consider how to conquer Li Huihui. Li Huihui was a beauty who was no different from others. Naturally, it takes some effort and some means. "Well, Huihui, since your mother's operation was successful, I will take some time to visit your aunt today." Li Huihui smiled and nodded, Okay. My mother said that I must be fine. Thank you. We were so upset last night that we didn't thank you properly. Inviting you to dinner is my idea as well as my mother's. We both want to thank you very much." Shenji was extremely excited. In the eyes of his mother-in-law, he had already made his presence felt. Shenji then began to tease Li Huihui. "It seems that your mother likes me very much. Maybe she fell in love with me last night. Are you interested in me being your husband?" Li Huihui's pretty face turned red, but she said nothing. The next second, only Shenji's loud laughter was heard. Shenji took advantage of the situation, hung up the phone urgently and went to the nearest fruit shop, bought some high-end gifts, and also took a fruit basket. We drove along the avenue and came straight to the hospital. The hospital was crowded and still very lively. When I saw her again today, Li Huihui was completely different from the Li Huihui of yesterday. The anxious and worried look disappeared, replaced by a blush of excitement. Today she put on extra makeup and changed her clothes, as if she was reborn. Li Huihui's beauty at this moment was so stunning that one could not take their eyes off her. Shenji was stunned for several seconds, and Li Huihui could not help but giggle. "What are you doing? Why haven't you seen me?" Shenji handed the fruit basket to Li Huihui, then took the opportunity to grab Li Huihui's hand and spoke slowly. As expected of a big star, she looked so pretty with just a little makeup on. How adorable. Chenji's eyes at this moment were full of admiration, not greed. Looking at Chenji's gaze, Li Huihui lowered her head shyly. The next second, Chenji threw all the gifts in his hand over. As expected of a fourth-tier actress, she is really pretty. This sentence shocked Li Huihui's brain, and then she said angrily, "If you can't speak, don't speak." Li Huihui only felt the heaviness in her hands, and then looked at Chenji with resentment. "How come you don't know how to be gentle with women? Can you find a girlfriend?" Chenji did not comment and walked on with a swagger. Soon, they arrived outside the ward. At this moment, Li Huihui was still furious and followed Chenji silently. The relationship between the two was now quite delicate. Chenji came to the outside of the ward, grabbed Li Huihui, and then took all the gifts in his hands. He breathed heavily and looked very tired. Li Huihui widened her eyes, unable to believe that there was such a shameless man in the world. She covered her mouth in shock. Chenji looked at her proudly, pushed open the door and walked straight in. Li Huihui was so angry that her eyes were about to spit fire. How can there be such a person? It really pissed me off. Li Huihui was so self-indulgent that she acted as a free porter. Chenji walked in and spoke enthusiastically to the aunt. "Auntie, I came to see you." Zhao Hongxia looked at Chenji with eyes full of joy, but she had just had surgery and was not suitable to walk around, so she directly greeted Li Huihui and spoke. "Look, why are you still standing there? Chenji brought such a heavy gift, but you didn't help him. You've been going too far lately." Li Huihui felt a pain in her heart and looked at her mother in disbelief. "But now, even if I feel extremely wronged, I cannot say a single word." When Zhao Hongxia saw Chenji's great help and even brought gifts to see her, she was so moved that she burst into tears. "Thank you so much, thank you so much. All the relatives were trying to take advantage of us, but you not only helped us, but also brought gifts to see me." "What can Auntie Ran say?" Chenji stepped forward and comforted him. "Auntie, the haze is only temporary. The future will be smooth. Huihui is already a big star. There will be good days ahead." At this moment, Zhao Hongxia was still feeling sorry for Chenji carrying so many things up, and then she pointed to the half glass of water on the table and said, "Drink this water now." Zhao Hongxia's face was full of concern, but she didn't carefully observe Chenji's hands, which were so white and tender without even a trace of being tied. But her precious daughter's hands were covered with red marks. Chenji did not hesitate and picked up the cup and drank it all. However, Li Huihui was stunned. The cup was hers, and the half cup of water was what she had left. Chenji actually drank it all in one gulp. And from the look on his face, the faint lipstick mark on her face seemed to be where Chenji drank the water. Li Huihui was stunned. Is this an indirect kiss? For a moment, Li Huihui felt a little shy. He took a step forward, picked up the cup, and threw it directly into the trash can. "The water in the cup is cold. I'll get you some hot water." After saying that, Li Huihui quickly turned her head away so that no one could see the blush on her face. He ran out like a thief. Chapter 100 Return to the entertainment industry. Chenji looked at Li Huihui's back in confusion as she left, but he didn't know why. Zhao Hongxia was still very happy. Chenji was indeed a handsome man with a sense of integrity. More importantly, he selflessly helped her and her daughter. So no matter how Zhao Hongxia looked at him, she felt that Chenji was extremely pleasing to the eye. The two chatted for a while. After all, Zhao Hongxia had just finished surgery and was still weak. She was energetic for a while but then became listless again. Li Huihui said to her mother, "Mom, I'll invite Chenji to have lunch today. We'll be leaving soon." Zhao Hongxia nodded. "Order more food. They have helped our family so much, we should repay them. When you make money in the future, you must pay them back quickly, understand?" Chenji didn't care and said nonchalantly, "Auntie, it's okay. It's just some money. I'm making a lot of money now, so I don't need it. Huihui will give it to me if she makes money. If she doesn't have to pay it back. It's okay. There's no rush." Zhao Hongxia was a smart person, and she said immediately, "You can't say that. You are willing to lend money to my Huihui because you trust her. If you don't pay back the money, then what are we?" Chenji was speechless for a while, and Zhao Hongxia said to Chenji, "Chenji, you are a good kid. Hui Hui and I have something to talk about. Can you wait for Hui Hui for a while? The two were about to have a private conversation. Chenji tactfully walked out of the ward. Zhao Hongxia grabbed Li Huihui's hand and gave her many instructions. How could you be like this, girl? Shen Jiqing came to help our family sincerely. You should have a better attitude. How could you be so rude to him? Li Huihui's face was full of grievance. Her mother only saw the good thing about Chenji, but did not see how Chenji bullied her just now. But there was nothing she could do. Her preconceived notions prevented her from explaining these things. She couldn't say anything bad about Chenji. The next second, Zhao Hongxia changed her tone and spoke. Your classmate is a really good person. He's good-looking, decent, and can make money. It's just that you treat him a little bit badly. No wonder he didn't agree to your pursuit when you were pursuing him. At this point, Li Huihui became even more embarrassed, and then she shouted in a coquettish manner. Mom, how could you say that to me? Zhao Hongxia was still telling Li Huihui how to hold on to a man. You don't understand, little girl. Men are soft-hearted and don't take hardship. If you like him, you have to go along with him and treat him well. If you go against him and lose your temper, which man can stand it? Hui Hui, you are not young anymore. If you really want to start a family, I think Shinji is a good choice. You should also seriously consider your mother. My health is not good, but I can still take care of your children for the next 2 years. I also want to see my grandson. When this topic was mentioned, Li Huihui couldn't help feeling shy. After all, she hadn't thought about getting married and having children yet. She had never had this idea before, nor had she met a true lover, but at this moment she found that there seemed to be such a person. Then, her expression darkened a bit and she said to her mother. Ah, stop talking. How is this possible? Didn't I tell you? He already has a fiancé. Maybe they're already married. Zhao Hongxia patted her daughter's shoulder. My girl, things are unpredictable. You have to fight for many things on your own. If they are happy and harmonious, that's fine. If there is a chance, I think this boy is really good. Zhao Hongxia is an experienced person and knows that fate is all about you. If it is yours, it is yours. If it is not yours, you can't force it. She really had a crush on Chenji, but since Chenji was already married, her feelings for him faded a little. Maybe they're not married yet, so you can have a good chat. If there's a chance, Mom will let you look after the child. Zhao Hongxia's mood improved a bit and she started to make jokes about her daughter. Chenji was waiting outside the ward. Li Huihui walked out of the ward and looked at Chenji head-on. There was a slight blush on her face. Chenji naturally saw it and asked curiously. What did Auntie tell you? Why is your face still red? Li Huihui immediately thought of what her mother had just said about giving birth, and her face turned even redder as she spoke stubbornly. Nothing. Li Huihui really spent a lot of money this time. She took Chenji to the most expensive restaurant in the area and ordered a private room. The consumption here starts from 1,000 yuan. Chenji ordered a few dishes casually, but Li Huihui ordered a table full of fish and meat. Okay, Huihui, just order a few dishes, and we'll get together. We can't finish more. Delicious food has lost its appeal to Chenji. Being able to fill his stomach is enough. Seeing Li Huihui's cold and hostile look, Chenji started to speak softly. Why are you still looking so sullen? Are you angry because I asked you to take something today? You should also consider me. I am really tired. Li Huihui was speechless. It was only a few dozen steps from the parking lot to the hospital lobby, but she had to carry her things up several floors and walk through several corridors. But after all, Chenji went to see her mother, so he could only swallow his anger. The two chatted for a while, and the atmosphere gradually became warmer. Li Huihui looked at Chenji with some reluctance and said, I'm leaving. This time I'm going to the Magic City. If you go to the Magic City, you can come and see me. As Li Huihui spoke, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes and her pupils lit up. What is the meaning of these words? Of course, those who understand will understand. Chenji looked at her, then raised his glass and said, Congratulations Huihui, you've become a big star. Don't worry, I will definitely come to see you. Maybe I will look for you again if I need an endorsement in the future. Chenji looked at Li Huihui, who was full of energy, and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Huihui, who had reached a turning point in her life, finally regained her radiance at this moment. In her previous life, Li Huihui, a false god, married the so-called boss Li in order to cure her mother's illness. However, he was not happy in his marriage and his acting career was completely ruined. His originally promising life took a turn for the worse again and again. And this time, Chenji was finally able to make amends and put Li Huihui's life back on the right track. Looking at Li Huihui's pretty face, Chenji sincerely hopes that Li Huihui can achieve success in her career. Just focus on filming. Maybe I'll need your support in the future. Li Huihui took a sip of tea. If you need anything, tell me. I will come over no matter how far it is. There was a strange light in Li Huihui's eyes, as if she wanted to say something, but it seemed like she had said everything. Chapter 101 Money Ability. Li Huihui got on the departing train, and Chenji immediately returned to his BMW. In her previous life, Li Huihui suffered such a misfortune. In this life, he will repay Li Huihui 1,000 times. Chenji's network of contacts has now been greatly expanded. Especially the banking department, Chenji, who has connections in the banking department, can directly contact his own exclusive bank manager. Hey, I have something I want you to check for me. Chenji explained the whole story, and the bank acted very quickly, finding out information about a director very quickly. Hello, Mr. Chen, we have found Director Chen from Shanghai for you. He is currently casting and filming. We have negotiated with you. If you invest 5 million, you can choose a role. 5 million. Chenji frowned. Who is he looking down on with this 5 million? What's more, 5 million for a role is really a bit of a bully. There was a hint of indifference in Chenji's voice at this moment. Have you tried your best? I deposited so much money in your bank, have you tried your best? One role is not enough, I want her to play the leading role, or at least the second female lead. Anyway, it has to be a positive role. I want to support her. You should know how much money I have. Isn't this enough to support a female star? The bank saw that they couldn't fool Chenji, so they said to Chenji, please wait a moment. I will go and coordinate. Chenji hung up the phone immediately, and less than 10 minutes later, the bank called back quickly and said to Chenji, hey, hello Mr. Chen, we have already negotiated with Director Chen. For an investment of 5 million, you can play the second female lead. If the drama is a big hit, you can also get a share of the investment. Chenji was not interested in the investment share. He would deposit the profits into the bank anyway, so he nodded and said, okay, then invest 5 million. You guys negotiate on your side. Contact me if you need anything. The bank acted quickly and reached an agreement with Director Chen in no time. Everything went smoothly. Director Chen, a well-known Shanghai director, was naturally very happy when he learned that someone had invested 5 million. Although he asked for a second female role, Chenji had already given the director all of Li Huihui's information. The director also knew that Li Huihui was a hard-working actress and had received good reviews before, so it wasn't a backdoor decision to cast her in the role of the second female lead. After all, Li Huihui is a real talent for acting. Li Huihui received a call from the director not long after getting in the car. At this moment, Li Huihui was still worried about going to the Magic City again, but she didn't expect that she had received great news before she even got there. Li Huihui's hands were trembling slightly. It was the first time for her to play the second female lead, which was much more important than the first female lead in many ways. The heroine of the play did not become popular, but the supporting actress became popular instead. The role of the second female lead is particularly important. At this moment, Li Huihui seemed to be living in the clouds. His feet seemed to be stepping on clouds and his face was filled with joy. Okay, director. Don't worry. I'll be there soon. I'll report tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll take the filming 100 times, 1,000 times more seriously. Li Huihui hung up the phone, unable to hide her excitement. She immediately thought of sharing the good news, but with whom should she share it? Li Huihui was in a dilemma. She immediately opened her cell phone, saw Chenji's number, and without hesitation, called Chenji. Is Chenji here? The famous director Chen from Shanghai has come to me to film a movie, and I want to play the second female lead. That's great, that's great. At this moment, Li Huihui could not hide her excitement. This was simply great news, definitely the best news in her acting career. Such great news made her even think for a moment that it was not true. Chenji naturally knew what was going on, but he didn't want Li Huihui to know, so he congratulated her. Congratulations, Huihui, it looks like you're going to be famous. I knew you would be famous. When you become famous, don't forget me. Li Huihui was a little shy at the moment. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say, so she responded immediately. Okay, I'll borrow your good words. I will definitely repay you when I become famous in the future. Shenji was in a playful mood at the moment, and put the phone close to his mouth and said mischievously. How are you going to thank me? Treat me to a meal or hold my hand? This sentence was almost offensive. Li Huihui felt her face turn red while sitting in the car. What are you doing? How can you say that? You are such a nuisance. Li Huihui was a little shy at this moment, and Shenji continued. Is it okay? Li Huihui didn't know what to say, and spoke after a while. Okay, if you're not afraid of being beaten by your wife, then I agree. After hearing this, Shenji burst into laughter, then pretended to be exaggerated and said to Li Huihui. Li Huihui, you are such an unfriend, aren't you? You've been interested in me for all these years? Aha, I thought of you as a friend. Oh no, the big bad wolf has targeted me. Li Huihui blushed instantly, and the next second she was so angry at Shenji's shamelessness that she spoke immediately. You are so shameless, you are so hateful. The relationship between the two of them. In this joke, it seemed to have returned to the original feeling, without that bit of restraint and awkwardness. Many times, naughty words can quickly bring two people closer together. If they are too serious, then the fun will be gone, and there will be a sense of distance and coldness. Shenji then continued to tease with a smile. Okay, my big star, you haven't even become famous yet, but you're already treating my old classmates so coldly. If you become famous in the future, you're going to eat me alive. I'm so scared. Li Huihui felt that she was about to be bullied to death by Shenji, and she couldn't argue with him. However, it was Shenji who actually helped her. She couldn't be angry, nor was she angry. In short, she was in a dilemma. Li Huihui's dilemma did not last long. Cheer up quickly. No matter what, I still want to thank you. If I become famous this time, I will definitely come back and repay you well. Shenji also put away his joking intention and said to Li Huihui. Li Huihui, don't worry, and don't think that you will be a very outstanding person tomorrow and you will definitely be famous. This day will definitely come. Li Huihui also nodded heavily. Shenji hung up the phone and then laughed. It's not that I will definitely become popular, but I will definitely become popular. With the support of a billionaire like me, it's impossible for me not to become popular. This statement is true. Being a star is a game of money. Even ordinary people with money can make them famous. This is the charm of money and the power of cash. Chapter 102, Rapid Progress. After walking out of the station, Shenji went directly to the factory. At this moment, the plant road outside the southern New District had begun to be paved. With our own money and strong support from the government, the project is naturally progressing very quickly. Secretary Li also became more and more favorable to Shenji. After all, it was rare to find such a wealthy sponsor willing to invest in his hometown. If Shenji had not been interested in going into politics, Secretary Li would probably have found him a committee member. At this moment, Dong Yaya is planning the placement of factory equipment. A lot of equipment has arrived from the south and the northeast. We just need to let the technicians there practice, learn, and then put it into production. Dong Yaya soon learned of Shenji's arrival, and then she walked over exhausted, looked at Shenji and pointed at the equipment in front and said, Boss, the equipment is ready and will be put into production soon. Your secret recipe has also passed the inspection and the production batch number will be issued soon. It won't be long before we can start production. The construction of the plant area has been almost completed. Can I push for some places to be completed later? Shenji also understood Dong Yaya's meaning. The most important thing for a factory is its hematopoietic capacity. As for those unimportant constructions, there is no need to rush to build them. The hematopoietic capacity should be built first. As long as it can be put into production normally, then everything else will not be a problem. Shenji also nodded and said, It is important to give priority to production. I leave it to you. This is our first and largest investment. We can only win and not lose. I have already given you the good products. Now it's up to you. Dong Yaya was originally a business tycoon, and he made brilliant achievements in all of this in later generations. Talent is talent, and no matter where they are placed, they will always show their due brilliance. Dong Yeye in this life is no worse than in the previous life, and because she received more investment, she is even more outstanding. In this life, Chenji is truly her mentor, and his support is unreserved, so Dong Yeye is very grateful to Chenji. Dong Yeye was not reborn, and she had no idea how brilliant her achievements were in her previous life. She only knew that she was just a worker in a small textile factory in Huanglianshu town, but in the blink of an eye she became the general manager of a large company covering thousands of acres. Such trust is equivalent to sharing everything he knows with her. How could Dong Yeye not be moved? Seeing that Dong Yeye was doing very well, Chenji patted her shoulder with relief. Dong Yeye, you did a great job. I'll leave this to you now. The train was very fast and soon arrived at the Magic City, which was several hundred kilometers away. At this moment, Li Huihui was no longer ecstatic. She had regained her sanity and felt that something was wrong. My good luck only changed after I met Chenji. Before that, I was just unlucky all the time. The best thing was that when I went to Shanghai, I actually received an invitation from Director Chen to play the second female lead. This is really too much of a coincidence. Li Huihui believes in the existence of luck. She is so lucky now. If she had not met Chenji, she would probably still be in Boizhou County worrying about the money for her mother's medical treatment. But now she is about to star in Director Chen's latest movie, and she is the second female lead. All of this was too coincidental, which made Li Huihui wonder who helped her to be so successful. She doesn't have a good relationship with others. Because of her dedication and even some overly serious performance, she is not very popular in the crew. I am not like other actors who are subject to unspoken rules just for the sake of acting. She had no connections and had never starred in any of Director Chen's films, but she was suddenly chosen, which made her very uneasy. Who arranged this role for her? She was confused and puzzled. Suddenly, Li Huihui had a terrible idea in her mind. There was only one noble person around her, and that was Chenji. Could it be that the second female lead in Director Chen's movie was arranged by Chenji? The more Li Huihui thought about it, the more likely it was that the person she had the best relationship with was only Chenji. Apart from Chenji, who else would be willing to help her? But she still didn't dare to confirm. She wanted to call to confirm, but she was afraid it was Chenji, but she was also afraid it was not Chenji. If it was Chenji, then she really owed him too much favor. Chenji took her mother to match a kidney source late at night, lent her so much money, and arranged a role for her. How can I repay such a great favor? Could it be that I really just hold hands like Chenji said? That's too embarrassing. Li Huihui took out her cell phone and wanted to make a call, but this time she lost her joy and became a little timid. She put the phone down and said to comfort herself, "He must be willing to help me because we were once classmates. Otherwise, how could he be willing to help me?" But Li Huihui felt that something was not quite right. Is the friendship between old classmates really that valuable? Yes, there are too many classmates in this world, but are there really so many classmates who have become successful that we should help those who are less fortunate? Definitely not. Never mind. I don't want to think too much about it. At worst, I can ask Director Chen. He must know who asked me to play the second female role. Li Huihui made up her mind to do so. Everything was normal in the factory, so Chenji drove away and prepared to go home. He left the place to Dong Yeye. Everything was fine, so she naturally didn't have to worry about it. Having been delayed in Boizhou County for a long time, Chenji plans to return to Dongqing City. All the industries here only require a regular visit, and Dong Yeye is also enough to make him feel at ease and believe that as long as Dong Yeye can arrange it carefully, then the health-preserving treasure will definitely become popular all over the country. By then, I can just lie down and count my money. The annual sales of Yangshanbao will definitely make a net profit of more than 1 billion yuan. This is a powerful tool for harvesting wool. Chenji does not feel any burden in his heart. After all, it is better to give it to him than to give it to those unscrupulous healthcare product companies. His health-preserving treasure is absolutely effective. Chenji went back home in the evening and told his parents about his idea. The two elders had no objection, but they were a little reluctant, Chen Kongmei said with a forced smile. It's time to go back. You've been busy here for so long. Don't worry, I can handle everything that comes next. You can go back without worry. Chenji nodded and drove away from Boizhou County and headed for Dongqing City early the next morning. Chapter 103, Tenderness is better than a new marriage. Chenji returned to his Dongqing villa, which was completely renovated by the bank. He parked his car in the garage and immediately contacted Manager Wang of the Taekwondo Hall. Manager Wang arranged everything in an orderly manner and then told me all the recent events. Boss, do you still know Wang Shouhong? Wang Shouhong's Taekwondo gym can't continue, so we have acquired it and it's ours now. In addition, we have also opened a second branch. The door curtain has been built and the advertisement has been put out. Our students are making rapid progress now. We are now the #1 Taekwondo gym in the entire East City. We are doing very well and are making rapid progress. Chen Ji smiled. This was something he had anticipated. After all, he was the champion of the national championship and had strong financial support. Many problems were not problems at all in front of him. Korean movies are now on the rise. Although the people in this country are not that great, the movies they make are pretty good. The plot is even more vivid and moving, instantly elevating a taekwondo athlete with fancy moves to a position where he shouldn't be. However, Chen Ji also thinks it's a good idea. Although these little stick things are just fancy moves, ordinary people don't have so much time, so real training in fancy moves is enough. It is enough for me to make this money. Chen Ji then said to Coach Wang. Tell me if you have any projects that require funding. We will continue to open branches and strive to have a branch in every district of Dongqing City. We need to continue to radiate outward through East City. By the way, do you know any coaches in other cities? You should contact them more and try to open branches in important cities. This is the task I gave you. If you can get your salary done, I'll raise it. Your current salary is 20,000, right? Let me raise it again. Your current salary is 50,000. Manager Wang felt a shock in his heart, and the next second he immediately expressed his loyalty. Okay, thank you boss, but 50,000 is too much. How about this? 30,000 is enough. Even if it's a manager's salary, it's already incredible if it's more than 20,000. A salary of 20,000 is already a sky-high price. In the past, if you wanted to get a salary of 20,000, you had to recruit a lot of students and ask them to renew their fees and pay a lot of money. Chen Ji offered a salary of 50,000 yuan. Coach Wang burst into tears of gratitude. But he didn't say much. After comforting Manager Wang, he prepared to go find that little devil Li Xiaolu. Chen Ji had a deep affection for Coach Wang. Coach Wang had always been there for him when he was in the most difficult times. How could he not repay him? He must repay him well. Coach Wang naturally didn't know what had happened, he only knew that Chen Ji was very kind to him. The grace of being recognized and given a chance is very important, but the grace of never abandoning someone is even more important. If a person possesses both, then his potential is limitless. Chen Ji drove quickly to Li Xiaolu's residence. Li Xiaolu lived not too far from her parents' home, but her parents did not visit her often. Li Xiaolu had money, and her residence was very different. She moved directly to a high-end residential area. The residential area was magnificent, and Chen Ji entered very smoothly. Li Xiaolu greeted him outside, and immediately pounced on him when she saw him. Hubby, you're finally back. I miss you so much that I'm dying. Promise me that you will never leave me for so long in the future. I'm almost not used to it. It's so tiring waiting for you here. She is indeed a little goblin. Chen Ji looked at Li Xiaolu, and Li Xiaolu kissed him the next second, muttering something. Hubby, husband, come and give me a kiss. She came up and asked for it enthusiastically. Li Xiaolu was so clingy. Li Xiaolu was dressed exquisitely at the moment. Perhaps she had already known the news of Chen Ji's return, which made her very happy. She was painted beautifully and even sprayed Bialy perfume on her body. The smell is light, but it has an irresistible attraction. Chen Ji was naturally not shy, and the two of them started kissing on the side of the road. After kissing for a while, Li Xiaolu's whole body became soft as mud. Chen Ji helped her back to her residence. The two were so happy after a short separation that Chen Ji threw the shy Li Xiaolu directly onto the bed. A full hour passed before the panting sound came. An hour later, Chen Ji felt tired all over, but also very refreshed. He took a breath and looked at Li Xiaolu. At this moment, Li Xiaolu was lying on the bed. The blush on her face had not yet faded, and she was breathing heavily, but a smile was on her face. Of course she couldn't do that with someone she didn't like. Chen Ji was just too perfect. He was handsome, rich, and romantic. Li Xiaolu couldn't help herself to him. Not to mention the joy of being with her, it was simply refreshing to the core. Chen Ji looked at the lively and lovely Li Xiaolu. Although he liked her in his heart, he still had a defensive heart. Everything in the future was still vivid in his mind. It was okay to raise her as a canary, but other things should still be kept in moderation. Okay, let's go to the villa. Your house doesn't seem to be very soundproof. Li Xiaolu's residence is indeed nice, but it is a high-end residential area after all. Although it is an independent residence, the sound insulation is still average. After getting used to living in a villa, Chen Ji still doesn't like this kind of residence and thinks it would be better to return to his own villa. Li Xiaolu acted coquettishly and nodded in agreement naturally. She also liked the villa. Chen Ji immediately called the chef in the villa. I asked about Li Xiaolu only after I received the notification. Li Xiaolu, what do you want to eat? I'll ask the chef to make it for you. Li Xiaolu thought for a moment and ordered some Sichuan dishes. Looking at Chen Ji directing the chef to cook, Li Xiaolu was filled with envy at this moment, and said secretly in her heart. That's the life of the rich. That's the life of the upper class. It's just too good to be true. Li Xiaolu was extremely envious, and then she acted coquettishly and said to Chen Ji. Chen Ji wanted to take beautiful photos in the villa. I showed off once before, and my girlfriends asked me about it and started to criticize me. I wanted to take a few more photos to shut them up. Chen Ji naturally had no scruples and nodded. Then take a few more pictures. They can't bully my little baby. Li Xiaolu was extremely excited, as if she had received a great gift from heaven. Chen Ji looked at Li Xiaolu and realized that she was a lively and lovely girl. She finally understood why Li Xiaolu had such a good fate in her previous life. Perhaps even without her, Li Xiaolu would still have a good life. Of course, that comes at a price. Chapter 104 Female Number 2. It seems that Chen Ji has a new movie recently. Director Chen seems to be shooting a new movie. Let's go watch it when it comes out. Li Xiaolu has recently paid more attention to her life and has become more picky about movies. Chen Ji nodded. Okay, we'll go and see then. Then, he thought of Li Huihui. Li Huihui should be in Shanghai now and is probably auditioning now. Just as he said, Li Huihui has already started the most important audition in her life. After all, Li Huihui was just a minor character, so naturally she couldn't meet Director Chen. She only met one of Director Chen's assistants. Soon after, Li Huihui's agent also arrived. It would be more accurate to say that he was Li Huihui's agent, but he was sent by the company to monitor her. The company was very strict with these artists, but they couldn't make any money. Li Huihui was bullied a lot by this agent. Li Huihui looked at the middle-aged woman and then a cold expression appeared on her face. Sister Wang, a middle-aged woman, saw Li Huihui and excitedly walked up to her, shook her hand and said, Huihui, you're finally back. I told you not to go back. There will be a new movie being filmed in the second half of the year. The company will arrange a role for you then. Don't you agree? Li Huihui felt that it was ironic that with so many movies in the first half of the year, she was kept on ice and not allowed to film. Now she is saying this again. It is really hypocritical. Li Huihui now also urgently wants to know who recommended her. Who on earth recommended me to come here for the audition, Sister Li? Who on earth recommended me to Director Chen? Sister Wang, I'm still a little confused. After confirming that Li Huihui really didn't know, he said this to her. Li Huihui, stop acting. Everyone knows that you came to act with Director Chen this time because Mr. Chen from the bank asked you to do so. Mr. Chen is said to be a mysterious billionaire. He invested 5 million yuan specifically to let you play the second female lead, and he specifically asked you to play the role by name. Huihui, I finally understand. No wonder you don't like those bosses. It turns out that those small bosses are not in your eyes. If you want to be interested, you want to be interested in billionaires. I am really impressed by you, Sister Wang. Su Huihui instantly confirmed her guess. It really had nothing to do with her company. Her company was simply a blood-sucking and skinning company. How could he use the company's connections to allow a small character like me to use connections and backdoors? After all, they are still bystanders. Mr. Chen from the bank? Mr. Chen? Although she didn't know who Mr. Chen was, the name Chen had a lot of meaning. Li Huihui was thinking in her heart at this moment. Could it really be Chen Ji? It was actually him. He actually invested 5 million just for me. Li Huihui was touched, but she was not sure whether Mr. Chen was Chen Ji. However, she had already made up her mind and was probably sure. At this moment, Li Huihui also saw a lot of acquaintances. When Sister Wang saw Li Huihui, she said embarrassedly. Li Huihui looked at Sister Wang, who was feeling guilty, and questioned her directly. Why are there so many people from the company here? Could it be that they are all here for auditions? Sister Wang lowered her head at this moment and said to Li Huihui. You also know the company's rules. Since you have connections here, if you audition, the company will have to bring someone else to audition for this new role. I'd like to trouble you to communicate with Mr. Chun from the bank and see if you can get a few more roles for the company. Don't worry, you will definitely get a lot of benefits. We will definitely not forget you when there are big productions in the future. Director Chen's big production has already been promoted. It is definitely a big production and there will surely be countless people watching it. Being able to show up in such a big production will be very beneficial to your future acting career. Li Huihui looked at some of the company's new stars. She felt familiar with each of them, but at the same time she found it a little funny that a group of stars wanted to borrow her fame. Those who usually looked down on her were particularly sad at this moment and took the initiative to greet Li Huihui. Sister Huihui, we are so sorry to have to come here to audition with you. Thank you, Sister Huihui. I will recommend you if there is a big production like this in the future. The change of identity happened in an instant. If it weren't for the relationship with Mr. Chun from the bank, I'm afraid these people wouldn't even look at me. But now I have become Sister Huihui. As expected, in the entertainment industry, money is the most important thing. Li Huihui was arranged directly and met Director Chen soon. Director Chen looked at Li Huihui and nodded with satisfaction. Go audition first, shoot a scene, and I'll see how it goes. I'm telling you, even though you have connections, if you don't perform well, I can't hire you. Sister Wang was right next to them, watching Li Huihui going for the audition. Sister Wang saw Director Chen chatting with her. Master Chen, Li Huihui is an artist of our company, but her acting skills are not that outstanding. This time I also brought other stars, their acting skills are very good, and if you have support, we can also use the actors to help you promote it. Li Huihui, although this person is dedicated, he is too dull and not very suitable for acting in your movie. Wang Jia really said one thing and thought another, but Director Chen did not refuse immediately. Instead, he nodded with interest. Everyone has a fair chance. Go ahead. But we need to discuss the promotion. Sister Feng nodded happily and looked at Li Huihui. Li Huihui had already suffered a lot of oppression, so this time she took advantage of her opportunity to get someone into Director Chen's crew. As for whether Li Huihui could be selected, she no longer cared. After all, Li Huihui did not have a deep foundation and was a completely transparent person in the company. Soon, everyone finished their test papers. After watching the film, Director Chen threw the sample film to the ground and yelled at Sister Wang. What the hell are you bringing? What the hell are you acting? You have no acting skills at all. With these eye expressions and movements, are you the actors you brought? Then, with the support of 5 million, Director Chen patiently watched the remaining samples of Li Huihui. Sister Wang also had bad intentions. She put Li Huihui at the end. If the previous actors and artists had performed well, Li Huihui could have been directly eliminated. But these actors are obviously not talented enough. The director patiently watched the sample film, then nodded in surprise and appreciation. Li Huihui's performance is indeed good. I've seen her works before and they're all pretty good. Okay, all of you go back. Li Huihui will be the second female lead. Li Huihui looked at Sister Wang with dismay at this moment, and Sister Wang was embarrassed to the point of feeling ashamed. Chapter 105, Face-Slapping Moment. Chenji and Li Xiaolu were being affectionate with each other in the villa, telling each other all about their recent lovesickness, while Li Xiaolu was looking at the villa and admiring it while filming. Li Xiaolu was trying to use up all the memory in her mobile phone. She was taking photos on the rooftop, first floor, and balcony of the villa. Everyone saw the flattery in the circle of friends. Li Xiaolu has forgotten her original intention in the flattery, and even forgot that she snatched this boyfriend away by herself. Seeing her like this, Chenji did not stop Fang Qingran and Li Xiaolu from being best friends. They would meet sooner or later. He was really curious about how these two good friends would deal with each other when they met. But no matter what, the fact is already like this. No matter how angry Li Xiaolu is, it is too late to regret it. Chenji looked at Li Xiaolu and then called her over. Okay, stop filming, let's go out for dinner. Chenji casually searched for a few luxury restaurants on his phone and soon found a Michelin restaurant. Although the food at this Michelin restaurant was not good, it was definitely high-end enough. Chenji pointed at the picture on his phone and said to Li Xiaolu, "Let's go to this Michelin restaurant. This restaurant looks good. Let's go and try it. If it tastes good, we will go there often in the future." Li Xiaolu was overjoyed after hearing this. Okay, I want to go too. It's this 3-star restaurant. Oh, and let me take a screenshot. I want to post it on WeChat Moments to enjoy it. Li Xiaolu is now experiencing new things every day and wants to post to her moments every moment. She quickly took photos of the Michelin 3-star restaurant and also posted photos of the villa. The post reads, "I'm tired of all the restaurants, luckily there's a Michelin 3-star restaurant that should taste good." As soon as this was released, all her close friends were filled with sadness, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Who wouldn't he be envious? This is a big villa, and the food is from a Michelin restaurant. The cost of a Michelin restaurant alone is probably no less than 10,000 yuan. All the girlfriends were envious, and Fang Qingran was no exception. Fang Qingran was already feeling a little depressed at the moment. Her marriage had been troubled these days and she was quite bullied at home. The situation in the previous life was quite different. Although Fang Qingran was not rich in his previous life, because of Chenji, this victim was quite respected among his relatives and friends. Since her marriage was not successful in this life, her family naturally would not indulge her. Fang Daming is well known for his love for his son. He is even more mean to his daughter. Seeing that his daughter is worthless, he treats her coldly. When a person's situation is miserable, the sadness in his heart when he sees another person prospering will naturally come out, so Fang Qingran is now reading every word of the text in pictures posted by Li Xiaolu. I just felt a burst of sadness, with jealousy in my eyes and anger in my heart. Why not me? Why don't I have such good luck? Why didn't I hook up with a rich second-generation guy? You're not showing off, are you? You're just looking for a rich second-generation guy, right? What's so sexy about that? Li Xiaolu thought to herself that her other girlfriends were the same, but it was like this in the circle of girlfriends. Some people showed off on the surface but were proud in their hearts. Some people complimented on the surface but were sarcastic or even jealous in their hearts. At this moment, Fang Qingran looked at the mirror. Although the self in the mirror looked a little haggard, her appearance was still beautiful. Li Xiaolu looked at her figure and then whispered to herself in the mirror. Li Xiaolu, why are you so arrogant? Didn't you just find a rich second-generation man? Whether he is an old man is still unclear. If you find a rich second-generation man with a beard, I will laugh at you. I just don't believe it. With my figure and looks, I can't find a rich man. I want to find someone richer. I also want to take pictures of the villa and eat at a Michelin 3-star restaurant. I also want to buy a car, a better car, and live in a better house. I want to surpass you in everything. Although the fantasy in her heart was beautiful, Fang Qingran smiled, but the reality was still bleak. The fantasy was over, and she still had to face a bleak life. At this moment, Fang Daming came over, and seeing that his daughter was still at home, Fang Daming said impatiently, "Girl, how long have I told you to go out and find a class? If you don't go to work, how are you going to earn the bride price from your brother? Your brother is already grown up, how is he going to get married and have children in the future? Without children, who will carry on the family line in our Fang family?" Fang Qingran looked back at his father with a hint of disgust in his eyes, but after a moment, looking at his father's appearance, he explained with some horror. "Dad, don't worry. My marriage with Chenji hasn't ended yet. She will give me money. She will give me money." Fang Qingran used to work, but after getting engaged to Chenji, Chenji would give her some money from the profits of the taekwondo gym every day. Although the money was not much, Fang Qingran's life was quite comfortable. After all, she eats and drinks Chenji's food and gets paid for free. This kind of life is really something. At that time, her parents' attitude towards her was even more different, because Chenji would come to their house from time to time, and every time he came, he would bring gifts. If the gifts were worthless, she would complain to Chenji. In short, with the all-round help of Chenji, the sucker, Fang Qingran naturally has both face and money. In the previous life, Fang Qingran lived this kind of life for a long time, until she completely drained Chenji. In this life, Chenji woke up immediately and Fang Qingran's life was naturally not easy. When Fang Daming heard that his daughter was still daydreaming, he immediately scolded her. "What are you dreaming about, you little bitch? They've already said they're not going to get married and they're not going to give us a dowry. We haven't even seen a dime, so what are you still doing lying around at home? Hurry up and find a job for me. Don't stay at home and rely on your parents. How can your father and I have so much money to support you? Fang Qingran was a little angry, and then said to Fang Daming, "Didn't Qing Yun go out to work? Why should I go out?" "No, I won't go." Fang Daming took a step forward and was about to slap Fang Qingran in the face. Fang Qingran immediately became scared and continued to speak in a soft tone. "Dad, I know. I'm looking for it. Look at the app that's already opened on my phone." Fang Daming nodded when he saw that his daughter was indeed looking for a job. "Look for it quickly, don't stay at home and eat idle meals." The hatred on Fang Qingran's face became even stronger at this moment. I just don't know whether I hate Fang Daming, Shenji, or myself for being useless. Chapter 106, Too Late to Regret. Fang Qingran opened the recruitment software and searched again and again, but still couldn't find a job he liked. The job she wanted was one that paid well, had little work, and was close to home, but where could she find such a job? Fang Qingran is not an outstanding person. She hasn't worked for a long time and has been raised by Chenji so much that she doesn't want to go to work anymore. And even if she went to work, she wouldn't be able to find a good job with her abilities and education. To put it bluntly, Fang Qingran had nothing except a slightly attractive appearance. But she was afraid of being tired and didn't want to be in public, so it was even more difficult for her to find a job. Fang's mother saw her daughter staying at home all day and was at a loss as to what to do. Then she had another idea. I came to Fang Qingran's room and knocked on the door gently. "My daughter asked me to come in. I brought you a cup of tea. Drink some first. Mom wants to discuss something with you." Fang Qingran opened the door and tried hard to smile at her mother outside. Fang's mother walked in and the two of them sat in front of the table. Fang's mother said to her daughter, "It's not a good idea for my daughter to stay idle at home. Aunt Lee next door has found a nice boy for you. He's quite good. I heard that he has good conditions in all aspects. Why don't you go and meet him?" Fang's mother usually has the lowest status in the family. Today, she looked at Fang Qingran's expression and said these things carefully, for fear of irritating her daughter in the slightest. Fang Qingran is extremely arrogant now. After meeting Chenji, her vision has been broadened. Fang Qingran really looks down on ordinary people. If she is really introduced to a worker, she will definitely look down on him. "Mom, I know. What does the blind date Aunt Lee mentioned do? Does she have a car? A house? Any property?" Fang's mother naturally understood everything before she dared to introduce it to her daughter, and then said, "That young man is going to buy a car, and he has only paid a down payment for the house. As for his salary, I heard from your Aunt Lee that he can earn more than 4,000 yuan a month. Although they are from an ordinary family, my daughter and you are quite suitable. I even have photos here, you can take a look." Fang Qingran didn't even look at him, and then knocked Fang's hand to the ground. "Mom, I've already told you, don't introduce her to me just because of someone special. She's not even as good as that loser Chenji, how could I possibly fall for her? Mom, don't think about it anymore. I won't go. There's no way I'll go." Fang Qingran is really crazy. He is so arrogant that he looks down on everyone. Originally, Chenji had already raised all her goals, but after looking at what Li Xiaolu shared now, her desire to compare became even stronger. Li Xiaolu's rich second-generation boyfriend bought her a car and gave her money, and also took her to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Her appearance is not necessarily worse than Li Xiaolu's. Why should she be worse? No, she wants better. That's right, she wants the best. The blue boy in front of her looked like an economical man, but she didn't like him. What she wanted to see was a rich second generation, a wealthy man. "I want a man who can take her out for high-spending events, buy her expensive bags, and take her to expensive restaurants. Definitely better than Li Xiaolu's boyfriend." Apart from that, she looked down on everyone else. Mother Fawn looked at her crazy daughter and felt a little regretful. Although Chunji is not very promising, he is still pretty good in all aspects. At least he was willing to spend money on her family. Now she only regretted why she asked for so much dowry in the first place. She wanted to cut the Gordian knot and get married. With this method, her daughter would definitely be able to control Chenji. Mother Fawn's tone was also a little angry at this moment. "My dear, I didn't say that you stay at home all day. You are neither going on blind dates with people introduced by others nor going to work. What do you want to do? Staying at home is not a solution. Your father and I only earn this little money to support you. Your brother can't support you. At this moment, Fang Qingran was furious and started complaining directly to her mother. Mom, you still have the nerve to say that? Chenji was so good to me in the beginning. If you hadn't been so obsessed with increasing the betrothal gift, there wouldn't have been so many problems. You even wanted his car and his house. Now he doesn't want me anymore, and you're blaming me again. Why? Why should I tell you? It's better to be alone than to have someone else. I want to wait for the man riding on the colorful cloud to marry me. Looking at her daughter in this state, Fang's mother felt that this was entirely the result of the sins she committed in her previous life. What a sin! How could I have given birth to a daughter like you? You are really going to piss your mother off to death. I am almost pissed off to death by you. Fang's mother covered her chest with her hands, feeling extremely regretful. There is a huge difference between the good daughter of the past and the daughter of today. Back then, there was Chenji, who cared about her and brought her gifts in his free time every day. Fang Qingran was her good daughter. But now she is gone, and has become the daughter who did evil. The gap in status is really huge. At this moment, Fang's mother grabbed Fang Qingran's head and slapped her hard in the face. You little girl, I tell you that you must go on a blind date and find a man to give you a betrothal gift. Fang Mu's mother was tough for once, and looked at her daughter who had no ambition, no desire to work, and was lazy and greedy, and she scolded her directly. You are looking at the photo correctly. This is the guy's social QR code. After you scan it, have a good chat with him and try to meet him in person and discuss the gift. Fang Qingran, who was slapped, became obedient at this moment. Looking at the photo, a feeling of loss suddenly surged in his heart. The man in the photo looks like an honest man, but he looks even worse than Chenji. Moreover, Chenji is getting more and more handsome now, so the gap between the two is huge. Although Fang Qingran felt disappointed at the moment, he did not dare to disobey, for fear of another slap in the face. He had no choice but to join the other honest man's friend under the coercion of his mother. Fang Qingran joined smoothly. Seeing this, Fang's mother coaxed her daughter and then walked out. At this moment, Fang Qingran had tears in her eyes, and then she opened the circle of friends of this so-called blind date. Looking at the pile of tacky things, she suddenly felt disgusted, but soon she found something unusual. As Fang Qingran was flipping through the pages, she saw the man she was dating appear in a high-end club, and next to him was a BMW. This BMW looked very valuable, at least much more expensive than Li Xiaolu's, and would cost at least over 2 million. Fang Qingran looked at the BMW. Although the man was not good looking and had a low income, she was willing to see him because he had the car. Then I sent him a message. Hello. Chapter 107 Mysterious Boyfriend. Chenji and Li Xiaolu came out of the Michelin 3-star restaurant. Li Xiaolu felt that everything was so pleasing to the eye and everything was so refreshing. That caviar tastes terrible. I didn't expect such terrible caviar to be sold at such a high price. Chenji wiped the remaining juice from the corner of Li Xiaolu's mouth. Rich people have nothing delicious to eat, they have never eaten these awful things. The main point is that they are expensive. Of course, it's not that they want to be taken advantage of, it's just that these awful things can show off their status. Many expensive foods are not very good or even taste bad. In fact, their high prices are just a commercial gimmick. But even so, it still attracts many people. Why? That's because eating is a style, it is a taste, and eating is different from that of ordinary people, making ordinary people deeply aware of the world of difference between the two. At this moment, Li Xiaolu touched her belly and stared at Chenji like a poor kitten. Brother Chen, I'm not full. Several dishes were too small and I finished them in one bite. Chenji looked at her and then said to her. Then let's go to the snack street in the mall. The nearest snack street to here is right opposite a large shopping mall. It is very lively on weekdays and sells all kinds of things. It's very lively with people coming and going. What is expensive is the style, and this kind of ordinary thing is the delicacy. Li Xiaolu's eyes lit up and she spoke in a coquettish voice. Okay, Brother Chen, let's go eat together. I can't help but drool when I think about it. I want to eat fried chicken. Oh, and there should be cakes there. I want to eat fruit. Li Xiaolu opened her mouth and ate several delicious dishes. Chenji touched her head. Okay, we'll buy whatever you want to eat. Visiting this kind of snack street is also a must for couples. Chen Ji directly set the navigation. The two got in the car and drove all the way. They soon arrived at the shopping mall, parked the car in the basement of the mall, and took the elevator all the way up. Li Xiaolu was almost tired of going to these shopping malls. She had a really great time shopping these days. Chen Ji directly gave her a secondary card. The credit limit of a secondary card is 20 million yuan. Although Li Xiaolu was crazy about shopping, under the current price, her daily maximum consumption does not exceed 100,000 yuan. To Chen Ji, 100,000 yuan is just some interest. Moreover, with the research and development and production of Yangshanbao, the money will soon flow in continuously and will become a burden for Chen Ji. Arriving at the mall, the two of them held hands like a match made in heaven, making anyone who saw them envious. When the two of them appeared in the snack street, they naturally attracted everyone's attention, and the handsome man and beautiful woman were also the focus. Li Xiaolu was no longer afraid of meeting acquaintances at this moment. After her bold spending in the past few days, she has become more courageous and has already figured out how to deal with it. Even if she was found out, what would happen? Li Xiaolu knew that it was not true that she was not married. Neither of them was married, and they broke up peacefully, so why was he still looking for her? Since she got the person that Feng Qingren couldn't get, it can only be said that she is capable, and it can only be said that Feng Qingren is incompetent. She is an incompetent person. She had no choice but to let Chen Ji go. If she could catch this potential stock, it would be her own achievement. The two soon ran into Li Xiaolu's best friends in the snack street. One of Li Xiaolu's best friends pointed at Li Xiaolu in front of her and then picked up her mobile phone to take pictures. Okay, Li Xiaolu really found a boyfriend. Why does this guy look so familiar? Anyway, I'll take a photo and send it to the group so that my girlfriends can take a good look. What kind of boyfriend did Li Xiaolu find? He's quite handsome. Who is this handsome boy? I just posted this photo on my Moments and it went viral in no time. Many of Feng Qingran's close friends had seen Chen Ji and knew what he looked like. As soon as the message was posted, someone exclaimed in surprise. Li Xiaolu's boyfriend looks so familiar. I know him. I remember that he is Feng Qingran's fiancé. How come he is with Li Xiaolu? Really? I still have the photos. They were boyfriend and girlfriend before. How come he is with Li Xiaolu now? These girlfriends usually stand together against the outside world, but who is this third person at this moment? Soon they all spoke in unison and began to criticize Chen Ji. I know. It must be Chen Ji, that shameless man. He was two-timing. He was with Feng Qingran first, and then hooked up with Li Xiaolu. Oh my god, this man is so shameless. Many people left crazy comments below. But someone else discovered a clue. That's not right. This Chen Ji is obviously Feng Qingran's boyfriend, and he's not rich. Didn't they say Li Xiaolu found a rich boyfriend? Could it be that we made a mistake? But the intimate relationship and the photo holding hands can fully prove the relationship between the two people. But what is going on? Li Xiaolu's girlfriends and suitors were all confused and had no idea what was going on. Many people began to have wild ideas. Could it be that Li Xiaolu got rich? Or won a big prize? Or is it that Chen Ji became a gigolo and then turned around to support Li Xiaolu? But Li Xiaolu got rich, or hooked up with an old rich man and kept Chen Ji as her mistress. Countless speculations popped up in an instant, the buildings became higher and higher, and the doubts became deeper and deeper. Some girlfriends focused their attention on Chen Ji. It must be said that after Chen Ji's charm system was developed, he became extremely handsome. My best friends also thought it was very pleasing to the eye and left comments below. Why didn't I think Chen Ji was so handsome and charming before? If I had money, I would also support a handsome man like him. That's right, look at his beautiful eyebrows and eyes, and his well-managed body. He's so handsome. Li Xiaolu got to eat some tender grass, and she got such a handsome tender grass. Handsome guys are all called young grass. My girlfriends are all good at teasing me. But the question remains unanswered. However, conspiracy theories have become prevalent, and Li Xiaolu's glorious image at the beginning has now been framed in an outrageous way. Li Xiaolu, this slutty woman, must have found some wealthy man to sleep with her, that's why she can buy luxury cars and have so much money. All of a sudden, the girlfriends all agreed that this was a fact. If someone becomes stronger than themselves, the first thing they do is to bear grudge against him. This is the situation now. Any woman who is stronger than them is always a bad woman and has always done bad things. They all want to use this as an excuse to vent their frustration. No matter how close we are on a daily basis, once you are different from me, we are enemies. Chapter 108 Shameful Dog. The news in the girlfriends group also alarmed Fong Qingran, who was chatting with the blind date guy at the moment. I was wondering how to ask whether the BMW was his, when suddenly I saw a lot of messages popping up in my circle of friends. Soon, we saw Li Xiaolu and Chen Ji walking hand in hand in the snack street. Fong Qingran was furious, and seeing this scene, he felt even more resentful. She thought that everything that happened now was caused by Chen Ji. If Chen Ji had just given the betrothal gift honestly, why would he have put her in such a passive position? Okay, you two bastards actually hooked up behind my back. I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Why are you so tough that you don't even want to give me the betrothal gift? It turns out you hooked up with this bitch. Fong Qingran was very angry and walked out of the room angrily. At this moment, Fong Qingyun was playing games, and Fong Qingran looked at him. His younger brother was too useless and was no match for Chen Ji at all. He had been taught a lesson by Chen Ji several times. Fong Qingran immediately gave up the idea and turned on his cell phone. Hello, is this Zhang Wei? Zhang Wei on the opposite side is a pursuer of Fong Qingran. He not only pursues Fong Qingran, but also Li Xiaolu. In short, he is a central air conditioning type bootlicker. Zhang Wei, let me tell you something. Have you seen the post on WeChat Moments? Chen Ji is not a human being. He cheated on Li Xiaolu behind my back. Come with me and teach him a lesson. When Zhang Wei, the dog, saw his goddess calling him, he naturally expressed his gratitude profusely. Don't worry, Qingran is such a bastard that he has gone too far. He has hurt 2 women's hearts in a row. I must go and teach him a lesson. I will go with you. Don't be sad. I will go with you. Fong Qingran looked at the photo and became angrier and angrier. He even wanted to smash his phone. But she never expected that her best friend would hook up with her ex-fiancé. Li Xiaolu then called a few of her close friends, and they gathered together and quickly headed to the night market. Tengu Zhang Wei also arrived at the night market soon, and several girlfriends soon got together. Fong Qingran looked at the picture and then followed. Each of these girlfriends was holding their mobile phones, ready to watch the show. I want to see a fierce battle. But whether this war can actually happen is still an unknown. Zhang Wei is very attentive at this moment. He wants to take the opportunity to get promoted. Even if he can't get Li Xiaolu, getting Fong Qingran would be good too. But Zhang Wei didn't take a look at himself. His income was only about 2,000 yuan, which was not enough to maintain his high consumption, let alone be noticed by Fong Qingran. Fong Qingran wanted to find a rich husband, and someone like him was simply not in her eyes. His diligence would only be used by Fong Qingran. Other than that, there was nothing. Soon, several people surrounded Chen Ji from the front. Li Xiaolu said to Zhang Wei. That scumbag Chen Ji must have cheated on Li Xiaolu. Go over and give him a good beating so that he knows he can't do such a thing. Zhang Wei had already had this idea. Zhang Wei is a typical person who has no self-awareness. He is not good looking and his income is not high, but he usually likes beauties of the same type as him and doesn't look down on them at all. He was also jealous that Chen Ji had gained Fong Qingran's favor. There is always unreasonable hostility. If Chen Ji knew that Zhang Wei was so hostile, he would probably have given Fong Qingran to him long ago. Chen Ji no longer wanted Fong Qingran, this vampire gold digger. It's really laughable that Zhang Wei takes it so seriously. The group of people quickly blocked Chen Ji. Chen Ji looked at the group of people blocking him and naturally there was no good look on his face. His eyes quickly found Zhang Wei. At this moment, Zhang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw Li Xiaolu wearing branded clothes, and the greed in his eyes almost overflowed. It is obvious that he is still obsessed with Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu is indeed beautiful, and she becomes even more beautiful in all the branded clothes. Daring to offend Li Xiaolu in such a way in front of him was really a slap in Chen Ji's face. This kid Zhang Wei wanted to steal my girl in the next life, but I didn't expect that he was still so evil in this life that he even dared to follow Fong Qingran and act wild here. Now Zhang Wei had an even more disgusting look of righteousness. He looked directly at Chen Ji and started scolding him immediately. Well, getting Qingran first wasn't enough, you actually hooked up with Li Xiaolu. You are so shameless. Chen Ji was naturally very unhappy after being scolded by this central government bootlicker for no reason. Looking at this bootlicker in front of me, I have long wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that he comes to my door today, I have some fun. Chenji looked at the people coming and going. This group of people gathered here, attracting quite a bit of attention. Many people gathered around, and a fat lady even squeezed behind Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was half turned sideways at this moment, facing the fat sister Chenji. He had a way. Anyway, he now had divine consciousness. A thought could make Zhang Wei faint instantly. According to this direction, he would definitely fall on the fat lady. Chenji immediately used his divine consciousness to attack instantly. Zhang Wei, who was still heartbroken just now, lost his spirit instantly. Zhang Wei, who had lost his spirit, fell down instantly and fell directly towards the fat lady. The fat lady was caught off guard and was attacked by Zhang Wei directly on the chest. Although the fat lady is fat, she seems to care about her chastity very much. She grabbed Zhang Wei and slapped him twice. Zhang Wei was awakened directly. Chenji only attacked him once. Zhang Wei reacted immediately, covering his painful face and looking around in confusion. The fat lady looked at the man in front of her and started cursing at him for daring to catch her. "You shameless man, how dare you take advantage of me? I will beat you to death today." After saying that, he started beating Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei begged for mercy again and again, but it was completely useless. What was originally a drama of catching Chenji cheating suddenly turned into Zhang Wei taking advantage of someone in public. Everyone looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was beaten badly by the fat lady and he ran away begging for mercy. "It's not that I just didn't know what happened." The more he explained, the worse it got. Now even Fong Qingran began to believe it a little. The eyes that were looking at Zhang Wei were full of disdain. Zhang Wei saw that the situation was getting worse and worse, so he wanted to run away, but the people around him were quite enthusiastic and blocked Zhang Wei directly. Everyone started talking. "This kid is so shameless, taking advantage of others in public. You have such a strong taste that you can do this. There's nothing we can do about this boy being ugly." When the fat lady heard these discussions, she got furious and started yelling at everyone. "What are you talking about? What are you talking about?" Chapter 109, Slapping Everyone. The fat lady was still beating Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was extremely embarrassed at the moment. No one listened to him when he tried to explain. Once he stopped, he was beaten continuously by the fat lady. He felt extremely aggrieved. It was so frustrating, but there was nothing he could do. After all, a man and a woman couldn't communicate. He did fall on the fat lady just now. Moreover, he had no idea how he fell down, but he fell down in the end. This scene made him very embarrassed. This basically confirmed his guilt. People around him looked at him strangely, and Fong Qingran also looked at him strangely. Zhang Wei was really angry at this moment. I really didn't. The fat lady still refused to give in. She put her hands on her hips and started scolding Zhang Wei. "What do you mean you didn't? Everyone here can see that you are such a shameless boy. It's abominable that you took advantage of me in public." Li Xiaolu looked at Zhang Wei with a look of disgust and said, "Zhang Wei, you are not picky about food. You even like this. You are disgusting." Zhang Wei felt really wronged, but he had no idea how to explain it. His ordinary and even slightly ugly face looked even uglier at this moment. The girlfriends on the side all defined Zhang Wei as a pervert, and soon Zhang Wei could no longer mix with this group of people. However, Zhang Wei still wanted to make trouble for Chenji at this moment, and pointed at Chenji angrily. "Look everyone, he was the one who had sex with me and then abandoned me. Why should you ask him to look at me?" At this moment, Chenji looked at Zhang Wei, who was like a clown, and did not say anything. Zhang Wei was really embarrassed now. The atmosphere was chaotic for a while, and soon someone came to maintain law and order. The fat lady and Zhang Wei were both arrested. What was waiting for them must be a not-so-pleasant solution. Li Xiaolu felt a little guilty at the moment. After all, so many of her close friends were there, and she was still a little timid. Li Xiaolu was timid and lowered her head guiltily. Chenji, on the other hand, looked indifferent. Fong Qingran was furious when he saw the two of them together. "You two bastards, you two are actually together, and Li Xiaolu, you and I are good friends, but you actually stole the man I didn't want, you were so shameless." Chenji protected Li Xiaolu and spoke to Fong Qingran in a domineering manner. "What are you talking about? What is the relationship between you and me? We have no relationship at all. What qualifications do you have to stand here and say these meaningless words? Get out of here now and don't ruin my fun, or I'll call the police. Chenji is still using this trick. But at this moment, Fang Qingran has gone crazy because of the unhappiness in his life. She didn't care about it at all and spoke angrily to Chenji. Why? Why do you like her? She's not as pretty as me. Why? Why? Li Xiaolu looked at Fang Qingran in front of her without any fear. She hugged Chenji tightly and said to Fang Qingran, Qingran, I'm with Brother Chen now. Since you and him broke up in the first place and parted ways amicably, there's nothing wrong with me being with him. What do you mean by blaming me now? I'm telling you, I won't accept your accusations. Li Xiaolu's righteous look almost made Fang Qingran furious, and Fang Qingran pointed at Li Xiaolu and cursed. Shame on you, you are really shameless. My girlfriends, who doesn't know that Chenji is my fiancé? How is you different from a mistress? Everyone present wanted to watch a big show, but Li Xiaolu's next words made everyone instantly lose the desire to watch the show, and they left one after another, leaving only a group of close friends. Your fiancé, is that your current fiancé? You two have obviously broken up, why can't you be with him? Is he your exclusive property? Just because we broke up, I can't be with him anymore? When everyone heard this, they scattered like birds and beasts. The group of girlfriends didn't know what to say. After all, breaking up was a fact, and being together was also a fact. Putting the two things together, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with them. At this moment, Fang Qingran felt a lump of pent-up energy in his chest. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate made him even angrier, especially when he saw Li Xiaolu wearing all branded clothes. All of this should have been hers, Thinking of herself in this state, Fang Qingran was almost furious. Fang Qingran looked at Li Xiaolu as if it was her due and wanted to go up and slap her, the mistress, but Chenji, a tall and strong man, stood in front of him, and Fang Qingran, a bully, didn't dare to rush forward. Chenji looked at Fang Qingran's extremely ugly face and smiled. Okay, a good dog doesn't block the road, get out of here. The girlfriends nearby saw Chenji's rudeness and jumped out immediately. Chenji, you are so abominable. You were clearly with Xiaoran, so why are you with Xiaolu now? This is too immoral. You must be cheating on me. You should know that we are all good friends. You are just eating grass in your own backyard. You are really disgusting. You changed your partner right after breaking up. This group of girlfriends started blaming Chenji without knowing the truth or the whole matter. Chenji stared at them and said jokingly, Do you understand what's going on? Your best friend asked me for a betrothal gift of nearly 400,000 yuan, and also asked me for a house and a car, which I can't afford. Isn't it normal to break up? The best friends are still blaming Chenji. These are all your excuses. Have you been dating Li Xiaolu for a long time? Is that why you broke up with Fang Qingran? Chenji lost his patience after listening to their groundless accusations. It was useless no matter how much they accused him. It's over. It's over. Everyone present was looking at Li Xiaolu. Although their attention on Chenji increased a bit at this moment, they were still thinking about one thing in their hearts, which was who was the mysterious rich man next to Li Xiaolu. Fang Qingran looked at Chenji's proud eyes, then pointed at Li Xiaolu and said, Don't think that Li Xiaolu is really a good person. Let me tell you that Li Xiaolu hooked up with a very wealthy man. She is very rich. Look at all the brand names she wears. Can a poor loser like you afford to support her? Don't dream, it's impossible. It's simply impossible. Chenji looked at this group of snobbish girlfriends and then showed the watch on his hand. How can you not afford to wear this outfit of mine? Can't you afford it? I have a house, a car, and property. After saying that, she took out a gold card from her pocket, blinding the titanium eyes of her girlfriends. Chapter 110 Show Off Wealth. Showing off wealth, this is a blatant show of wealth. Among the group of girlfriends, there is one who is more knowledgeable, and that person is Zhao Xiaoyang. Zhao Xiaoyang looked at the gold card, then covered his mouth and spoke loudly. But the bank's gold card has this card, so the net worth is at least 10 million. My God, 10 million is so rich. 10 million is not a small amount of money. In fact, this gold card was also given by the bank. Chenji also has a black card with a higher value, but there is no need to take out that card. This card is enough to intimidate them. This gold card is also used in daily life. The faces of the girlfriends present were all very ugly. After all, having 10 million in this era is simply beyond ordinary people. It's not about surpassing ordinary people, it's about being beyond most people. After all, these people were short-sighted. They were all shocked and opened their mouths wide when they saw only 10 million yuan. If they knew that there were hundreds of thousands of yuan in Chen Ji's card, they would probably be so shocked that they would be speechless. Now these girlfriends have changed their impression of Chen Ji, and one of them even spoke to Li Xiaolu in a flattering manner. Really? Are you telling the truth? Could it be that Chen Ji really bought these clothes for you? It's incredible that he is so rich. Then he looked at Feng Qingran, thinking that Feng Qingran was a fool. It was unbelievable, too unbelievable that he let such a person go. When Li Xiaolu saw the looks on everyone's faces, she nodded, raised all the brand name bags in her hands with pride, and spoke to everyone. You're right. All these things were bought for me by Chen Ji. He also bought me a car worth $1 million. She showed off her wealth and made her girlfriends die of envy. Zhao Xiaoliang even walked up to Li Xiaolu and touched her brand name bag, saying with envy on his face, I've wanted to buy this bag for a long time. It's really authentic. He also bought a car. That's great. How come I haven't met a boyfriend like him? Really? Zhao Xiaoliang, you're not seeing things, are you? The others were still questioning, thinking it was a fake. Zhao Xiaoliang nodded. Of course I'm not seeing things. Don't you know? I sell luxury goods. I can tell whether something is real or fake at a glance. This is definitely authentic. When Feng Qingran saw this, he didn't know what to say. He always felt that he was a sucker and that his good things were taken away by others. Now he just felt very aggrieved. She couldn't believe it at all at this moment, and started to ridicule Chen Ji directly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is just a poor wimp. How can he afford to buy brand name bags? They are all fake. It's all fake. Don't listen to him. Li Xiaolu, you must have been deceived by him. It's all fake. Chen Ji, don't I know? He's just a small boss who runs an ordinary taekwondo gym. How can he have so much money? Chen Ji looked at everyone, then smiled, and pointed to the big watch screen in the shopping mall next to him. Look, big sister, look at the big screen. Chen's taekwondo has opened many branches. Can I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go and have a look. Everyone looked up and saw an advertisement for Chen's taekwondo gym. The address was a shopping mall, where rent was extremely high. At this moment, all the girlfriends believed that Chen Ji really had this ability. After Chen Ji showed off his strength, he lost interest and said to his girlfriends present, You all know that Feng Qingran and I have broken up. The reason for the breakup is that their family took me for granted. They wanted my car, my house, and my savings. We broke up normally and it had nothing to do with Li Xiaolu. I met Li Xiaolu only after I broke up with her, and then I fell in love with her and ended up together. After saying that, Chen Ji held Li Xiaolu's hand tightly. The two smiled sweetly, showing their sweetness. Everyone felt that they were truly a match made in heaven. Seeing this scene, Feng Qingran was so angry that her teeth were itching. She really wanted to separate this couple, but what was her identity now? The girlfriends present had changed their attitudes at this moment and no longer helped Feng Qingran. After all, they didn't really want to help Feng Qingran, they just wanted to see how Li Xiaolu had become. If Li Xiaolu was going to be a rich man's mistress, they would naturally ridicule her, but they didn't expect that she really caught a rich son-in-law. This rich son-in-law is so young, and they all want to take advantage of this opportunity to go to Li Xiaolu's mansion to take pictures and have meals. Feng Qingran, who had been confident of victory, was deserted by his friends and relatives in the blink of an eye. Li Xiaolu looked at Feng Qingran proudly at this moment, and Feng Qingran felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Chen Ji lost interest as he looked at these people who were like flies, and said to Li Xiaolu, Let's go. Don't stay here. They are disturbing our fun. Let's find a place to have a good time tonight. After saying that, he left. Chen Ji took out the keys to his luxury car. At this moment, Feng Qingran felt like her breathing had stopped. She stood in front of Chen Ji. The other girlfriends were also waiting to watch this big show and took out their cell phones. Chen Ji didn't want to pay attention to it and went straight to the parking lot. The parking lot was not far from here. Chen Ji saw that there was no one behind him, so he pulled Li Xiaolu into the car, opened the door of the BMW, and said to Li Xiaolu, Don't worry, this will happen eventually. How can we be together if we don't get rid of that gold digger? Chen Ji's words made Li Xiaolu feel at ease. She pecked Chen Ji directly. The two got in the car. Chen Ji drove out of the door, but he didn't expect that a person suddenly jumped out. This person was none other than Fong Qingran. When Fong Qingran saw Chen Ji's car was about to leave the parking lot, he stopped the BMW directly. Chen Ji did not get out of the car, nor did he curse, he just kept honking the horn. When the girlfriends saw this scene, they all said, "It's a drama." This is the news headline. What's the content of this headline? The ex-girlfriend sees that the ex-boyfriend has become rich, so she stops the car to propose to him. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. The girlfriends burst into laughter, and Fong Qingran became a complete joke. Fong Qingran came to Chen Ji's car window, knocked on it, and yelled at him. "Where did you get the money? Where did you get the money? I don't believe you got so much money. You can't even pay the bride price, where do you get the money to support her? Li Xiaolu, tell me quickly, where did you get the money?" Chen Ji looked at Fong Qingran in front of him with pity. Chapter 111 The Chosen One. Li Xiaolu was afraid that something might happen when she saw Fong Qingran looking so crazy, so Chen Ji and the other man got out of the car and said to Fong Qingran, "Fong Qingran, don't keep pestering me here. Chen Ji doesn't like you. You've already broken up. Stop pestering me. Go back now. Don't embarrass yourself here. It's really embarrassing." Fong Qingran looked at the luxury car in front of her and at Li Xiaolu, who was wearing designer clothes. Now her heart was full of bitterness. She regretted it so much. She regretted why she didn't recognize Chen Ji at the beginning. If she had known that Chen Ji would be so glamorous and beautiful, she would be willing to marry him even if he only gave a dowry. Not to mention any more nonsense, such as transferring the garage and the house to her younger brother. This was a stupid request that she now found ridiculous. But it was their family that proposed such a ridiculous plan, which made Chen Ji completely disappointed in her. Fong Cheng regretted it so much that her gums ached. But what's the use of regret? Despair is still despair. Seeing her like this, Li Xiaolu felt that she didn't know what was good for her and didn't know how to appreciate the face she was given. She then started to ridicule her. "Fong Qingran, you were too ungrateful. Chen Ji is a potential stock. If I were you, don't tell me that you asked him to transfer his garage. Even if he didn't give me a dowry, I would be willing to marry him. You just want too much. If you want too much, you will get nothing." Li Xiaolu's pride and Fong Qingran's frustration formed a sharp contrast. Li Xiaolu's words did not leave any ripples in Fong Qingran's heart. At this moment, Fong Qingran was still angrily stopping the car. Chen Ji was really angry. "What do you want to do? Why do you stop my car? You and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. We have already broken off completely. Get out of here now." Chen Ji's words sounded as if they had not been spoken to Fong Qingran. Fong Qingran still said stubbornly, "Tell me, where did you get so much money? Where did you get so much money?" Chen Ji was helpless, seeing how persistent she was, and then he said, "Since you want to know, I'll tell you. I am a rich man. I won't pretend anymore. I am the chosen one. After I confirmed the breakup with you, I used the betrothal money to invest in Bitcoin. It increased hundreds of times in an instant and I made 50 million. Do you know about Bitcoin? You probably don't know about the Bitcoin surge in the news some time ago. You don't pay attention to these things, but you can search it. It's really profitable. With 50 million, I will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. What is luck? This is luck. There is nothing you can do about it. If you miss it, you miss it. Don't stop my car. Get out of here." After Chen Ji said this, Fong Qingran felt extremely regretful. "I felt extremely regretful, and when I heard the words 50 million, I was completely shocked. 50 million. That's a full 50 million. 50 million earned from the bride price." The busybodies nearby nodded and applauded Chen Ji. "I made money. You are so awesome. I heard someone made a lot of money with Bitcoin some time ago. I didn't expect it was you. A full 50 million. You are so awesome. I will follow you and learn from you." Zhao Xiaoliang then explained to her girlfriends. "You probably don't know what Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is actually the same as Dogecoin. It is a virtual currency on the internet. Its price is also very magical. Sometimes it is very high, up to tens of thousands of dollars, and sometimes it is very cheap, only a few cents. Of course, this is just an estimate. Bitcoin is more prone to big ups and downs, and no one knows how to invest prudently. No one could hear what Zhao Xiaoliang said. These girlfriends had all heard that Bitcoin could make money, and they were afraid that something terrible would happen next. The cryptocurrency world is dangerous, and these silly girlfriends might end up losing everything. Chunji looked at Fang Qingran's regretful expression and wanted to kill him. Fang Qingran really felt regretful. 50 million was really 50 million. Even if she was given 10 million, she would have no worries about food and drink in her life. She really regretted it now and wished she could slap herself twice. Fang Qingran didn't even think about it at this moment. If Chunji was with her, how could she invest in Bitcoin after all the money was given to the betrothal gift? It would not be her turn to be rich. No matter what she chose, Fang Qingran could not grasp the sky-breaking wealth. Fang Qingran naturally couldn't be caught. However, Chenji wanted to stab a knife into her heart. After all, this vicious and selfish gold digger had caused her a lot of grievances and pain. Fang Qingran, it's all thanks to you that you didn't register your marriage with me in advance. If we really had a marriage certificate, you would have to take half of the 50 million I earned. If you took half of it, how heartbroken I would be now. Fortunately, you are stupid. Your family wanted my car and my house, so I had to give up my marriage, which eventually made me rich. Fang Qingran had no strength left at this moment, as if she had been drained of strength, and fell directly to the ground. She was in great pain, and she felt that the pain was transmitted to her limbs. What could she do? There was no way. I regret it. I regret it so much. 50 million almost swallowed it up. Seeing her like this, Shinji didn't want to bother with her anymore and got into the car directly. At this moment, Fang Qingran was sitting beside the car, and driving would not hurt her. Li Xiaolu also sat back in the car. The two of them drove, and Shenji stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The farce ended in an instant, which made some people happy and some people sad. The ones who were happy were naturally Li Xiaolu and those who were just watching the fun. Needless to say, the one who was sad was naturally Fang Qingran. The girlfriends around her also followed suit and started to ridicule Fang Qingran. After all, Fang Qingran was simply too stupid. What was she thinking? She actually missed out on a rich son-in-law. This rich son-in-law is a real rich man worth 50 million. Anyone would regret it terribly, and at this moment, Fang Qingran's girlfriends were gloating over her misfortune. Qingran, you are really generous. You have abandoned such a good potential stock. These girlfriends' impression of Chunji has completely changed. In Fang Qingran's eyes, Chenji used to be a loser. But now in their eyes, they have become upper-class people, and upper-class people have become those they want to fawn over. If you want to curry favor with one, you must suppress the other. And Fang Qingran is naturally the one who is suppressed. Fang Qingran recovered after a while, but when she opened her eyes, she found that Chenji had already left. Chapter 112 Joy and Sorrow. Fang Qingran stumbled to her feet and looked at her girlfriends, all of whom had dejection written all over their faces. She was regretting. What was she regretting? She was regretting that she had missed out on a multi-millionaire just for a small gift and a house. This is simply like not getting both sesame seeds and watermelons. Not only did he not eat the fox, he also got into trouble. The more Fang Qingran thought about it, the sadder she felt. Her blind date was so ugly, and his conditions were not even half as good as Chunji's. He was just a wage earner with only a little monthly income. Although Chunji was not very rich, he looked good and had his own business. Later, he also had a car and a house. When comparing these conditions, Fang Qingran felt so regretful that her heart was bleeding. The most important point is that when Chenji was willing to spend money to pursue her, he kept spending money and gave countless gifts to her family. Chenji's conditions at the time were already pretty good, and were the ceiling she could reach. But she lost the ceiling, and then the ceiling was lifted up again. It wasn't just a matter of raising his status, it was a rapid improvement, from an ordinary person to a multi-millionaire. Fang Qing regretted it so much that his intestines were about to turn green. But wasn't it all her own fault? She didn't hold on to such a good person, but instead kept making trouble for him. She was completely unscrupulous and wanted to drain Chenji completely and transfer all of Chenji's property to her parents' home. In the previous life, Fang Qingran did exactly that, and Shenji was almost killed by her. In the end, there was nothing left, and one was extremely miserable. Fang Qingran, this person deserves it, she is definitely a gold digger Voldemort, it was all her own fault, she doesn't deserve any sympathy at all her regrets now are only because she suffered a loss. If she really got a marriage certificate with Chunji and could legally take away half of Chunji's property, I wonder how she would be able to show off. At this moment, Fang Qingran felt a surge of regret, but after regretting, she reacted quickly. No, I absolutely cannot break up with Chunji. He is so rich, I absolutely cannot break up with him. After saying that, she picked up her mobile phone, but she didn't expect that the phone was hit directly when she fell, and the screen was cracked. Seeing the screen cracked, she didn't care at all, and directly opened the address book and continued to call Chunji. But she forgot that Chunji had already blocked her. Fang Qingran kept calling, but there was no response. Her best friend beside her couldn't stand it anymore, so Zhao Xiaoliang said to her. Okay, Fang Qingran, stop calling me. He has blocked you. Stop calling me. Stop wasting your time. Get up now. Seeing Fang Qingran like this, her girlfriends finally felt some sympathy for her. They pulled her up and helped her clean up. However, Fang Qingran was still obsessed and kept calling Chunji. Li Xiaolu was extremely happy at the moment, but then she felt a sense of insecurity. Chunji, I like you so much, you won't abandon me, right? You can't abandon me, I've chosen you for my whole life, you have to stay with me. While driving, Chenji touched Li Xiaolu's leg and said to her. Don't worry, as long as you are fine, I will not abandon you. As long as you treat me well, I will make sure you have enough food and clothing for the rest of your life, and you can have whatever you want to eat and play. Li Xiaolu was extremely happy at this moment and felt a wave of sweetness coming over her. Li Xiaolu's sweetness formed a sharp contrast with Fang Qingran, and the two were no longer on the same page. Chunji has completely broken away from class. He has become a wealthy man, even the richest man. He will continue to have money, and his thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Li Xiaolu's photos kept flashing in the moments at this moment. I opened the moments and found that they were all pictures from before, and Li Xiaolu was among them. Of course, the real protagonist is Fang Qingran. At this moment, Fang Qingran is lying on the ground in a very depressed manner, like a dog. There were all kinds of ridicule and mockery, and Fang Qingran was really embarrassed. Li Xiaolu did not laugh at her, but she also felt that Fang Qingran was really ungrateful. Chenji ignored her, but Li Xiaolu still showed the picture to Chenji. Chenji glanced at it out of the corner of his eye while driving, and then said to her. Don't worry about her. She and I are a thing of the past. As long as you know your limits and know when to advance and retreat, I will give you the best of everything. Chenji's words seemed to have magic power, and Li Xiaolu nodded. What she said was completely true. This was what Chenji did. If Fang Qingran could be more sensible in this life, he would be willing to give Fang Qingran something. But it was obvious that after living a new life, Fang Qingran had not changed at all. Fang Qingran walked home in a daze. She didn't read the messages in the group or the messages in the circle of friends. All the ridicule became insignificant to her ears. With the help of her best friend Zhao Xiaoliang, she quickly returned to Chen's home. At this moment, Chen's home was still peaceful. Fang Daming was repairing the TV, Fang Qingyun was still playing games, and Fang's mother was still busy in the kitchen. No one noticed Fang Qingran. Zhao Xiaoliang said something to Fang Daming and left, leaving Fang Qingran with a lost look on her face. When Fang Daming saw his daughter come back in her appearance, he spoke directly. What's going on? Why do you look so lost? Where did you go just now? Why didn't you come back so late at night? I think you've become wild and don't care about your family anymore. Fang's mother also came out and scolded. Didn't I tell you to have a good chat with your blind date? How is your chat going? I heard that you guys had a good chat with him. Your Aunt Lee didn't say anything, did you? You're pretending to obey but secretly disobeying. Fang Qingran still looked lost, not caring about anything and not caring about anything. This look is so pitiful. Seeing that Defang didn't say anything during the visit, the two elders became anxious, and Fang Daming asked directly. What's wrong? Why are you still like this after going out? What happened? Tell me quickly. Fang Qingran's younger brother Fang Qingyun also complained at this moment. Sister, what's wrong with you? And Dad, stop yelling at me. This game is just right. It's all your fault. Look, the game has failed again. After hearing these words, Fong Qingran could no longer hold it in. She threw the bag in her hand away and got angry at Fong Daming. Why are you still playing games and repairing TVs? I tell you, Chen Ji has become rich, very rich, and he doesn't want me anymore. He really doesn't want me anymore. As soon as these words were spoken, everything became quiet in an instant. Chapter 113 Crocodile Tears. Fong Qingran's reaction surprised the Fong family. When people heard that Chen Ji had become rich, the first thing they did was disbelief. That's right, it was unbelievable. The Fong family knew that Chen Ji was a loser. Although he later found a house at a bargain price and bought a car somehow, he didn't look like a wealthy big boss at all. Although everything he has is already top-notch, it is all coincidence and he did not earn it at all. So the Fong family thought it was impossible, absolutely impossible, and that Chen Ji would never be able to get rich. At this moment, Fong Daming looked indifferent and comforted his daughter directly. Well, that loser is not even willing to give the betrothal gift, nor is he willing to transfer the car or the house to your brother. What do you want with such a loser? Fong's mother didn't dare to speak at this moment. After all, she had the least say in this family. Fong Qingyun started to ridicule him directly. Sister, Chen Ji is a loser. What are you thinking? How could he possibly get rich? You were deceived by him, right? He must want to get back together with you, so he tricked you into saying he got rich. Fong Qingyun's words resonated with Fong Daming, who nodded. That's right, he definitely didn't get rich, he just wanted to deceive you. Daughter, you must not be fooled, if he really wants to reconcile with you. Fong Daming's face turned stern at this moment, and he looked resentful. Let him raise the betrothal gift to 666,000. Oh, and also transfer his multi-million-dollar mansion to your brother, and also give his BMW to your brother, otherwise I will never get back together with him. When Fong's mother heard what the two were thinking, she was certain that there was no chance for her to get back together with Chen Ji. After all, no one wanted to be sucked in. Chen Ji was unwilling to give even the 400,000 yuan betrothal gift before, so he would probably be even more unwilling to give the 600,000 yuan. She spoke directly to her daughter. It's her loss if her daughter doesn't want to marry us, so let's ignore her. By the way, have you contacted the blind date that Gerandli mentioned? I asked you some more information. That person, although he doesn't look good, he has a bright future. I'm in the promotion period. I'm about to get a promotion. I heard that I can earn over 10,000 yuan a month. This salary is not low. I heard that he wants to buy a house, and he already has the down payment. Fong's mother thinks that her daughter is suitable for such a man, at least it is stable. If he is willing to give a dowry, it would be even better. As long as he has the bride price, he doesn't care who his daughter marries. As long as he has the money for his son's marriage, everything will be fine. Fong's mother was still having beautiful fantasies. Fong Qingran was confused at this moment. She looked at these people in her family, laughed miserably, and said to her parents, Mom and Dad, do you know how much money Chen Ji has made? No, you don't. I just found out that Chen Ji used the money for the bride price to buy Bitcoin, which increased hundreds of times and made 50 million. The 50 million stunned everyone. Fong Daming even threw the screwdriver in his hand directly to the ground. At this moment, Fong Qingyun was no longer concerned about playing games. Everyone surrounded Fong Qingran. The shocking impact of 50 million is really huge. Fong Qingran was also filled with regret. 50 million, a full 50 million. If he had 50 million, why would he stay here? When he thought about staying here and being bullied, and when he thought about missing out on a multi-millionaire, his heart ached and bled. But at this moment, the Fong family realized their own stupidity, but they were unwilling to accept that Fong Daming was still lying to them, and said to their daughter, My girl, don't listen to him trying to fool you. He may not have 50 million. He is lying to you. He definitely doesn't have 50 million. At this moment Fong Qingyun was stunned. From the house to the car, he was thinking secretly and seemed to have believed it a little. Otherwise, he thought of another person, Li Xiaolu. He also has a friend of Li Xiaolu. When Li Xiaolu posted pictures of luxury cars and mansions, she immediately figured it out. Isn't that the one in Eaton Manor? Sister, I know. Are Chen Ji and Li Xiaolu in love? I was saying that before, the mansion looked like the house of Eaton Manor, but I didn't expect it to be Eaton Manor. Fong Qingran looked at his younger brother. His brother, with his pig brain, could think of such a thing, but he never expected that he would be humiliated by others. Fang Qingran felt even more wronged at this moment. Fang Qingran smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, you are right. He and Li Xiaolu are together. All the luxury cars, mansions and brand name bags that Li Xiaolu showed off were bought for him by Qinji. They were all bought by Qinji. Fang Qingran didn't dare to think about it at the moment. When she thought about the fact that she had missed out on these things, she was extremely sad. She felt as if her heart was stabbed by a knife. Fang's parents were also stunned at this moment. Listening to what his daughter said, it seemed that Qinji had really made a fortune. The Fang family was shrouded in gloom and sorrow. No one spoke for a moment. They were regretting. They all regretted missing out on such a rich son-in-law. Wouldn't that make them regret it? But what's the use of regretting? After a while, Fang Daming finally spoke awkwardly. Daughter, has he really become rich? After confirming again, Fang Qingran nodded again. The next second, Fang Daming started cursing. Good boy, Qinji must have known that he was going to get rich, so he deliberately broke up with you. He must have done it on purpose. He just didn't want to give money or a betrothal gift. He's a scumbag. Fang Daming immediately picked up the screwdriver and waved it around. This guy has delayed my daughter's youth, and he still doesn't want her. What a bastard. We must go find him and ask him for compensation for the loss of his youth. We must make this guy pay compensation to my daughter, and we must not let her go. Although he said this, his tone was full of excitement and trembling. He wanted to use this as an opportunity to ask for money. But money is not so easy to get. Now that the two of them have nothing to do with each other, how can they ask for money? Even though Fang Daming was making a fuss, he didn't dare to really ask for it. After all, Qinji had really made a fortune and was no longer the same as before. If he really went to the house and was beaten out, it would be a huge embarrassment. Fang Qingran sighed again. Dad, don't worry about it. He and I haven't even got a marriage certificate. What's the relationship between us? We're just boyfriend and girlfriend. He won't recognize you if you go find him. After saying that, he covered his head and started crying. It was because of her parents' obstruction that she lost the opportunity to make a fortune. She really regretted it. She regretted it so much that she wished she could go back to the past and get the marriage certificate with Qinji right away. Chapter 114 Disgusting Face. The Fang family members now understood that they could not get a penny because they did not get the marriage certificate. When Fang Qingyun thought about the fact that all his money was gone, he got angry at his parents. It's not that you are short-sighted. If my sister and he had been allowed to get married, I would have millions by now. It's all your fault. I don't care. I want a house, a car, and I want to get married. You have to give me money. Fang Qingyun is so presumptuous. Fang Daming was not angry, but comforted his son instead. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm telling you that if Qinji doesn't want to give a betrothal gift, there are other people out there. I don't believe that my daughter won't be able to find a rich husband with her looks. Yes. My daughter must find a rich man, someone even richer, to make him better than her, to make him regret it forever. Although he said this, he had no confidence in his heart. The rich get richer. Rich people are not fools. It's just that Qinji, the victim, valued his feelings and raised Fang Qingran like a little princess. If it were someone else, who would spoil her? With her arrogant look and temper, and in their family, who would indulge her at all? Definitely not at all. Fang's mother regretted the situation and said, if I had let my daughter get the marriage certificate, we could have at least shared 10 million yuan. After the mother felt heartbroken, she said to her daughter, My daughter, I know you are a good child, and Qinji is also a good child. Why don't you two get back together? I believe he is not a cruel person. As long as he is willing to give the betrothal money and give our family 40 million of the 50 million he earned, you can get back together with him and forgive him, okay? Anyway, you need to apologize to him, make peace with him, and make money. Fang Daming's eyes lit up at this moment and he said to his daughter, My dear, your mother is right. If you get back together with him, it will be easy for him to bring tens of millions to you. He was willing to give it to you before, and he will definitely be willing to give it to you now. Just get back together with him. The Fang family was still immersed in wishful thinking at the moment. When Fang Qingyun heard this, he nodded and gave orders directly to his sister. That's right, sister. No matter what you can do, you have to get back together with my brother-in-law. Otherwise, what should we do if he doesn't give us money? I'm still waiting for him to give me money to buy a house. We have already chosen a house and paid the deposit. When are we going to pay the money? This seems to be the only solution for the Fong family at the moment. Fong Qingran seemed to cheer up at this moment. She stood up straight, wiped the tears from her face, and her decadent mood disappeared. Then she looked at the mirror next to her. She looked a little haggard in the mirror, but still beautiful. She then took out her cell phone and scolded Li Xiaolu. This bitch dares to steal my boyfriend, just wait for me. There was no message from the other side, as if she had been blocked. At this moment, Fong Qingran looked at the phone hatefully and said, Li Xiaolu, you bastard, you dare to steal my boyfriend, I tell you, I will take him back, and then I will take back all the cars and brand name bags he bought for you bastard, you bitch. Fong Qingran now really wants to tear Li Xiaolu apart alive. Only then did Fong Daming realize that someone had stolen his daughter's boyfriend, and he immediately started to curse his daughter. Where did this slutty vixen come from? It's only been a few days and she took advantage of the situation. She is indeed a shameless woman. Fong Qingran looked at his phone angrily, then put it down and spoke to his parents. It must be Li Xiaolu who seduced Chenji. She saw that Chenji was rich and had bought a car and a house, so she went to his house and seduced him. This slutty woman is capable of anything. The next second, Fong Qingran looked at his parents confidently and said, Chenji is a man who is easy to talk to and thin-skinned. It must be because she, a slutty fox, took the initiative to follow Chenji that Chenji was attracted to her. I have been in a relationship with Chenji for such a long time. My relationship with her is definitely better than Li Xiaolu's. As long as I beckon her, she will definitely come back and give me all her money. I don't know how Li Xiaolu seduced Chenji, but it's really laughable for Fong Qingran to think so. How could they not want her? She still didn't understand. No one would be willing to accept a family of selfish people. What can we do if we accept such a family? There won't be any good results, it will only lead to a bottomless pit, which will empty you out. Chenji in the previous life is a lesson for us, a lesson for us. Fong Daming nodded and said to his daughter, My daughter, we are going to get rich. Our family's road to wealth depends on you. As long as you and Chenji get back together, we will not need this shabby house anymore. We will also go to Eaton Manor to buy a mansion. And buy your brother a car. The previous car was too cheap. We can buy a Mercedes-Benz worth $1 million. We definitely can't be outdone by Chenji. Mother Fawn was kind at this moment and smiled at her daughter. My daughter, you have to live a rich life in the future. But even if you are rich, you must not forget your brother. You must remind him that he is so old and still hasn't found a wife. This is a pain in my heart. You must take good care of him. Fong Qingyun no longer had the impatience he had before, and now he looked at his sister with a pitiful face and spoke. Sister, you must definitely control him. I am counting on you to buy me a house and a car. The whole family are vampires, and before they even get back together, they're already fantasizing about a better life. The family's transformation from gloomy to full of confidence is really fast. Fong Qingran looked at the mirror at this moment, looking at her beautiful face, and said confidently, Don't worry, Dad, don't worry, Mom too, my lovely brother, I will definitely work hard and let our family live a good life. The family was having a great time and was surprisingly harmonious at the moment. In this harmony, Fong Qingran actually retreated a little. She has known Li Xiaolu for a long time, and she also knows that Li Xiaolu is extremely vain. She has only one goal in her life, which is to marry a rich man. To achieve this goal, Li Xiaolu washed her face with cold water, worked hard to lose weight, attended various training classes, and even maintained her virginity for the sake of a wealthy life. The purpose of cutting is to get a rich son-in-law. Compared with the chaste Li Xiaolu, she is so far away. One is a virgin, while the other is a playful, spoiled and dissolute girl. There is a world of difference between the two. Chapter 115 Seduction Plan. Daughter, by the way, does Chenji know about your past affairs with your ex-boyfriend? If he knew about this, it would be a troublesome matter. As soon as this sentence came out, the whole family was stunned. Indeed, this matter was not a trivial matter. It was a naked act of cuckolding Chenji. In the past, when Chenji had no money, he could naturally endure it, but now that Chenji has become rich, will he still endure it? Everyone in the family knows the answer in their hearts, they definitely won't tolerate it. They still think that the reason why Qinji chose to cancel the engagement and break up with Fong Qingren was all because Fong Qingren was entangled with that boyfriend and even went to the hotel. At this moment, they could never imagine that Qinji had been reborn and had not discovered the affair at all. Everything they thought was as they thought. It's all their fantasy. This sentence made Fong Qingren retreat. Yes, this was like wearing a green hat, and no one would accept it. No man would tolerate it. Fong Qingren shook his head, then sat down dejectedly, muttering to himself. No, definitely not. How can I compare with her? Li Xiaolu is still a grown-up girl. Qinji knows about this. She will definitely not choose me. Li Xiaolu is so beautiful. She will definitely choose Li Xiaolu. What should I do? Fong Qingren was so depressed that Fong Daming spoke directly to her. Girl, this is a chance to make a fortune. You should give it a try anyway. What if it works? I tell you, men are all idiots. As long as you sleep with him and make him happy, he will do anything you ask him to do. I'm telling you, don't be timid. This is a chance to make a fortune. Don't you want to live the life of a rich man, the life of a rich lady? Girl, you have to go. The whole family tried to dissuade him. At this moment, Fong's mother said to her daughter. My daughter Li Xiaolu and Qinji are together, right? I know Li Xiaolu's family. At worst, I will find a way. I, your mother, will find a way to break them up. Let me break up Li Xiaolu and Qinji. When she is left without a woman, she will definitely come to you and get back together. At that time, I can ask him for a dowry, tens of millions, and that will definitely work. He is still thinking about dividing up Qinji's tens of millions. His ambition is really huge. But can such ambition be realized? After all, it cannot be realized. They are just flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. They are just their fantasies. Fong Qingren's eyes lit up. That's right, Mom. Go and break them up. Just break them up. Li Xiaolu seduced my man. Just tell Li Xiaolu's mother that. Li Xiaolu's mother will definitely break them up. Fong's mother nodded and spoke confidently. Don't worry, girl. If that slutty vixen dares to steal your man, I will tear her face off. Thinking of this, Fong's mother excitedly picked up the rolling pin next to her and said to her daughter. The Li family is so shameless that they actually raised a vixen who stole my daughter's man and daughter. I will go tonight and ask the Li family what they want to do. How dare they interfere in the matter between you and Qinji? Fong Daming is a sensible person. If he went to make a scene now and someone called the police, it would be troublesome, so he immediately stopped his wife. You're crazy. Go over there and make a scene now. I'm telling you, don't make a scene yet. If you do, what if someone calls the police? And then you'll be arrested by the police. Just wait. When she heard the word police, Fong's mother instantly became timid. Fong Qingyun, this troublemaker, is looking for trouble at the moment. Then, he said to his sister and father. Sister, you still have to go find Qinji. He's so rich now. If you just get back together with him and just beg him, he'll give our family millions or even tens of millions. With so much money, you don't have to go to work anymore. Oh, sister, give me Li Xiaolu. She's been slept with by Qinji now, so she's not worth much anymore. Just give me some money and I'll marry her. After saying that, Fong Qingyun revealed a greedy look. Fong Qingyun was a man who liked beautiful women, but the beautiful women around him didn't like him. So he harassed Li Xiaolu in various ways for no reason, but Li Xiaolu only treated him as her best friend's younger brother. But Fong Qingyun didn't think so. He had always wanted to possess Li Xiaolu one day, and this time he had the opportunity to express his thoughts directly. Fong Qingren, this fool, didn't even think there was anything wrong at this moment, and immediately said to his brother. Okay, I'll tell you, when Qinji and I get back together, I'll get some people to arrest her, and then you can go directly. By then, the rice will be cooked, and she will have to obey even if she doesn't want to. The family was immersed in beautiful fantasies again. At this moment, Fong Daming and Fong's mother kept cheering Fong Qingren up. Fong Qingren seemed to be blinded by greed. At this moment, he was full of confidence and felt that he could definitely defeat Qinji. She now felt that she must have been too harsh at the beginning. As long as she lowered the conditions and waited until she got the marriage certificate, she would then take advantage of Qinji. Qinji didn't know what had happened in the Fong family. He just returned to his villa and had a good sleep. The next morning, I was woken up by the sound of the doorman's phone. There was a luxurious phone in the villa. After answering it, I found that it was the doorman who called, so I said to the doorman, "What's wrong? Is there anything?" The guard said to Chenji somewhat embarrassedly, "Hello, there is a lady named Fong Qingran who wants to see you." I told her that she needs to make an appointment, but she didn't listen and kept pestering me. "Do you want to meet her?" Fong Qingran was extremely fast and arrived directly at Eaton Manor the next morning without any hesitation. She originally wanted to come in and find Chenji directly, but Eaton Manor was privately managed. It is impossible to enter without an appointment. Except for the owner's car and the owner's identity, no one else is allowed to enter. This is the advantage of a high-end residential community, with maximum privacy and unparalleled security. Fong Qingran looked very arrogant at the moment. She had already positioned herself as a multi-millionaire boss and thought that she was also a part of Eaton Manor and that she would own Eaton Manor sooner or later. Looking at the security guard outside, he naturally looked very rude. "I'm telling you, let me in quickly. If you don't let me in, I'll make you unemployed and jobless. Let me in quickly." The security personnel were very helpless at the moment, looking at the crazy woman in front of them. They didn't know how to dissuade her. Chapter 116 Entanglement. Fong Qingran's purpose is very clear, that is, he wants money, and he wants to make money by getting back together. Naturally, Chen Ji was not at all flustered. After all, he knew exactly what kind of woman Fong Qingran was. Fong Qingran was a shameless gold digger. Her experience in her previous life had made Chen Ji see the true face of this woman. This woman will never consider the good things about others. Even if you are good to her in every way, she will bite you hard in the end. In the previous life, she took away everything from him, and she chose to divorce him, causing him to lose everything. In this life, no matter how much this vicious woman begged, she would never forgive her for making the same mistake. She would never make the same mistake twice. So Chunji didn't hesitate and spoke lazily to the security guard who called. "I don't know this woman, and I've never heard of her. If she keeps pestering me, call the police and let them handle it. It's really annoying that she's interfering with our owner's travel. Get rid of her quickly." The security personnel immediately understood and no longer had a good look towards Fong Qingran in front of him. If she is really an owner in the community, then there is nothing to say, but since she is not, she is an insignificant person. Then, the security personnel will not have any scruples. "Stop messing around here. I've already called the owner, and he said he doesn't know you and has never seen you before. You are harassing the owners of our community now. Leave now, or we'll call the police." Fong Qingran was furious when she heard the word "call the police," but Chenji ignored her. It would have been fine if he had called the police, but he also wanted to call the police even for this little security guard in front of him. Fong Qingran was furious. "You two bastards, what right do you have to stop me? I am really the owner of this place. I am Chenji and I am his fiancée. What right do you have to stop me? Get out of here, you bastards." After saying that, he was about to climb the gate over there. She's totally in the state of a mad woman. Fong Qingran today is different from the past. She put on beautiful makeup and wore an elegant dress, dressing herself up as an angelic woman, but she herself is as vicious as a snake. Now that she has encountered a setback, she can no longer pretend and wants to climb in directly through the turnstile. But how can these security personnel let her do as she wishes? If she was really allowed in, she would lose her job, so without any hesitation, 2 security guards came out and stopped her outside, shouting to expel her. "What do you want to do? Who are you to scold us? Stop it, don't come in, get out now." The security personnel were all furious. Although they were security personnel, it didn't mean they didn't have temper. They are all strong young men. They are kind to those polite owners, but they are naturally fierce to those scoundrels who want to break in. More importantly, since they take money from people, they naturally have to help them get rid of troubles. They are different from the security guards in ordinary communities. Those security guards earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, and their biggest responsibility is to sit there and play with their mobile phones. It's not easy to sit there and play with your phone. Their salary is basically around 8,000 yuan, and those who are loyal to their duties can even earn 10,000 yuan a month. Their salary is definitely at the ceiling, and even some small bosses may not earn as much as they do. Since there is so much money, naturally there are so many things to do. What's more, this crazy woman even dared to insult them. "You two, stop swearing. If you dare to say such foul language again, we will call the police and have them arrest you. Fang Qingran was not afraid and started scolding the security guard and even Chen Ji. You bastards are just gatekeepers, aren't you? What's there to be proud of? I'm telling you, I'm not only going to scold you, I'm also going to scold Chen Ji. Chen Ji, you're a heartless man, you bastard. Now that you have money, you don't give me a dowry and you abandon me, you bastard. A crazy woman was talking nonsense outside the community. 2 security guards immediately called for backup. Soon, the captain of the security personnel came running with a team of people and blocked the door directly. Fang Qingran saw this scene, but he was still not afraid and kicked the nearest security guard directly. The security guard didn't show any mercy to Fang Qingran. He directly picked up the explosion-proof weapon and stabbed Fang Qingran to the ground. At this moment, Fang Qingran was in a very miserable state, his head was stuck in the ground and several of his feet were firmly stuck by the stick. The security captain looked at the crazy woman who came over and talked nonsense, and then cursed. Where did you come from, crazy woman? How dare you come here to cause trouble? I'm afraid you don't know that this is Eaton Manor. Eaton Manor is not a place where hooligans can cause trouble. Let me tell you, all the people living here are very wealthy and powerful. If our leaders here just give a heads up over there, you'll be in jail, and you won't be able to get out within a day or two. Hearing this, Fang Qingran was stunned. Looking at the luxurious villa inside, she knew that what the security captain said was definitely not false. At this moment, Fang Qingran also became scared. She just shut her mouth and stopped talking. When the security captain saw that she stopped talking, he waved his hand and asked his men to let go of this crazy woman. Fang Qingran was released and started to show off again. You actually called the police on me like this, I will call the police too. The security captain was extremely tough. He took out his cell phone and angrily said to Fang Qingran in front of him. Okay, call the police then. Let's see if it works better for you or me. The tough security captain scared Fang Qingran away. Although she was tough enough to humiliate Chen Ji at will, she didn't have the courage to do so to outsiders. Especially after being beaten up by these security personnel, he lost all his courage. Some people were really brave enough to use those explosion-proof weapons directly on her. It was really uncomfortable to be pinned to the ground just now. At this moment, Fang Qingran was dejected and listless. Fang Qingran angrily looked at the security personnel and took a few steps forward, then started cursing again. You bastards, I will remember you. And Chen Ji, remember this, I will repay you 100-fold and 1,000-fold for the humiliation you inflicted on me today. She has already blamed Chen Ji for what these people did to her. It was Chen Ji who said he didn't know her. If she hadn't said that, she would never have been treated like that. When she thought about how she had come here with all her heart and was treated like this, she hated it beyond words. Fang Qingran was dressed particularly beautifully today, but after all this ordeal, she looked like a mad woman, with her hair disheveled and her clothes dirty. Chapter 117 A Beautiful Day. Chen Ji ate the breakfast brought by the chef and watched the surveillance camera with a relaxed mood. There was a surveillance room in the villa. The monitoring room is directly connected to all the cameras in the community, so it can see the images from all places and of course even hear the sounds. Chen Ji had just arrived at the monitoring room. Seeing Fang Qingran's embarrassed appearance, he felt very happy. Chen Ji was not satisfied with just looking at the photos himself, so he sent all the photos to Li Xiaolu. After seeing them, Li Xiaolu laughed out loud and then said to Chen Ji on the phone. Fang Qingran is so funny and so pitiful, but she really deserves it. Li Xiaolu no longer felt any guilt or pity for her best friend, but instead felt disgust. It's not just disgust, it's extreme disgust, it's simply ungrateful. Li Xiaolu originally felt a little guilty about being with Chen Ji, but now that guilt is gone. What was there for her to be embarrassed about? She didn't steal Fang Qingran's boyfriend. It was Fang Qingran herself who didn't know what was good for her and asked for a high bride price from Chen Ji, which led to their separation. I just seized the opportunity to be with Chen Ji. What's wrong with that? Chen Ji finished his breakfast and immediately turned off the surveillance camera. I couldn't help but sigh that this money was really worth it. I stopped Fang Qingran outside the community gate and watched Fang Qingran leave in a panic. I felt so refreshed. Today was really a wonderful day. Chen Ji just felt that this was the best day since his rebirth. While they were enjoying the good times, their cell phones suddenly rang. When they opened the phone, it turned out to be Li Huihui calling. Li Huihui, such a busy person, actually had time to contact her. Chen Ji answered the call. Li Huihui on the opposite side was silent for a while, then spoke to Chenji. Chenji, I have passed the audition for Director Chen's movie, and I have already asked Director Chen about it. He said that it was a Mr. Chen from the bank who recommended me to Director Chen. I don't think I know another Mr. Chen from the bank. Li Huihui called to find out the truth, of course. When Chenji saw that it was time to pick peaches, he naturally spoke directly. Of course it's me. How is it? Are you satisfied with the arrangement? With this opportunity, you will definitely soar to the sky and become a big star. Li Huihui was somewhat moved and immediately spoke. Why are you helping me like this? And how did you become so powerful? Tell me the truth, did you hide your identity back then? Are you the illegitimate son of some big boss? Li Huihui joked directly, and the relationship between the two instantly returned to what it was before. Chenji was beaming with joy. You guessed it right. I transferred from the imperial capital. I am actually a hidden boss. Now that you know how powerful I am, why don't you just come to me obediently? I will arrange a good job for you then, and you will be my secretary from now on. Chenji said this with a smile, and Li Huihui was naturally amused by his words. Okay, I'm just worried that you can't afford to support me. Chenji continued, if I can't afford it, I will lock you up and starve you so that you can eat less. Li Huihui smiled and said, no, you are the best, you definitely won't be willing to do that. Chenji touched his nose. Of course not. I will protect you and love you well. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous again. Okay, Chenji, thank you. I'm going to participate in the filming. When I'm free, I will definitely come to find you and treat you to a meal to thank you very much. The atmosphere instantly returned to the topic of gratitude, and Chenji immediately joked. Just having a meal is not enough to thank you. I can't miss it when it comes to my door. Okay, the signal is bad, I have to hang up. After Chenji teased Li Huihui, he was naturally in a good mood. He hung up the phone and immediately summoned Li Xiaolu over. Li Xiaolu drove directly to the villa. Holding her own branded bag, she came to Chenji and started interacting sweetly with him. Really? Fortunately I wasn't there just now, otherwise I would have died of laughter after seeing this scene. After saying this, Li Xiaolu smiled. Li Xiaolu is not a fool either. She can figure out the purpose of Zhang Qingran's visit today even if she uses her imagination. There was absolutely no way Fang Qingran was looking for Chenji to reminisce about the past. She had only one thought in mind, which was that she wanted to get back together with Chenji. If the two of them really get back together, then Li Xiaolu would be a joke. Now the two of them are not only not good friends, but enemies instead. It is an enemy that will never give up. Chenji planned to go to the Taekwondo gym to take a look. In addition, the construction of the branch gym was almost completed. Chenji planned to take Li Xiaolu to take a good look. If there was anything wrong, he would point it out and correct it. Holding Li Xiaolu, the two of them got into his BMW and slowly drove out of the main gate of the community. After passing the gate, Chenji stopped and rolled down the car window. The security personnel immediately stepped forward, and Chenji felt relieved when he saw the security personnel. Okay, you did a great job. You helped me solve the problem today. I have a few $1,000s here. You can use it to buy cigarettes and drink tea. Chenji handed the money directly to the security guard in front of him. The security guard was stunned, but still took the money. You can treat this money as a bonus. The security personnel were naturally overjoyed. This thick stack of money was at least 5,000 yuan, and if they divided it among several people, each of them could get a few hundred yuan. A few hundred yuan was not a small amount in this era. Fang Qingran suppressed his anger and returned home angrily. The family was originally in a joyful mood, especially Fang's mother, who was beginning to imagine a better life. As soon as she entered the door, she heard Fang's mother speaking to Fang Qingyun. Son, good days are coming. When your sister and your brother-in-law get back together, I will buy you a big house. By the way, what car did you want to buy? Fang Qingyun then said with contempt. Mom, I've told you several times, I want to buy a Cullinan, I want to buy a Lamborghini, I want a Rolls-Royce. Dreaming is just dreaming. While they were daydreaming, Fang Qingran, who looked embarrassed, came in. At this moment, Fang Qingran yelled at them. You were the ones who asked me to get back together. Look how they bullied me. I didn't even get to see Chenji before I was stopped by a bunch of security guards. I was so pissed off. Seeing his daughter's appearance, Fang Daming immediately exploded and picked up a small kitchen knife from the kitchen. He said directly with a roar. Okay, Chenji, you dare to bully my daughter, and you dare to let these security personnel stop you, go. I'm going to kill him right now, I'm not done with him. Fang Qingyun did the same, intending to show off his power. Chapter 118 Fang Qingran's Retreat. Fang Qingran was really scared. After returning home and thinking about it carefully, she realized that she had thought too simply. If she really made a scene, she would definitely end up in trouble. Chenji is no longer the same person he used to be. He used to be just a small boss, but now he has become a billionaire. She can no longer afford to offend such a person. For example, today, I wanted to compromise and go find Chenji, wanting to rekindle our old relationship, but I didn't expect to be beaten by the security guards. Today she is a security guard, but what will she be like tomorrow? Fang Qingran is not a tough guy, she is afraid, she is really afraid. Her fear could not stop her family's greed. Fang Qingyun's eyes were full of greed at this moment. When she heard her sister say this, she immediately spoke. Sister, you are too timid. Why should we not go? If we have to go or not, how can we get the money to buy a house and a car? Don't worry, at worst I can find a way to separate them. Mom, I'll go to the Li family with you. I don't believe that Li Xiaolu is such a shameless slut. Fang Daming was also blinded by greed. My girl, your brother is right. Why should I refuse this money? It's so unfair, but you still don't want it. I tell you, you absolutely have to accept it. If you don't want to go, then I will go. I don't believe that Chenji can do anything to me. This coward will not do anything to me even if he doesn't consider the monk's face and the Buddha's face. Fang Qingran doesn't think so. Mom and Dad's current Chenji has plenty of money. If we go and provoke her, what should we do if she finds someone to retaliate? Money makes the world go round these days, aren't you afraid? When Fang Daming thought of Chenji's appearance, he sneered. My girl, you are too cowardly. I don't believe he dares to retaliate against us. If he dares to retaliate, I will go to his house and hang myself tomorrow. Fang Daming's words sounded firm, but they were actually just a bunch of bullshit. He even went to hang himself. With his old face, he can't even enter the community. At this moment, Fang Qingran saw that his parents were still stubborn and had no choice but to continue to persuade them earnestly. Mom, go find Aunt Li again. Didn't Aunt Li introduce that blind date to me? Chat with her more and get to know her better. At worst, if Chenji is gone, you can just marry someone else and ask for the same gift from someone else. Fang Qingyun, the little bastard, disagreed with this and said to his sister. Sister, you can talk to this blind date first, but don't give up on Chenji. I will contact him in the next 2 days, and then we can have the best of both worlds. If it doesn't work out, go ask your blind date for a gift or ask Chenji for money. Anyway, I must buy a car and a house. Sister, my brother's life is all up to you. Fang Daming thought it was a good idea and immediately praised his son. My son is really smart. Ha ha. Okay, I'll do as you say. Did you hear that, girl? Let's do this. Go on your blind date tomorrow. As for Chenji, we should also pay attention to him. I don't believe that he really doesn't care about the old relationship at all. My family is at odds with that kid. He dares to dump my family after he gets rich. I tell you, it's impossible. After saying that, he angrily tried to think of ways to get money from Chenji. Chenji quickly put the matter behind her. After all, Fang Qingran was a thing of the past. No matter how much this vicious woman begged, she would never have any relationship with her again. At this moment, Chenji is busy with company affairs. Chenji has opened 10 taekwondo gyms in the city, covering the most prosperous areas. Li Xiaolu is constantly shopping and living a carefree life. She no longer has to think about work and it is enough for her to just accompany Chenji for fun. Li Xiaolu is very adept at this job. Next is Dong Yaye. Dong Yaye's production line in Boizhou County has officially started production. The health-preserving products produced have been packaged and can be exported at any time. However, exporting them is a big problem. Dong Yaye is also very distressed about this matter. Normally, health products should be sold on TV, and in addition, they should be advertised, but these are already commonplace. As the most effective health product, Yangshanbao must break through. Chenji had already made plans for this. Advertising on television has very little effect nowadays. After all, healthcare products are becoming more and more numerous, and some of them are even branded as money-making scams. If we continue to rely solely on television advertising, it will definitely not work. Chenji plans to take advantage of the new round of micro-business. Compared with the unsustainable micro-business routines in the past, Chenjika is very sustainable. Develop agents in various places and let them stock up on goods while also selling and advertising them. Multi-line development. Chenji quickly told Dong Yu about this idea. Dong Yaya said excitedly on the phone. Brother Chen, you mean by developing agents, letting them pay franchise fees to purchase goods, and then selling them, leaving the extra money for them to earn, right? This method is good, but dangerous. However, if it is done well, then everyone will be our agent, and their network will become our resource network. That's a really good idea. WeChat business was the first to emerge, and along with the explosion of news media, it also exploded quickly, and then flourished with the development of social networking sites. Many products have become popular overnight thanks to this, but this thing is generally used by cosmetics companies and is rarely used for healthcare. But what Chenji needs is exposure. WeChat business can indeed maximize exposure. Dong Yaya quickly made a plan. Brother Chen, I understand. I will develop a plan here and give it to you tomorrow. I believe we will have our own WeChat business team soon. When Chenji heard this, he laughed, and then gave Dong Yaya some instructions. Don't forget that our strategy is to develop in multiple areas. By the way, you should also know this, right? Now that we have videos, some video platforms will also have some phenomenal internet celebrities, and these people also have huge potential. We need to find a way to get them to promote our products and give them commissions based on their sales volume. In short, we need to let people all over the country know about Yangshanbao, a magical and effective brand, as quickly as possible. Dong Yaya nodded. Don't worry, Brother Chen, I know what I'm doing. I promise I'll be a big hit within a month. Chapter 119 New Track. After hanging up the phone, Chenji suddenly had a full idea about this new idea that came to his mind. Live streaming to sell goods is very common in later generations, but now when video platforms are just emerging, everything is in the exploratory stage. Many internet celebrities have never become famous, and most of their current videos are shot spontaneously and simply for sharing, with no profit channels at all. Without profit channels, there will be no development, and if there is no development, it will always be a mess. Chenji wants to take advantage of the favorable conditions of the times. This track will surely become popular in the future, and its industry will be able to reach a level of hundreds of billions. With so much money to make, Chenji is already considering whether he should find a way to get a piece of the pie. Live streaming with goods is very profitable. Those internet celebrities are uneducated but can make money by relying on their own attention. Some even make millions a day, or even worse, tens of millions a day. In short, they are extremely rich. It is extremely inhumane for society to allow such uneducated people to make money. If one can live a wealthy life by taking shortcuts, then who would be willing to live by working diligently? At present, self-media and videos have not yet developed. Chenji is planning to set up a media company and become popular with the help of major platforms. Build your own brand effect. This brand and this team can also advertise for themselves, such as for their own Chen-style Taekwondo gym and Yangshanbao company. Thinking of this, Chenji felt that there was great potential for him. Moreover, this company does not necessarily just want to shoot short videos, it can also shoot a variety of videos related to agriculture, rural areas, and farmers, just like a farm girl in the future who became famous all over the world with her videos. There are also short plays, which are so addictive. Back then, Fong Qingran and her group of girlfriends, including Li Xiaolu, were simply addicted to short dramas and couldn't extricate themselves. They even spent money to watch them, which was also a huge fortune. However, we should still find some professional actors at present. These half-baked ones are really not good enough. Although grassroots actors are attractive, they are still far inferior to professional actors. Chenji immediately called Li Huihui. Chenji has already seen Li Huihui's circle of friends. She has already joined the crew and everything is going very smoothly. I'm afraid the filming has already started, and I don't know if she can catch it. Li Huihui on the opposite side was already preparing for her role. Before the filming started, she received a call from Chenji. Without any hesitation, she smiled sweetly and answered the phone. What's wrong, Brother Chen? Is there anything wrong? Chenji smiled and then said to her. Nothing, I just missed you a little. I wonder if you missed me. As soon as Chenji said this, Li Huihui on the opposite side blushed instantly, looked at the mirror in front of her, and then sent away the little sisters on both sides. You two go check out the props first. Wait a moment. I'll be there soon. There was no one around, so he answered boldly. I've been missing you for a long time, but you wouldn't have called me if you didn't miss me. Why do you think of me now? Is there something you want to talk to me about? Li Huihui mentioned Chenji casually, but nodded decisively in response. That's right, I do have something for you to help with. Do you have enough connections? I may need to sign a group of actors and then shoot the video. Li Huihui didn't quite understand what this meant, and thought that Chenji wanted to get involved in the film and television industry, so she spoke immediately. I have connections, and she's very pretty. There are many actors like her. Do you want to make a movie or a TV series? Li Huihui was very puzzled by this. There were so many people who wanted to get rich these days. There are thousands of actors in every film crew. These people are like migratory birds. Following the crew, wandering around the country, they didn't earn much money, but they had only one dream, and that was to get rich. He became a big star and was famous all over China. There are quite a few such people, and many people rely on this path to change their destiny. When someone succeeds, others will look up to him, so more and more people come, especially the pure and beautiful girls, who are countless in number. After hearing this, Chenji was delighted and immediately said to Li Huihui, just focus on your filming. I don't want to make movies or TV series. I just want to make some short videos for promotion. You also know that my company needs people to promote it. Li Huihui blurted out immediately. If you don't mind, I can help you. How could I dislike it? Chenji immediately smiled. Okay, then it's settled. If I need to film, I'll definitely look for you. You must not stand me up. If you do, I, Mr. Chen from the bank, will be very angry. Li Huihui smiled playfully. Okay, Mr. Chen, don't worry, just call me if you need anything. After hearing this, Chenji just found it funny and immediately hung up the phone. Li Huihui didn't know what she had said wrong and was feeling extremely anxious. The next second, the phone rang again. She was stunned for a moment, then answered the call. Chenji, who was on the other side, smiled and said to Li Huihui, okay, I called you. When are you coming over? Why haven't I seen you come over yet? Li Huihui laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She didn't expect that Chenji had become so interesting after not seeing him for several years. She then said to Chenji, well, you teased me. The two of them were chatting very happily. Li Huihui wanted to continue, but she didn't expect that the director was already urging her. Now the role of the second female lead almost runs through the entire drama. This was also the first time she took on a drama with so many roles, and she was extremely excited. Li Huihui, it's almost your turn. It's about to start. The director asked me to hurry you up. Li Huihui covered her phone and responded quickly. Okay, I got it, I'll be right there. After saying that, he let go of his hand and spoke to Chenji on the other end of the phone. Okay, Chenji, I have to go to film a movie and can't accompany you. Don't worry, if you want to shoot a short video, then I will help you. Chenji nodded and hung up the phone. I really don't have many friends in the film and television industry, but Li Huihui is indeed a resource. Li Huihui's appearance looks like that of a protagonist. With her help, everything should be twice as easy. The important thing is money. Money makes the world go round. As long as you have money, you can accomplish anything. He remembered all the hot jokes and hot things in later generations, deeply memorized them in his mind, and could take them all out when needed. The company founded by Chenji will definitely become popular all over the country and become one in a million. Chapter 120, Magical Health Preservation Treasure. The production and sales of Yangshanbao began soon. Dong Yeye is a very smart and capable person. From the beginning, he adopted the traditional method and sold it in various pharmacies. You will get a corresponding commission for each one sold. Therefore, all major pharmacies highly recommend this kind of medicine. In many cases, this kind of medicine is a one-time transaction and it will be gone after purchase, but Yangshanbao is obviously different. This thing should be better and healthier. And it is indeed very effective. Many people feel instantly healthier after taking it. The price of Yangshanbao is not too expensive, but of course it is definitely not too cheap either. Soon, a young couple came into the drugstore and kept searching around. When Xiao Huang, the salesperson at the drugstore, saw this scene, he came up to them enthusiastically. Hey, little guy, what do you want to buy? What medicine do you want? We have everything in our pharmacy. Tell me what you want? I'll find it for you right away. The young man is a filial child. The reason he came to the pharmacy is to buy some health-enhancing medicine for his father, who is a porter. He works very hard on weekdays and has been so tired these days that he can't even get out of bed. He wants to buy some of this kind of medicine. When the salesman Xiao Huang saw the scene, he immediately understood that it was just tiredness. In fact, there is no good medicine for tiredness. The best thing is to rest. Then he recommended the health-preserving product to the young man in front of him. The newly arrived medicine is said to be newly produced in Guizhou County, the capital of medicine. It strengthens the body, relieves fatigue, and is very good for the body. Buy it back, you won't suffer a loss or be cheated. It's on sale now. Come, I'll write you an order, you take it back and try it. If it's useful, promote it more. If it's not useful, I'll just refund it to you. The young man didn't understand what the sales talk meant, but he knew it was medicine, so he bought it and took it home. The health-preserving medicine contained a long black bottle, which looked like an oral liquid, but the substance inside was completely different from that of an oral liquid. Compared with other health products, the main feature of some bitter health liquids is that they taste good. That's right, the main feature is that it tastes sweet and sour, although it also has a medicinal taste. But the most important thing is that it tastes good. This is also the medicine provided by Qinji, which also improves the taste to a certain extent. My cousin quickly took the medicine back home. When his father, a porter, saw this, he started complaining. I've already said that I'm tired and I just need to take a rest. Why should I go buy medicine when there are so many things to do? This box is not cheap, right? The young man said to his father with a naive smile. It's not expensive. You can try it. It's said to be effective. The porter father took the medicine and put it in his mouth to taste it. It was not difficult to drink. He drank 2 bottles in one breath. After drinking it, he felt tired and fell into a deep sleep. I fell asleep immediately for half an hour. When I woke up, I only felt the soreness in my body disappeared instantly, and I felt much more energetic. The porter was shocked and immediately said to his son, Son, what medicine did you buy? This medicine is so effective. I felt better immediately after drinking it. Go buy me 2 more boxes. This medicine is so good. I have to recommend it to my coworkers. The random porter gave the medicine to one of his brothers, who had also done a lot of work yesterday and was so tired that he could not straighten his back. The same formula, after drinking 2 bottles and taking a nap, I immediately felt full of energy and vitality. Soon, the news of its usefulness spread. A group of porters ran to the drugstore and asked for the Yangshan Bao by name. Soon, the Yangshan Bao was sold out. Such things are constantly happening. Some pharmacies are so unscrupulous that they directly sell Yangshan Bao as aphrodisiacs. Some young wives bought this medicine for their husbands. Their husbands were not good in that aspect, so they gave him this medicine as a drink. However, they did not expect that after drinking a few bottles at night, he would get aroused. Yangshan Bao is really useful. It can relieve fatigue and is good for all kinds of diseases. Chenji added a few strong medicines, and also drank a lot of moderate and peaceful medicines. There is absolutely no harm, and the benefits are countless. The medicine sold out immediately after it was sold out. Dong Yaya had thought that traditional marketing methods might lead to failure, but she didn't expect that it would take just one day. All major pharmacies began to call and take orders for this medicine. From the initial 1 box, they now actively requested 10 or 20 boxes. What did you say? You want 20 boxes? No, all the major pharmacies have ordered them. I can only bring you 5 boxes at most. I can't send them to you today. I can only send them to you tomorrow night. The drugstore owner only bought 1 box, and he would only make a few $100s after selling it. But how could a few $100s be enough? The drugstore owner welcomed several waves of customers in a short time. He turned back to ask, but the drugstore was completely occupied by the few people who bought first. He couldn't buy anything even if he wanted to, and could only refuse helplessly. Come back tomorrow, we'll have the stock restocked right away. This is simply money coming to the door, so they are pushing the boss as hard as they can. The boss is really anxious. Several customers are waiting in the store just for this miracle medicine. Wait a moment, you guys. I'll drive over to get you the medicine. I know this place. It's only 80 kilometers away. Hey, General Manager, I don't need you to take me there. I'll drive there right now. I'll drive there right now. It's so popular that this medicine is selling like crazy. Sales volume and orders were rising rapidly. Dong Yeye did not expect that this medicine would be so popular. She immediately picked up the health-preserving medicine and started drinking it. It tasted really good, and she drank several bottles in one breath. Dong Yeye felt sleepy after drinking, but he forced himself not to fall asleep and continued with his work. The workers had already started preparing. The salesperson who was urging the delivery ran directly to Dong Yeye's office and opened his mouth in surprise when he saw Dong Yeye. Manager Dong, how come you look so good? Your skin is so fair and rosy, and you look much better than before. Dong Yeye then looked at the medicine in the trash can. This medicine was simply amazing. He quickly looked at himself in the mirror and it was indeed beautiful. Dong Yeye then slapped his thigh and said, Okay, this medicine is really great, and it also has the function of beautifying the face. By the way, you should try your best to develop the functions of this medicine, and sell more of this medicine on the basis of the original ones. It is really amazing, we must sell it, and it will be popular all over the country. The effect of the health-preserving product is so miraculous that Dong Yeye is even more confident. Chapter 121 gradually conquered. Although Chunji was in the provincial capital, he soon learned about the popularity of this health-preserving product. Chunji was not surprised by this. After all, the most important thing about medicine is its miraculous effect. This medicine was a prescription given by the system, and with his own improvements, this medicine was definitely the best. Drinking it can strengthen your body and increase your immunity. In short, it can improve all aspects. Chunji has optimized it on the original basis. In short, it is a hodgepodge. There are both strong and warm medicines for nourishing and warming the yang. It is good for the body and beauty in all aspects, especially relieving fatigue. Chunji paid special attention to this point. People nowadays are still bitter. Chunji also knows that many technologies now belong to the kind of intensive and low-level work. This kind of work is the most arduous and tiring. Yangshanbao was designed to solve this kind of fatigue. Dong Yeye has made several phone calls and praised Yangshanbao repeatedly. Boss, the Yangshanbao is selling like hotcakes. This medicine is so good that all the major pharmacies are in short supply. By the way, boss, I have sent you the new samples. I sent you 10 boxes. You can also give these 10 boxes to your relatives and friends. These are really good things. They are really good things. Dong Yeye also used her power for personal gain this time. After knowing this, she laughed her head off and bought more than a dozen boxes at the factory price at her own expense, and gave them all to her relatives and friends. Especially for those sick relatives and friends, I gave them dozens of boxes directly. Whether it works or not, they will drink it, even if it is just a beverage. After drinking it, they immediately realized that this thing was really a miracle drug. They felt refreshed after drinking it. People who are fine will feel refreshed after drinking it, while people who are busy will feel the obvious difference even more after drinking it. This medicine was soon used in Boizhou County as well. After hearing this, Chunji immediately said to Dong Yeye, My parents should have moved into the Baihui neighborhood. I'll tell you the house number. Go give 2 boxes to my parents and say it's my personal benefit. You can just say it's a waste if you don't drink it. My parents are frugal people. If you tell them so, they will definitely drink it. Dong Yeye nodded. Okay, boss, I'll deliver it myself in a moment. By the way, boss, I'm sending it over as an expedited delivery. It should arrive soon. Remember to sign for it. The medicine was sent out the day before it went on sale, and was delivered just the next day. Dong Yeye also specifically consulted before making the call, and was told that it could indeed be delivered. Sure enough, the villa staff soon packed up the big package and sent it over. Chunji looked at these health treasures and gave some red envelopes to the staff. Not much for each person, only 100 yuan, and soon delivered the things directly to the garage. Chunji opened the outer packaging and directly packed dozens of boxes. After filling the car up, they drove straight to the Taekwondo gym. At this moment, the front desk clerk in the Taekwondo gym saw the boss coming and rushed over. Boss, you are here. Manager Wang is in charge now. Do you have any instructions? Chenji took a look at the people exercising inside and then spoke to the girl at the front desk. I sent some health products. Each person can try one of these. If you buy them again after drinking them, you will be charged the original price. The price is included. You are responsible for arranging them. I will only give you 3 boxes. I will send the rest to other branches. After saying that, he drove to other taekwondo gyms. Chenji was driving the car and was really amazed that he was delivering goods in a BMW. This was probably the only case of this happening. Soon, he visited all the nearby taekwondo gyms and met Manager Wang at a taekwondo gym. Manager Wang was in high spirits now, and her belly had grown bigger, and it seemed that her life was much better. When she saw Chenji coming, she stood up straight and said to Chenji, "Come and take a look at the renovations I'm in charge of. They're almost done. I renovated and put them into use directly in the first half, and I plan to use them alternately in the second half. In this way, we can open the business earlier without affecting the subsequent decoration. This is a big restaurant. Although it is remote, it is relatively quiet and there are many people here on weekends, so Manager Wang directly arranged someone to be in charge here. Since it is quite large, he divided it into half, giving priority to decorating it and opening it directly, and then renovating the remaining half slowly. Lao Wang, I brought some nourishing products. This stuff is very effective and can relieve fatigue. I'll give you 2 boxes. Try them. The rest are placed here. Everyone can get one for free. After that, you have to pay for the rest. This stuff will definitely work wonders if you drink it." Lao Wang drank 2 bottles of the sweet and sour drink directly, and it tasted really good. "Boss, this tastes a bit strange, is it some kind of drink?" Chenji smiled mysteriously and then rested for a while in the taekwondo gym. Soon Lao Wang felt the changes in his body and was extremely excited. "Boss, how much is a bottle of this medicine? I want it. I'll buy a box. This is really great. I feel refreshed after drinking it for a while. I can hear and see clearly now. It's so good." Chenji immediately arranged a box for him. "I'm keeping it for you. This box is for you. Work hard." After saying that, Chenji drove his carriage directly to Li Xiaolu's home. Li Xiaolu was given a lot of trouble last night. She went shopping with her bestie early this morning. After coming back, she collapsed directly on the sofa in her house. Chenji knocked on the door and went in. Seeing Li Xiaolu, who was like a pile of mud, he directly picked up the health treasure, put a straw in it and gave it to him. "Try it, you won't feel tired after drinking it." Li Xiaolu is now 100% obedient to Chenji. She drinks up both bottles in one gulp. After a while, the effects are immediate and her fatigue disappears instantly. "What kind of medicine is this? It's too magical, isn't it?" Chenji took the medicine in his hand and said, "This medicine is our company's new product, Yangshanbao. As you know, I opened a factory in Boizhou County. I left a box for you. If you feel tired at night, drink 2 bottles and you will feel refreshed." Li Xiaolu looked at Chenji's naughty look and her face turned red. "You bastard, why are you so annoying? Since you brought me the medicine, let's kiss." After saying that, the 2 of them hugged and kissed each other, and then they were extremely passionate. Chenji straightened up comfortably, picked up the health-preserving medicine and drank a bottle directly. Li Xiaolu also said it in a coquettish tone. Brother, I want a bottle too, hurry up and get me one." After saying that, he picked up a bottle and started drinking it in big gulps, like a little greedy cat. Such a good medicine, we will get rich. Chapter 122 Help a Brother. This medicine quickly became popular in the provincial capital. All the major taekwondo gyms who tried the medicine could instantly feel the fatigue disappear, and this medicine quickly became popular. Chenji's inventory was also consumed very quickly. The speed of stocking can hardly keep up with this speed. Chenji had no choice but to authorize Li Xiaolu to add more vehicles to the factory to transport large quantities of goods to other places and distribute them at the same time. "We changed our previous strategy and now use trucks to deliver goods to places with high sales volume and places with low sales volume. We also start to establish initial points for personal sales. In short, try to expand your business as much as possible." Chenji has been very busy these days, but his money is also increasing. Dong Ye's sales have exceeded 4 million. And the sales are still growing rapidly. It is estimated that sales will surge to 20 million in less than a month. By the end of the year, the sales volume is estimated to be at least 500 million, if not 10 billion. Local sales channels are also gradually opening up. Manager Wang, they are constantly urging us to provide a batch of health products on a priority basis. Those who love practicing taekwondo are really willing to spend money and buy boxes of it without blinking an eye. But now there are simply not that many goods, so they can only implement purchase limits. The purchase restriction triggered a buying craze, and soon the price of this thing skyrocketed. It was originally less than 100 yuan a box, but it directly became 200 yuan a box. However, there are still people who are flocking to it and are willing to buy it. Prices are really going up. Chen Ji is also very helpless about this, but as the number of goods allocated increases, this phenomenon will become less and less common. After finishing his busy work, Chen Ji finally returned to the villa. Suddenly, he heard his cell phone ringing. He wanted to make excuses that there was no stock, but he didn't expect that the person who came was not those who urged for the goods, but Lu Chang. Lu Chang always remembered Chen Ji's paintings. The decoration has been completed and accepted. Chen Ji had asked Dong Yeye to accept it. Dong Yeye might have been too busy and forgot to report this matter to him. Lu Chang said to Chen Ji, "Brother Chen, I made a lot of money this time, all thanks to you. I came here to deliver medicines. By the way, let's get together. It's been a long time since we got together. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Chen. If it weren't for Brother Chen, how could I make so much money?" Lu Chang will always remember Chen Ji's help to him. The money from the decoration alone has made him a lot of money. As Dong Yeye was short of staff these past 2 days, he happened to have a truck driver, so he helped deliver the herbs. He made a lot of money from every trip, much more than he made from his previous renovation job. This time he also came to deliver medicinal herbs. When he arrived in the provincial capital, he went straight to find Chen Ji, intending to reminisce about the past. Chen Ji took Li Xiaolu directly to an ordinary hotel. This time it was Qiangzi who took the initiative to ask Chen Ji to treat them. They did not plan to go to a high-end place. After all, although Qiangzi made some money, it was hard-earned money after all. Chen Ji didn't want his good brother to spend so much money, and Qiangzi also knew that the two of them would soon arrive at the pub. Qiangzi opened 2 bottles of beer and toasted Chen Ji directly. "Brother Chen, thanks to you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to make so much money. This bottle of wine is for you." After saying that, he straightened up and drank all the wine in one breath. His sincerity was truly overwhelming. Taiyuan looked at Lu Chang's current appearance and immediately began to inquire about the whereabouts of his gold digger girl. "Xianzi, how is your previous girlfriend now? How is the relationship going now? Do you plan to get married?" Lu Chang smiled innocently, took out his cell phone at random, and showed the photo of the girl directly to Chen Ji. Chen Ji took the phone. The woman in the phone was wearing heavy makeup. Although the pixels were very poor, it could be seen that she was a very capable householder. Her appearance was really too flashy. Lu Chang sighed. "Brother Chang, I feel like we are not meant to be together. I used to flirt with her every day and our relationship was okay, but she has been getting busier these past 2 days. She was working day and night on the renovations. I listened to you and didn't tell her, but I didn't expect that she has ignored me recently. I'm wondering if she doesn't like me?" Chen Ji looked at Lu Chang and then said something to him in a fanning manner. "My dear brother, she definitely doesn't like you. If she likes you, why doesn't she stay in the same city with you? You two are in a long-distance relationship, right? Let me tell you, long-distance relationships don't work. How about this, you work hard and I'll introduce you to someone. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you come to the provincial capital and find a way to open a decoration company, and I'll invest in you. Either you stay in Boizhou County, which is our home, or you can stay there. There are 2 choices, which one do you choose?" Lu Chang was a bit honest, but he didn't know how to choose, and after a while he still didn't make a correct choice. Chen Ji looked at him and then said to him, "You are such a twisted kid. Look, you can help out in the factory first, and if things don't work out, you can be a middle-level manager." Chen Ji knew that Lu Chang was not a very ambitious person, nor was he a very smart person. Although he wanted to change his fate, he was not capable enough. Even if he changed his fate, what would it matter? Chen Ji decided to let it go. At worst, we can let him be a middle-level manager. In this way, it would be good for him to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Lu Chang was so moved at this moment that he wiped his tears with a smile. When Shenji saw his look, he gave him some earnest advice. Okay, brother, stop dating online, stop dating long distance, and find someone who is close to you. I'm telling you, if you end up with her, I'll never let you go. At this moment, Lu Chang also knew that his girlfriend was not sincere. Although he is stupid, he is definitely not a fool. He nodded honestly, and Shenji smiled happily. Finally, Lu Chang's fate was changed. It would be too tragic if Lu Chang were to be like he was in his previous life. When Shenji thought of Lu Chang in his previous life, he felt extremely heartbroken. People who have been caught in the rain always want to hold an umbrella for others. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, they were almost done eating. Shenji said to Lu Chang, "Since you're in the provincial capital, you can go back 2 days later. I'll tell Dong Yaya here that you can have fun here and take a good look. If you want to stay, please contact me." After saying that, he was ready to get up and leave. Lu Chang naturally thanked him profusely. It is rare to have a good friend in life, and it is even rarer to have a prosperous good friend. The two of them walked out together. As soon as Chen Jigang got into the BMW, Lu Chang looked in one direction and heard a woman's scream coming from that direction. Chapter 123 Rescue. Following the sound, I saw a woman being beaten by a man. Lu Chang is a man who hates evil. What he despises most is men who beat women. Once he encounters such a thing, Lu Chang will definitely help. After all, he was too naive. Many times, there must be something hateful about pitiful people, but Lu Chang didn't care about that. When he saw someone beating a woman, he immediately got angry. He hit a woman in the street. Didn't his mother teach him not to hit women? It's absolutely abominable. Lu Chang, who had just been drinking, was filled with a sense of justice and rushed over immediately. Seeing that Lu Chang was ready to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, Chen Ji had no choice but to follow him. He was worried that something might happen to Lu Chang. After all, this place was different from small cities. People in small cities did not have a very popular concept of the rule of law, and if they got beaten up, they would just pay some money and that would be the end of it. This is the provincial capital, and people here are more shrewd. Once they are beaten, all kinds of troubles will arise. Chen Ji hurriedly followed Lu Chang and was about to step forward to dissuade him, but was afraid that he could not stop him. The next second, he looked around at the deserted people. He suddenly became worried. There were no cameras at this time. If that woman really had something wrong and bit him back, it would be troublesome. He would be fine, but Lu Chang himself was very stupid. What if someone with ulterior motives made a big fuss about him? That would probably put them at the center of public attention. However, Chen Ji has changed his mobile phone, and the high-definition video recorded on this phone can also restore the real events to a certain extent. We can't let the hero who saved the beauty feel disappointed, so Chen Ji immediately started filming. Lu Chang walked over with great momentum and saw this scene. A man in a suit was beating a woman in a skirt, shouting as he hit her in the mouth. "You are such a shameless woman. I work hard for you every day and make so much money for you. I spend all the money on you, but you still cheat on me. You deserve to die, you bitch. I'm going to beat you to death today." As he spoke, he slapped the woman directly in the face with his hand. He hit her without holding back, and her face was covered with blood marks. You can tell at a glance that the blow was quite severe. The woman just cried and didn't dare to run away. She was seen by people on the roadside who were being beaten. Most of them just watched the show and didn't want to stop it. Lu Chang was filled with a sense of justice. He rushed forward, pointed at the man and started talking. "What's wrong with you? You dare to hit a woman in front of everyone. Are you still a man? How can you be so cowardly?" After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pushed the man back a few steps. The man was pushed a few steps, and when he saw someone dare to stand up, he immediately laughed back in anger. When the woman saw that the man was stopped, she immediately fled behind Lu Chang, looking as frightened as a frightened bird. "Help me, help me. He is going to beat me to death." Chen Ji is with this woman, and it is obvious at first glance that she is not a good woman. There is a conflict between the two, and I am afraid that this woman will cause most of the problems. Shenji continued to record the video, and the people around him were still watching the man come forward and immediately became angry when he saw Lu Chang. "Get out of here! Who told you to do that? It wasn't done properly, so you jumped out." After saying that, he prepared to push Lu Chang away. But he was no match for Lu Chang. He looked like an office worker. His strength was far inferior to that of Lu Chang, who had worked in the decoration industry for many years. Lu Chang was like an iron tower, firmly blocking the man in the suit. What Lu Chang despises most in his life is men who beat women. He believes that men who beat women are not good people. This is also a small example that his poor family education taught him. Looking at the still furious man, Lu Chang smiled, trying to ease the atmosphere, and said to him, "You are a grown man, and you hit a woman. Are you still a human being?" The man in the suit was so angry that he was wronged like this. What's wrong with a fight? So he started to curse at Lu Chang. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, what does it have to do with you if I beat up this shameless woman? Are you sick? You are meddling in other people's business. Get out of the way now. After saying that, he prepared to punch Lu Chang. Lu Chang easily caught his fist with his palm, and then held it in his hand. The man in the suit wanted to retract his fist, but found that Lu Chang's hand was like an iron hoop, tightly holding him. He couldn't get his hand back at all, and the controlled man hit him with his other fist. Lu Chang easily controlled the man with his other hand. Seeing that both hands were controlled, he spoke. How dare you mess with me and ruin my business? I tell you, if you don't want to live, I will fight you today. Lu Chang gently pushed the man in the suit and he fell to the ground. The man still had a fierce look on his face. Lu Chang tried to persuade him. Okay, you're a man, and men should solve problems in a manly way. You shouldn't hit people. Hitting people is wrong. Do you understand? The man in the suit felt very depressed. You are great, but if your wife cheats on you with someone else and sees that pretty boy one day, can you bear it? You slut, you do such a disgusting thing behind my back, I can't stand it. I'm going to kill him today. Lu Chang also knew the cause and effect. It was really hard to comment on such a thing. He was originally righteous and confident, but now his momentum has weakened a bit. Lu Chang, whose momentum had weakened a little, was unexpectedly seized by the man in the suit and wanted to rush towards the woman. The woman saw the man rushing towards her again, and immediately shouted for help to Lu Chang. No, really not, I didn't. That was just my colleague. I didn't do anything. Hero, save me quickly. When the man in the suit heard this, he became even more angry. He was not a fool and would not be easily deceived. He wanted to take action, but Lu Chang just glared at him and scared the man in the suit. But the woman seemed to be showing a smug smile at this moment, and even dared to mock the man in the suit. I told you that you're useless. You can't beat just anyone. Ha 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 ha. This woman is really a mean person who becomes arrogant when she succeeds. The enraged man in the suit directly changed his target of attack from the woman to Lu Chang. He punched Lu Chang, but Lu Chang didn't think much of him. His strength was far inferior to Lu Chang's. Lu Chang easily controlled him and knocked him to the ground. The suited assassin roared. You slutty woman, how dare you help outsiders instead of me? Just wait, I will suspend your card now. Hearing this, the woman panicked. Chapter 124 Embarrassing Lu Chang. Women obviously value money more. Hearing this, she didn't care about Lu Chang anymore and rushed over to help the man in the suit up. The man in the suit slapped the woman in the face, but the woman still smiled. Seeing this look, Lu Chang was stunned. It was really hard to comment on this woman. She was afraid that her card would be suspended, so she started to flatter the man in the suit. No, I didn't. And why did you beat my husband so hard? You are so abominable. What should I do if my husband is injured by you? Lu Chang was so furious after saving someone and getting bitten back. However, looking at the hateful woman in front of him, he couldn't do anything. After all, she had just established her character a second ago. The man in the suit pushed the woman down, stood up the next second, and pointed at Lu Chang angrily to show his masculinity. Good boy, how dare you meddle in my business? I tell you, we have a grudge against each other. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Lu Chang originally wanted the woman to say a few words, but he didn't expect that the woman would just follow the man and run away for money. He didn't even look at Lu Chang, who was heroically saving the damsel in distress. I didn't expect to save such an ungrateful person. Yes, I saved such an ungrateful person. If this isn't an ungrateful person, then what is it? I saved her, but she didn't even say thank you. And got into trouble because of it. This is really the evil of human nature. Lu Chang was really embarrassed at the moment, and now he even regretted why he took action. If he had known that this woman was like this, he should not have taken action. He should have let the man beat the woman to death. Looking at the angry man's back and the woman begging for forgiveness behind him, it is really funny and a little ridiculous. Chenji looked at Lu Chang, who was in such a low mood, then stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and whispered in his ear to comfort him. It's like this in big cities. Many people here are shameless. There's nothing we can do about it. Be careful when you strike. It's good that you didn't get into any big trouble this time. Chenji randomly saved the video he had just shot on his mobile phone, in case it could be used. This would be a great help to Lu Chang. Lu Chang looked at Chenji and then sighed. Chenji looked at his depressed look and started to tease him. What's wrong? You're not happy after being a hero and saving a beautiful girl? What's the matter? You're still expecting her to marry you. Let me tell you, this is a big city, the provincial capital, not the people in Boizhou County. It's not as simple as you think. Lu Chang became even more depressed. Seeing Lu Chang's depressed mood, Chenji didn't want to just leave, so he pulled him. Well, how about this? I'll take you to the karaoke bar. There are many young beauties in the karaoke bar here. You're a wealthy man now, so you should enjoy yourself. In this era, karaoke bars are still common. Men and women like to go to karaoke bars to sing and dance, and it is very lively. After Chenji finished speaking, he took the depressed Lu Chang and went directly to the karaoke hall. The karaoke hall was full of people, and people were crowded together. This scene made people feel at a loss. Chenji didn't want to come to such a complicated place, but he came anyway for Lu Chang. Lu Chang was quite used to it, and he just jumped around here to vent all his unhappiness. Come on, jump around for a while, and follow Brother Chen in the evening. I'll take you out for another good meal. What do you want to eat? I have Persian dragon, abalone, and lobster. Chenji opened his mouth to say this, but the next second, the music suddenly stopped, and the group of people quickly dispersed like snowflakes encountering the scorching sun. I saw several police officers walking slowly towards me. Their destination was obvious, it was Chenji. Chenji thought for a moment and felt that he had not done anything illegal, so why would the police come looking for him? The aggressive police officer came in front of the two, and they were even more confused. Chenji looked at Lu Chang, and Lu Chang looked at Chenji. At this moment, Lu Chang did not realize what had happened. Brother Chen, have you done something wrong? Don't worry, I'm here to help you. Chenji looked at Lu Chang and kicked him directly. What nonsense are you talking about? Cooperate well and don't cause trouble. Seeing these police officers, Chenji realized what was going on, but he was not sure yet. Soon, the police officer spoke to the two of them. We have received a report of a crime. You two need to come back to the station with us to find out the truth of the matter. Let's go. After that, he pulled the two of them away directly. Fortunately, they didn't take the silver bracelet. Chenji patted it. Lu Chang said to Lu Chang, Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. This was the first time Lu Chang had experienced such a situation. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he was a little panicked. It was obvious that Lu Chang could no longer remain calm. Chenji said to the police officer. You can pretend to be us, but what is going on? You can't just arrest us for no reason. Tell me the truth, what have we done wrong? We are all law-abiding citizens. We have done nothing wrong. Why did you arrest us? People around were looking at Chenji curiously, and he and Lu Chang were guessing what they had done wrong. Chenji had nothing to fear as he was upright. What's more, even if something really happens, it can be settled. So Chenji's calmness comes from the heart. When the police officer saw the calm Chenji, he couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Then the police officer told the two of them the whole story. You still don't know what's going on, right? Just now on the street, think about what you did, beating someone up in the street, how dare you not know what's going on? The policeman's voice was very serious, even a little harsh. At this moment, Lu Chang seemed to realize what had happened, but he said angrily. Then why did you arrest us? Why did you arrest us? It was clearly that man beating the woman. I went to stop it. I was clearly a hero saving a beautiful woman. I was saving people. Why did you arrest me? Lu Chang was still a little timid and was stuttering at the moment. Chenji echoed from the side. Yes, I am here to testify that someone did beat a woman, and my brother went to stop it. He did nothing wrong. The two police officers did not believe what the two said, but just spoke calmly. Are you heroes saving beautiful girls? Or are you maliciously harming people on the street? This all needs to be investigated. Get ready to follow us back to the station. Don't delay any longer. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Chapter 125 Policewoman Wang Xinxin. They soon arrived at the police station, and several people in the police station were taken into the room and started to take statements. The whole story was told in detail and the record was quickly completed. Chen Ji walked out. Although he was a witness in this incident, he did not hit anyone from beginning to end, so there was no problem with Chen Ji. He was released after a brief questioning. He was released, and Li Xiaolu was naturally released as well. Li Xiaolu was a little scared at this moment. She looked at the city like a frightened bird and said to Chen Ji, "Why hasn't brother Lu Chang been released yet? Isn't he a hero saving a beautiful girl? Why are they arresting us? Isn't this too much?" Chen Ji knew that he was under someone else's roof, so he had to lower his head, sigh, and say, "Don't worry, just take a look first." A full hour passed, and Chen Ji felt it was extremely unbearable. Finally, he could not bear it any longer and asked directly to the police officer who was passing by. "Comrade, what's going on? Why hasn't my brother been released yet? We haven't done anything illegal or disorderly. Can you please release my brother as well?" The man looked at Chen Ji with a sneer and spoke to him in a very unpleasant tone. "You said you didn't do it, so you didn't do it. This matter requires evidence. Your brother is suspected of intentional injury and can't go back today. You should go back first. Once we understand the situation, we will release him. There is no need for you to urge him. Go quickly." Chen Ji took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and spoke to the police officer as best as possible. "No, my brother didn't. He was acting bravely. Someone was beating someone in the street and my brother stepped forward to stop it. There was nothing wrong at all. You can't slander a good man like this. He is a good man." Chen Ji couldn't help but raise his voice a little, but the police officer looked at Chen Ji with disdain in his eyes, and then slowly spoke. "We have our own opinions on who is a good person and who is a bad person. You don't need to say that. You are so emotional and so loud. It seems that you are not convinced. If you are not convinced, you too can stay and accompany your brothers." Seeing that the situation was not good, Li Xiaolu pulled Chen Ji up. No, you did the right thing. You did the right thing. You should investigate and handle the matter properly. We have no objection. Please go and do your work. We will not trouble you anymore." Li Xiaolu also walked out of the police station very angrily. The two looked at each other, and Li Xiaolu said worriedly, "Brother Chen, didn't you take a video? Then why did they treat your brother like this? Will they be okay?" At this moment, Chen Ji had a flash of inspiration and remembered what the man in the suit said to Lu Chang before he left. He took a deep breath and said to Li Xiaolu, "Xiangzi must have offended a tough guy. What he said before he left was definitely not groundless. It seems that he really has some skills. But don't be afraid, it shouldn't be a big deal. At worst I can find a way. But what can he think of? If he were in Boizhou County, he would have a way. After all, he has such a close relationship with Secretary Li. As long as he finds Secretary Li, everything can be settled. Besides, this is not something illegal. Lu Chang was indeed saving people. He was a hero saving a beautiful girl. There is absolutely no problem with this. However, we are not in Boizhou County now. This is the provincial capital. Although our influence is great, it cannot affect so many people." Just as Chen Ji was thinking hard, a woman suddenly passed by. She was also wearing a police uniform. When he saw Chen Ji, he greeted him enthusiastically. "Aren't you Chen Ji? Chen is the owner of the Taekwondo gym. By the way, you also won the national championship? I know you. Your health supplement is really good. I tried a bottle for free. It's really good. I bought several boxes. Now I feel refreshed. By the way, can you buy more? I want to buy some for my colleagues in the bureau to try, but your price is too expensive. Can you make it cheaper?" Chen Ji was overjoyed to meet an acquaintance at the critical moment. "Of course, I have a problem right now. If you help me solve it, I'll give you a box." This person was none other than Wang Xinxin. However, he didn't expect that Wang Xinxin would come to his rescue last time. This time, seeing Wang Xinxin, Shenji took a deep breath and explained the whole story to him. Wang Xinxin thought it was some kind of favoritism or fraud and wanted to refuse after hearing these words, but then he realized the stock and he also watched the video on Shenji's phone. After reading it, Wang Xinxin had already made a judgment in her mind, and then she spoke to him angrily. I know what's going on. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Wang Xinxin is not an ordinary person. He has connections and is the son of a noble family. It is precisely because of this relationship that one can thrive in this system and be afraid of no one. After saying that, Wang Xingxinbai brought the two of them directly to the bureau. The people around were still busy, but when they saw Wang Xinxin, they all greeted her enthusiastically. Wang Xinxin's expression was not so good now. Said to him coldly, Director Zhou, what are you doing? You dare to intervene in everything now. Don't you really know what is fair and just? The police officer who was arrogant just now suddenly became speechless when he saw Wang Xinxin. What's wrong? Miss Wang, what happened? This is just a small case, intentional injury, and it's still under investigation. It hasn't been confirmed yet. What's wrong with you? Wang Xinxin stared at him, stared into his eyes, and the policeman was frightened. Let me ask you, did you just arrest a man named Lu Chang? What grounds did you use to arrest him? The police officer who was arrogant just now spoke in a low voice. Nothing. Wasn't he the one who did it on purpose? He beat someone up on the street. We can't do anything about it. We can only arrest him and find out what happened. Someone has reported the case, so we can't just ignore it. Wang Xinxin stared at him, then took Shenji's mobile phone and started playing the video. This comrade named Lu Chang is obviously a good man who bravely did what was right. Why do you say he deliberately hurt me? Didn't you watch this video? After saying that, he took his men to the interrogation room. Director Zhou had already learned the news. The police officer just now hurried to report the news. Director Zhou came out with Lu Chang. Looking at Wang Xinxin, he actually showed a look of panic on his face. Wang Xinxin didn't say anything, just looked at Director Zhou. Director Zhou had cold sweat on his face, and seemed to be afraid of Wang Xinxin in front of him. Director Zhou was stunned for a moment, then spoke in a humbly voice. Chapter 126, A Turn of Events. What's going on? Why did it alarm you? It's nothing. It's nothing. Wang Xinxin stared at him, her tone full of dissatisfaction. What do you mean nothing? They arrested a person for no reason, on a trumped-up charge. Director Zhou, do you find this interesting? Director Zhou wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Wang Xinxin. That's really okay. It's really okay. Shenji looked at Lu Chang with concern. Lu Chang was not in a good condition and looked very depressed. There was fear in his eyes as he spoke to Shenji. Shenji and his men are not good people. I was clearly trying to save someone, but they accused me of intentional harm and even told me to admit it. If I didn't, I would be wrong. They wouldn't let me go, so they wanted to put me in jail. I knew they wanted to trick me into confessing, but I'm not that stupid. Lu Chang now realizes that the water is very deep. It was obvious that these people were coming for him. He didn't expect that just by being a hero saving a damsel in distress, he would end up causing so much trouble. Shenji looked at these people and a malicious look appeared in his eyes. It's really hateful. I didn't expect that he would still do this until now. Shenji took a deep breath and said to Lu Chang. Don't be afraid, brother. I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, this matter will definitely be resolved. Wang Xinxin naturally heard these words. Director Zhou knew that he had no way to refute them, so he simply remained silent. Wang Xinxin saw that he was silent, and realized that there was something wrong. So this is how our Director Zhou handles cases. The implicit meaning in Wang Xinxin's words made Director Zhou feel ashamed, and then he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Wang Xinxin's background is extraordinary. The elders in her family all work in the city, and many of them hold important positions. So no one dared to provoke Wang Xinxin, but they didn't expect that this time, they offended Wang Xinxin because of this trivial matter. Director Zhou felt extremely regretful at the moment. But now the only thing to do is to push the responsibility away. The police officer who was so arrogant before is now like a quail, and Chief Zhou directly uses him to take the blame. Did you say there was intentional injury? What happened? Tell Wang Xinxin about it. The arrogant police officer was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that he was going to take the blame. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know anything. The arrogant police officer also knew the seriousness of the situation and kept saying that he didn't know, but he didn't expect that Director Zhou would not give him a chance. Tell the truth, don't make false accusations. This is your own responsibility, and you have to take it. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will not forgive you. When the police officer saw Wang Xinxin's appearance, he naturally knew her background and then pointed at Chief Zhou and said, Deputy Director, you are not a good person. It was clearly you who ordered us to do this, but you still said that we did it ourselves. I am not afraid anymore. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Wang Xinxin was the one who ordered us to do it. Director Zhou even called that person and told him that he could arrest him with just a word from him and punish him however he wanted. Director Zhou didn't expect that when he wanted to find someone to take the blame, he didn't expect that this person would not take the blame for him at all, but instead bit back and confessed everything. Wang Xinxin looked at Director Zhou with a bit of anger in her eyes. This is no longer a simple matter, it is simply illegal. If this matter is not dealt with seriously, I am afraid that such incidents will become more and more frequent and will further damage public credibility. I'll call the city director right now. I'll let him see how arrogant a grassroots director can be. Soon, 10 minutes had passed since the phone call. To Director Zhou, these 10 minutes were like an execution. Soon, these 10 minutes passed. Director Zhao, the municipal director of the provincial capital, hurried over and immediately smiled when he saw Wang Xinxin. Xinxin, what's the matter? I'm in a meeting right now, so I rushed over. Tell me quickly, because I have to go back to the meeting after you finish speaking. Wang Xinxin showed Director Zhao the whole story and the video of Chen Ji just now. After watching the video, Director Zhao's face immediately turned pale. He knew that some of his subordinates broke the law, but he didn't expect them to be so bold as to use such important power to do disgusting things for personal gain. Director Zhou, I think you don't want to do this anymore. You are so bold. Do you still take the laws and regulations to heart? You dare to retaliate against the good people who have done something righteous. You really want to make trouble, is there anything you dare not do? Tell me how many things you have done behind my back. Director Zhou was so frightened that his face turned pale. He never thought that it was just a small matter of accepting bribes, but he didn't expect that such a big shot would be involved and even the city director was called in. You have to know that Director Zhao is the head of the municipal bureau and the entire provincial capital belongs to him. If you take care of him, you will definitely not end up well. Director Zhou turned pale with fright. No, Director Zhao, please listen to me. Please listen to me. Chief Zhao didn't listen to him anymore. The evidence is right here. Do you still want me to listen to your words and your excuses? Go and arrest that man. He beat people up in the street and committed a crime. He even dared to collude with you, the police chief, to openly retaliate for this matter. If we don't get justice, I'm afraid our credibility will be ruined by you. After saying that, he immediately ordered people to arrest the person. Li Tenghui, the man in a suit, was still fantasizing about Lu Chang being taken to the police station and severely tortured, but he didn't expect that the next second several police officers would come with his death warrant, directly arrest him, and put him into the police car. The police car whizzed all the way and soon arrived at the police station. Some people in the police station were happy while others were worried. At this moment, Lu Chang finally realized that the water in this big city is really deep and it is not so easy to get involved. He looked at Chen Ji's bitter face, then apologized to Chen Ji. I'm sorry, Brother Chen, it's all my fault. If I hadn't gone to do what was right, I wouldn't have gotten you into this kind of trouble. It's all my fault. Chen Ji took his brother's hand and said to him, How can it be your business? It's not your business. This is illegal. Even if you are not hurt, others will be. This time someone has done justice, which is a good thing. Chen Ji comforted Lu Chang, but Director Zhao and Wang Xinxin beside him felt uncomfortable after hearing what he said. Director Zhao's face turned even more gloomy. This matter must be dealt with seriously. If it is not dealt with, the impact of this matter will probably be extremely great. Especially after he learned of Chen Ji's identity, he should have handled the matter properly. Chapter 127 System Rewards. The current major policy is to develop the economy. As an entrepreneur, Chen Ji owns many businesses in the city. It is not only a big enterprise that gives back to its hometown, but also a large enterprise that benefits its hometown. The energy of such people is naturally unlimited, so director Zhao attaches great importance to this. Within half an hour, the man in the suit was caught. There were still traces of injuries on his face, but he was still trying to prove his worth. What do you want to do? What do you all want to do? But with the video as evidence, this man really couldn't play dumb for the moment. Watching the video, the man in the suit retorted. What can this video prove? What can it prove? I don't care. Anyway, Director Zhou promised me that he would bring that guy to justice. Director Zhao was so furious. When did public power become a private protection umbrella? Director Zhao was no longer in a hurry and spoke directly to Lu Chang. Little comrade, please tell me the whole story first, and I will make the decision for you. Soon, Lu Chang recounted the entire cause and effect, and Chen Ji's video could also serve as evidence, so the credibility was very high. Lu Chang's words made the man in the suit very unhappy, and he immediately retorted. Who can testify for you? What can a broken video do to prove that you were drunk and wanted to tease my woman? My woman was teased by you, and I was beaten by you. You committed intentional injury. Even with the evidence, how dare you be so arrogant? Director Zhao stopped talking nonsense when he saw this. Director Zhou looked at the man in the suit and started scolding him. It's all because of you, kid. It's all because of you. Just wait for me. Just wait for me. Director Zhao said to the investigators. Detain the relevant personnel first. I will personally investigate this matter. I don't believe it. Under my management, how dare you monsters and demons do this? The matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. After coming out of the police station, Chen Shi said to the policewoman Wang Xinxin. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you, this matter wouldn't have ended so smoothly. How about this, I will refund all your fees at the Taekwondo gym. Just consider it as a personal token of my appreciation. Besides, are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal as a way of thanking you for saving my brother this time. It really helped me a lot. Wang Xinxin also spoke politely when she saw Chen Ji. This is my job, and I can't just watch these illegal things happen in front of me. There's no need to refund the money, I'm busy, and we'll meet again when there's a chance. After saying that, Wang Xinxin got into the police car and drove away. Xianzi was also very grateful to Chen Ji. If it weren't for Chen Ji, he would have been in trouble this time. Xianzi took a taxi back, and Taiyuan and Li Xiaolu also got in the car. Chen Ji was about to drive, but Li Xiaolu's expression changed slightly. You and that policewoman Wang Xinxin, you two have known each other for a long time. Chen Ji didn't take it to heart and nodded. That's right. Long before we met, he helped me deal with some of Fang Qingran's problems and stopped him from harassing me. We are old acquaintances. Li Xiaolu looked at him proudly and said to him. This policewoman seems to be interested in you. The way you look at her is different now. Chen Ji was a little confused, but Li Xiaolu kept chattering beside him. I'm very good at judging people. This is absolutely the case. I can't be wrong. Chen Ji didn't take it seriously. At present, business is the most important thing. Many Taekwondo gyms have been built, but if they want to expand to other provinces, they will need a huge amount of funds. Although Chen Ji has billions of funds, it will be very risky to put all of them into use. Chen Ji had already made preparations and planned to focus on the layout, so he directly pulled manager Wang to start a short meeting. I asked you to come this time. How do you plan to continue to expand the business? Manager Wang had some limitations after all, and Chen Ji remembered the model of later generations and said to him. At present, our Taekwondo gyms should be mainly in major cities, such as the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Yangchang. These places are well developed, earn more money, and have more consumer groups, and are also the most affected by these Korean flows. It is obviously not worthwhile to invest huge amounts of money in small cities. We need to make sure that the key cities are mainly provincial capitals and developed cities. For other cities, we can franchise. For example, if someone is willing to franchise, they can obtain qualifications through us. We can open a gym with the title of Taekwondo Championship Champion. Manager Wang said as if he had suddenly realized something. This is a great idea. If we have this idea, we will definitely open Taekwondo gyms all over Dragon Country. Chen Ji's idea was put forward, but its specific implementation still had to be done by Manager Wang, who was a capable person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the popularity award. Chen Shi felt his heart suffocate. Another system reward came. This was really great. I made a lot of money last time. What is the popularity reward this time? But the probability is to make money. Chen Shi looked at Manager Wang in front of him and said to him, "Okay, Lao Wang, go down, I'll leave these things to you." Manager Wang nodded, deeply touched by Chen Shi's trust. Chen Shi closed the doors and windows, and then received the system reward. Ding! The stocks you get as system rewards will definitely increase by 100%. Buying stocks at random can trigger hidden rewards with increases of 100%, 300%, and 500% respectively. Ding! The increase in junk stocks is 0. Please invest with caution. Investment is risky, so be careful when buying. What does this mean? Chen Shi was a little confused. Chen Shi stood up, moved his hands, and looked around, but nothing seemed to have changed. The next second he opened his computer and logged into the stock software. He had already opened an account. Naturally, you can look directly at it. Various types of stocks appeared in the blink of an eye, but these stocks seemed to be almost the same no matter how you looked at them. Soon I saw a famous stock, which was Mutai. The price increase of Mutai in the later market is simply terrifying. The system reward this time is a bit useless, but Chen Shi has already made a decision at this moment. Although I didn't care much about stocks in my previous life, many things are still engraved in my mind, such as Mutai. Mutai is almost certain to rise in price. It can be said that as long as you invest the money you earn in the Mutai stock market, it will multiply dozens of times in a few years. While other investments have risks, Mutai has the lowest risk, and I am a novice in the investment market. Although the worst-case scenario is that the assets remain unchanged, but if the assets remain unchanged, it is a loss in itself for Chen Shi. In this case, be bold and bet that there will be no changes in the market outlook and go all in on Mutai. Chapter 128: The Rich's Covetousness. The sudden rise of the mysterious rich man naturally attracted the envy of a group of wealthy people in Zhongnan City. Zhongnan City is only the size of a palm. The wealthy people are all from those top families. It is quite surprising that a little-known person from Boizhou County suddenly appeared and took root here. Among the 4 major families, the most powerful one is naturally the Zhao family. The Zhao family's influence is truly spread throughout the province, and it has industries in every place. Their assets have reached countless levels, but these major families are usually very low-key and no one knows their true strength. The helmsman of the Zhao family is called Zhao Zhanghai. Zhao Zhanghai is a workaholic who only cares about managing his business on weekdays. Zhao Zhanghai has a little daughter named Zhao Xiaofeng. Zhao Xiaofeng also has her own business, and more importantly, she is related by marriage to the Li family, the largest transportation family in the local area. Zhao Xiaofeng also took advantage of the Li family's affairs to create her own business empire and establish China Overseas Group. The Li Group also successfully established a foothold here. After all, everyone knows that behind Zhao Xiaofeng is not only the Zhao family, but also the Li family. The two families have also made great achievements in business, and their current influence has become unique in Zhanghai City. Zhao Xiaofeng is a very ruthless character. This political marriage was originally unnecessary because of Li Shucheng, the eldest son of the Li Group. He is a vegetative state. He was hit on the back of the head during a business competition and became a vegetative state. However, being a vegetative state is also valuable. If we can use a vegetative person to unite the Zhao family, we can naturally take a bigger step forward in business. More importantly, the Zhao family and the Li family were old friends, and this marriage had been arranged long ago, but the accident was very sudden. Zhao Zhanghai originally wanted to ask his daughter to break off the engagement. After all, it was impossible for his daughter to marry a vegetative person. What could a vegetative person do? If his daughter really married him, her life would be ruined. However, Zhao Xiaofeng felt that this was a great opportunity, if she could take advantage of it. If one has a connection with the Zhao family, one can greatly enhance one's strength. Zhao Shucheng was just a vegetable, or to put it bluntly, a dead man. If he could use a dead man to achieve his own goals, he would naturally be overjoyed. Therefore, their engagement was not cancelled, and Zhao Shelui repeatedly stated that she would marry into the Li family and become the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family. The Li family was also happy with this. The two groups cooperated with each other and gradually began to dominate Zhongnan City. The only variable is Zhao Xiaofeng, who has become a strong woman. She has been working in the business world for 8 years. Although she is old, she is still charming and beautiful. She became a famous beauty entrepreneur in the upper-class market of Zhongnan City. It is so famous that it attracts countless people's covetousness, but because of the Li family, no one really dares to do so. Zhao Xiaofang is also an extremely ruthless person. It is said that he has an assassination team under his command. Anyone who dares to oppose him will be killed. However, this rumor is obviously false, but Zhao Xiaofang is indeed very powerful. Not only is he a security force under his command, he has also practiced some traditional martial arts. Even if he can't beat 10 people alone, at least he can protect himself without any problem. At this moment, Zhao Xiaofang's car was parked outside the door of Chen's Taekwondo gym. This is a low-key large luxury car, but despite its low profile, people on the roadside still looked at it sideways. This car is obviously extraordinary, and the people riding in it must be either rich or noble. Zhao Xiaofang looked calm at this moment. Looking at the Chen Taekwondo gym outside, he picked up the health-preserving medicine and drank a bottle slowly. This feeling is so wonderful, it feels like being young in an instant. Zhao Xiaofang is most fascinated by this feeling of youth, she said to the bodyguard beside her. Are you saying this stuff is coming out from here? The bodyguard didn't know why, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Although the woman in front of him was beautiful, she was definitely a ruthless character. Even the bodyguard couldn't bear it. He was so imposing that he whispered. Yes, that's right. This is something I found being distributed for free when I came to the Taekwondo gym for training some time ago. I tried a bottle and felt that it was very magical. It must be some special and precious thing. It can restore vitality and beautify your skin. The last two words are what Zhao Xiaofang cares about most. There is no woman in the world who does not care about her beauty. Although she is beautiful enough, she is no longer the girl in her teens or 20s. She is almost 30 and some fine lines have appeared on her face. Although she tried her best to change, the fate of aging still hung over her head. I never thought you would like to practice Taekwondo. What do you think of this fancy move? The bodyguard wiped the sweat off his face. Boss, the owner of Chen's Taekwondo gym is Chen Ji. He is the national champion of the Taekwondo championship. I have seen his videos and he is very talented. I would like to have a sparring match with him. It's just that he seemed to be very busy some time ago and was not in this city, so there was no chance, and this health treasure only appeared after he came back. Zhao Xiaofang threw the empty bottle to the secretary next to her, and the secretary said, "This thing has been initially tested and is harmless. The ingredients in it are also very unknown. However, the efficacy that can be confirmed at present is that it can restore vitality, quickly reduce fatigue, and beautify the skin. It is good for the skin in all aspects. This is definitely a good baby." Zhao Xiaofang frowned at this moment. Such a good thing, so I must get it. This Chen Ji must have a better secretary. Please help me make an appointment with him at Zhonghai Hotel. Tell him that I, Zhao Xiaofang, want to see him and that he must come over tonight. I will reserve a private room for him. The secretary nodded. He got out of the car quickly. The secretary had a lot of connections here. He made a phone call and quickly found Manager Wang. Manager Wang saw the secretary see this important person and immediately said, "You are from China Overseas Group, right? We don't seem to have any business dealings. What can I do for you?" The secretary looked at Manager Wang with a condescending look and said, "I came here to meet your boss, Zhonghai Hotel. I will send someone to pick you up on time in the evening. I also hope you can give our Zhonghai group some face." Manager Zhang immediately realized that this was definitely the trouble caused by Yangshan Bao. Yangshan Bao was really too good. The immediate effect of the medicine attracted countless people's covetousness. He has been drinking it recently to cure his old illness and even drank it away. Chapter 129 Recipe. Even Manager Wang knew that this good treasure would inevitably attract the covetousness of countless people. Such a good baby, so effective, will definitely set off the market and make everyone salivate. This society is funny. Some people use fake drugs to cheat people, but no one is interested in them. But once they start selling real drugs, they will attract countless people. There is no way fake drugs are used to cheat people because they have no value, and those people disdain to cheat. But once there is something good, something that can bring huge benefits, it will really attract everyone scramble for it. After all, everyone knows that good things can help the entire family move to a higher level. Shenji came in a hurry, not impressed by the China Shipping Group. Shenji soon learned the information about the head of the China Shipping Group. Old Wang, do you think Xiao Xiaofang really wants the formula of Yangshan Bao's original liquid? Manager Wang also knew Chen Ji, but he had just made his fortune, and even though he had built a factory, he was still unable to make a living in the huge Zhongnan city. If the four major families in Zhongnan stomp their feet, the other four directions will tremble 3 times. To play games with them is simply courting death. Boss, the Zhao family is too powerful, and Zhao Xiaofang has the background of the Li family. If the people of the Li family unite and want our formula, we will definitely not be able to defeat them. The four major families are present in almost every industry in Zhongnan City, especially the Zhao and Li families. Their strength is unparalleled. This time, I'm afraid that the boss of Zhanghai Group is the one that Zhao Xiaofang wants to meet with you directly. Do you choose to go or not? Since Chen Ji already knew their purpose, he also knew that they were most likely here for the Yangshan Bao. Chen Ji rubbed his head with a headache. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Now I finally understand the meaning of this sentence, and I briefly learned the background of the four major families from Manager Wang. Chen Ji saw Manager Wang and immediately spoke to him. What should we do now? This health treasure has just been put into production. Do we have to give it to Zhanghai Group? Manager Wang was a little nervous. He picked up a book next to him and pretended to read it. The next second he put it down and said anxiously, Boss, our main business is the Taekwondo gym. I think the formula of Yangshan Bao is very good, but it is not something we can afford. We don't have such a large amount of capital right now. In my opinion, it is better to sell the formula of Yangshan Bao original liquid directly to Zhanghai Group. As long as Zhanghai Group can afford the price, we will sell it to them. Then they will definitely let us go, and maybe we can even establish a relationship with them. After listening to this, Chen Ji patted the table lightly and said to Manager Wang, I absolutely cannot give in. The secret recipe of Yangshan Bao is the foundation of my life. This huge benefit cannot be easily solved with a little money. I will go to Zhanghai Hotel in person tonight. I want to see what Zhao Xiaofang from Zhanghai Group is trying to do. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to get my secret recipe. Manager Wang wiped the cold sweat from his face. He never expected that his boss would directly confront the China Overseas Group. This was not an ordinary group. If things went wrong, the Chen Taekwondo gym might go bankrupt. Okay, Lao Wan, don't worry so much. I'll be fine, don't worry. Manager Wang immediately walked out, and seeing his look, Chen Ji shook his head. After all, it is still not very useful, but it is already good enough. However, if the Taekwondo gym wants to have greater development in the future, it needs more business talents. What Chen Ji said was right. Manager Wan was just a coach after all. It was already very good that he could achieve what he has now. Developing on the internet was beyond his business scope. For example, Manager Wang had not yet settled the franchising issue, and some of the city's businesses were still unclear. Chen Ji planned to wait until Dong Yeye from Boizhou County had time and then transfer him here directly, so that he could familiarize himself with the business here and lead the Taekwondo Hall to expand the empire as soon as possible. What we need to do now is to compete with China Overseas Group. It is impossible for China Overseas Group to have its own formula for the health-preserving essence. Chen Ji is not a soft persimmon. Now that he has obtained the system in this life, he absolutely cannot live a cowardly life. Today there is a so-called Zhanghai Group that wants its own formula for the health-preserving essence. Then what other crappy group will want its own Taekwondo gym tomorrow? Giving in will never earn you mercy from the other party. Instead, it will make the other party feel that you are someone who can be constantly bullied and can be continuously eroded. All your value will be eaten away. This is the most terrifying thing for Chen Ji, and he does not want to accept such a fate. Since he does not want to accept it, there is only one thing, and that is to fight. If you want to bully her, then come on. If anyone dares to steal her things, there is only one way, and that is to kill them and let them know that they are not easy to mess with. The worst that could happen is a fight to the death. He just doesn't believe that he, a cheating player, can still play the game, but they are just a group of so-called four major families. As long as the four major families are human, it will be easy to deal with them. Unless they are beings beyond human beings, they will never be able to defeat Chen Ji. Chen Ji stood up straight, his aura suddenly became stern and murderous, and there was a bit of madness on his calm face. Chen Ji was still sorting out documents and making preparations before the battle, while also searching for information about China Overseas Group on the internet. All information about China Overseas Group is kept absolutely confidential. I searched repeatedly but could only find some useless information. However, it can be seen from here that the chairman of China Overseas Group is definitely a cautious person. He would not reveal even any negative news, and he has connections everywhere. Just when Chenji was tidying up, the door suddenly opened and a delicate voice came instantly. "Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say you would go play with me today? Why are you here? Let's go play. I saw a very beautiful bag in the mall today. I want it, but it's a little expensive. Brother Chen, please buy it for me." Chenji glanced at Li Xiaolu, and Li Xiaolu came to Chenji and stuck close to him. There is no reason to refuse a beautiful woman who is offered to you. At this moment, the curtains in the office were closed, and Chenji locked the door. He had specifically asked Coach Wang to make this office soundproof, and it came in handy at this moment. More than an hour later, the two finally ended the fight. Chenji took a sip of water and handed some wet wipes to Li Xiaolu. Chapter 130, Determined to Win. Zhao Xiaofang watched the time ticking away. Her fingers moved quickly and a young man walked in, holding a large document in his hand, and came to Zhao Xiaofang. Zhao Xiaofang looked at him and urged, "Why are you so slow? You've only just finished investigating what you were asked to investigate." The young man said hurriedly, "His information is somewhat special, and I only found it after some research." The young man then began to explain. "Chairman, we have already conducted a preliminary investigation on Chenji. This person is very strange. It seems that he has no contact with outsiders, and his identity and resume are also very normal. We also checked his various records and found that he had won the lottery before, which is why he is so rich now. We found out that he had studied medicine, but he had not attended any medical colleges, so we were not aware of his secret recipes. However, judging from the current possibilities, it is unlikely that he could develop such a miraculous product as Yangshanbao. The real developer of this product is still unknown. We suspect there may be other forces behind him, and he is just a pawn, perhaps a mysterious existence that none of us know about." The young man frowned. He had racked his brains on this investigation, but he couldn't find any trace of Chenji that was different. This was not what he expected, but Zhao Xiaofang didn't care. She stood up, took off her clothes, and changed into a haute couture dress. "What do you think of this dress? You don't have to worry about it. We're going to meet today anyway. Since we're going to meet, I can just ask for the secret recipe. I'm determined to get it, no matter who it is. In Jiangnan City, there is nothing that I, Zhao Xiaofang, cannot obtain. If I cannot obtain it, no matter who is in the way, I will never let him go." Confident Zhao Xiaofang is determined to win. The young secretary was not so optimistic and said to her, "Mr. Zhao, this matter is probably not that simple. The sales of Yangshanbao are skyrocketing, and it has attracted attention in many places. It may not be easy for us to obtain it, and he is unlikely to give us a formula that will lay golden eggs." After hearing this, Zhao Xiaofang looked at the secretary mockingly and said, "Xiao Lu, do you really think there is something I can't do in this difficult situation? I don't want to do it, it's because I don't want to do it, but if I really want to do it, no one can stop me." Zhao Xiaofang's position in Jiangnan City is indeed like this because she is so strong. Backed by the two great families, the Zhao family and the Li family, which are the two most powerful families in Jiangnan City, he also founded the Zhanghai Group. Among the local enterprises, the Zhanghai Group is not the best, but it is definitely among the best. There is nothing she cannot do in the history of central and southern China. Chenji may not know where she got this recipe by luck, but as long as she wants it, this recipe will definitely be hers. Even if it wasn't hers, Zhao Xiaofang would have 10,000 ways to get the recipe into her pocket. And when the time comes, Chenji only needs to give him some bone residues. This is already Zhao Xiaofang's great mercy. After all, for a guy like him with no background, not swallowing him up and not leaving even a bone residue is already a great kindness on his part. Go and prepare around the Zhanghai Hotel. If soft tactics don't work, we'll use hard tactics to let him know who has the final say in Zhanghai. If he doesn't want to be respectable, we'll help him be respectable." Time passed quickly and it was night. Chenji planned to go there early. He also wanted to see what kind of person the so-called Zhao Xiaofang was. It's just the Zhanghai Group, yet it dares to be so arrogant. I want to see how capable this Zhao Xiaofang is. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Sooner or later, someone will come to his door to beat him up. Zhao Xiaofang is the first, but she will definitely not be the last. In short, nothing can be concluded. Chenji drove all the way to the Zhanghai Hotel, which is the face of the Zhanghai Group in the city. The world here is almost luxurious. In short, anyone who comes here will be amazed. Chenji was not too surprised by this. He just stopped the car and walked straight inside. Soon, a young woman stopped Chenji and immediately came up to him warmly when she saw him. You are Mr. Chen, right? Hello, Mr. Chen. Our Mr. Zhao asked me to come and greet you. Please come with me. Chenji looked at the hot and beautiful woman in front of him and immediately realized that she had checked him thoroughly and everyone knew him. However, Chenji was not panicked. He nodded and followed her upstairs. Hello, Mr. Chen. Our Mr. Zhao has an idea. What do you think? Chenji did not answer directly, but just stared at her and smiled. I know what you mean, but no need to, I will talk to your CEO Zhao in person. I was quickly let in, and there was a lobby. The lobby was magnificent and it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary place. Boss Chen, you are so lucky. This is the mysterious lobby on the 8th floor. This is usually where our boss Zhao comes to meet the most distinguished guests. You are so lucky to come here for the first time. Chenji secretly complained in his heart. It's not that I'm blessed, it's that you want my things. If you didn't want my things, how could you let me come to this place? Soon a woman was seen. She was not too old, but one could tell from her appearance that she was at least 30 years old. He has long hair, an ugly face, and a big mole on his face. But his torso was exceptionally sturdy, and he looked like a martial artist no matter how you looked at him. His eyes were extremely sharp, and one glance at them made people feel as if their souls were seen through. Chenji had a hunch that this person was none other than the martial artist that the group of gangsters had mentioned. I didn't expect to meet a martial artist today. I really don't know how strong this martial artist is. If I didn't have something to do today, I would really like to fight her head on. At this moment, Chenji felt a sense of insecurity all over his body. Look at this dancer, he seems more terrifying than you imagined. The dancer in front of you doesn't seem to have any more interest in Chenji, and then he stepped aside. Even so, Chenji's hair stood on end, and he was very wary of this person. Although Chenji's strength was beyond copper coins, there was still a big gap compared to the martial artist in front of him.